This story begins at the small station of a small town in the foothills, where the small hills get bigger and bigger and a mountain range obscures the sky on the horizon. On a clear sunny day, there were many people waiting for the train that would take them to a civilization with freeways and entertainment centers. Most importantly, without those small, annoying, and sometimes poisonous afflictions called insects, which were abundant here. The attention was drawn to an important gentleman bowing and handing over a basket of food. It was unexpected, a well-known mobster in some circles, and here was such reverence. When he stepped back, everyone saw a very young, chubby young man with a bearskin on his shoulders. His necklace seemed to be made of real claws and teeth. A faded t-shirt and a shawl that served as a belt completed this unassuming image. The flattering words of the important gentleman flowed in a stream, and it was impossible to insert anything. And so, only jumping into the departing train, the young man on the way threw a couple of phrases of mutual gratitude and a promise to stay longer next time. The important gentleman even twitched at this promise, but the respectful smile did not leave his lips, and his back was still bent in a bow. Wiping his sweaty hands with a handkerchief, he really hoped that the new meeting would not happen soon. The guard noticed this. He wondered why his overbearing and rigid boss was spreading himself so thin in front of the youngster who had just left. The story was a long time ago and happened during a time of power sharing between local gangs. A lot of people were killed back then. It was the same fate that awaited him. The guard, too, remembered these events, and a creepiness stirred in his soul at the anxiety, instability, and sense of constant death over his shoulder that haunted everyone in those days. Then we had to hide in the mountains, and fate led us to the Mountain of Spirits. It was suicidal to go there, but when you're overtaken by an elite assassination squad, there's no choice. The killers were approaching, waving their knives. A road. What road could there be in the mountains? It's an overgrown thicket. Not even for a city lord. I don't know how he got there. He must have wanted to live very badly. Suddenly, a golden light cut through the evening twilight. At its center was a human figure. The golden silkworm was winding circles around it. And from this flickering, all the assassins suddenly fell and died, frozen in pools of their own blood, inexplicably fast. Nervously lighting a cigarette, the boss tried to calm down. Involuntary memories brought back the horror he had experienced. No, not from the bandits. From the calm and imperturbable figure around whom everyone fell dead. Slowly exhaling smoke, he suggested they go to the temple to pray that no more horrible events and people like Dawei would appear in their peaceful lives. Meanwhile, Dawei of the Sun family looked at the distant mountains and made bright plans for the future. There was plenty of food in the basket. Just like that, enjoying the beautiful views, delicious food, and pleasant anticipations, he saw no less pleasant companions entering the compartment. They had obviously missed the train, and rightly so, they went from carriage to carriage, looking for their seats. Puffed up and angry, they bickered as they dragged in their bulky bags. 3 beauties, a blonde, a redhead, and a black one, greeted their traveling companion with some surprise and apprehension. As they took their seats, the girls began to discuss their hasty run and the reasons for it. From their emotional chatter, it was clear that the culprit was a black girl named Mei, who had been waiting, looking for her, and was found only when the train was already leaving the station. Dawei felt like he was at a theater premiere. The girls were gesturing, flaunting, showing off, and he opened a bag of peanuts to make the contemplation more engaging. Mei's interrogation continued. Mei was reluctant to say anything at first, finding various reasons for the delay. It was obvious that she was a little frightened, though she tried to hide it. Her story was trivial, but it caused unpleasant indignation. Still, harassment from the executive producer and without reciprocity is an egregious fact, especially for a noble young man who liked the girls very much. The hushed crunch of the theatrical chew caught the girls' attention. They glanced indignantly at their spectator. He smiled good-naturedly and handed them a bag of peanuts. The redhead looked at Dawei with interest. A safe, kind fat man, but still a man, And a man is interesting, useful, and it's nice to pick up another admirer. She moved closer to the guy and started emotionally complaining about the harassment and stalking on the on-set shoot, which is over. But it's not over. Maybe he, as a man, can give us a clue as to what to do. That's a problem. What can you advise in a situation that you don't know the first thing about? And he advised what helped him in his difficult circumstances. Eat good food. After all, tasty food gives strength, lifts your mood, and sometimes fresh ideas come from it. The girl was clearly uninspired. She expected to receive sympathy, understanding, and, to some extent, increased attention. And in general, she was used to the fact that guys did not give her a pass and fulfill the slightest whims. But she decided to go one step further, remembering that the way to a man's heart is through his stomach, especially a man who likes to eat. She smiled seductively and handed him her bag of chips. Dawei took it and nonchalantly started eating it immediately. This caused the girlfriends to laugh. They noticed the futility of the redhead's directed vibes and her resentment. The fact that he didn't fall for the simplest manipulation was the payoff. Immediately, candy and other goodies appeared from the suitcases. The girls decided to make friends with their traveling companion, so to speak, with provisions. This couldn't help but interest Dawei. He had never received so much delicious food from girls before. It's a sign of affection, isn't it? The acquaintance started well. The girls introduced themselves and said what was clear from the start. They had just finished theater school and now dreamed of the film industry and fame. Their first job had brought them their first disappointments and opened their eyes to the pros of life. It was time for Dawei to introduce himself. He hadn't really thought it through before. How do you introduce yourself to girls? Master of Ugo? He tried it, but it elicited laughter. Too young for a master, too unassuming looking. His girlfriend's banter really hit a nerve. They thought he was a chef, and they were talking about what treats he could make. The disbelief and mockery hurt deeply. Dawei frowned. He thought about getting angry and proving his right to be called master. But the red-headed Layla interrupted him. She suggested a game of wishing for fun on the road and to get to know each other better. The stubborn girl did not give up her idea to make everyone dance to her tune. The friends wondered slightly if it would be appropriate in a train compartment. They had almost agreed to Layla's teasing. The compartment door opened. A middle-aged man with an eagle profile appeared in the doorway. His burgundy suit looked provocatively chic, especially for a train ride. Mei immediately tensed up and covered her mouth with her hand out of fear. After a convulsive inhalation, the girls became quiet, and it was clear that it was none other than the executive producer Ian, who had been the talk of the day. A wide smile was on his face. He looked like a hunter who'd got his game. All that was left was to grab it. Producer Ian went straight to Mei, who was looking at him warily. After complaining that he hadn't seen her on the platform, he solemnly invited her into the dining car. The company listened attentively as Mei inarticulately tried to refuse the honor. It was immediately clear that she was the perfect victim, and this game was not going to end well. And the boss kept pressing on. When he loomed over Mei, overwhelming her with his opinion, and a hand was already outstretched in a grabbing gesture, it was time to intervene. The first to come to the rescue were her friends. They tried to support Mei's opinion to stay in the compartment, arguing that they had common plans. But it was Dawei who made the final point in the conversation. He gestured with a wide gesture and drew attention to the heaps on the table. Why go to the dining car? We are already eating, and we have plenty of food. And offered to join the feast. Producer Ian gave Dawei an unkind look. Was it really about the food? Dawei was gossiped perfectly, and the fish swam away. And the culprit is that fat man. Angrily, he refused to choke on fast food in dubious company and left, sliding the door shut noisily and stomping loudly. He stood at the window, thinking how he could get revenge and get his own without much effort. And he thought of a good way out. It would cost a lot of money, but it would solve all his problems in one fell swoop. Meanwhile, everyone in the compartment breathed a sigh of relief. The danger was over for the moment. Mei Mei was especially happy, of course. Dawei accepted the girl's thanks stoically, with food, of course, and smiles, and sincerely didn't understand what he'd done. When the food on the table was running out, cries for help were heard from the corridor. At first they were distant and inaudible, and only when the compartment doors were opened did it become clear that a doctor was being called. The girls obviously realized who they were talking about. They looked at each other and fearfully whispered the name, adding a very important position for themselves: director. There was the thumping, wheezing, and screaming of a man calling for help. There was a rumble of other voices coming and going, some to help, some just to see what was happening. The girls didn't stay still either and rushed away down the corridor to their boss's compartment, and Dawei was left alone. As if he wasn't quite a doctor, he was a little confused. And events were not unfolding for the better. The wheezing became more and more terrible. The veins of the patient swelled and turned black, and blood spurted from his nose and mouth. After a particularly violent seizure, he became quiet and still, and that was even scarier. An aura of irreparable, quick, and merciless death was gathering around him. Footsteps were heard. A thin, blond man who called himself a doctor came running in, covering his mouth with a bandage and pulling on gloves. Leaned over the patient, trying to figure out what was going on. Saw a massive nosebleed. His mouth and ears were bleeding too. Did a quick exam. Determined that tachycardia, hypotension, and shortness of breath and loss of consciousness could mean anything from inflammation to a tumor, and you need serious medical attention in a hospital setting. Everyone present held their breath. The girlfriends have tears in their eyes. In addition to sincere sympathy and respect for a professional in their field, their careers could also suffer greatly. New director, new rules, and they held up their fists for everything to go well. Dawei also decided to see what happened, and if necessary, join in saving a human life. Making his way through the crowd, his gaze singled out two people, probably because they were standing almost side by side. One of them was shouting, offering the doctor all the benefits for his help. The other was smiling contentedly, and it was the man who had visited their compartment. That satisfied smile suggested many things. First of all, that the dying man's illness might not be of natural causes, that someone else had something to do with it. Examination of the rolled eyes and larynx gave the doctor no clue as to the cause of the patient's condition. He lifted his head and looked around at the quiet people, wondering what to say, and to whom. He settled on the disheveled young man squatting next to him. Apparently, he was the one most interested in the patient's life. But the news that the diagnosis was unknown, and that, at best, the patient could be brought to the hospital alive, did not reassure. As always, everyone began to demand that something be done. And what can be done? The cause is not obvious, and nosebleed is not an artery that can be clamped. Dawei walked over to his roommates and patted their shoulder, drawing their attention to himself. Somewhat annoyed, it had to be said. His question about their director having enemies was perplexing. This wasn't an assault with serious injuries. Naturally, the girls refuted the assumption. The boss, in their opinion, was a more than kind and sympathetic man. But Dawei had his doubts. He noticed something not consistent with a random event. A look and a smile. Also, the heavy and pressing aura of death. A familiar aura. He wondered whether to intervene in this situation. If the cause of the man's condition was the actions of his co-worker, then there was no way to get involved in a worse case. The masters of Ugo wars were in the past. Their result was the lives of surrounding innocent people. The consequence was a generalized fear and hatred that led to more casualties. Teacher warned to avoid such things. But the sincere concern and fervent requests to the doctor, essentially strangers, did not leave indifferent. Only friends and close people can ask like that. So Dawei has decided to at least take a closer look at the dying man who is seizing again. Taking advantage of the doctor's distraction, Dawei placed his hand on the man's chest and concentrated. He closed his eyes and released his power. A faint golden glow poured from his hand, penetrating deep into the victim's body. The aura of death thickened in response and extended its clawed paws, displeased that someone was trying to interfere with its course. Dawei saw the curse. It looked like a large scolopendra that wriggled, moved, and devoured the insides of a person, causing great suffering. After finishing the diagnosis, Dawei thought that it didn't seem like this person deserved to die from such a strong curse. Sighing, made the decision to heal the man and to look at the one who dared to do it, to ask, for what? Taking out an acupuncture needle, still pondering, he moistened it with his saliva for an empty interaction with the aura of the curse. He plunged the needle straight into the man's chest. He pressed harder, letting his power flow through the needle to reach the center where the curse's scolopendra wriggled. His actions were finally noticed by those around him. They were frightened by the fact that a stranger was doing some kind of manipulation on a terminally ill man, and how it would affect his condition. The executive producer noticed it too, and he didn't like it. Before, he hadn't paid much attention to the young fat man who had interfered with his hunt for the girl. Dawei continued to slowly infuse power into the man, supporting himself with the mantra, whispering it and almost humming it already. And so producer Ian quickly stepped to the fat man with the aim of stopping this outrage. He was afraid that his interference might somehow affect the desired result. He felt an irresistible urge to shake and throw away this disgusting and ridiculous little man, and he had already reached out his hand. But he couldn't do anything, and he stared and opened his mouth in horror, unable to utter a sound. From the fat man he despised, a venomous snake rushed toward him. A venomous snake with long, sharp fangs opened its mouth. Without knowing how, he managed to jump back a couple of meters and fell on his butt. Everyone around him froze as the snake wriggled on the floor, inexorably approaching. Its tail emanated a cloud of smoke from the necklace of fangs around the young man's neck. It was a guardian protecting his master. There was a ringing sound, and a golden light began to emanate from the fat man's ear. It became more and more concentrated. This caused no less astonishment to the people, whose non-interference was provided by an equally amazing snake. The concentrated light gathered into a clot and turned into a golden silkworm butterfly, which froze on the fat man's fingers. He moved his fingers to send it flying toward the dying man. The butterfly became a golden thread and was drawn through his nostril and disappeared. The sick man jerked his arms and legs again, wheezing in agony. It seemed to be getting worse, and now everyone could see that he was going to die. The patient's quiet. Is it over? The doctor grabbed his hand to feel for a pulse. It was weak, but it was there. The horribly dark veins in his face had stopped bubbling and started to disappear. Everyone watched the change with bated breath. There was a glimmer of hope. But there were still unanswered questions, and the answer to them could only be given by this fat man who could do the impossible. His answer was brief and bred terror. For magic is the control of directed death. All insects, crawling and growing poisonous creatures are subject to it. Only the young man who was the assistant director was not afraid and continued to beg, only now Dawei, to save his boss. Only it didn't last long. To the hushed murmur of voices, he was pointed in the direction of the dying man's face. The head and articulated body of a worm-like millipede slowly emerged from his nose, and you couldn't tell it was crawling. The golden light explained the reason. Golden Silkworm had shown himself following and was pulling the already dead body of his enemy with all his might. Dawei took the immovable calf, carefully examined it from all sides, determining the subspecies of the poisonous insect. The fear and squeamishness of those around him could be felt, so concentrated did they seem. Dawei was puzzled, for to him the insects seemed quite nice, and most importantly, useful creatures, as long as they didn't bite. This time he was bitten by a golden silkworm. He hovered a golden lump as if speaking to his master and demanding something. Dawei held out his lute to him. The golden silkworm swirled, eating and seeming to dissolve the results of the other's magic, and pulled itself back into its master's ear, disappearing. The light surrounding it disappeared as well, Gone was the wonder, and everything became so ordinary. So when Dawei pulled out a blue pea of a pill from under the scarf that girdled him in the manner of a belt, no one thought to stop. The pill was dropped into the immovable man's mouth, spreading a disgusting bitterness and tartness across his tongue. His body jerked suddenly, his eyes opened, and in a moment he was coughing uncontrollably. Spittle and blood splattered in every direction. All the people rejoiced and felt relieved at the sight of how, with support true and staggering, but their colleague got to his feet. Director Lin didn't realize where he was, what was wrong with him, or why there were so many cheering people around. Only his aching muscles and severe weakness hinted that he was the cause. But he was quickly enlightened. The aspiring actresses, the talented girls in his project, pointed to his compartment mate as his savior. Staggering and leaning on his assistant's arm, he walked over to Dawei. He didn't know how to thank the man who had saved his life. Dawei hesitated for a moment. The price is usually quoted before the job is done. Here, it was like a good deed had been done. His gaze fell on Maimei. For his help, he decided to demand information about the reasons for her panic-stricken fear of the producer. It turned out that she had heard something, scraps, but had been spotted at the wrong time and had run away. Dawei was satisfied with the answer. This confirmed his suspicions that the executive producer was involved in the story, and that the visit of the unknown master of Ugo was to be expected from him. Meanwhile, producer Ian was freaking out. His plans had been ruined again by the already hated fat man, and now the master he had paid well for the death of the man who had gotten in his way should have been called in. A survivor. So he went to the next carriage to a gentleman who called himself Master of Ugo. Let him deal with the man who had questioned his skill. But all the aplomb had gone when he saw his performer, and the confident, cocky executive producer turned into a complaining boy. Master of Ugo was not alone. A tall and graceful woman, in a national dress never seen before, accompanied him, served him, answered for him. She answered. Her voice was the same, soft with a slight hissing note. Master of Ugo shook his head in agreement. It was not a question of dealing with a competitor who was ruining his reputation, but a duty. He played with his dagger, and dozens of scolopendras moved on his head in time with his movements. Some were crawling, looking for their place on his shoulders and knees. It was frightening. Dawei was enjoying a delicious chicken leg in the company of Director Lin and his assistant at a richly set table for the occasion of his recovery. The energy spent on treatment had to be replenished, and the food disappeared in him as quickly as paper in a shredder. After taking a moment, the director still tried to find out the circumstances of his ailing condition. Dawei, reluctant to break away from the saturation, in turn inquired about the reasons for the conflict with the executive producer. It was important for him to know. He had already gotten into a conflict with the other master of Ugo by his actions, and he understood that. The question was whether it was worth taking things to their logical conclusion. There was no reason. The usual squabbling over control of the production and the cast. Why did it lead to a desire to kill? The director Lin couldn't find the answer. That calmed Dawei down. Although it was clear that meeting another master was unavoidable, at least a good man was not harmed, and he tried to reassure the director that all the bad things were behind him. But the director was still tormented by the feeling that he didn't know how to thank the man who had saved him. He obviously wouldn't take money. But what about a professional favor? He knows all the famous actors and actresses in the movie world and could get a personal meeting for his savior. In trying to learn Dawei's personal preferences, he discovered his glaring gaps in his filmography. This confused him, but he made a second run and clarified who exactly he liked from the domestic movie stars. Dawei hesitated for a moment. He didn't understand why he was being asked about his preferences. They didn't have a television in the hut, and he only had a phone in his hands when teacher was away on business for a couple or 3 days. So he wasn't a connoisseur. But the interest aroused only movies of a certain kind, which are always liked by young people. So he named a few names that stuck in his memory. The director didn't understand anything, as he was obviously not familiar with such actresses. But the assistant director suddenly became embarrassed and coughed. Dawei continued to earnestly list who he liked and why he liked them, not forgetting to describe the favorite stories. The director's face stretched more and more in amazement. His assistant covered his face with his hand, his shoulders shaking with restrained laughter. In the end, the assistant, already crying with laughter, whispered a few words in the director's ear, embarrassing him completely. Lying on his bed at dusk, Dawei waited for the night to finally cover the sky with darkness, and his competitor would arrive. But at about midnight he got up, left the compartment, and went to the director Lin. It occurred to him that they might try to kill his rescuer just out of spite, to spite him, and nothing is as frustrating as a job done in vain. Toth slept peacefully. His tired face and the day's experience guaranteed a deep and long restorative sleep. The three men strode purposefully through the empty midnight corridors of the train. As masters of life and death, they did not shy away from the loud footsteps or the attention of the late passengers. A passing lantern illuminated the figures of the newcomers and singled out one of them, whose arms were covered with poisonous scolopendras like unknown bracelets. A faint smile froze on his lips, and his whole look spoke of superiority and inexorability. Dawei was prepared and focused. Self-confidence is good, but he who underestimates his opponent loses. But he had figured out how to surprise the unknown opponent. The door slid open, and a dark figure entered the unlit compartment. She walked in without much ceremony, and the light from the window illuminated the burgundy fabric of the suit. Producer Ian stopped at Director Lin's headboard and grinned superiorly. He would finally put an end to their relationship. Just as he turned away to close the door, the hitherto hidden director turned on the light, and blinking with half-blind eyes, he stared at his enemy. The indignation and resentment in his eyes was palpable. He did not understand what he had done to make a man he had known for so many years wish him dead. These feelings were bursting through in his voice, somewhat hoarse from sleep and trembling with overwhelming emotion. The producer leisurely glanced at the blanketed figure on the next shelf. He didn't want to talk in front of witnesses. Noted her real estate, and turning sharply to the director, he whispered furiously. All his grievances ultimately came down to one thing: money, which could have been obtained easily, but the director, by his influence, was dashing all hopes of unjust enrichment. A stirring was heard behind him. A sleeping figure suddenly sat up on the sleeping shelf, and it was the hated fat man. He asked if the colleagues had sorted everything out among themselves and where the master he had been waiting for a long time had disappeared. Just then, two skinny figures stepped through the open compartment door, a man and a woman, and power swirled around them, invisible to the human eye, but felt to Dawei as something tangible and pressing. He also noticed venomous scolopendras walking around the man's body like people do on walks in the park. They hung in his hair and swayed like dreadlocks. Dawei stared at the unprecedented spectacle of wearing insect corpses in his hair, so much that he almost missed the question he asked with an insolent sneer. It turned out that he was being sought. But the girl's compartment was locked. The master was glad that now he wouldn't have to look for anyone. He demanded an answer, who he was and why he had allowed himself to interfere with his work. Dawei absent-mindedly introduced himself. He was puzzled by two opponents instead of one. He hadn't expected a woman, and now he was figuring out how to get out of this situation. The information he received did not impress the scolopendron bearer, but it alerted the woman. She remembered something and wanted to say something, but she was brushed aside. Big money was at stake, and nothing could compare to it. The incoming master began to gather power to strike. An invisible wind lifted the flaps of his cloak. A black mist began to concentrate in his hands. But Dawei didn't even get up from the sleeping shelf. He just pointed to his ear, where a golden light began to shine out, suggesting that the alien wasn't the only one with power. And it would be suicidal to get into a fight here, on a train, with all the people around him getting hurt. Fearfully angry, his colleague looked at him and did what he could. He threw the largest of his scolopendras and the most venomous one at his face. For Dawei, it was as if time had slowed down. He stared at the scolopendra flying toward him, trying to recognize its species and toxicity level, and the enemy was triumphant in anticipation. He had already seen in his imagination how death would overtake the insolent man, how he would kill the director and leave to spend the money in his bank account. At the same time, there was a startled shriek from the director's side and a satisfied chuckle from the producer's side. And the scolopendra itself flew into Dawei's palm, and only the fingers squeezed just below its head. So it couldn't bite now. It was unexpected, and it was a great surprise that everything was done with unnoticeable speed. R1 and done. And her cocked body is already wriggling frantically, trying to get free. Her hand is squeezing harder and harder, raising it to eye level. He brings it to his mouth, and his strong teeth bite off the head with poisonous chewing. Everyone around him even flinched at the sound of crunching. They stared at the mouth of the chewing Dawei with squeamish interest, but it didn't seem to be dying. He chewed on the bitten head, thoughtfully realizing the taste. Then he took a few bites and finished it off. He rose slowly from his seat, preparing to strike back. He looked into his opponent's eyes, forcing him to involuntarily retreat and assume a more attacking posture. Which didn't come in handy, because that inscrutable fat man dashed faster than the wind in a mad leap. His fingers closed around his assailant's throat and squeezed. They lifted him off the ground, depriving him of his footing. This incredible inhuman force was so terrifying that the producer did not even realize how he was suddenly warm between his legs from fear and a stain on his expensive pants. A wheeze, gradually turning into a sneeze, he wriggled in the strong hand like his own scolopendra. Was Dawei thinking of giving up his life to this man? Rage certainly filled his eyes, but he also realized that leaving behind this unscrupulous, self-righteous, insolent power wielder would create a lot of problems for himself in the future. His woman only swallowed convulsively and stepped back a couple steps. What could she do against the inhuman strength of the young man? And also the rippling specter of the serpent guardian, always ready to protect his master, manifested above everyone. Dawei turned his head toward her, giving her a quick glance and expecting some kind of action. But he realized immediately that there wouldn't be any, and returned his attention back to his opponent. His face was already blue and foam was dripping from his mouth. No pulse could be felt. He was dead. So he threw the body to the floor. He turned his whole body toward his remaining foes. The muffled thud of the fallen corpse accompanied this action. This sound was enough for the director to recover from the sight that had horrified him to the very core of his being. Now he had a new look at the funny and pleasant young man who could have been his son. And the others slowly knelt down, bending their backs in a bow to the very ground and begging for their lives. Dawei looked at the woman more closely now. She seemed familiar. They had met before. Turns out, yes, she was the daughter of the fourth student of their shared teacher. That explained a bit about why she was so relaxed about the presence of arthropod creatures. This news made him relax somewhat, remembering his childhood and the little girl who had once come and played with him. Now the girl was bowing down in humiliation before him, and she hadn't done anything wrong. She didn't even know who she was going to meet. So he decided to forgive her, and began to pick up from the floor with welcoming words, as if he had just seen it. A sincere smile appeared on his face. The producer kneeling next to him was even stunned by this turn of events. But those had already shifted to the positive side, and there were options for a not-so-bleak future for which he had already prepared himself. Dawei scratched the back of his head, not knowing what else to say. The atmosphere didn't seem to be conducive to pleasant conversation. The corpse was lying behind him. But the anger had already faded. His childhood friend bowed gratefully to him one last time, and now all that was left was to deal with the aftermath of everything that had already happened. Fortunately, the train was approaching an intermediate station where it was possible to get off unnoticed. The corpse of the unlucky master was packed in a tight clothes cover. It was supposed to be thrown out of a train window, somewhere far away. After the woman got off at the station, so as not to draw a police investigation. But the main culprit of what happened, the producer, it was stumped how to punish him. It's not like taking his life. He sat on the floor against the wall, pathetic in his powerlessness and insignificant as a man who had decided to commit murder by other people's hands, and his pants were soaking wet, which added to the tragedy of the picture. Dawei and director Lin looked at him with some squeamishness. They couldn't believe that this was the cocky man who used to overwhelm everyone with his aplomb. It was best to punish with what one loved the most. Dawei knew that, remembered how he had suffered when he had been forbidden to climb the cliffs in search of poisonous snakes and insects and ordered to clean the house. What do producers love? Power, money, and women, of course. The standard gentleman's package. In other preferences, he was not seen. I just have to choose. Impotence is not a problem, but he doesn't have the right ingredients. He's got the power, that's his job. But money, the decision was announced immediately, and drove the producer Ian into despondency. The money that was to be spent on the murder was to be spent on comfortable accommodation, entertaining trips, and 3 meals a day for all the members of the film crew, including the actors. Dawei heard his childhood friend return. She had gone to pack her things. There was something to say goodbye, something kind and comforting. Her bowed figure was full of inexpressible grief, regret, and despondency. So I could only wish her a good journey, send greetings to her relatives, and assure her that everything would get better in her life. She got off at the station. From the window of the train, she could clearly see it moving away, bending under the weight of heavy bags, and the cold dawn wind blew the billows of her cloak. What was she thinking at that moment? About the murdered man and unfulfilled plans for her life, or about returning to her father's home, or regretting the circumstances of meeting an old friend? Who knows? But her thoughts were not happy ones. The new day was gloomy and there were storm clouds in the sky. Dawei and director Lin did not meet again until lunchtime. After taking care of all the necessary business, they went to sleep after the night's activities. Dawei, as the youngest, was the first to politely ask how the director was feeling. In response, he was asked how he was feeling after being bitten by a poisonous beast. He was confused. He, accustomed to poisons from a young age, had no idea why his snack was bothering his traveling companion so much. The answer even touched him. It turned out that he was treated like a son, and so his concern could be considered sincere. Opening a bag of crackers in a mutual, friendly way, he suggested we drop the officiousness and call him, like everyone close to him, Fatty. The director refused. He had too much respect for his savior. He was also intensely interested in him as a man. He had never met anyone like him before. Holding out a bag of peanuts, a treat, the director bluntly asked me to tell you about myself, if possible. This request even pleased him. Dawei was still not well-oriented in his new surroundings, and he wanted to hear the wise advice of his lifelong companion, who was kindly inclined to him. After thinking about it, I started by saying that his life story is pretty boring because he's lived on the Mountain of Spirits for as long as he can remember. It is a paradise for any naturalist. There are many hills, covered with dense forests and turning into cliffs. The view from the mountain itself would make any artist happy. It is so beautiful there. Fresh air and clean water in the streams. But only the animals and birds are too frightened. It is hard to catch up with them, and it is impossible to see them just like that. They scatter. But he still knows everyone living there by sight, so to speak. He especially likes spiders. All different sizes and colors, they wiggle their legs in a funny way and weave webs, which can then be used as ingredients, and also their venom, legs, and feet. And in general, completely. It's a very valuable and indispensable product in his art. Snakes are no less useful. In addition to their value in the medical field, they have very beautiful and strong scales. It's a pity that they are small. You can't sew more than a pouch. Their meat is also delicious. There's plenty of herbs and mushrooms, but that's where it gets tricky. In order to collect them, in the right season, you have to work for days, looking for the right ones. Then you have to dry them, chop them up, and so on. When he was a kid, he used to play with scorpions. They were so funny. They were always trying to run away and hide. The scolopendras there are long and thick. They live in old dead stumps. Hunting them is an unparalleled pleasure. Once you eat one, you don't have to run home to eat. It's much better to sit in the bushes. Otherwise, the teacher's going to do a lot of work. Cutting, rubbing, wringing, cleaning. He's very old, but he's strong and he's got a heavy hand. And he's got a temper. The country's most famous herbalist and master of Ugo. It was worth it to hide in the bushes and run away from the shameful job. And he's behind me yelling and threatening me with all sorts of punishments. I also had to practice martial arts every morning. It was as hard as a wolf's howl. And the teacher will look and add more. There was hand-to-hand, we added sticks. There was the usual stretches, so no, let's add stones. When he grew older, he handed over a handmade snake guardian. Training with joint interaction began as well. He raced every minute he could, and he seemed to be just standing there. But it was impossible to get close and just touch him. You would immediately get a poke and fly away. And when I managed to touch him, a new stage began. Training with power. First, you had to familiarize yourself with it and learn how to release it. Then Golden Silkworm came along. Familiar is a spiritual beast summoned by the boy, who became his mirror, bound to him by power. The Golden Silkworm is hard to explain, as is why it chose his left ear as its dwelling place. And it started all over again, touching teacher at all costs, only now using his power. And all efforts were broken time after time by the outstretched hand, the palm of which was wrapped in a shield that just had to be pushed through and touched. Then there were fights. He attacked and teacher defended. The Golden Silkworm was a help, distracting as much as he could. But again and again he flew into the bushes, painfully kicking his arms, legs, and bumps against thick tree trunks. And teacher, holding up his power Golden Silkworm, demanded to get up and get down to business again. Hand-to-hand was over when there was no more strength to move. And power control training began. It is not so easy to memorize activating words, to dose and direct attention, holding a step-by-step image of the necessary actions and projecting commands. Crawling from the practice clearing to the demanding call of teacher, it was hard to like and admire him. A daily mandatory tradition is the consumption of various poisons at teacher. At first, weak, dissolved to a minimum concentration, and then, when you get used to it, lethal doses, in increasing doses. This toxicity had to be eaten properly to extinguish the bitterness in the throat and stomach. So the food supply was dwindling disastrously. Recently, while drinking poison together, a significant conversation took place about the reasons that brought their fates together for such a long time and the consequences that will have to be dealt with. Chewing on a piece, Dawei once again complained that the training was very hard and he didn't understand what he was being trained for and why he was being trained so hard. He expressed a wish to spend more time on the cute little insects, because not all of their capabilities have been explored yet. Also, don't be greedy and give him those scrolls kept in the safe for him to read and experiment with. The suggestion to moderate his appetite only made him laugh. He heard this suggestion every day and on every occasion. Sitting under the shade of a 100-year-old tree, at a table made from a huge stump, and continuing to regain the strength he had spent practicing, Dawei lamented to teacher that he was omitting too much of what he should be learning as an apprentice. For example, it does not allow access to all patients, withholds diagnoses, and forbids experimentation with medicinal remedies. His insults clearly amused the old master. But he couldn't help but recognize that he was right. But a young headless master could do more harm than good. Dawei didn't think so. He wanted everything and more: knowledge, practice, and food. Food first and foremost. To turn his enthusiasm in the right direction, the old teacher decided to share some knowledge that would determine the young man's future actions. He took out and brought an old blackened scroll about the curse of the 9th moon. A child born under the 9th moon was doomed to die. Early, from a premature power outcome, or later, from the hatred of the people around him. Colossal possibilities, given to him from birth, were able to influence the child's immature soul and could transform him into a monster with manic tendencies, predisposition to sadism and destruction, total tyranny and suppression of the will of others. But with a competent mentor who could restrain a child's power away from temptation and nurture such qualities as will, justice, and mercy, this process could be slowed down considerably, becoming the best of the masters of Ugo. And such a child is he, Sun Dawei. Everything Dawei himself has to do to remove the curse of the 9th moon is recorded in this scroll. And teacher can only be his counselor in this. The mentoring period is coming to an end. Everything he could do, he has done. Dawei weighed the scroll in his hand and marveled at its heaviness and density. This is a science that may take years to learn. Wondering what he was to study, he looked at the contents. His eyes widened at what it said. More on that. He was already afraid that his whole life would not be enough to master it all. He asked teacher for help. These skills, except perhaps the first, were beyond his reach. If the others required the same amount of time, he would turn gray before he could master them all. The answer was unexpected, but natural. All these things are to be learned throughout his life. Even he, teacher, is still on the journey. After all, there is no limit to perfection. But what he, Dawei, needs to do first is free himself from the curse of the 9th moon. And the way to do that is written on page 3. Dawei thumbed through the book hastily, gazing at the faded handwritten lines. The ritual was detailed. But the ingredients. His cry echoed throughout the forest and echoed off the spurs of the nearest cliff, but the old teacher did not respond. The one, treading quietly, walked away towards the house, leaving the cry of his student's soul unanswered. Apparently he didn't know where to look for it himself. Without turning around, he wished him good luck in his search, and finally left, giving his student time to think properly. The day after the morning training session, teacher informed him that the mentoring was over, and he could pack up and go home. He gave his home address and the names of his parents, whose faces he couldn't remember for years. He said that he had arranged for his old friend Dr. Fan to meet him, and he invited me to visit occasionally, assuming that not very often and not for a very long time, just from time to time, as needed. This sudden change in attitude, the need to change my life and head out into the big wide world, upset me immensely. But the thing that angered him the most was that he had spent a whole year chasing animals and collecting rare herbs. Why? To just leave them here? Of course he was sent. Home. Gave him a good peck on the cheek beforehand to keep him on his toes. Gave him time only to gather the necessary things. That's how Sun Dawei, nicknamed Fatty, found himself at the beginning of his independent journey. After 18 years of living on the Mountain of Spirits, he took one last look at the area that had become his home. And he left without looking back, carrying on his shoulder a box filled with the things that were most necessary in his understanding and dear to his heart. And the mountain and its inhabitants said goodbye to him, a boy who was very kind and fair. He didn't kill the beasts. He only borrowed the parts of their bodies he needed for his work. Now everyone could breathe a sigh of relief. The station of his hometown, though unfamiliar, was huge and beautiful. Dawei had never seen such majestic architecture before, so he stared and walked around the building twice, scrutinizing it carefully. As a result, I didn't immediately notice a young, thin brunette about 25 years old. He was nervously pacing the platform. He kept glancing at his cell phone screen and checking the time. He kept looking at his cell phone screen and checking the time. But still, Fatty noticed him and called out to him. Director Lin also came up for a shout. The unloading of his team was quite successful. Mutual shouts of welcome spread across the platform. It had been a long time since they had seen each other, senior and younger brother. Guess which one is the older brother? So younger brother ran towards us to hug his visiting older brother as hard as he could. To hug and talk about his worries, joint plans, And of course, to ask if his young friend is hungry. The Lin director recognized him too, and was puzzled by this. How could you not recognize your granddaughter's doctor? In a flurry of emotion, Dr. Fan rushed to introduce his client and his friend. But it turned out that they already knew each other. Dawei also inquired about the circumstances of his friend's acquaintance. He was surprised by the immediately saddened faces. It turned out that the director's granddaughter, Lin, has a poorly diagnosed disease. The treatment given relieves the symptoms, but is unable to cure. And the girl is constantly unconscious. Lin has almost given up hope. He trusts only in God that as long as she is alive, there will be someone who will be able to cure his granddaughter. All the money he makes goes to treating him with more and more drugs, and invitations to big-name doctors. Of course, Dr. Fan was saddened by such disbelief and doom in his client's voice, but what could he do? After these words, the director Lin left them. It was sad to see his shoulders slumped with grief. To get to my parents' house, they had to cross the river on a bridge. There were few cars and they drove slowly. Dawei looked around with wide-open eyes. He had never been in a city this big before. Everything surprised him. The bridge, the cars, the skyscrapers around him, and even the birds seemed special, urban. As Dawei drove past the strange-looking building, he almost fell out of the window, leaning out and turning around to get a better look at the marvelous thing. The question, accordingly, was not unexpected. Everyone who saw this miracle for the first time asked this question. Talking about modern architecture and moving slowly, Fan gave the newly arrived brother a whole tour. Still, Dawei has decided that the townspeople are a bit crazy and their appreciation of beauty is beyond its control. Suddenly there was a chirp from the phone and a pleasant voice announced a change in their movement. Such services were not familiar to Dawei. After all, there are no roads in the mountains. Therefore, there is no need for navigators. City life was more surprising, startling, and heart-wrenching by the hour. It was becoming frustrating that so much had passed him by during his years in the wilderness. There was a growing uncertainty that he would learn to live here. Spacious streets, smooth roads, comfort and convenience seemed incomparably more tempting, and he wanted to blame Teacher for what he'd missed. Thus chatting, they were approaching Dawei's ancestral home. He was getting more and more nervous. He remembered nothing but vague images. His parents had visited him in the mountains a few times after he had been given to Teacher. But here, he had been in too early a childhood to remember anything. And now he was eagerly looking at the streets, the square, and the square. The people who moved along the streets, their clothes and behavior. My parents' house seemed huge from afar. It was 2 stories high, gray like the native rocks, and it was a little reconciling to the necessity of living in it. They entered the wicket and stopped. Dawei's heart was beating faster and faster, and she wanted to delay the moment of the meeting a little longer to gather her courage. He stood in front of the entrance, hesitant to take the next step, his throat dry, his mind racing with frantic thoughts. Fan urged him on, trying to move him, but his legs wouldn't go. They were weak in the knees. Dawei realized he'd never been so afraid before. He would have stood like that, burrowed into the ground, if Fan hadn't come back for him and pulled him along. I was very anxious about meeting people I didn't know. After all, you have to talk to them about something. The words, as if by misfortune, did not come to mind. There was something, some scraps of phrases, but somehow they didn't form into sentences. The idea, as always, came by chance. Why does little brother look puzzled? Did he say something wrong? The doorbell rang. While they waited for a response, Dawei was exhausted, waiting to see if anyone was home. But footsteps were heard, and there was hope for a miracle, that he was remembered and welcomed here. And he had not come in vain. The door was opened by an old man. A half-head baldness and glasses made it hard to recognize his father. But his father recognized him, and he was glad. He felt so relieved and light and festive at once. When they entered the house, it was noisy and crowded, and the joyful exclamations filled the hallway and rang through the whole house with a festive chime. How much I wanted to both ask and tell that there were not enough words. And there was confusion, and everyone kept interrupting each other. But when the mother rushed to her son's neck and hugged him tightly, kissing him and almost crying with joy, it was finally clear that he had come home after all, because home is where we are loved. And here, he was loved. Dr. Fan looked on with mortification and joy at the moment of the family reunion. But his business for the day was done, and it was time to leave. He agreed to meet the next day and left the house. And all the way to the hospital, he experienced those moments of real happiness that he had seen today. Suddenly, a young girl, almost a teenager, came down the stairs from the second floor. The sight of her was indescribable. Everything about her was too much. Too colorful hair, too bright, too tight a t-shirt, and, in contrast, too drab jeans and a rough leather jacket with rivets and skulls in every possible place. She didn't like Dawei right away. But that wasn't what bothered him. He couldn't figure out who this girl was or what she was doing at her parents' house. The mother, setting the table, pulled her daughter aside. That's when the secret came out. It turns out he has a younger sister. This fact caused a storm of indignation in both of them. They were so different that the reaction was identical. All through lunch, the sister kept her eyes on her brother. She tried to realize the change, to understand her feelings, and to plan her future actions. She appreciated his unfashionable outfit, the stinky animal skin on his shoulders, the faded t-shirt, and the shawl around his waist was lame. She liked the necklace made from the teeth of unknown creatures, though, and the heavy bracelets on her arm were nice, and the neat hair. It wasn't fashionable, but it suited the guy. But he's fat. Determined to put him in his place, she invited her brother into her room. There were surprises there for the unprepared person. Some were at least a minute out of there, realizing exactly what they were seeing. But it was not so easy to tear him away from the table of food. He chewed, and he didn't get up even after the third, irritated reminder. I had to grab him by the arm and pull him up the stairs to the second floor. When he looked over the girl's shoulder at the room, he was stunned. In fact, he almost tried to leave, taking a step back. There were women's things scattered on the bed. He had never seen women's things in kind, so to speak. The bra in particular was a real pain in the ass. But the skulls, to be honest, I'm not impressed. Mock-ups, and not very realistic. Here he is in the mountains. Those were skulls, yeah. He glared at the bra again, and the panties that had fallen off and were lying on the ground. His throat was dry, and he had to swallow and force himself to look away. On the other side, against the wall, was a huge terrarium. Daylight bulbs warmed its inhabitants. As Dawei moved closer and pressed his nose against the glass, he took a closer look at what species the snake belonged to and estimated how toxic its venom was. Sis waited with anticipation for the outraged reaction. Even her mother and father were afraid to go near her hobby. But my brother looked at the inhabitants of the terrarium with fascination and interest. He was fascinated by the little snakes. Then she decided to influence the more terrifying inhabitant of her room, a poisonous spider she had secretly hidden from her parents. His brother only leaned in, scrutinizing, and no other reaction. This calmness was already straining him. Suddenly the spider rolled up its legs, shrank all over, picked itself up, and suddenly jumped on Dawei's nose. How Sis shrieked in surprise. She was really scared. The spider was poisonous and could bite. She was afraid of it herself. She just wanted to brag a little about her courage and scare her brother. Repenting of her actions, she sincerely asked for forgiveness. She was also worried about how to remove the spider without consequences. But her brother managed it on his own. Without fear or strain, he held the spider on his index finger and grinned at it contemplatively. And then he offered to look at his pets, which he had carefully carried from the mountains in a carefully closed crate. Wendy liked the idea. She was generally interested in people who were squeamishly called that filth by others. She didn't find them repulsive. She was just a little afraid of them because she didn't always know how to act around them. Leaning against the box, Dawei hesitated for a moment. It was a girl, after all, and girls are always afraid of snakes and insects. What if she screams? But given her pet peeves, There was no expectation of that, and he carefully lifted the lid. The box was filled with snakes mixed with scorpions, scolopendras, and spiders. How they didn't devour each other during the 24 hours on the train is beyond my comprehension. Apparently Dawei knew how to transport them together safely because they were slow and calm. First, he pulled out of the box a long black snake with a rattle on its tail, his favorite. It was the most poisonous. While looking at the snake with concern, he did not immediately notice that his little sister was no longer around. She had hidden behind a nearby chair and was looking at them fearfully. The rattle on his tail shook. Her little sister shook too. Dawei was puzzled. Her fear seemed strange, for she was also the owner of a snake with snake cubs. Yes, his would be more poisonous. But who cares? He was also so eager to show off his pride. Trying to save face, she asked to look at the spider. At least she knew how to deal with it. Not like a snake of a species she didn't know. Yes, indeed, his spider was much larger. The sight so inspired my little sister that she even moved closer. They had fun watching the spider move, touching it with their fingers. And at that moment, it occurred to her that they weren't so different. They even shared a hobby. She was suddenly interested in his life. How did he live? How many spiders had he seen and where? What were they like and what did they eat? In response, she was told the story of how the spider hunt had happened. Creepy as hell. Oohing and eyeing in particularly chilling places, she even thought she was being poured on for awesomeness. Especially when he admitted to eating them, the poisonous ones. And generally laughed that the spider had poisoned his brother as a particularly original joke. But in his brother's hand, the spider seemed so humble and docile, and even seemed afraid, constantly squinting in his direction. The amazing thing was that he heard and responded to his brother's commands. He obeyed everything and did not run away. This raised Dawei's prestige in her eyes to an unprecedented height. He was flattered that a beautiful girl, his sister, was interested in him. He was flattered that the beautiful girl, his sister, was interested in him, and he wanted her attention even more. The sister, believing in her brother's coolness and not knowing about some one-sidedness of his life experience, thought that he would support her second hobby as well. Dawei remembered his ride in the younger brother's car. Did he enjoy it? He liked it. Then you could say he loved it. Her sister noticed this slight hiccup too and started teasing her brother. She wanted to look the coolest too. At this teasing, Dawei joked that he was the king of the mountain trails. Who knew that his sister had never set foot in the city and didn't know that there were no trails in the mountains? And to some extent it was true. He knew better than anyone how to move quickly and easily through the surrounding mountains and rocks, but not by car. So when his sister's eyes sparkled brightly and she suggested going to the races in the evening, he didn't see the catch. He was curious himself. New experience, new knowledge. That's how, holding the scientist's spider in his hands, he got involved in the first car race of his life. But he didn't realize it yet. The abandoned driving range was empty and sad. The horizon was still bright, but the stars had already appeared overhead. The evening wind echoed among the buildings and swept away the day's dust from the racetrack. Wendy pushed the car to the limit, squeezing the engine for all it was worth. She was driven by excitement and hope. The racetrack greeted her with green lights. Someone had lit them. That means most of the racers have already gathered and the race is on. Her brother sat next to her, in the passenger seat. She pinned all her hopes on him in finally winning. She blazed with anger and indignation. Her adversary, her enemy, was unbearable in his arrogance and self-confidence. He treated her like a nobody, looked down on everyone around him, and allowed her to speak unkindly about her swallow, her car. Dawei patiently endured his sister's frantic driving. He was jerked from one side to the other by the sharp turns. He clutched the seat with his hands and covered his eyes to keep from getting dizzy from the flurry of colors and lights. With one last sharp turn, the car came to a stop. The race fans gradually gathered and there were already 3 cars in the parking lot. Their owners, Ordinary-looking guys, but with a hint of toughness, looked skeptically at Wendy's efforts to get even with her abuser no matter what. They were professionals. What could yesterday's schoolgirl stand against them, grown up and established? Wendy was approached by her friend Lucy. It was immediately obvious that they were from the same company. The combination of bright femininity with a deliberate rudeness in the style of clothes and skulls gave away the follower. For a trendsetter, Lucy was too delicate and timid. Wendy was impatient. She had wanted to put the insolent man in his place for so long that she had inquired about his presence. The news that a new rider with unknown but already impressive abilities would ride for him today was a bit disconcerting. But Wendy had too much faith in her older brother's abilities to back down, and she didn't see him leaning heavily against the car, trying not to vomit. But Lucy did. She was puzzled by the condition of the alleged racer. She'd never heard of her friend's brother before, which was odd. His appearance, frankly, was shabby. It was as if he'd just come down from the mountains and hadn't seen more than a cart and horses. Dawei was stunned and coughed at the sudden introduction of him as a racer. Only now he began to realize that he was being called a cool racer for real. Wendy believes his silly joke and expects him to win the race. And Lucy was finally convinced that her friend was going to utterly fail with the race today. It was about time. She was sick of being overshadowed by this self-important upstart. There was the stomping of many feet and the clinking of accessories. The friends turned to look at those approaching. He was a local star, but a local star. Surrounded by the attention and reverence of his female fans, he was happier than ever tonight. His dreams were coming true, and the prickly Wendy had taken the next step toward the abyss. All that was left was a push. So, next step ask if their dispute still stands, and if and how Wendy is willing to pay him back. Dawei watched the spectacle and wondered what he should do. Events were beginning to unfold too quickly for him. He didn't know the people, and he didn't know the reason for the argument, and he didn't have time to punch people for saying such things. In the meantime, Wendy had already rushed to her car and pulled the suitcase out of there. She sniffed angrily, coming back and carrying it in her hands. She was very angry at the hint of a different kind of payback. Slamming the suitcase against the hood of the nearest car, she asked him to be careful what he wished for. After all, one could get irreparably hurt that way. There was money in the suitcase, a lot of money, and it was not clear where the young girl had gotten such a sum. This time, Chung's eyes lit up genuinely. This was exactly what he wanted. What could be easier than that? Now the business conversation was beginning, and Chung's friends pulled up, anticipating the entertainment. Of course, they didn't believe the girl would win. Everyone started placing bets, not in Wendy's favor, and Dawei, listening intently, didn't understand how anyone could be so headless and invest such money in a hopeless case. But now they had nowhere to retreat to. Lucy wanted to have fun too. She hypocritically supported Wendy in her endeavor, encouraging her, because she didn't believe in her winning either and dreamed of seeing her shame. Wendy looked hopefully at Dawei, wondering if he could handle it. Would he fail? What could he do? How could he leave his own sister? So he decided to act on the situation, at the moment only sighing in doom and reassuring her with a cheerful smile. As Wendy negotiated the details of the competition, Lucy seemed very pleased with the fact. Gloating impatience shone in her eyes. The financial matters were settled, the bets were placed. The only thing left to do was to introduce those who would actually drive the cars. After introducing his racer, Chung asked with a sneer if the girl herself would drive her car to the track. Dawei answered himself. He didn't want to be called the king of mountain trails again, and to call out a joke on his part was like making his sister look like a liar and gathering ridicule. Chung carefully looked at the fatty who had volunteered. Of course, he didn't look impressive. All the better, right? But the guys around them had heard Wendy's introduction perfectly well before, and were now cackling with speculation as to which tracks had been mastered. Chung also joined them. It was very funny, a plain-looking fat man and a fast ride. The taunts got to him and threw Dawei completely off balance. So he pulled out the last of his money and made his bid to win. And while Chung was stunned at the sight of the sum he was given, it was half of what he could afford to spend on dinner. Dawei replied that these races are not worth more than that, and Chung is just throwing empty ponces, even though he himself is not capable of anything more than blabbering. These words made Chung's soul angry. His authority was based on his toughness, and that coolness had to be constantly reaffirmed. So, without further delay, they went to the cars. Both were determined to prove their case. Both cars were parked in the common parking lot and still had to be turned out for the start. The engines were warming up, and the turn signals were flashing. Everyone around them began to prepare for a never-before-seen spectacle. The god of the highway against a hillbilly who had come down from the mountains. First to the track was a white Porsche with a black hood. He passed the red Honda Wendy on the small circle, squealing the brakes on the turn, and moved to the starting line. Behind the wheel sat the man who had been dubbed the god of the track for his undoubted success in drifting. He was calm and confident. He was going to make some money tonight. And the stupid squabbles of the local fraternity didn't bother him. This is not the first time Dawei has gotten behind the wheel. Before that, he had only ridden a scooter. On the mountain roads, a larger vehicle would simply not have made it, and now he was trying to figure out where the gas, brake, and steering were. But the car, despite his best efforts, did not move. His sister finally noticed, alarmed. But she thought he just hadn't gotten used to the new car yet. It was only now that she realized that she should have put her brother behind the wheel before she signed up for the race, to get him used to the controls, and to see what he was capable of. While the sister quickly explained to her brother how to drive the car even twitched and drove a few meters to the start, but stopped again. Chung at this time began to comment on the racing conditions over the loudspeaker. He was pleased. The fatty obviously wasn't as cool as he was showing it off. So, to warm up the mood of the audience, handsomely added that the race would have no rules at all. Immediately after his words, the red Audi sped off, not even reaching the starting line. It was Dawei who, out of habit, pressed the gas pedal too hard, and it was after her that the white Porsche started according to all the rules. However, the outrage over the false start was immediately quelled. Chung himself announced the race without rules, and this act of Dawei was quite fitting in the context. The professional driver behind the wheel of the white car did not expect such a sudden change in the race rules. That's why he started late. He was annoyed at this setup and now tried his best to narrow the gap and overtake his competitor. It was immediately clear that the rookie lacked skill on the track. His car was moving from side to side and he was losing both speed and distance. At the turn, the Porsche easily overtook on the outside lap and tried to close the space for the competitor to maneuver. He was confident of his victory. The title of God of the Track was not given for nothing. So he turned his head away haughtily so as not to look at the newcomer's pathetic efforts. The overtaking was almost complete. My head was spinning with easily earned money and plans on how and with whom to spend it. Everyone at the finish line flinched and cringed at the rumble and the metallic scraping that followed. But no other sounds were heard. So everyone thought that the fat man had hit something on the new and untraveled highway. Chung didn't even think of worrying. He was confident in the skill of his driver, whose confident driving he had seen only a couple of hours ago. The silhouette of a car appeared in the distance. It was still far enough away to see, but it was moving strangely, too slow and jerky. The car drove into a lighted spot, and everyone saw that it was red. But what a mess! The fender was crumpled, the hood was dented, and the engine must have been damaged. Chung felt sick, and another can of beer nearly slipped from his weakened fingers. It was a failure. As the car got closer, it became apparent that it was being pushed by a fat man, and Wendy was sitting proudly on the hood. Dawei, panting, pushed the car to the finish line. That was already considered a clear victory, even with a man-powered engine. Still pale from the stress of watching Dawei try to steer, Wendy was pleased. The result was heartwarming. Even so, they had won. A tired but happy Dawei reminded Cheng of the condition of the bet. He still won it, even if no one was expecting it. In response, he only heard Cheng's rude scolding. He was frantically thinking of ways to avoid paying the money while he was cursing. By this time, the second car had been pushed. It looked even more damaged than the red one. Its driver was covered in bumps and scratches. The accusations came in hailstones. There were colorful descriptions of all the violations and complete lawlessness on the track, which Dawei had arranged. The sympathetic people indignantly thrust themselves upon the woebegone. There was loud shouting and cursing. Cheng decided to take advantage of the confusion and squeeze all the money for himself. He felt the strong support of his accomplices behind him. Dawei and Wendy, of course, disagreed. The agreement is an agreement that must be honored by all parties. And the brothers kept pulling up. They were holding brass knuckles, chains, clubs, and metal pipes. A crowd of creepy men surrounded the two figures, the fat one and the maiden. Everyone was already in anticipation of a fight, but they weren't doing anything yet. A crowd of two is shameful. And Cheng did not disappoint. He did his best to get Dawei off his back so that the first punch, so to speak, would be his. Who started the fight? Fatty started the fight, and everyone else was just defending themselves. Now, Wendy was scared. She'd never had to be at the center of a man's fight before. Her popularity had protected her so far. She decided to call the police to protect her and her brother's lives. After all, it was her fault that he was here and involved in her affairs. But the phone was yanked out of her hands by Lucy, who had snuck up on her. To Wendy's amazement, she only laughed briefly. She ran up to Cheng and, holding out her phone, readily surrendered the plans of her now ex-girlfriend. The praise and approval of the coolest man in the company awaited her. The betrayal of a close friend hit Wendy hard. She didn't understand why she had done this to her. Pressed against Cheng's side, Lucy looked at Wendy with a look of triumph. It was clear at once. In the meantime, Cheng turned his attention to Dawei and his sister. At first, tears of resentment came to my eyes. Then she looked at her enemy and her former friend and felt herself, strangely enough, calming down. She saw them, in all their baseness and meanness, and now they had no place in her life. And why waste her emotions on nothing? Cheng's fantasies have gone wild. After all, he still hasn't managed to break Poison Thorn's resistance. And it only now dawned on Lucy that Cheng had never been interested in her. His attention was just a way to get close to Wendy. Cheng didn't hide it. Before, he was cautious because Wendy enjoyed a certain authority, but now he had the opportunity to take everything for free. His plans were plain and simple. He was already showing them off. He knew her brother wouldn't stand for it. He couldn't resist, but instead of a trivial punch to the jaw, he grabbed his finger in an elusive motion. Quickly, he pulled it to the opposite side of his palm, jerked it sharply, and the finger broke with a crunch. Cheng's scream echoed throughout the neighborhood. It was loud, long, and with a howl. His finger remained sticking out the other side. The brothers sprang into action. They stepped closer to the center of the circle and raised their weapons to strike. Dawei was also mentally prepared. Only calculating his actions in a fight with the crowd, he was a little slow. He didn't want to call on his power here. These guys didn't look like strong fighters. They were just a bunch of gopotas, and the methods they used were ordinary. Pushing his right hand away from the face of the nearest green hedgehog, as for the sake of brevity, he decided to call it for the needle-like hair sticking out. He kicked the black and yellow one out of the fight. The hedgehog family was shamefully knocked out and fell to the ground. It was time for the kolobok and the horse. They too got theirs and lay down near the hedgehog family, rolling on the pavement in pain. A few more of the bratty critters were swept away in one go when the body of one of the hedgehogs hit them. In a few minutes, they were all dead. The ground was stained with blood from broken noses, broken teeth, and deep abrasions, and neither bats, knuckles, nor chains helped anyone. The bratva begged for mercy. Lucy, snorting, walked away. Wendy was coming to her senses from the unexpected sight, and Cheng was numb, opening his mouth and not knowing what to do next. Dawei turned to him. He was now the master of the situation and could dictate terms, but all he wanted was justice. Chung continued to fight back. He was greedy and wasn't going to give up anything of his. This tactic had worked in the past. And now Dawei decided to press his opponent. He rummaged in his pocket, fumbling for something small and thin. He took out the poisonous millipede he had stashed away just in case. He held it up to Chung's mouth, threatening to put it there. The money appeared immediately, and Chung on his knees and with tears in his eyes begged him not to kill him. All that's left is to count them, so as not to take too much, but not to give away his own. My sister was in charge while Dawei guarded the rear. Wendy was overjoyed. They had gotten out of such a mess. Her brother had been a good protector, and they had made a lot of money. When the recounting of the 2 suitcases of money was finished, the approaching sirens of police cars were heard. The police officers, talking on walkie-talkies, quickly coordinated their actions to apprehend the promised gang. With pistols in hand, scattered to every nook and cranny, searching for every living soul on the driving range. Of course, Dawei and Wendy were also detained, even though they looked harmless enough. But if the order is to detain everyone, so they detained everyone, but they also handcuffed the thugs, even though they were beaten up. Immediately, on hot traces, a search was conducted. They didn't find anything particularly criminal, even though they tried. So soon, all the detainees were piled into cars and, without much ado, taken to the police station. Those who have been to a police station have noticed a special atmosphere of gloom and doom, sometimes, and a carefully restrained anger, and so too did the gang become despondent as they waited to be questioned. Dawei was already in the interrogation room and was being questioned by 2 young officers. So far, only background information. It was the first time he had been arrested, and the first time he had been to the police. Everything was new and strange. He was also very worried about his sister, who was still in the hallway. While the officers asked all sorts of nonsense, Dawei scrutinized them, noting the remarkable similarities. Wondering if they were related to each other, he did not immediately hear and answered the question asked twice. This caused some irritation to the men who were tired from a long day's work. It was nearing midnight. I wanted to rest, and there was still 3 hours of work sitting in the corridor. The answer was clearly unexpected. And I don't know if it's a joke. If it's a joke, it's inappropriate. Realizing what he had blurted out, Dawei immediately wanted to take it back. He didn't want to annoy those disgruntled officers even more. Turning over a sheet of the report, the policeman began his interrogation. He was, of course, interested in the sequence of events that had taken place that evening, and in the role of the person under investigation. Dawei started talking about going with his sister to see the underground races. Suddenly, he thought that if they were underground, he probably shouldn't have said anything about it. But that information was already on the record, and there was nothing left to do but tell the rest of the story. But Dawei decided to be careful and significantly downplayed its culpability in the incident, and he decided to conceal his sister's role. Of course, the police officers didn't believe it. They had other testimonies of the detainees that said the opposite, and most importantly, money as material evidence of law violations. That was a problem. It was a pity about the money. I mean, it had come so hard, and Wendy had brought some of it. I had to tell the truth in a slightly edited way, one that wouldn't hurt her and her sister in the future. About how the evil and conniving Chung first deceived them and then wanted to take their money and hurt their little sister. That was the end of the questioning. In order to get a complete picture, the corridor of witnesses had to be interviewed. The next day, Dawei was made public the extent of his guilt and the punishment that awaited for it. He, of course, was outraged at the injustice. The money had been taken away, and they wanted to charge him a fine. But the police were not interested in his excuses. There was property damage, and it was Dawei's handiwork. And the threat of an investigation into his sister had silenced him. Still, she had gotten a huge sum of money from somewhere. So he decided to divert their attention to something else, and suggested that the policemen were obviously unaware of all the terms of the bet. The officer looked tiredly at the man who was far from understanding the letter of the law. After all, a bet is a verbal, unsubstantiated contract. It's not legally investigated. That's why racing is illegal. Dawei was then arrested and handcuffed. The new twist in his life made his heart grow cold. He had other plans for his life, and specifically for today, than spending time at the station. He was led handcuffed down a long corridor towards the cell. As they passed another office, they heard a loud yell that nearly blew out the doors and shook the glass. Shouted the superintendent of police, who was in charge of Dawei's detention with the company. So far, they have not yet had a conversation. He was talking to his informant. His tip was inconclusive, and we should expect more setups. But this opium addict loved money too much and had little fear of the police, because he was clean before the law, or rather, he was good at hiding his ends. It was pissing off the superintendent. His department had been working on the source of the contraband for weeks, but still no progress. And the one person who could give him a lead was refusing to talk. The noise involuntarily caught Dawei's attention and brought him back to the real world. There was the sound of impact. The entire staff shuddered nervously at the barrage that came from behind the closed doors, and they didn't believe that any of it would work. And Dawei had an idea on how he could get the cops to favor him to get out of the tricky situation he was in. He offered what he was a master at. To influence the will of a person was not some super problem for him. The policemen listened to him carefully and looked at each other. It wasn't a bad idea. It wasn't hard to pull off. The frustrated superintendent was no longer hoping for any progress on the case today. He'd already had a bad week, a botched racer bust that hadn't yielded the results he'd hoped for, and a stubborn junkie who knew something but refused to talk. And his superiors were waiting for the result, and almost every day they called him with an annoying question. So when the duty officer in an uncertain voice tried to get his attention, he at first thought it was the last straw in the pot of his irritation. But by an effort of will, he restrained himself and listened to the message, which raised a faint hope that the situation could be turned in his favor. A second later, the superintendent was already standing in front of Dawei. He saw the clumsy fat man in front of him. He remembered that he was involved in the racer's case. Had he heard something about smuggling? Dawei tried to convince the superintendent that he was a good interrogator, but he was already ready to grab the string. Ordering the fat man's handcuffs to be removed, he, carefully weighing his actions and hesitating in his decision, led Dawei to his informant. He sat in his chair with a calm and relaxed demeanor. He was the master of the situation and enjoyed his power over the policemen, or rather, their powerlessness to do anything about it. So the appearance of an out-of-shape fat man made him a little tense. It was strange. He didn't know this man, though he knew every rat in his neighborhood. At first, Dawei honestly said that it could make even a dead person talk. They didn't believe him, of course. This addict, even under torture from withdrawal, could keep silent and not give up information. And a wide circle of acquaintances then solved his problem with hapless extortionists. After calmly listening to his scolding and twiddling his finger in his slightly deafened ear, Dawei decided to get down to business. His hand flew in front of the interrogator's face faster than lightning. His hand swept across the interrogator's face faster than lightning. A silver acupuncture needle sticking out of his forehead like a unicorn's horn. The hissing didn't stop, but turned into a wheeze and then a howl. The superintendent present even stood up, demanding that he stop this bullying and do what he was brought here to do. Dawei, not thinking long, pressed his fingers against the secret spot on the palm of the interrogated junkie's hand. The screaming subsided. Then I let a little of my own power slip into my fingertips. I leaned in close to his face for the best effect. What the addict saw, no one knew, but his scream and his desire to jump up and run away from fear were real. He saw the god of death in human form leaning over him. The eyes and skulls burning white were frightening to the point of hiccups. And a clawed hand headed toward him to rip out his heart. Growing larger and larger, it clutched it in its fist to crush it like a rotten apple. When he was asked to tell everything, the words of confession poured out of him in a flood. Stammering and sobbing, the drug addict gave up names, passwords, and identities. The cops had no time to write down new information. The smuggling network had finally been uncovered. Toward the end, the addict was already hanging exhaustedly from his chair, but he was still trying to say something, to remember something. Even childhood stories and memories of school misdemeanors came into play. A murky string of saliva dangled from his mouth. Not wanting to listen to this nonsense, the superintendent ordered the interrogation to stop. Enough had already been said to make a mass of arrests. Dawei briskly removed the needle from his forehead, spoke the releasing words, and snapped his fingers at the addict's face. He immediately relaxed blissfully and lay back in his chair. He was happy that it was over and that the god of death was gone. The superintendent immediately went to arrest the suspected smugglers. Dawei's outcry was only met with a wince, but something had to be done. It was too early to let him go, since he didn't understand everything about what had happened, but it was worth making concessions for helping the investigation out of such a mess. So Dawei was left in a pre-trial detention cell. He was very upset by this fact. Before Superintendent Dawei returned, he had time to eat, sleep, and had already started learning how to blow bubbles with his nose. His return was accompanied by a joyous cheer in the corridor and the stomping of many feet. The superintendent himself looked very pleased. The arrests had been made, the contraband had been found. Dawei immediately jumped up from the couch, anticipating that he was about to be released. After all, the superintendent had done well. Superintendent agreed that everything had worked out in the best possible way, not least thanks to the help of Dawei. He complacently announced that he would, of course, let him and his sister go. But as Dawei stood up, ready to go, he was immediately seated by a firm demand that he first tell what exactly had happened in the conversation with the informant. He was puzzled. How to explain to a man far removed from his art exactly what had happened in the interrogation room? It was better to tell the police the truth he had learned from the results of yesterday's lie. Cross-examination quickly found those responsible for the accident, and he began to tell the truth about the technique passed down to him by the old teacher under great secrecy. But, as sometimes happens, the truth was more of a fiction, and the superintendent didn't believe his story, and he got angry too. The superintendent saw what he saw, and, as a materialist by occupation, accustomed to the fact that everyone refuses and does not answer the first time, he once again demanded to tell the truth. Dawei sat and thought. They don't believe the truth, they demand the truth. And what to say in such a case? Only to lie. When the superintendent began to press him with threats, he rummaged in his pocket, pulling out a used needle, and began to tell a tale of a terrible and powerful hallucinogen applied to her, exactly what superintendent wanted to hear. He immediately grasped the idea. He began to ask about the composition, already thinking that it could be used secretly during interrogations of the most uncooperative. I had to come up with something so convincing and puzzling that the superintendent would believe it and fall behind. He had mixed spider, scorpion, and snake body parts and fluids into his answer to superintendent, without much concern for their actual compatibility. And to top it off, he added a squeeze of poisonous plants. The superintendent knew a little about poisonous components and doubted what was said. He couldn't imagine that the deadly substances had only frightened the informant, not sent him to the other world. Dawei had to get out of it again, coming up with more and more excuses. He was already confused by what he had said. So he joked that if he further reduced the concentration to a minimum, his hallucinogen could deliver quite a few pleasurable moments to the superintendent himself, for which he was dishonorably ejected from the precinct, what he had been trying so hard to achieve all day long. It was already evening outside, and the stars appeared in the sky. Dawei took a deep breath of the sweet air of freedom. He had never had such a hard day in his life. Teacher training seemed to be wearing him out. The surprise was a reunion. His parents and sister were waiting for him outside, under the lot. Their anxiety about the circumstances and their genuine joy at seeing each other would have convinced anyone that they were one family. The mother, like all mothers in the world, was interested in whether her son had been wronged. The father was interested in the practical aspect, under what conditions he was released and what he would face in the future from the police. But Mom still wouldn't let Dad get a word in edgewise in her motherly tenderness. It had been so long since she had seen her son. He had just arrived, and here was another unexpected separation. Even for a day. But how terrible. What was Dawei to do? He tried to reassure his loved ones by downplaying the unpleasantness and extolling the undoubted virtues of the situation. And already at home, after a hearty supper and a hot bath, at the hour when the evening fog had covered the whole neighborhood, Dawei and her sister gathered in her room to discuss the results of the race and its aftermath, since their suitcases had been brought here from the police station. They stared at the pile of money with bated breath and couldn't get enough of it. The betrayal of her friend, the threats of the gang, and the night spent at the police station faded into the background. Dawei did not believe he was entitled to the money because the original bid was made by his sister. The sister didn't think she had the right to take them, because if her brother hadn't been around, she would never have gotten not only the winnings, but her own as well. And he had won the race, and the racers always share. In return, Dawei reminded her of a wrecked car that needed something to fix. They would argue for a long time. If my father hadn't walked into the room. Wendy was at once embarrassed and silent. Her father looked at her reproachfully and reminded her that since the money had been withdrawn from his account and she had taken such a large sum without his knowledge, it was only logical to give it all back. And the unjustly gained surplus, so be it, he'll put it in their own bank accounts. And he took the suitcases. Dad made them by taking all the money. After all, with age comes wisdom. Otherwise, they could have gotten into a fight. It rained in the morning. It's a good way to sleep in the morning, especially when there's no hurry. But I had to get up and walk under an umbrella to younger brother's car, who drove up, as promised, after breakfast. Sleepy, because he and his sister had talked about all sorts of things last night. Important and not so important, but interesting nonetheless. Dawei noticed that they had pulled up to the hospital. I thought they were going to a completely different place the day before yesterday. Dr. Fan reported that his patient, the granddaughter of Director Lin, had gotten worse in the past 24 hours. And since no one knows how to treat it properly anyway, he decided to bring him in to at least have a look, see if he had anything new to say. Now Dawei understood why he had asked to bring his box. The patient's condition indicators were not comforting. Dr. Fan briefly talked about them and the treatment methods while they waited for her grandfather, Director Lin, to arrive. And now the three of them were looking at the patient, trying to understand what was the cause of her sad condition. She lay there, the whiteness of her face rivaling the pillow. The ventilator kept the rhythm going. The bed seemed too big for his gaunt body. The lack of hair hinted that even extreme treatments had been tried. The friendly concilium waited while Dawei thought. He had never had to treat people on his own before. He had always had a wise mentor around him, and he was not afraid to make mistakes. The director indulged in sad memories aloud. He was tired of even crying already, and only a timid hope in the skills of his savior still sustained him. Dr. Fan finally got tired of waiting and decided to interrupt his sad story. He offered to retell Dawei the last week of the girl's life before she was admitted to the hospital. Perhaps it would help him understand how it all began. Waking up from sad thoughts, Lin described in detail, constantly going back and forth what had happened then. Her academic pursuits, friends she spent time with, her leisure time at home, hobbies and pastimes were recalled. Suddenly, something in his story seemed interesting. A girl went on a tourist trip with her friends. The director Lin became animated and dwelt in more detail on this event, to which he had not previously given importance. And then he remembered the oddities that followed. Dawei prompted him, and the old man nodded and confirmed it. Dawei was upset at first. The description of the disease was similar to what teacher had once told him about saving a patient, and the girl was pitiful. He had even tried to repeat the treatment, but he had never seen anyone with this diagnosis before. And now he had a chance to try his skills on a real patient. Dawei even squeezed his eyes shut with anticipation. With a sigh and a sly twinkle in his eye, he told Dr. Fan that he might know what was going on with the girl. He had seen such patients with teacher and even helped him with them. This news made him very excited. It was something. It was exactly what he'd dreamed of when he'd brought older brother here. And Dawei began to tell a cautionary tale he had heard long ago about a patient of his teacher. Even the intonations of a mentor slipped into his voice. But it was all being said to a little boy. And to an adult doctor, a certified specialist, this story seemed almost mocking. He wanted to hear about the treatment in normal adult language, in detail and clearly. A nurse came in and interrupted the conversation. She brought another medication for the patient. Dawei found her appearance tantalizing and almost indecent. In the mountains, one could hardly walk around in such tight and concealing clothes. Fan's attending physician immediately forbade the new medication and asked him to call his supervisor and professor of medicine. The nurse walked out gracefully, giving everyone a wary glance. She didn't like the doctor's unbalanced categorical order and the suspicious fat man in the room. There are certain rules of behavior in the hospital, such as wearing white coats and shoe covers in the wards of heavy patients, taking medicines regularly at the same time, the supremacy of the attending physician's decisions, and also control of all these processes by the head of the department. And he should have been immediately informed of any irregularities. Dawei, taking advantage of Professor's waiting, decided to run over to the car and grab everything he needed to treat the patient. And the director Lin, out of nothing to do, decided to inquire about the circumstances of the acquaintance of these two brothers, as they called themselves, and also about the intricacies of the relationship in relation to the common teacher, which seemed very confusing to him. Dr. Fan had a hard time explaining certain decisions to teacher that didn't always seem logical. So he began the story with himself, his reasons for seeking mentorship from this extraordinary man. Teacher's age was shocking. No one had ever seen such long-lived and quite healthy independent people. Having learned about this phenomenon in my time, I wanted to study it. The old herbalist knew a lot and could suggest a recipe for the elixir of longevity. In addition, I wanted to improve my skills and, having learned something, perhaps contribute to science. As a student, you always dream of great things, and you grab every opportunity that comes your way, and teacher needed a babysitter. He was about to take Dawei away from his family for training and move far away from civilization. A woman was not suitable for life in the wild mountains, but a young man with a medical degree was. The choice was made, and, at the time, student Fan went to his summer part-time job with the best of the herb and poison specialists. Lin was outraged at the way the staff was recruited and the doctor's calmness when he brought it up. But in Fan's eyes he saw only a smile and a sad nostalgia for the unforgettable times gone by. Wild beasts that dwelt in great numbers on the mountain slopes and quietly scuttled from under every bush. The eyes of unknown nocturnal animals, so frightening with their eyes burning in the dark, and of daytime, no less horrible venomous creatures leaping and dropping on his head at the most unexpected moment. But these inhabitants of a secluded world, after certain manipulations, teacher became ingredients in the creation of invaluable drugs. And he generously shared his knowledge about diseases and their treatment from the point of view of a herbalist and witch doctor. He told me about the natural features of living things and how they could be used. He allowed me to work in his laboratory. In return, Fan did most of the chores around the house and farm. He gathered plants, fruit, and brushwood. He was not trusted to catch animals, but his main responsibility was to Dawei, a young boy with a gap-toothed smile and an unfathomable love of all things poisonous and dangerous. When he was little, they played and pranked together, often causing the teacher's displeasure by their mischief. Later, they studied literacy and applied botany with zoology, growing, running, jumping, and flying outside the walls of their home. And much, much later, when Dawei was all grown up and it was time for them to leave, Dr. Fan was recognized as an apprentice. Therefore, Dawei is the first student, and therefore older brother. And Dr. Fan is the second and younger. Suddenly, Director Lin remembered a strange woman on the train, who identified herself as the daughter of one of the teacher students. Fan didn't know anything much about the old master's disciples. He was confirming his qualifications and getting a job at the time. He had only heard of the fifth disciple when he was treating the injured. He was already a master of Ugo, but he lived in a region far away from here. National traditions are very much honored there, and the attitude towards the art of the coal is extremely respectful. Strict regulations and hierarchy are the basis of that society. Master Dada had many disciples. It was very honorable to serve the master and have the status of an apprentice, and some even paid money for it. And his school soon became the biggest. Where and how he and teacher met is unknown, but the latter pointed out to Dada the flaws in his mentoring and criticized the selection of students. And Dada held a grudge. After some time, having prepared and armed the best of his disciples, Dada came to Spirit Mountain, to get even for the offense and to prove that the number of apprentices spoke to the strength of Master of Ugo's talent. When the team led by Dada reached the teacher's house, there was no one inside. But not far away there was a child's angry yell and the harsh shouts of another older man. Dawei and teacher were arguing, raising their voices more and more. So when Dawei saw the ill-wishers, "Why, can you call people with their faces covered sneaking up on teacher from behind well-wishers?" He turned all his anger and irritation against them, applying the simplest knowledge he knew how to at the time. But it was enough to throw the attackers back a few meters and put the backs of their heads against the nearest trees. The rest were incapacitated by the golden silkworm. The golden silkworm was the only one who could see it, and the ones it touched fell, clutching bloody wounds. The others were scared. If a young boy can do such a thing, what can we expect from his teacher? So they scattered. Dada gave up on cowards who didn't even try to use the skills he had passed on to them for so long, and asked to be an apprentice, to correct his shortcomings, which he had hitherto considered his virtues. Dr. Fan's memories were interrupted by the cheerful voice of Fatty suddenly peeking out of the doorway. He had timed it just right to startle them, to stir up a little of the sad memory club. To the legitimate question of why he came back with nothing even though he went for his box, Dawei told a hilarious story. How two nurses chased after him, trying to pack him in a white coat and shoe covers, and the kind man at the reception did not give him away and went to get Dawei's things himself. After a while, the door opened and a gray-haired old man entered the room. The administrator followed him with a heavy box. After mutual introductions and sending the receptionist away, everyone started looking at each other. Professor had seen the young, unlettered youth, but Dr. Fan had recommended the one he had fervently recommended, so he decided to listen to the guy. Dawei, on the other hand, felt very insecure in front of the gray-haired old man. Even his beard was almost the same as teacher's. Talking extensively about the alleged causes of the patient's illness felt like an exam and made him very nervous. He listed the symptoms and the sequence in which they occur, as well as possible outcomes with and without treatment. Professor thought for a moment. This young man made him doubt his own conclusions about the patient's illness. His thought was interrupted by his colleagues who had just entered, cutting short their spontaneous concilium rather abruptly. Dr. Fan, as the attending physician, stood up to take the blow for himself. Dr. Fan, the head of Dr. Fan's department, looked at everyone with a humiliating heavy gaze. He was unreasonably angry and had a negative attitude towards everything that happened here beforehand. A nurse accompanied him with a satisfied look. Dr. Fan became alarmed. He and the superintendent had clashed before on various occasions, most often on medicinal matters, because Fan often used unconventional methods. But now the matter was much more serious, for a stranger, and by no means a doctor, had been admitted to the room. And rightly so, the superintendent began his speech by praising the esteemed hospital and Dr. Fan's shameful fascination with unconventional methods of treatment. Continued about the violation of regulations and bringing visitors to the hospital without the proper clothing and shoes. And when he accused Dr. Fan of unprofessionalism because he canceled the medication that was the only thing keeping the patient alive. The man couldn't stand it and told him in a voice shaking with rage that if the medicine didn't cure, it was worth replacing it with something else that would help. And he brought a man who knew how to do it. Then we talked about the unknown of modern science of the diagnosis, about the risks and responsibility, and the personality of the uneducated herbalist, from whom he goes like a small child. Dawei stared intently at his colleague's squabble. He dismissed the unsubstantiated accusations, but recognized that the superintendent was right about a few things. First and foremost, the risk. The girl had been ill for too long, but he was confident he could handle it. He had some secrets that could help even a dying man. And then Professor entered the conversation. At first, he thoughtfully explained the meaning of the ancient word voiced as a diagnosis, and then upset that the treatment of this disease was done in an unknown way with the help of poison, the composition of which is also now unknown. The disgruntled head of the department only spat in annoyance. The esteemed professor also got involved in near-scientific nonsense. Dawei added a couple of touches of his own to describe the causes of the disease and the peculiarities of its course. He also suggested possible reasons for how the girl got sick, how the parasite could have gotten into her system. Director Lin immediately jumped in and confirmed the reality of his assumption by pointing to the hiker. He suddenly remembered his granddaughter's words about classmates arguing over who would pull out the biggest fish. The superintendent also growled at him for being too trusting of the unsupported conclusions of an arrogant, self-taught man. Dawei also got in trouble for making unsubstantiated claims. After all, none of the girl's friends got sick. Dawei replied grimly that riverfish were not usually eaten raw, and that the girl was just unlucky. Somehow she'd gotten a contaminated raw piece that had parasite eggs in it. And since the superintendent himself cannot offer adequate treatment, so let him not prevent others from doing what doctors are not able to do. This finally pissed him off, and he turned to shouting, directly asking who was offering treatment. A healer? Who is liable if the patient dies from this treatment? The hospital? He can't allow it. And finally, how is he going to do it? By what great-grandfatherly anti-medical methods? Dawei responded by referring to Professor's words, to which he had no claim. Everything had been said correctly. The superintendent even had a heart attack, experimenting with poison on the weakened body of a dying patient. His shouting even made my ears pop. I had to stop this useless debate somehow. Everything had been said, and I didn't want to go on another round. So Dawei went on the offensive, and after reminding the head of the department that he is unable to cure the patient himself, forbids others who are able to do so, and accuses them of being unprofessional, only because he doesn't care about the patient's state of health and the possibility of curing her. The honor and integrity of the clinic is the only thing he cares about. The superintendent seemed to have a stroke. He blushed, pouted. He was about to shout something threatening in a managerial way, as Dawei addressed in turn the question, first to Fan's attending physician about his consent to treatment. He agreed without hesitation. He had already tried all his methods, and nothing helped. Then to the director Lin. The consent of the relatives is the most important thing if the patient is unconscious. Of course he agreed. It was still fresh in his mind how Dawei had treated him, and he had cured him even in his hopeless condition. To soothe the head of the department's heart, he even offered not to file a lawsuit in case of unsuccessful treatment. There was nothing left to lose anyway. Placing a hand on his shoulder, Dawei reassured him that there was no reason to worry unduly, and everything should go well. Walked over to his box, delivered by the receptionist earlier. He mumbled consolingly that he had some experience with healing. Professor immediately reacted to his words. He was amazed that knowledge that was considered lost was being successfully applied by this young man. And no one knows anything about such achievements? But the earth is full of rumors. So, there are those who can confirm the cure, confirming the fact of existence of such a disease. What could Dawei say? Patients didn't come to Spirit Mountain very often. It was necessary to practice on something. The stunned professor and the superintendent probably thought the same thing. So similar were the expressions on their faces. Finally, the box was opened, but it somehow caused them to freeze in a stupor. For different reasons, though. Professor, because he saw very rare exotic gastropods filling the box to the top. There were snakes, ants, scorpions, spiders, rare species of them, gradually exterminated over the centuries because of their usefulness. And it was incomprehensible how, but they were quietly all together in one box. The professor froze because he saw the rare venomous creatures that were in his hospital right next to him. And while the professor admiringly looked at the individual specimens, he felt sick with fear that now all of them would crawl out of the box into the corners, scare away patients and staff. The catching service would have to be called, and the hospital would be quarantined. Shame. Dawei saw a scolopendra lurking among the snakes and pulled it out, taking it by the jointed body with 2 fingers. He was even glad when he noticed her, for by this time he was hungry from the long concilium and accompanying debate. So without a moment's hesitation, I brought her comatose, weakly moving body to my mouth and took a bite. The very process of eating a poisonous creature impressed the head of the department so much that he started to feel sick and wanted to get out. He rushed toward the restroom, covering his mouth with his hand and holding back his gagging. The nurse hurried after him. Dr. Fan, who was unimpressed by a trick he had seen more than once, besieged Dawei, but it was after the superintendent had been dishonorably banished. Before that, he had watched with pleasure. And now from the box appeared a real miracle, a serpent, for its hood in the form of wings and pelt, casting blue, nicknamed Heavenly. Professor gazed in awe at this creature, so rare that he had only seen it in a picture in an old book. There was silence in the ward. Everyone was waiting for Dawei's next move. Only the instruments beeped rhythmically, and the ventilator sighed noisily. Dawei pulled back the blanket, revealing the patient. He took a closer look and saw that the right leg was the one he would have to work on. It was the one the snake-like gaze was pointing to. And led a snake on the bed with an admonition to bite. The venom of this snake was low concentrated and did not threaten immediate death. Unfolding itself from its master's hand, the serpent froze, searching for somewhere to latch onto. He was looking for the widest bloodstream for his venom. Finding an artery and a vein in close proximity, he immediately bit it, and the poison began to spread from his teeth in all directions, carried by the blood. It was also time for Dawei to begin her part in curing the girl of the parasite that had taken up residence in her body and was slowly poisoning its host. He took out acupuncture needles and placed them between his fingers. The so-called cat's paw was a very effective method for fast-paced, large-area work. I tried on the girl's leg, which had snake-bite holes on it. The girl's leg was already swollen and blue and swollen, and began to jab his needles into her alternately, closing and opening the bloodstream to get the poison moving in the right direction. Asked the serpent to take another bite, above the knee, to keep the parasite from rising above that spot, and thrust 3 needles into this place at once, cutting off both the artery and the vein so that the poison would not spread further. Professor and Dr. Fan were stunned, looking at his technique and interaction with the apparently tame snake. The needles in his fingers glittered with a silvery light, and their flickering glare was no worse than hypnosis. Dawei's hands seemed to multiply, and the needles in them fluttered in different directions, as if they were a natural extension of his fingers. Precisely and quickly poking into the patient's body from the right, left, above, and at a specific angle, targeting blood vessels and nerve endings. Dr. Fan had seen this before, so he quietly asked his professor what was so surprising about ordinary acupuncture. He was a recognized master himself. He told me it was an unusual acupuncture. He had read about it in the old books of his teacher in his distant youth. About ancient masters and emperors who were treated with traditional medicine and a special method of acupuncture. Fan looked at older brother respectfully. Needle Sparks and Heavenly Serpent as assistants. He was even sweating from the exertion. Professor went on to talk about the rarity of such knowledge and the masters who are able to translate it into reality. And Dr. Fan became interested in what his older brother's coolness was. So even the old master began to respect him. As a colleague, at first it didn't seem to say anything unusual about the points where the nerve nodes responsible for certain processes in the body are located. The whole point was that the needles had to be stuck not somehow, but knowing not only where but also how, in order to get exactly in the right place. Professor, stroking his beard, wondered who Dawei had practiced on and how much to achieve such skill. The one who was concentrating on manipulating the needles didn't answer at first. He had to activate a few more points for the patient's speedy recovery. But then he removed one of the lowest needles on the girl's leg, watched for a reaction in the form of a slight tremor, and turned back to his audience. We had to wait a while longer. He confessed embarrassedly that he lived in the mountains and was not allowed to bully his patients. So I practiced on whatever I could get my hands on, and when they learned to hide, I had to exercise on pets, thus increasing my meat ration. He returned to the patient's feet and began to stick needles into her right foot. 1, 2, 3. And a controlling, very deep one that made her leg jerk perceptibly, and an inarticulate moan came from the girl's throat. Director Lin immediately rose to his feet and took a step toward his granddaughter's headboard, not knowing what to do or what to grab onto. After all, this was the first sound in weeks. A clear liquid poured out of the puncture on his foot, the excess poison that had carried the tiny bug outside. Everyone looked at this booger, simultaneously feeling interest and disgust. After all, it was because of the peculiarities of its development that a young and healthy girl had suffered and almost died. Meanwhile, Dawei pulled out a blue pill similar to the one he fed to Director Lin on the train, bringing him to his senses. And, taking off the ventilator, put it into the girl's mouth. Director Lin even twitched at the memory of her taste. Everyone, especially Professor, waited for the result, but so far it was not very noticeable, although the girl breathed more evenly and, blinking her eyelashes, swallowed on her own. She drifted off again, but now it was just a dream. It was true. She had been unconscious for a long time and had weakened a lot. Director Lin didn't even realize what he had just seen. And Professor thought that if the guy was using such an ancient technique, then his pill was not simple either. I wanted to study it. He was willing to do anything to get the miracle pill in his hands. He was not a poor man, to say the least. Medicine, when practiced with skill, feeds its owner well. Dawei agreed, but after thinking about it, he stipulated that, as a supervisor, he would help to resolve the conflict between his younger brother and the head of the department. Still, the latter had set himself up with bringing Dawei to his patient, and quarreling with superiors is a lost cause. Of course, Professor agreed out of joy. And Dr. Fan was touched by older brother's care and attention. He didn't expect someone to be so concerned about him. The professor pulled out his jewelry box for transporting valuable tools. But as he tucked the coveted pill away, he tilted awkwardly, and the acupuncture needles fell out of the box. Dawei looked at this wealth with square eyes of amazement. Professor didn't even pay attention. He reverently closed the box and, waving his hand absent-mindedly, presented them all to him. What is the value of gold compared to knowledge? Hiding the heavenly serpent in its proper place, Dawei casually remarked that the pills of life were not easy to create and were very painstaking, because they required many valuable ingredients gathered under certain conditions and a multi-leveled technology to prepare them. For the umpteenth time today, the sweet young man had stunned them. Now it appeared that a second rare art was in his hands as well. Such a young lad. With restrained resentment at the harsh living conditions, Dawei described how teacher bullied him into redoing everything over and over again for a month at a time. All in retaliation for a tiny experiment that put him in bed for a week. Read, almost killed the poisoner. I needed to replenish my supply of pills of life. The head of the department pressed his ear against the door. He couldn't hear very well, but he tried to hear what he could. He was infuriated by Dr. Fan's growing influence, And now his risky endeavors had succeeded once again. The hopeless patient would recover. Envy of professional success and fear of losing a warm place can do terrible things. And when they are together, then a war begins, in which only one will survive. The birds were singing. The morning mist promised a hot, sunny day, when the window in Dawei's parents' manor suddenly began to flicker anxiously with an otherworldly light. The jets of curses were approaching the locked door leisurely, lazily, barely hesitating. But they were inexorably on their way to their target. Also slowly creeping through the crack under the door, seeping in like smoke. And there was no end to them. They went on and on and on. Dawei sat in the cloud of his power and meditated. With his eyes closed, he listened to his inner world and at the same time reached deeper into that divine spark that is in everyone, but not everyone gives himself the trouble to feel it and listen to it. The forces of the curse found him, surrounded him, and covered him like a wave of the sea, enveloping him in its thinnest film, intertwining the chaos of its jets. But this effect did not go unnoticed. 2 snakeheads emerged from the ajar drawers, of which there were already 2 for comfort. Soon there were many, very many of them. Snakes crawled out, green, yellow, red, blue, and the other inhabitants, spiders and scorpions, were joining them. And everyone crawled in one direction, toward their owner, surrounding him on all sides, hearing the space and seeing the threads of power that rampaged around. The curse gradually began to become material, taking the form of a cluster of poisonous scolopendras. And soon, in the windings of the streams of magic and their bodies, an eyeless skull could be seen, looming inexorably over the young man frozen in a trance. Hordes of materialized insects were crawling over him like a ruffling coat and had already reached his shoulders. An equal number of spiders began to descend from the ceiling, eager to fall on his head and envelope the human figure in their nets. The scorpions were the first to slowly crawl toward Dawei, heavy with the curse cocoon, his own, from the box. And out of his ear flew the golden silkworm, and from its wings came a light that grew thicker and stronger, covering the snakes with a canopy, sharing power with them, and those, mouths open and hissing, began, each one, to emit a poisonous breath that affected the streams of hostile magic, tearing them apart. The scorpions finally reached the body and began stabbing it with their stingers, trying to awaken it from its trance. But the combined effort did little to help, for the curse was so strong. The spiders were still weaving their nets, and the insects were already climbing up my face. Then Dawei, still in trance, raised his hands to chest level. He exhaled, forming a blob of power in his palms, drawing it from the spark of his source. It was a bright emerald color. The clot grew larger and larger, getting bigger and bigger. It spread out in all directions, washing away the blackness of the curse with its unbearable light. At that time, Dawei flinched, coming to his senses. Power was coming back, inward, fading, disappearing. And when he opened his eyes, everything around him was unchanged. He slumped down on the bed, complaining about the weight of the endless training from the scroll that teacher had given him at his farewell. It was only the first one, and he was already exhausted. And all his animals, as long as the master did not see them, returned to their places. High attention does not guarantee a quiet life, but rather the opposite. When he heard the rustling, he jumped up and sat up on the bed, but he saw nothing new. The drawers were still in their places. He reached for the scroll again, unrolled it, and thought about the futility of his efforts. Go there, I don't know where, and find that. At this point, his musings were interrupted by his mother's call from the first floor. Apparently, she had just opened the door to a visitor. Of course, it was the younger brother who came. They agreed yesterday to solve Dawei's education problem today. And while the latter spoke excitedly about their current plans, Dawei was only concerned about one thing: his breakfast. He was up at the crack of dawn, as was his habit. He'd worked out and was tired, and now he wanted to eat. But his wish had been thwarted, or rather postponed. When his mother heard about the expensive restaurant, She even stopped setting the table, and while he was realizing his bummer, she took out a bank card from the mantelpiece, purposely left there by his father, and handed it to her son. Told as a big secret the password to it, adding that the money had been saved into his account since he was born, but here what he'd earned from racing himself so he could feel free to spend it. The car was already cutting into the main street when Fan remembered another thing he had promised to do. Director Lin didn't want to remain ungrateful for both his and his granddaughter's salvation, so I begged him to pass on a few things. On the back seat there was a rather large wicker basket, covered with a cloth napkin. When Dawei opened it, he felt pleased and somewhat grateful. The director knew exactly how to please him, to feed him well. Concerned, he asked about the sharing of the offering. The hunger was still there. He was relieved when he heard the refusal. Suddenly, lifting a bag of crackers larger than the others, I found a gold bank card. Surprised, he held it out to brother. But he complacently replied that this was the Director Lin's gratitude, and it was worth accepting so as not to offend a good man. Suddenly, he tensed up sharply, pressing the pedal with force and braking desperately. There was a man on the road in front of the car, and he wasn't moving from his position. Just a little bit more, and the accident would have become a reality. The car went into a U-turn so abruptly that Dawei was pressed against the door, slamming her head painfully against the glass. And the man in the road suddenly fell and began to sway on the pavement, hugging his injured leg. He was screaming so loudly and desperately, as if there was at least a fracture there. But Dawei hadn't felt the impact, and could have sworn the car had turned away before reaching the man. Dr. Fan didn't fall for it. He knew for a fact that he had managed to turn around before he reached this crook. A smug smile spread across the victim's lips. It wasn't the first time he'd made money this way. But when his involuntary would-be sponsor introduced himself as a doctor and offered professional help, it alarmed beyond belief. I couldn't let him examine me because that could ruin his cover story, and it was dangerous to go to the hospital with him. Corporate solidarity could lead to the police. Dawei looked at the events unfolding before him with incomprehension. Extortion was a strange way of making money. It was a strange way to make money. Extortion. Suddenly, some sort of murk caught his attention and unfolded a distinct picture. It was very much like a hallucination. Death, staring adamantly into Dawei's eyes, leaned over the hapless rogue. The ghostly chains were already entangling his arms, and the scythe hung over his head, threatening to tear it down. This picture frightened Dawei so much that he restrained his younger brother from rash action, warned not to get involved because he sees his terrifying future, and not to be close when it happens. Fan scratched the back of his head thoughtfully. Older brother had never had such talents before, but he had believed him before. He believed him now. So he threw the cash contemptuously in the extortionist's face, not wanting to argue with him further. And while he was enthusiastically counting his unjust earnings, they immediately turned around and went back to the car. The man did not know that he had already earned his future, and the only thing left was to meet it. The man did not know that he had already earned his future, and the only thing left was to meet it. In the car, Fan, of course, inquired as to what had so disturbed his older brother that he wouldn't even let him teach the brat a proper lesson. Through the window it was very visible how the trickster continued to roam the street, definitely waiting for the next victim. The white van was approaching, and he decided to pull his unintentional hit-and-run trick again. He fell flat on the pavement, waiting for his victim and calculating his earnings today in his mind. But the passing driver didn't even think of stopping. Perhaps he didn't even notice the man who had deliberately fallen under his wheels. That was the last thing the hapless extortionist saw of his life. He was still trying to get up and roll away at the last moment. So he was thrown a couple of meters away and slammed into the roadway, killing him permanently. Fan even stuck to the opposite glass from shock, crushing the Dawei sitting next to him with his knee. A pool of blood was spreading under the dead body, and the minibus driver was definitely out of luck today. He was in for a rough day. When asked what it was, Dawei paused for thought. He stretched, opened one eye, and decided to make a fool of himself. I didn't want to admit that I was scared to death. Yes, there's no other way to put it, by the unexpected foresight. So presented everything as the next stage in becoming Master of Ugo, as teacher had warned him about some time ago. Fan was impressed. He hadn't even imagined the full capabilities of Master of Ugo, because he himself was deprived of this gift. He had only herbalism and a little bit of witchcraft, within the reasonable limits of science. The time passed quickly after the conversation and Lin's goodies, and they arrived at the famous restaurant. It was a palace with a fortified outer wall and gates, a park and sandy paths where visitors walked. The friendly hostesses in festive national dress came out and invited them in. It was amazing how these fragile girls could hold themselves so steady. After all, such a headdress was incredibly hard to wear all day long. Fan assured him that traditional clothing is like a sign of quality, saying that the restaurant is old and respectable. Dawei did not agree with this. In his opinion, the restaurant should be known for its quality and plentiful food. But then his face was caught by the long strands of hair of a girl passing by. She was unlike any girl he had ever seen before. Her hair, her clothes, and her whole appearance said that she had come from far away and was here for the first time, and she was very, very beautiful. While Fan was ranting about the virtues of the local cuisine and the prestige of the place, Dawei had disappeared somewhere. Fan looked around, not understanding how it was possible to lose his brother in such a peaceful place. And why? Aren't they going out to eat? Meanwhile, Dawei sat in the bushes camouflaging him and watched to see where the maiden he was interested in would go. And she wandered along the paths for a while, restless and constantly looking around, until she finally approached the entrance to the restaurant. And sensing the attention directed at her, she looked back again, and then Dawei saw her eyes. He froze, staring into them in amazement. He was afraid to even breathe, lest he startle this miracle. What eyes they were, huge and green, like young leaves in May, as clear as the water in a mountain stream. And her figure was a sight to behold. The frankly open clothes didn't hide her curves, and it fogged her mind considerably. When she stepped inside, it was a long time before he could come to his senses, reliving the moment of the encounter over and over again. There were two people gathered around the round table of a separate office. One of them was Dr. Fan. The other, a much older man, was his friend and colleague. They had been waiting for 20 minutes for the missing future student. Fan looked at his watch again and again. The waitress who brought tea for the time of waiting for the order was warned about the expected guest. And Fan himself managed to stand at the door for a decent amount of time and even worried about what was wrong. When the dream appeared in the doorway, as if a mermaid suddenly found her legs, slender it must be said legs, and appeared to take his heart with her. She entered with dignity, well aware of the impression she was making on those around her and ready to receive their raptures. While the co-worker introduced her and the reason for inviting the girl to their table, Fan eagerly waited until she finally approached to examine her amazing eyes closer. She took a seat at the opposite edge of the table so that she could get a better view of her companions in general conversation. We had a leisurely conversation and got to know each other. Natalie seemed very nice, which finally made Dr. Fan feel at ease. So he ventured to ask her about her impressions of the restaurant. He couldn't think of anything else new. In response, the girl hesitated. Everything suited her, only the pursuit of the unknown fat man made her tense. Dr. Fan was a little embarrassed. He would have to introduce this terrorist to the public now. But he managed it himself, leaping through the office door with a cry of orangutang. Clearly no one had expected that. Dawei suddenly saw that the goddess he was chasing was actually walking towards them. It was embarrassing, because he was staring at her like a fool from the bushes, and he must have been careless. The girl huddled fearfully against the back of the chair and stared at Dawei as if she were a beast from the wild forest, ready to attack. It was true about the wild forest, though, and a shrill scream broke the silence of the place. Everyone in the halls turned to him, and some waitresses lost their grip on the food being delivered. Hiding behind the colleague who had invited her, she poked accusingly at the fat man and asked for protection. Dr. Fan covered his eyes with shame. This was a disaster, such an affront at the moment of introduction. He sternly called older brother over to him, clearly remembering how he had reprimanded him as a child for pranks, and pounded his fist on the table, scolding him for his inappropriate antics in front of strangers, and for scaring the lady too. The fat man's bewildered face and the whole situation amused his friend so much that he laughed, which smoothed the situation considerably. Dawei and the girl met gazes. He blushed in embarrassment and scolded younger brother. She didn't trust that it had turned out to be so simple yet. While they awkwardly glanced around and mutually apologized for what they had done, the friends looked at their future studios. Dr. Fan instructed a colleague to prepare Dawei for future training in his medical field, and the latter, in turn, asked Fan for input on his protégé's professional development in the treatment center. Dawei looked at the girl, admiring her furtively. She suddenly tensed at her mentor's last words. Standing up, she asked why no one had asked her opinion before deciding her fate. Noticed that she had heard with her own ears the bad rumors about Dr. Fan's work at the hospital. The head of the department himself had censured his work in front of the rector. Her mentor wanted to step in and stop the unfair accusations against her friend, but she'd already stirred enough to interrupt. Folding her arms across her chest, she warned that she would not allow a stain to be thrown on the quality of her education and, potentially, her future career. And angrily added that she would be ashamed to invite such a friend not only to the table but to say hello. When Dr. Fan tried to say a few words in his own defense, still, an undeserved insult hurts the ego. She dissembled definitively and scornfully accused Dr. Fan of slacktivism, arrogance, and extreme unprofessionalism if he brings herbalism into the treatment process and leaves patients without medical care. Dawei couldn't bear to hear such incisive and unfair words against younger brother. His eyes were dark with barely restrained anger. The cup crushed in his hands, which ensured silence and attention. After all, the girl was still afraid of him. He retorted that of the two of them, she was the only one who could declare Dr. Fan a slacker and unprofessional, because she didn't know him. She turned her head away haughtily, not about to admit even the hypothetical possibility that she was wrong. Dawei tapped his knuckles on the table, continuing to assert that everyone else here owed their lives to Dr. Fan. Fan couldn't take it anymore. He didn't want to spill the heart-wrenching moments of his life in front of an unfriendly person. But he could not change his brother's mind when he was already stubborn. He asked him to correct him if he was wrong, and began his story. One day, Dawei, already in the last year of Fan's stay in the mountains as a nanny, did something quite outrageous. It seems that he interfered with teacher's ongoing experiment, broke something, and fearing retribution, fled into the mountain forest at night. A black panther saw a little boy and started hunting him. He ran from her. The black panther saw the little boy and started hunting him. And so, when he was finally lost and did not know where to run next, and there were impassable bushes ahead, I decided to attack. She had already sprinted and jumped. Her claws and fangs were close at hand. Her hot breath ruffled my hair. But suddenly, from the side of a fallen tree, she was struck by a twiggy stick, and her brother came into view. Like a true hero, stood up with his chest in defense of his little charge, shoving him behind his back. Standing there waiting for the attack, when the panther would gather himself and try his luck again by jumping on his assailant. Everyone listened to Dawei's heroic story with bated breath. If he exaggerated anything, it wasn't much, but Fan shook his head reproachfully. Therefore, he further began to recount the story closer to reality. The panther, of course, lunged, and even managed to bite, but only with its claws, because a wooden bough was firmly embedded between its jaws. And so for a minute they competed, the nocturnal predator and the young man, to see who could bring whom to the ground. But he was able to throw her back on the trunk of one of the trees, and the panther did not want to go for a second run, ran away. and Fan stood with his last strength, all bruised but unbroken. I stared at her, wondering if she would come back. I could hardly wait until the teacher came, and then I fell down. He was treated for a long time then. The wounds from the claws were deep and did not heal well. There wasn't a place that hadn't been bandaged. And Dawei sat next to him all these days and suffered from remorse. After all, he was the reason he had suffered so much. And added to the misery was the unpretentious care that never for a moment left his brother, even when he was unconscious. He finished his story by answering the main question that had plagued Fan for years. Why he, an ordinary doctor without a drop of power, was accepted as a student by the famous Master of Ugo. This amount of praise made Dr. Fan embarrassed. He didn't expect his heartfelt impulse to be so highly praised. But Natalie was unwavering in her opinion, which she demonstrated with her arms folded across her chest and a proud turn of her head. She said that this ancient history said nothing about professionalism, that it doesn't cover what was done to the poor, terminally ill girl yesterday, and that doctors like that should not be trusted with patients. So she's going to get an official investigation into his actions. And she is surprised that no one in this country has thought of that yet. Covering his eyes in shock and thinking about what to say, Dawei's next words were soft and gentle, barely a whisper. But then his voice gradually rose and turned into thunder. Deva Death, interested in the boy who had seen her, appeared and froze behind his shoulder, waiting for a decision. But the girl, unfortunately, could not see it. She persisted in her professional opinion. She was sure of her words and did not want to yield to a savage who had just come down from the mountains. And then the glasses disappeared along with the tablecloth. The table was overturned with one hand. The chairs flew in different directions. Colleagues had to cover their faces with their palms from the tea splashes and crumbs flying in all directions. And Dawei had already pinned his brother's insulter against the wall, pressing his palm into the wall so that it cracked. Death warned her, wiggling his finger at her closed mouth. Be quiet, you fool. Yes awaited her next move. The phantom guardians opened their mouths, preparing to bite. They were just waiting for the signal. She struggled to control her voice, hiccuping and whispering words of mercy. Fan, standing at the window, started yelling at him to stop holding the girl and stop, because nothing so terrible was said. Every exhortation he could think of, including teacher and his parents, went into action, but Dawei just wouldn't give up. His anger was tempered only by the reminder of the curse of the 9th moon and what he would eventually become. And Dawei backed off. A little, because his anger had not yet been vented, and its culprit was in front of him. So he couldn't help himself. He decided to put a little curse on the official investigation of the granddaughter of the director of Lin, whom he had saved, which happened just yesterday, so that she would remember, so that she would know not to get in the way. Unintelligible words poured from his mouth, which, invisible to everyone but him, turned into a dark vortex of smoke that gradually spiraled into a spiral. The sounds were unintelligible, like moans or wind blowing. Darkness enveloped Master of Ugo. Suddenly the open door banged against the wall, letting in the shaven-headed security guard of this restaurant. Behind him came a tender-haired young man, with blonde hair etched into his face. And then another guard. They towered over their charge as he asked what was going on, waving his bat. Dawei didn't notice him. He didn't notice anything at all. He was forming the body of the curse from the darkness he had summoned, as teacher had taught him. He did not expect such ignorance on the part of the violator of the respected customers of this restaurant. And with the curse already heading towards the girl from an open hand, which to the ungifted looked like a swing for a slap, started from his seat, rushing to prevent violence and swiftly raising his bat to strike the fat man, and hit the alleged rapist over the head with all his might, so hard that the bat cracked and Dawei's eyes went black. He turned back to his assailant, his snake eyes full of anger as he recovered from the unexpected blow. His pupils were slitted with anger, and his irises seemed to turn yellow with barely restrained rage. Leaning like a buffalo, With all his might, he stabbed his open palm lightning fast into the guy's solar plexus. And since he still had the curse on him, he punched them in full, without sparing or dosing power, threw the guy across the room against a bookcase, smashing it to smithereens, where he lay dead like a broken doll. The recollected guards loomed over Dawei mercilessly, like a train on the tracks. Fists clenched and came into action. One struck again at the already sore back of his head. The other one turned around and swung his arm. Dawei flew across the room like a cannonball. But he grouped himself in time, landed on his feet, and as he saw his opponent's feet approaching, cursed them too, one by one. It was perplexing, because his movements were quick and almost non-contact. A slam, that's all. But from that clap, the guards soon fell to the floor, screaming in fear and terror, crawling away somewhere to hide. And after a little while, lay motionless, tormented by nightmares, for the curse enveloped them, dispelling little by little. The blond boy in the white suit had come to his senses in the meantime, and with a groan tried to raise himself up on his arms. In anger, he began to threaten all the terrible punishments that existed, though in view of his family's situation, probably not so impossible. Dawei, who had already blown off all his steam, mumbled something very unkind in response. And then the police burst in screaming. They had been called at the first sign of disorderly conduct, but they didn't arrive in time. As usual, they arrived at the time of the hat trick. They saw the local staff people lying on the floor and a fat man standing between them. Dawei saw them too. I didn't want to go back to the station. So he fell to the floor with a dying man's cry, secretly hoping that he too would be mistaken for a victim. It was partially true, though. The back of my head hurt terribly from the double blow, the bat and the huge fist. There was no telling which was worse. The uniformed boots of the approaching captain gave no hope. He was recognized, could not fail to be recognized. They had met under similar circumstances not 2 days ago. Back at the police station. It's such a shame to be here again. So I went to eat at the restaurant. Dawei knocked in vain on the door of the solitary room in which he was locked up. But no one paid any attention to him at first. How many of them are there? When they did come for him, he started complaining about everything. That he had a headache and he was still without medical help. That his handcuffs were still on and he couldn't even scratch himself. That he hadn't even been fed in a shitty restaurant. His complaints were received complacently and almost sympathetically. The policemen on duty were acquainted. The station had received a bonus for their success in catching smugglers, and they knew that without the fat man, nothing would have happened. So everyone sympathized with him and tried to cheer him up. The superintendent who came by also greeted Dawei with a friendly smile. He enjoyed reciting all of his mentee's exploits in the restaurant. He did not believe in the coincidence of events in the slightest. It was the second fight in his memory, and he was the only one left standing. As he led the detainee into the interrogation room, loud enough for everyone to hear, he announced that if he was so lucky, he should make the most of the opportunity. And he let them interrogate his uncooperative clients properly, with a lot of scrutiny, the way he knows how, after scaring the hell out of the crooks who got caught. As he closed the interrogation room doors, he grew serious. He showed pictures of a blond boy he knew. I imagined him as some grandson of a powerful family and owner of the very restaurant where Dawei messed up. He explained that he couldn't get away with it because he was badly beaten and Semyon's honor was at stake. But Dawei remembered his curse and didn't get too excited. Soon, they'd have other problems, and the fight would be a thing of the past. Superintendent could only raise his eyebrows in bewilderment. Dawei said goodbye, warning him that there was an order from above to transfer him to the common cell, and asked what he could do to help. Dawei thanked for the participation and sympathy. He asked only for ice, but more ice, preferably in a bag. At that moment, one of the crooks from the corridor was being led into the interrogation room. When he saw the promised interrogator and heard about the ice pack, he even sat down from fright and started to make a scandal about the use of prohibited methods of interrogation. Superintendent wondered why Fatty needed ice. Was he really going to do an inquisition? Dawei absent-mindedly scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, yelped in pain. But he admitted that he had a bump from the bat of some reputable family's grandson and his guard's fist. Meanwhile, Dr. Fan was at his workplace, the treatment center. He immediately returned there after interviewing the witnesses to the fight in the restaurant, having first called Dawei's father to inform him that his son was again at the police station. Work was a good distraction from the memories of what had happened. The girl, then the older brother's antics, the fight, and the unfounded accusations which made him very sad. There was a knock on the door. The man who entered was a colleague from traumatology. They were often paired together to treat particularly complex cases. This time he was in an unusually excited state, and he brought in the treatment records of a patient with a dislocated arm, a racing driver, apparently the same one from Dawei's first fight, as well as his x-rays, and enthusiastically offered to look at them, assuring him of the extraordinariness of what had happened. Dr. Fan lazily took the picture, not expecting to see anything supernatural. He looked at it closely. It was an elbow joint that was both dislocated and displaced, but that's not what his colleague was interested in. It's how it was done, and how to restore it all, of course, without surgical intervention. Dr. Fan often received requests for non-surgical treatment. Everyone knew of his witch doctor's expertise and utilized it as needed. Surgery carries certain risks and inconveniences, and not everyone is willing to put up with them, especially not heavy patients. This is just a sprain, but what a sprain. It's clear why his colleague came running to him. Recalling the threats of the department head, the accusations of his colleague, and the whole situation in general, Dr. Fan decided to consult with his supervisor first. My colleague was disappointed. It was a pity to waste time. The patient was waiting. The operating room was waiting. The treatment plans and report were also waiting. Dr. Fan was faced with a difficult choice, to treat or not to treat, and he was being rushed into making a decision. And he did. But he intended to be on the safe side, for which he asked me to wait until he called Professor. I should have framed it as thesis research, officially, so no one could get in the way, and first we had to get consent for the experimental treatment. At the same time, the Tan family's main office resembled the eye of the storm. Silence and tranquility threatened to be a big storm for everyone around them. The restaurant owner was reviewing the personnel file of the brazen man who had hit him, compiled in minimal time by a private investigator. He was impressed, because his appearance didn't match the reality of the situation. But he wasn't going to let down the debauch, the mayhem, and the fight he'd gotten hurt in. So I decided to start with the financial pressure. It hurts the most when it hits people close to you, doesn't it? And they were ready to carry out his orders even now. They all knew what to do, and had prepared themselves. It was not the first time they had to punish the unwanted. But a girlish voice came from the couch in the distance, halting the process. It was worth listening to. A sister who knew everything. She also helped with the detective. She'd always been known for being tough, even vindictive. And for a younger brother, special action was to be expected. Something about her suggestion was subtly mocking. But why not? Both her and his plans were easily compatible. Dawei's father was very surprised when, on his way to the station, he met the tax inspectors on his company's doorstep. They kept coming up and coming up and coming up, and they were lined up in pairs waiting patiently to be let inside. After introducing himself, he was read a whole list of violations of which he was suspected. They announced the beginning of a comprehensive and in-depth inspection of these items. Some, not expecting the shocked owner's reaction, had already set to work and demanded documents. Meanwhile, the phone rang. He waited for the call. His son was at the station and he had to get him out of there somehow. Waving everyone away, he answered the summons. He listened to the explanation for a long time, his face darkening. He only asked where he was staying. The message didn't make him happy. Getting his son out of the police is not too difficult. But getting his son out of the security service was a problem. During the conversation, he was constantly being called, distracted, constantly questioned and interrogated. And this in the face of such news. Because of this, in double shock at what was happening, he snapped. He began to speak quietly, but more and more indignantly, about everything that had come to a head. The staff listened to him, frozen where they stood. They did not interrupt. So frightening was his voice. Pulling the chief taxman by his tie, he put the whole investigation in his hands because he was more interested in his son's problems. He was frightened and agreed to anything, as long as they didn't yell at him so terribly. After all, he was the head of a large company, and no one wanted to be his enemy. Why was Dawei's father so alarmed? Because about half an hour earlier, a car with government license plates pulled up to the police station where he was staying. The men from it came out in the clothes of one of the special units and with weapons in their hands. After stomping around, one of them separated from them. After taking off his balaclava and introducing himself, he demanded to be escorted to the senior officer on duty at the station. They walked in silence and in a close-knit group, as if on a matter of national importance, and all doors were opened to them at their first request. Dawei, meanwhile, was sitting in a shared cell, and 6 other people with him. He was bored at first, and then I began to listen and look more closely. An unusual society, new experience and knowledge are never superfluous. It became especially interesting when they started telling stories. You don't always believe them, but it's entertaining to listen to. First, the subject of cops came up. Who likes cops in a cell? But this way, at least we can make fun of them in the stories. After one of them told his story, the second one began to lie with no less enthusiasm. Then the third. When the fourth clown began to recount in person the fable of his exploits in the barracks among the military, everyone sitting across from him and facing the door suddenly turned pale and stunned, mouths open. But that only made the scarred fifth, who, like his brother, was sitting with his back to the bars, more agitated. His story about him being a badass and the squishy special forces would have been a resounding success with his cellmates. If their attention hadn't been captured by another equally stunning and shocking sight that left them numb. But the narrator did not understand anything. He saw the frozen faces, the wide-open eyes, and thought he was being listened to so attentively. So he went on to praise himself further, going over the SWAT team's reputation one more time, and dreaming of meeting them. The cellmates bellowed at him, calling him bad words. The situation was already getting ugly. Because in the back of the hapless storyteller stared several beams of laser sights at once, turning around defiantly, wanting to give a life lesson to the frumpy guard who was jingling keys against the bars of the cell. He almost shit himself when, with the scope pointed at his head, the very SWAT team he'd dreamed of meeting so long ago stepped inside. The commander asked glumly about the presence of a detainee named Sun in this cell. Dawei didn't even understand. He wasn't used to using his last name. In the solitude of the mountains, it was kind of unnecessary. The cellmates didn't know whose last name it was either. A nickname is more honored in the cell. Nobody even knows each other's names. Then the commando approached from the other side. Taking into account the prison specifics of the contingent, he asked by sight. Everyone pointed at the fat man, relieved that they weren't after him. Dawei didn't know where to go from the fingers pointing in his direction. He couldn't figure out who the scowling men in uniforms were or why they had come here for him. And while his face was being checked against the photo, I was thinking how I could meet the superintendent of police. I don't know what the hell is going on. After recognizing his identity, the commander walked leisurely to the exit, and his handlers handcuffed Dawei. They put a black bag over his head so he couldn't see where they were taking him. The order was to give the client a good scare with a parrot. But it frightened the cellmates more. They were the only ones who knew that the black bag was worn either by terrorists or especially dangerous criminals. They stared in shock at the real bandit being led away by the special forces, and each of them felt sick at the thought that he was sitting in the cell with them, listening to their empty boasts. But he could have asked them in a straightforward manner. It was noisy as always in the training building of the closed SB Special Forces base. We could hear gasps and sighs, growls, the noise of falls, and shouts of command. Dawei's arms were finally loosened, and he was able to remove the shabby sack. Tears sprang from the light that cut into his eyes. Wiping them off and glaring unpleasantly at the guys who had brought him here, he grimly muttered his question about what was going on. The guys had already taken off their balaclavas and appeared before him as completely different people. Some were wary, some distrustful, some thoughtful, but there were also kind and cheerful looks. That he was at the SB base was confirmed by the presence of many muscular men in identical workout suits doing push-ups, climbing, jumping, and pumping abs. Their commander had by then received the requested file and, taking out his phone, read the information aloud. First, the background information. Then the first arrest by the police for fighting at the driving range, and the exact details are from the police report. Then about the second arrest, for fighting in the restaurant. Here his voice became angry, and there were restrained chuckles from behind. Dawei blurted out, "Who were they to gather information about him and interrogate him? Why bring him to this base? What do they want?" But then a thought flashed through his mind. Maybe it's like a special forces invitation for the most distinguished, like a test? The assumption met with friendly laughter. And since I was asking seriously, it was the 5th day since I came down from the mountains. The laughter was Homeric. Everyone was laughing. Some even wiped away tears. Further communication went on a friendly note. They smiled at him, shook hands for his acquaintance, and frankly inquired about his exploits in fights. The restaurant's guards were well known here, and everyone wondered how the fat man had managed to deal with them. But Dawei had nothing to say because he had killed them with a curse, and he couldn't admit it. So he hesitated and answered uncertainly. These answers did not satisfy the team, and especially their commander. I had a suspicion that someone was in the dark here, and we'd better get him out of here, before there were any unpleasant surprises. It was Mad Bull, a guy whose hair was standing on end. He suggested a practice fight, 1-on-1, and with rules, no killing and no serious bodily harm. It's all cultural and no setup. Dawei didn't really want to fight. His head was still reeling from the previous blows, and he was starting to feel dizzy and sore from the sudden movements. But Mad Bull seemed so disappointed, so frustrated, seeing the unwillingness of a hostage of circumstance to showcase his talents. Everyone else seemed sad too. Dawei felt awkward in front of these basically simple-minded people who just didn't mind having fun, but he didn't want to fight either. He had only one interest, and he asked the commander if they would let him go home if he won. He was refused because he was brought here for a specific purpose, but he was promised that if he won, he would cover him from the captain, to the best of his ability. They, Mad Bull and Fatty, froze in front of each other, assessing their opponent's capabilities. What did Mad Bull see in front of him? Certainly not his opponent. He even decided not to hit him too hard. But he was excited about the fight. He was on fire, blossoming with excitement. He liked this business. It gave him the necessary drive in life, and it worked perfectly. And Dawei thought he was getting a little nauseous. What was it? Whether it was hunger or a concussion. But he had to come quickly. And when the commander, who knew the capabilities of his best fighter and envisioned an inevitable beating of the fat man, gave a wave of, in one swift blow, not even a particularly strong one, he punched his palm under his breath. All he had to do was touch his fingers. Mad Bull coughed from this blow, swayed like a freshly cut tree, took a couple of steps. And he fell flat, spreading his arms and slamming his face into the floor with all his might, without giving any signs of life. The commander was stunned. He expected Mad Bull to get up, roll over, or do something else for a while. Everyone was expecting it, holding their breath and looking at Mad Bull in holy terror. Just now he was full of vigor and healthy, well, like a bull, and now he was lying there like a dead man. Instantly, the gun barrels were pointed at the fat man. Special forces, after all, their actions are practiced to the point of automatism. Lying with his hands on his head under the muzzle of the machine guns, Dawei assured everyone that nothing terrible had happened, thinking with gratitude that at least they didn't hit him in the head. A fighter was sent to Mad Bull, acting as a paramedic on missions, to examine, Diagnose, if possible, help. The commander leaned over Dawei with the most sacramental question. He wondered how to clean up the aftermath. No one wanted this result. Dawei replied that Mad Bull's life was not in danger. He'll lie down, recover, and come back to them fresh and awake. The soldier examining the defeated man immediately confirmed that he was alive, with only a broken nose among his injuries. That's right, Mad Bull was turned over and made more comfortable, but he never came out of the deep knockout. The paramedic reported that it was not a blackout. The man was just sleeping. This was immediately confirmed by a snoring sound. Dawei was now treated much more gently, mistaken for a master who had mastered the deadly touch technique. Getting up off the floor, he didn't lie. He admitted that he didn't have that level of skill, so he had to use poison. And also demonstrated the used needle by picking it up from the floor where he had dropped it while he was being actively targeted. I had to do it again, because at the word poison, the muzzles of the machine guns were pointed at him again. The commander took Dawei by the chest and began to shake him as hard as he could to get the truth out of him. You have to save your comrade. In a shaky voice, he assured me that all drugs were poisons, depending on the dosage. And this particular one was just a strong anesthetic, and its effects would wear off soon. Not immediately after these words, the commander came to his senses. For a while longer, he desperately wanted to hit the insolent fat man. But then Mad Bull began to come to his senses, holding his head and moaning. He had fallen from the height of a man. He opened his eyes and stared at his co-workers, still not realizing what had happened. And he averted his eyes, not knowing how to tell him he'd lost. Finally, he remembered it all by himself. He couldn't believe it. He looked up at Dawei, his eyes so perplexed and hurt and offended. Anticipating the accusation, he immediately pointed out that he had kept his agreement and that he had little secrets, so everyone else here was not without sin. For example, forcibly brought him here, having beaten him back from the police, and are holding him, still without explaining why. He added angrily that he had not been fed, even though it was long past lunchtime. They didn't let me eat at the restaurant, neither in prison nor here, and they demanded a fight. Admitting his guilt, the commander squeezed the offended Dawei's shoulders and promised with a chuckle that everything would be all right now, he realized, and they would fight afterward, on a full stomach. While the merry company of the SWAT team in Dawei's company were amicably devouring food at the SB base, joking about fights, in the wealthy white stone mansion of the Tang family, a different story was going on. It started right after lunch. All the vases and flower pots in the chambers had been smashed, the tables overturned, the cupboards thrown open as if someone had been hiding in them. There was a blond boy sitting on the bed, but he wasn't cocky anymore. He sat shrunken, wrapped his arms around himself, and howled. One note. The maid who had come in with the tray saw the master's grandson begin to twitch as if to ward off something, to move away, and constantly, then whispering, then shrieking with fear in a trembling voice to beg to be left alone. And at the time, he was seeing scary faces. One, full of sharp, 3 rows of shark's teeth. Already he had his mouth open, showing off his sawmill, and was preparing to chew off his ear. But no sooner had he escaped, as 3 more equally disgusting freaks were already grabbing his legs, trying to claw and gnaw. The demons approached, opening their mouths, suppressing any will to resist with their womb-like growls and stinking breath. His grandfather had even left the office when the incomprehensible screams began to interfere with his work. His grandfather even left the office when the screams started to interfere with his work. Went in to look and saw him lying flat on the bed, fighting off something invisible but apparently very terrifying. Because tears kept pouring from his eyes and dripping to the floor, mixed with snot, and his mouth was coming out in unintelligible shrieks and cries. Frightened by this sight, the grandfather quickly called the secretary and instructed him to find the reason for what was happening. But then he suddenly thought about it. He'd heard something like that in his long life. Sudden hallucinations without cause or reason were the stuff of witchcraft. He told me to find Master of Ugo immediately. He would pay any money to have him come to their house today, now. Advised him to start with Master, who had not arrived in their city long ago but had already proven himself to his partners to the best advantage. Just as he had wanted, Master of Ugo arrived quickly, and it was so huge that he could wrap 3 of his grandchildren in it and still have room for a 4th. He stood by the bed, looked at his grandson, trembling and moaning with nightmares. He hummed thoughtfully, squinted one eye, looking at something visible only to him and rubbing the edge of his lips. Reached up to the guy's head, touched his temple. He listened, trying to realize what was going on there. And he was unpleasantly surprised. His employer was right. His colleague had actually worked here. It wasn't good. Looking down at his employer's bald head from above, the mountain man inquired about the young lord's enemies. He was immediately wary, thinking hard about who and how his company had crossed his path lately. It was hard to remember with so many enemies. Master of Ugo explained to him that the curse was cast, not inflicted, and only a very motivated master could do that in person. The terrified grandfather looked at his grandson in horror, wondering who he had made so angry and why. In the meantime, Master told what he knew about the curse, about the forces that fueled it and the way it was cast, about the fact that, having barely fallen asleep, a person immediately falls under its influence and begins to have nightmares about demons tormenting him in real life. His terror is debilitating and takes him deeper and deeper into his subconscious, pulling out his most hidden fears until it leads to coma. The depressed grandfather began to ask for help if it was possible. He sighed with relief when he found out that it was possible. But there's a problem he can't get around, because it's tied to the history of Masters of Ugo. Once upon a time, when Masters of Ugo schools were numerous, one famous master decided that he was the strongest because he had the most students, that he could tell other masters what they could and could not do. For a lot of money, he could do anything. And one day, he broke a curse that was a personal vendetta against one very bad man, for which he was killed. His disciples got their revenge, and they were avenged, and so it went on until they were all killed. Only a few survived. After that, everything is done to avoid a repeat of the brutal and senseless wars. The old man rubbed his forehead sadly. The only thing left to do was to find the culprit of his grandson's condition and ask him for mercy. So he called his secretary again and inquired about his grandson's personal life and what was going on in his surroundings. The secretary, of course, reported what had happened in the restaurant today. He listed all the events that had taken place and gave the name of the troublemaker. Master of Ugo immediately jumped up, interested in the name. He even grabbed the secretary's shoulder to ask again. The horror of being touched by the terrible Master of Ugo, whose fingers dug in harder and harder, delivering pain, so knocked the one out of his composure that he shouted everything he knew in panic. While the people around him were recovering from the shock, the mountain man thought hard. Of course, he understood who Mr. Tang's grandson had fought with, and he was terribly angry about it. The young brat had almost provoked the very war that everyone was avoiding. He has personally placed a curse on the grandson of a respected man who will not be silent, but will seek revenge. His name is known, as are the names of his relatives, so it's obvious who to avenge. And revenge will turn into even greater revenge. And so it goes on and on. He pounded his fist on the window frame in his heart, but he didn't calculate the force, and the glass cracked and shattered. But it can still be prevented, and he'll do it while there's still time, because there's no one else. It would have to start with a curse, though. His hand reached out towards the boy, casting a pent-up sleep over him, for a little while, to prepare himself. And the nightmare demon backed away slightly, displeased at being kept away from his victim, hovering over the bed, scowling desperately. But Master of Ugo didn't care. He turned to the worried grandfather, who was wondering what was going on, why Master was so angry. Without answering his question, the mountain man assured him that he would take care of the curse himself. But he asked him to bring the troublemaker from the restaurant to him. Mr. Tan was giving orders to his secretary and glanced at Master of Ugo out of the corner of his eye. He still didn't understand what had changed his mind so drastically that he had decided to break the curse himself. But he'd gladly give him that boy. I don't care if he eats him with his cereal. The important thing is that there's peace and quiet in the house at last. It was evening. The red rays of the pre-sunset sun heralded good weather for tomorrow. By the end of the working day, only those on duty were left at the SB base. Dawei, who by now had cleared a dozen plates of food and was devouring another chicken leg. Yes to the team, who watched admiringly, not interfering in the process but enthusiastically slipping another plate. The commander, seeing that the food on the table was coming to an end, ventured a question about poison that had long plagued him. He couldn't get over the ease with which his best fighter had been knocked out, and who could pull it off? The fat man. So could the kid. After finishing the last handful of bread and looking around the empty plates with pity, Dawei replied that the hardest part was getting the needle out discreetly. Captain was also interested in this question. They didn't search him much. A detainee in police custody is usually released from everything dangerous. Realizing that he would not be put off by it and pacified after a hearty dinner, Dawei began to remove his shirt. This left the captain embarrassed and confused. Was he wearing a special kind of shirt, with needles sewn into all the seams? Turns out it wasn't. It was just a kind of ammunition pouch with personal defense equipment on his shoulder. Fatty went on about special frogs whose mucus is so poisonous, it's best not to pick up. As he was engrossed and narrating the peculiarities of working with the dosages, to obtain a certain result, he suddenly observed that he was being quietly laughed at. The reason was unoriginal. After the t-shirt surprise, everyone was wondering what awaited them when he took off his pants. Embarrassed but not fazed, Dawei also heartily made fun of them, making them feel a little ashamed as well. Realizing the practicality of the means used, the commander lashed out at Fatty with a desire to get his hands on it. I outlined to him how it could save the lives of many and help in the defense of the homeland, and it would come in handy for the whole team when conducting special operations. Impressed Dawei, of course, agreed to help, and the fighter was urgently sent for paper and pen. Writing out a lineup, what could be easier? It's another thing to make it, but that had not been thought of yet. At the most exciting moment, when the recipe for undeniable success was almost in hand, the duty officer flew in and announced that the expected captain was on his way. There was a friendly cry of shock from everyone in the mess hall. The team was clearly disturbed by the news. Instantly, all signs of the feast were removed. Plates of leftovers, tablecloths from the tables, and even crumbs from the floor were swept up. And Dawei was brought handcuffs, with an apologetic look. Captain is a beast. And to avoid getting screwed later in the training, I should have played along. Turns out it was a personal request to take him away from the police and give him a good scare, for fighting in a restaurant. Fatty began to play along at once. After the commander's words, he suddenly fell to the floor as he stood, and he started screaming as hard as he could about violence and arbitrariness, rolling on the floor and scooping his feet like a small child. The boys froze as they watched this comedy. They had never seen anything like it. They had never seen anything like this before, not even when they were detaining dangerous men or prisoners. The commander, of course, informed him that the latter was grossly overreacting and behaving unnaturally, but Fatty did not understand such a simple thing. His experience with law enforcers was disastrously small and based on movies he had seen, and that's exactly how they acted. Captain gave in to his naivety. There was no time to explain anything anyway, and he started rolling around on the floor again and screaming at the top of his lungs. And he had a lot of lungs. It made everyone's ears ring. Then came moans and high-pitched patriotic remarks in the spirit of spy movies. He even pounded his hand on the floor, imitating the blows. This impressed the audience so much that they laughed, and funny remarks about the ongoing concert. And behind the noise, no one heard the sound of the elevator stopping or the clatter of heels on the floor. Just like that, Captain walked in unexpectedly. According to the habit of many years, all at once, as one, lined up and took under the visor, saluting, and trying to make amends. Captain turned out to be a young girl in an ornate red and black dress, beautiful and delicate in appearance. Dawei lay at her feet and considered, of course, what he was being shown. Her legs were slender, but a little too skinny. And then he looked up, and their eyes met. Hers were very sad, the kind of blue that the sky in the mountains has on a weather day. The surprised, confused, disbelieving stare that met them made him blush. But he remembered that he had to play along as if he were being tortured, and he continued to shout indignantly, pounding his fists on the floor, that girls with beautiful legs were not captains. The boys were already struggling behind Captain's back to indicate that they should stop, while she perplexedly regarded the spectacle. Then my professional pride was indignant and demanded to prove its professional suitability and teach the fat man a lesson. A telescopic baton came out of the sleeve of his dress. Well acquainted with this fearsome weapon in capable hands, the boys, as agreed, began to defend Fatty as best they could. But the articulation of the baton clicked softly, extending, and the irritated girl cut off their exhortations. Pointing the baton at Dawei and locking the other side with her foot so that he wouldn't roll away, she unwittingly displayed that sight that made him stunned with delight. He blushed, closed his eyes from overflowing feelings, swallowed his saliva, and again he cried out about arbitrariness and torture by beautiful women. Captain's unwitting compliment amused her by its unintentionality and artlessness. Usually she heard the usual compliments of a certain kind. But gathering her courage and getting serious, she began to read him a list of his transgressions against his brother, his family, and the consequences for which he was to blame. Her voice became increasingly filled with indignation. The boys froze, waiting for the storm to begin. When she noticed that the fat man was sitting with his eyes closed and didn't seem to be listening to her, she leaned closer. She hissed with indignation and asked him why he was so inattentive. What could Dawei say? How he was afraid to open his eyes to see what he wasn't supposed to see? Well, that's about what he said. At this remark, she looked around herself, blushed, removed her foot, and in a purely feminine way became angry at her shame. She raised her baton higher in anger and shook it in the manner of a pointer, shrieking at the insolence and shamelessness of the impudent man. Seeing that the situation is getting out of control, and Captain has already gotten too divisive in her outrage and is actually capable of taking a beating. The guys rushed to stop her, getting in each other's way and colliding on the corners. But of course, they didn't have time, and the baton collided with the fat man's forehead with such force that it broke in half, fell under his feet, and rang sadly. Dawei looked at the girl reproachfully. He didn't like their family's tendency to hit him over the head. And Captain was even more ashamed of herself for hitting him for essentially nothing, like a hysterical girl. Seeing her blush, Dawei blushed even more. The feelings her gaze evoked were incomprehensible, but very, very exciting. Unable to withstand such a heat of passion that pierced through all the shields protecting her from empty emotions, she was the first to turn away to leave. The boys shouted, warning her not to move so hastily. They could see from the distance that the baton was about to fall under her foot. But she did slip on him, losing her balance and slamming into the fat man's lips. Everyone was petrified in shock. Captain kissed the fat man, even if it was unintentional. He was a good kisser and kissed back. Without further delay, she pushed him away with all her might and, covering her mouth with her hand, tried to realize what had happened. She was frightened of what she had done, and under the gazes of her colleagues, and fled the room with tears in her eyes. Dawei also came to his senses, but did not regret what had happened. It was actually the first real kiss of his life. Who do you kiss in the mountains? Frogs? But the boys sympathized with him. Knowing the character of their captain, they expected unpleasant, to put it mildly, consequences. Standing in the corridor, the girl tried to plan her further actions. It was easy to lose the respect of her colleagues, but it would be difficult to regain her formidable reputation. But the memories and emotions came flooding back again and again, throwing her off balance and pushing her to do something stupid. To avoid doing more of them, she decided to leave, texting orders to her cell phone to bring Fatty to her house. Fighting with a woman? No, Dawei wasn't comfortable with that. He wasn't even afraid to touch his own sister, so he'd be beaten. That's why I'm also thinking about how to get out of this situation with the least amount of damage. Maybe apologize? The guys doubted it would work, and taking off his unnecessary handcuffs, they began to retell a story from long ago, back in their school days. She was dating a slightly older student at the time. He was self-confident enough to let himself go too far, and from a wealthy enough family to get away with it. The reaction was immediate, a kick, after which he was hospitalized. There was a lot of commotion at the time. There was even a case of grievous bodily harm. The lawyers were running back and forth, agreeing to settle the case amicably. But Captain wasn't about to accept an apology or make one of her own, found witnesses, proved the guy guilty, and walked off into the sunset, never looking back at the breakup between the families. After that, after graduating from high school, she went to study and then work in the law enforcement agency and became the toughest of the hand-to-hand instructors. Well, if apologizing doesn't work, what can butter up an angry woman? His father speaks sweet words, hugs and kisses his mother. Maybe suggest dating? Dawei's idea was taken the wrong way. The commander immediately intertwined his hands in front of his chest, perceived his words as a violation of honor and dignity. The team pulled up too, outraged that their captain was doing their captain a favor in the form of dates. He was aggressively warned not to fool around and guaranteed a forceful resolution of the issue should he allow himself to do too much. It was a shame he'd only wanted to settle the matter amicably, but such hostility on the part of the once nice guys made him angry. It was also unnerving that he was not believed in, perceived as a weakling, unable to defend himself. The proposal to fight immediately put everyone in a fighting mood. The adrenaline, which had gotten into the bloodstream from the recent events, simply demanded to put their fists into action. There was going to be a fight. Everyone wanted to fight. And there was only one rival to annoy them: a funny fat man against experienced fighters. It didn't seem fair. The commander wanted to suggest alternate sparring with rules, but he didn't have time. Something came from the side. It was Dawei who decided not to wait for pity and demonstrated his skills. With his needles as a weapon, he darted over the heads of the guys who weren't expecting it. And they began to fall like ripe fruit. They didn't even have time to make a move toward the fat man throwing needles at them. The commander wanted to get his hands on him to strangle him for being so AWOL, but Dawei, leaning on the hairstyle of the unforgettable Mad Bull, spun around and kicked him in the head, knocking him out for good. And as he fell on top of his men, he lowered himself to the ground in the middle of what had suddenly become a very spacious room. I looked around. There were no more opponents, and only a carpet of sleeping men lined her floor with an exotic installation. But something was still missing. When he saw a long punching bag in the next room, he realized what it was for: to release his excess anger. After all, he'd never had time to fight. Reluctantly, he walked over, touched her smooth side, concentrated, gathering all his aggression. And then he kicked as hard as he could, putting all the frustration, rage, and resentment at the situation into the blow. The pair, torn from its mounts by the force of the blow, was carried to the opposite wall, knocking off the plaster. As the boys began to regain consciousness, disoriented from not understanding what was happening, he said what he'd realized about himself in the 5 minutes they'd been passed out. He said that he wasn't the type for big fights, but that he was quick and unexpected in his attacks. Soon after, a bandaged Mad Bull was already asking Dawei about his feet. He couldn't believe that his successful team, which he had played, had not even had a chance to make a peep, but was lying in a blackout. Dawei chewed again. He had to replenish his energy, so while the others regained consciousness, he found the rest of the feast, and listened to Mad Bull wail. The question of how to learn such a technique amused him. He's been learning it since he was a kid. What do they think? You just fly the bird of happiness, stick some needles in, And that's it. Well, that's what they thought. You could see it in their frankly bewildered faces. What did they see besides the paralyzing poison? The commander, who had been kicked in the leg, even expressed his displeasure. The blow had hurt his pride too much. That's right. A paralyzing poison. There's no equivalent. And how to make it? Reducing the concentration of poisonous frog mucus by adding other components, you need to learn. Otherwise, you're dead. And they know how to make corpses themselves. The conversation stalled, and the commander changed the subject, asking about his plans for the captain. Now that was the kind of change of topic that was unexpected. Dawei hadn't thought about it yet. He recounted the events from the point of view of a disinterested viewer, adding that he would not get away with such harassment so easily. Dawei was indignant. He had no idea that this ridiculous misunderstanding looked like this from the outside. How could he harass me with his hands cuffed? Is this some kind of role-playing? He even closed his eyes so he couldn't see what he was doing, and the kiss was accidental. He had to support the falling woman somehow. He resented them. How could he twist what had happened in front of their eyes like that? Did they even think so poorly of him as to think the worst? The guys felt ashamed of their suspicions. Fatty really turned out to be a friendly and cheerful guy with an unconventional life story, and he was sympathetic with his honesty and concern for other people's life circumstances. But Mad Bull remembered the reason they were all here today. Rioting in the restaurant, beating up the owner and the guards, were not the jokes of an offended boy. Dawei admitted that he was angry at first and a little underpowered, but the owner was the first to attack, hitting him in the head from behind with a bat. From there, he just had to defend himself. To the reasonable remark that he might not have brought it to this point by retreating immediately when the guards appeared, Dawei replied that he had not noticed them at first because he was standing with his back. And then it was too late. Events were in full swing. He was attacked, he fought back. And somehow it happened. Rising from the floor, the commander noted that this would not go unpunished. He had snagged the honor of a powerful family. And let him be strong. They will not rest until they take revenge. And a lot of people could get hurt. First of all, his family. Advised him to try to talk to Captain first, though he has no idea how, especially after what happened. The guys were secretly gritting their teeth, betting on the outcome of this conversation. Strangely enough, the odds were 50-50. It was already evening, and the windows of the Tang family's mansion were brightly lit. There was still some unfinished business. Everyone was waiting for the granddaughter to return with the root cause of today's excitement. She pulled up alone. The car squeaked its brakes as it came to an abrupt stop. It only did that when its owner was very, very angry. With her head down and still worried about what had happened, Yen walked dejectedly through the lobby. Her grandfather and an unfamiliar man of enormous stature were in her way. She didn't want to talk to anyone, but they noticed her unsteady appearance. And of course, they began to ask what had caused it. Besides, she wasn't the only one expected, but no one had come with her. It was puzzling. The suggestion of what had caused it made her blush, muttering about having a guest later. She went to her room, slamming the door shut. She was followed by her grandfather's questions, concerned about her condition. I leaned my back against the closed door. I stared at my favorite slippers with teddy bears and felt so bitter. She remembered the unexpected kiss again. She hadn't been kissed since. Or rather, she hadn't allowed it herself. She'd done everything for it. My legs weakened, and I had to collapse onto the bed. I wanted to tear my hair out of frustration. Everything had been fine yesterday, as usual. Why had that accidental kiss gone through my heart like sandpaper? She asked herself, and found no answer. And only the big relative of her favorite slippers looked at her with blind eyes. Grabbing him and beating him a little, she buried her face in his soft chest. The tears that had been squeezing my throat finally burst out in a roar, for the first time in years. Afterward, she gently stroked her teddy bear. Emotions hid somewhere, and clarity of mind returned. It was clear that today she had been let down by a chain of coincidences. and it was not the fat man's fault. But the kiss, whatever it was, must not be let down, or he'll think he's got it in for himself. Meanwhile, in another room of the mansion, a mysterious act was being performed to lift a curse on the master's grandson. Master of Ugo called out to the light power. He concentrated in the center of himself to call, to bring it closer, and to release it. His eyes rolled back from the effort, and his hand trembled. The old master of the house stood at a distance and watched the ritual with a sidelong glance. Of course, he was anxious about its successful completion, but hardly saw the nightmare demon hovering over the bed, angry but unable to do anything, because he's been forbidden by Master of Ugo, who is gathering power to banish him, almost there. As power emanates from the region of the heart, gathering in the palms of the hands into a tight ball of flowing protuberances, directed with a mantra prayer into the palms of the hands, which begin to glow with white light, brighter and brighter. I could only see Master's hand slowly, but firmly imprinted into the guy's forehead, over the bandage that covered his eyes from casual glances. The words of release are spoken, and the cutting off sign is drawn with the fingers, and a second time, and a third. The hand rises just as slowly. The gnarled fingers seem to be pulling something out of the guy's head. The curse was expelled with an otherworldly howl. It looked like a skull, its mouth open in agony with pointed fangs. It kept stretching out of the young man in misty black ribbons following the master's hand, and the light was dissolving it. Master raised his head. The curse hovered in front of him, gradually being eaten away by the light and disappearing. He marveled at how huge it was, and how much power had been spent on it, and the big question was why. What was wrong with the young man lying before him that he was so cursed? And what should the wretch who put this curse do? In the meantime, it is worth destroying the remnants of the curse by burning it with white fire. Who was summoned for the sake of it and must be released afterwards. The young man was already lying there with a faint smile on his lips. The wrinkles on his forehead had smoothed out, and his face was refreshed. The gloomy atmosphere created by the curse was also cleansed and filled with peace and tranquility. And the hopeful question was answered with the same peaceful answer that filled my heart with happiness. Security came to report in. A minibus with departmental license plates arrived at the house. In it, the special forces brought the expected guest. Master of Ugo asked, before speaking to the guest, he would like to hear what the guest has to say. Could Mr. Tang help him to do so? With that agreed, the old man gave the guards the go-ahead. He had forbidden any interference, even if someone was going to be killed here, and took a place of honor on the couch, waiting. Master of Ugo had promised him full support, and he was determined. Though he wouldn't have been so sure of his unconditional help, seeing the anticipatory and satisfied smile on Master's lips. Dawei, with a personal guard in the persons of the most curious of the team, Mad Bull, and the most responsible, the commander, arrived at the Tan family's manor. What can I say? The house impressed them all. Built to European standards, the white stone palace was very grand, and the large Venetian windows added to its fairy tale feel. The local princess met them, as a hostess should, at the entrance. True, on entering the gate. And not very friendly, because she had a whip in her hand, whipping Dawei with it like a bucking horse. She approached her defeated assailant haughtily and deliberately slowly. He, with a crimson mark on his cheek, looked at her with interest. Now her real feelings were coming out from under the icy bitch's mask, making her look very young. Wondering if he would be satisfied with her answer, she hoped to see consternation and submission to her decision, as always. But all she got in return was a satisfied nod. It was outrageous. He was impenetrable and thick-skinned, the little guy. Her efforts weren't getting the usual response, and it was infuriating again. The guards came up and escorted the invited guest to the owner, but he still managed to shout out that he would be happy to continue the conversation another time. It was so polite and subtle a taunt that she couldn't stand it and growled with anger. She had just been as calm as an iceberg. The boys had never seen her like this before. That's what they got. When she asked what else they were waiting for, she sent them home without even thanking them for their help. She walked away, angrily typing her steps. The boys watched her go, wondering what had happened to their cold-blooded captain to make her so different. But that was not what worried them. Their friend was behind the white stone walls in a hostile environment. Fighting brings you closer, doesn't it? They couldn't get an escort, but they wanted to believe that everything would end well. Dawei felt like being on a tour. The surroundings are beautiful, like a museum. He is politely escorted, pointing the way. A marble staircase with balustrade and red carpet, just like celebrities in the movies. To the archway of a large drawing room, in which sat a strange old man. The guards immediately turned around and left. He was joined by the guy who had cursed him since morning. It was so surprising that he didn't immediately notice the third figure. The showdown began with introductions. But Dawei wasn't going to play the blame game and play by their rules. He needed to understand the situation. So his eyes shone with inexpressible delight. With the words of reverence due from the guests of the house to the host, he joyfully went to meet them. His enthusiasm for fancy words already looked like mockery. The grandson of the master dared to interrupt the fat man, but he was immediately under Dawei's scrutiny. He looked very healthy. There was no shadow of a curse in his eyes. I had a sneaking suspicion that something was wrong. Was there a curse? There was. Is it gone now? No. Then it's been lifted. And that, at the very least, was the presence of a capable master of Ugo. His gaze came across the black figure still standing with his back to him. It was at least disrespectful to the other master. The blond man exploded with an indignant cry. He couldn't even think of such insolence to Master of Ugo as the fat man had allowed himself. But Dawei calmly besought him. His voice, so full of confident gentleness, was so convincing of his rightness that further words froze before they could roll off his tongue. Until the man threw in a sarcastic and dismissive ending, which made the young man jump up with the desire to smack his assailant. But he was stopped by his grandfather's firm hand, which prevented him from approaching the guest. Mr. Tan appreciated Dawei's professional game of nerves and his grandson's temper at face value, but compared to him, with his experience, it was child's play. That the fat man wasn't afraid of God or hell was understandable, but the words about respect were plausible. So enemy or no enemy? And the fellow shrewdly remarked that a wise man never chops off his shoulder without fully understanding everything. These words warmed the old man's soul, giving him hope that this was all a misunderstanding that could be resolved. The boy seemed trustworthy and sympathetic, but the voice of Master of Ugo cut short these hopes. He, gazing at the ancient vase, continued the conversation he had begun in an ingratiating voice. That someone disrespects the moral rule of not harming the innocent and casts a powerful curse for unknown transgressions. Dawei came closer to him. How could he, a stranger here, know whether a man was innocent or guilty? So he angrily wondered if that was what he was interested in when he broke the curse. Or had the money so soured his eyes that he was ready to start another war between the schools? Master remarked with a smile that it wasn't money that was the cause, but a foolish youngster throwing power around and putting all masters at risk with it. And the parents, who would also get crushed just for company, and the teacher, who would stand up for him, the fool. Dawei froze. What kind of teacher are we talking about? He was being spoken to with such a familiar intonation, but it was only by folding in the mention of teacher that it became obvious. And he did not hesitate to call out the name. The mountain man froze at the mention of the name. His eyes widened and his mouth dropped open in surprise. The vase fell from his trembling hands and rolled across the floor, making noise and bouncing until it stopped at his feet. It was only then that he abruptly turned to Dawei with his entire not insignificant body, whipping his tail around the bookshelves. The one with his arms crossed over his chest looked unkindly at his good acquaintance, the third apprentice teacher, and couldn't believe that he was seeing him in front of him. A tense silence enveloped the living room. It was so quiet that even Mr. Tan couldn't stand it and tried to intervene. and Master of Ugo bowed his head without a word to the young man he had just scolded. The intemperate blond man again began to resent the fact that the story in which he was being defended had taken a wrong turn. But he remained in a crouched position, not lifting an inch and waiting patiently, and waited for Dawei to take it and slap him hard, so much so that the bowed head snapped to the side. The Tan family's jaws dropped in surprise. They definitely didn't expect this. Slap Master of Ugo, but the other man put up with it, because he was guilty. He had once had the honor of being Dawei's second disciple. When the second disciple left, a replacement was needed, and it was Gu. He was young then, but had power and wanted to go into the teachings of the illustrious master. He was accepted on the condition of taking care of the boy. One day he didn't, and got a second slap in the face for leaving him, small, in an abandoned mountain bear cave. And another for not coming back when he was waiting for him. He'd just left and never even sent word. And then Dawei grabbed him by the tail, grasped his cheek, and shaking his head in that position, asked him what he was thinking when he closed the entrance to the cave with the stone. That he would fly out of there on the wings of power, or accompanied by a beautiful chorus of heavenly angels? He was already shouting, demanding answers. Why had he abandoned him? Why didn't he come back for him? Then Master Gu knelt down in front of him, admitting his guilt. Dawei couldn't understand his feelings. First he loved him, then he hated him, and now it was all mixed up. His answer was simple. It was time to leave, and the little boy wouldn't let go and lingered behind him, wanting to escape. From teacher. But he reported where he had left Dawei. That answer didn't impress him. When you think of what he'd been through, closed in a cave for 24 hours without food or water, and that's not all. The space was filled with silence again. Dawei could not utter the last accusation. He was too young to understand. The old master tried to intervene again. It's too scary when your house becomes the scene of a Masters of Ugo showdown. But again, he was not heard. The last question fell. What curse had Gu put on the little boy then? That he should cease to pursue him and not prevent him from leaving. And what was his punishment for that? Bleeding cold sweat from the realization of what he had done then and what it might cost him now, he answered him. And Dawei was getting ready to make a decision. Yen entered the living room. Not understanding the reason for the heated situation, she interrupted him. In her memory, it was about her brother's curse, and the fat man had something to do with it. That was why he'd been brought here. She figured he was already being begged to give the name of whoever he'd commissioned to curse his brother. So I decided to help. I asked Dawei nicely to forget the grudge and let her lift the curse, because it wasn't worth a life. At the mention of the incident at the restaurant, the back of my head ached again. And that's just to forget? He has been suffering from headaches and dizziness all day. He's been nauseous all day, all the signs of a concussion, forget it? The grandfather, knowing the explosive nature of his grandson, also apologized for the incident. I should have hit Master of Ugo with a bat. Even though he didn't know it, it would be a good lesson for him. Dawei didn't know what to do. He should have respected the request of the owner of the house. It wasn't his fault. But the main culprit didn't say anything, didn't apologize. The scales of his soul were leaning toward forgiving, but Yen took this hiccup in her own way. Turning his face to hers and looking him straight in the eye, she offered a trade. He forgives the hit with the bat. She forgives the kiss. The audience gawked. What kind of kiss? When did they do it? After all, they were always in plain sight, and they couldn't have known each other before. Master Gu bowed joyfully to the girl, recognizing her as Dawei's bride. Now he was catching air with Dawei's mouth. Without a moment's hesitation, he quickly lifted Gu to his feet and respectfully took him aside for a heart-to-heart talk. The conversation was from the heart, mostly about why he had decided to call his master's granddaughter his fiancée. Koga Gu was able to cut into the huge mass of indignant shouts. He said that this was Dawei's own wish. Naturally, he didn't remember it. When did he say such a stupid thing? Not a word had been said about Yen today. But it was said when they were children. Then, sitting on their nanny's shoulders, They talked about all sorts of things, and it was about girls, which, of course, there were no girls on the mountain. But Dawei, an inquisitive boy, questioned everything and finally said that he would still give the first kiss to the one he would marry, but he would find her first. Hearing this story, Yen blushed like a poppy and ran to the window, pressing her hands to her lips and trying not to look at her grandfather. After giving Gu another good kick under the breath for talking like that, Dawei still decided to accept the apology of the landlord. It was time to return to the unfinished conversation. My childish memory burned with indignation, but my adult consciousness hinted that not everything was so clear-cut. And though the deed was, to put it mildly, not very good, it was not done out of malice. Master Gu humbly awaited his punishment. He had made a big mistake back then, but now it was worth it to try and make peace with his young friend whom he had offended so much. Dawei decided it was only fair to return the favor. What was the curse that was put on him back then? Let him pay it back. And began to form a curse. Power manifested itself in drops, from which black ants began to form. He directed her stream straight into Gu's chest. It kept pouring in and out. The ants scattered over his body, burrowed into him, and disappeared. With a second hand, Dawei drew the restriction as well, reading from memory the proper words. At last the flow stopped, and a black spot of rotten flesh could be seen beneath the rising arm. A loud shriek echoed throughout the neighborhood, which made the guards jump up first. Then they wondered fearfully who was being killed and whether they should intervene, even though their master had forbidden it. Master Gu fell to his knees afterward and tried to catch his breath from the pain that had twisted him with unexpected force. Dawei didn't mince words and gave him 100-fold reward. But it was joyous. He'd been hurt, and now there was a chance to forgive and put it behind him. Turning to Yen, Dawei asked her not to take what she said to heart. He was just a kid then, and he didn't even remember such a thing. Although, if she took Gu's words seriously, then there's the option of dating. What if it works out? In response, every object that came to hand flew at him. He barely made it out of the living room in time. But he was immediately returned by security. The guards decided to fulfill their official duties and caught the intruder in the corridor. Tan's master tiredly told him to let the captured man go. Things had gotten so hectic this evening, and it was time to part ways. But there was one last point to be made. The first thing he did was to pick up the suffering Master Gu from the floor and marvel at his condition. He was trembling in pain, breathing heavily, saliva dripping from his mouth, sweat beading on his temples in small peas. But he found his strength, thanked his hosts for their presence during this difficult conversation. Especially Yen, who had saved him by her intervention. Better to be beaten than killed. And so Dawei blew off steam. And he was about to leave. He headed for the door, his feet dragging heavily, wrinkling with each step. The grandson's question caught up with him. He could not understand why such a strong master of Ugo was thankful for the curse. Why couldn't he lift it? Gu pulled the hem of the chlamyde over his heart and revealed the rotting skin. The stain was spreading in protuberances in all directions, devouring the flesh. Closer up, patches of clean, unaffected skin were also visible. As the restriction was read, it did not allow the curse to destroy everything, only torture, and for a limited amount of time. A fully cursed man is not to be envied. He will constantly feel as if he were being barked at by hordes of ants, biting him, eating him inside and out. The pain and burning of the bites will haunt him, and the rotting flesh will cover every inch of his body. And he will scratch the ground in pain and tear himself to a bloody pulp trying to get rid of the insects, until he dies. So yes, he was pitied, apparently because he's still seen as one of their own, despite the wrongs, and that's a relief. Because Dawei is ruthless to his enemies. In a fit of rage, he can take down a small army that threatens him. And if they threaten his loved ones, he will walk over the corpses but will get the offender and tear out his heart. At Master Gu's last words, the blond man gave a crumpled thanks for the clarification and fled after saying goodbye. He remembered how at lunchtime he had sent the tax collectors to that fat man's father's firm and hurried to rescind the order. His grandfather called out to him, but there was no answer. He did not understand his grandson's actions because he was not involved in today's twists and turns. He was rushing to the phone. He had already caught one curse today. He didn't want to be the enemy of Dawei's family. The evening had already darkened all the streets. The lights on the houses and trees went on and off. Most people had finished their working hours and were beginning to rest. But not Dawei's father. Dawei's father was in the back seat of the car, smoking sadly. The police were unable to find out anything new about Dawei. As he threw out the last cigarette butt, the phone rang. He wasn't expecting anything good, so he glanced at it warily, but he picked it up. The deputy gladdened him with the news that the inspection was over. And even too soon. Everyone just suddenly got up and left. During the conversation, the door opened. The taxman came in and handed me a certificate of honor from the IRS with words of praise. Perplexed as to what it could be, my father sat staring at the phone, which rang again. This time an unknown well-wisher called to say that Dawei was fine and heading home. The son's voice was heard on the other end of the call, cheerfully asserting the same thing. The call was quickly interrupted, but the father's heart was relieved, and at last there was a glimmer of hope that all the trouble was over. Dawei, meanwhile, was riding in the departmental minibus and struggling to stay awake. It had been a long day. They had already driven Master Gu a long way and were now approaching his house. The commander couldn't get the idea out of his mind to get Fatty a couple or 3 surprises for the job. He was especially attracted to the paralyzing poison, the effects of which he had recently seen and been impressed by. Dawei drifted further and further into sleep. His eyelids drooped, and his thoughts became sluggish and shallow. Those last words cheered him up. Where would he get so many ingredients to fulfill such an order? But the commander didn't see that as a problem. He spun the steering wheel sharply to the right, pulling out onto a parallel street. In 2 minutes, they were standing at the foot of a tall building, dotted with lighted windows. It was a huge research center that dealt with the problems of using various animal poisons. The guards at the entrance were shown their documents and were allowed inside without any delays or checks. Dawei was now looking around at the interior of the room. In amazement, even sleep said goodbye and left. Because there were flora enclosures near the walls, and someone was rummaging around in them. It was worth going over to see. Sneaking behind the research center worker's back, Dawei peeked into the first enclosure. There was an emerald snake. It looked chipper, but its scales were dull. Something at the center had been overlooked. Suddenly, the employee called out the commander by his nickname. Dawei heard the nickname for the first time and was puzzled by its strangeness. We had a friendly conversation about this and that, the usual chit-chat. Dawei soon became bored, so he asked to wander around to see what's interesting. It was his first time at the research center. How could you say no to a look like that? And they were led on a guided tour along the passage. To the right and left were enclosures and tanks with special habitats. The Brazilian forest viper lay tiredly among the foliage and did not even react to the onlookers. The Amazon toad, on the other hand, was famous for its poisonous skin and was of some interest. An Australian boa constrictor froze in the process of hunting a mouse and was not interfered with. By the way, I felt like having dinner right away. Dawei enjoyed contemplating the reptiles living here and felt at home with them. Then he was expected to move on to the insect department. And while the employee was reciting dry facts, Dawei decided to ask what surprised him. Friends' nicknames, they mean something, don't they? They're not just for show, are they? Or are they just call signs? Of course, the nicknames hinted at special characteristics or skills of the special forces. You could say they were rewarding. For example, for the ability to smell the enemy at an unreachable distance and always know where to find him. Yes, Mad Bull definitely got his nickname for his unrestrained temper, for teasing, arguing, and fighting endlessly. Dawei wondered if a nickname was bestowed upon him, what kind of animal would it be? Probably something poisonous? Mad Bull immediately began to offer options: elephant, kitten, seal, but somehow everything didn't work out. Finally, Dawei found something that sounded both menacing and majestic. He liked it. The most venomous and swift animal, really like himself. But the guys didn't appreciate it. He didn't look like a cobra, much less a king cobra. More like a bear cub. Cute and cuddly, at times fearsome but quick to respond. Dawei took offense and stepped forward. And the guys looked at each other puzzled. What did he want? Nicknames don't just come out of nowhere. You have to earn them. I had to catch up and explain that the nickname would come by itself. Someday, after the deed was done, he'd be named, and that nickname would stick. But Dawei still looked frustrated. Hadn't he accomplished enough deeds today? What was wrong with the cobra? It was fast and deadly poisonous, just like him. The employee of the center looked disapprovingly at the fooling group. Such adults, but they act like children. They are only wasting time. Still the same, disapprovingly, he muttered that they had come to the insect department, and he had to run off on other important business. But he didn't leave. And he brought me to a large terrarium with the most boring, in his opinion, inhabitants of the center. Well, spiders, not very big, black. They dig quietly and make nets. But an incomprehensible young man, who was accompanying the formidable special forces, suddenly shrieked and stuck to the armored glass. Dawei was very familiar with this species of spider. They were very rare, but they always went straight into action. Perhaps that's why they became rare, because everything about them was valuable, but only if you know how to use it. Tapping his finger on the glass to attract the attention of the inhabitants, he looked at them with such love and entreaty. The whole company noticed this and stared at him in bewilderment. How could anyone like spiders? The center worker went on to talk about the mysterious patterns on their bellies that sometimes resemble letters. At first, they even tested the idea of a collective mind, trying to make words and sentences out of them. But then, the idea was abandoned. And now, they're proper names. When it came to what kind of habitat was prepared for them and how much money went into researching their capabilities, Dawei interrupted him and politely requested him to give him a couple. He had a grand idea for enriching himself. This request sparked a wave of outrage. After all, spiders weren't called undertakers for nothing. Even just being near such a spider was dangerous. The result was always the same, and he's asking to take 2 of them out of the center. Who's going to catch them? To prove his claim to ownership of the spiders, Dawei began recounting facts about their lives unknown to the employee. First, I clarified their real name and habitat. As it turned out, no one had guessed that they also lived in their country. Then he told me about their diet. A very specific diet, I should say, because they hunted large animals. And finally, he talked about the specifics of their venom, why it's so toxic and fast-acting, and exactly what it does to those who are bitten, with particular emphasis on timing and effects on the person. Dawei talked and talked. He told them everything that teacher had told him and that he had observed when he met them. The employee of the center even sweated from the amount of information dumped on him. It was impossible to imagine that this young man had such a fundamental knowledge of arachnology. And Dawei moved on to the possibilities of utilizing these valuable insects. First, he mentioned ancient interclan wars, although even in the present time they did not disdain to remove enemies in this way. Expensive, but reliable. Died of natural poison, that's the diagnosis. But this is a side and barbaric way to utilize a valuable ingredient. In fact, these spiders have enormous potential. They can be used to treat what others have already given up on, realizing the futility of the effort. If you know how to prepare the drug, opportunities for gentle work with festering wounds and hidden pustules in which surgical intervention is indicated. And in plastic surgery, you can find a use for them. There are severe scars, such as those from burns. What this guy was saying was at least a doctoral thesis, and if their research center could replicate it, they'd be golden. The special trick was that with prolonged use of this product, you could reduce wrinkles and get your youth back, not just the face. This potion removes dead cells and tissues from the body, and in return, new cells and tissues would grow. It was the bomb. Whole institutes were working on rejuvenation, and here's some guy. Who is he really? The guys didn't know what was fiction and what wasn't, either. But Dawei was smiling as if he had won the lottery. And he continued his advertising campaign, describing more and more ways to use spiders. Even the letters came to mind. If you knew how, you could change the pattern to whatever you wanted, even sign your own name. Impressed by the attendant, he ran to report the prospects to his superiors. And Dawei grinned happily. That was the plan all along. First, you have to get people interested. Then he approached the aviary once more, pondering his next steps in developing his own business. He bent down, looked at the spiders. I figured out how much raw material I'd need if I were to start a business. It was getting sad. 10 specimens wouldn't even be enough for experimental samples. And they're buying them. Not cheap, right? Specifically, these poor spiders were not looking their best. Not because of their surroundings, not because of the feeding. And maybe something else too. You couldn't tell from here. Dawei concentrated, trying to catch the swirling thought. Through the security camera, there was a clear view of a guy standing by the enclosure. There were 2 people watching, the employee accompanying them and the head of the center. The employee reported about possible prospects, but was not understood. This is a scientific center, not a grandmother's kitchen with potions for all diseases. While they were talking like that, something unimaginable and frightening happened. The monitors showed, like this guy, whistling contentedly, climbing a ladder right into an enclosure of deadly poisonous spiders. From below, the sight was no less intimidating in its goofiness. But maybe he just wanted something to see from above. He jumped inward, however, grunting contentedly. He looked around, trying to realize what was wrong. Beagle could not understand his actions. He knew what to expect from these creatures, and he was the one who jumped into the arms of death. But Dawei was calm and cheerful, as if out for a walk, and their anxiety was nothing more than an amusing attraction. And then he was attacked from all sides by spiders starving on flies and cockroaches. They flew in a leap, hanging on their threads. Everyone, both at the enclosure and in front of the camera, froze at the horrifying sight. This man's death was inevitable. The director's mind was already spinning with summaries and checks of all authorities on the fact of death of an outsider in their scientific center. But that wasn't the end of it. The guy was still alive and the action continued. In a somewhat unexpected way, though. Beagle was also discovering a lot of new things. He still didn't realize who he was dealing with. And now, in fact, a golden silkworm butterfly hovered in front of Dawei, and a quiet and peaceful light spread from it. Not particularly visible to the human eye, and even in the bright light of the lamps, it enveloped the entire space around its master in waves, and the spiders sat quietly on the fat man, basking in his warmth. Dawei even stroked one of the spiders on the top of its head. Talking to them as if they were small children, he carefully examined the spiders, where the male was, where the female was, and whether we should expect a litter. As well as the entourage and props of this aviary. Is it all enough for comfortable living and breeding? As the Science Center staff dumbfoundedly contemplated the ongoing miracle in the spider habitat, director of this very center was already quickly settling all the details on the phone with the legal department, preparing a couple of versions of the contract. And then with his partners, promising them incalculable benefits if this young man's words were even a fraction true. He knew how to keep his nose to the wind, and this boy's antics had convinced him. He really knows these spiders, if he's still alive. And in the hall with terrariums, director entered already fully prepared for a business conversation. All that remained was to hook the fish. The SWAT team stretched out in front of the head of the center, expecting a beating. Still, they had broken the rules a little by bringing a man from the street into the center, who knew he would attract such attention. And the director looked at them and didn't know what to say, whether to scold them for such carelessness or to thank them. In the end, I didn't say anything, because all his attention shifted to the fat man, who was coming out of the enclosure, sniffing like a locomotive. When he jumped down and knelt down heavily, at first he thought that the rendezvous with the spiders had not gone without a trace. But the smiling, serene face said otherwise, and director, hesitating in his choice of tactics, I extended my hand to introduce myself to him. I introduced myself respectfully, and tried to make him feel at ease with his friendly appearance. Dawei also rushed to shake his hand. Still, he hadn't counted on such a success for his advertising campaign. The whole director came to him, and soon they were pairing off to look at spiders. It was necessary to start an uncomfortable conversation somehow, and the cunning fox began with a presentation, then praised the young man's extraordinary talents and lamented that they still knew so little about these extraordinary eight-legged creatures. Beagle and Mad Bull had already begun to suspect something bad when the conversation started like this. Fatty is sometimes as naive as a child, and by flattering him, you can try to get something in return. And he seemed to give in. He grinned, embarrassed, scratching the back of his head, and fully prepared to demonstrate his knowledge. Director has moved on to step 2. Get detailed information on the formulation and application of potions known to the Tom. So he asked if the honored guest would tell them how these spiders could be used in the production of rejuvenation potions. Dawei was surprised. Dawei was angry. Is he really considered so stupid that he is expected to leak the recipe given to him by teacher for nothing? Meanwhile, the director continued his persuasions. First, with a friendly arm around his shoulders, he described the prospects for the rise of science and helping poor sick people, making Dawei look like a hero who had brought about a cure. Then promised him a job at a research center and a scientific title in the long run, and lots of time to spend with the spiders he loved so much. Dawei decided to stop the empty rants, which were not even remotely interesting to him. Since he had already been promised the title of hero and worldwide fame, he started with a joke. The guys, already realizing with longing that their friend was being competently divorced and the promises were not so hopeless, after all, career growth is a serious matter, were surprised by the abrupt change of topic. Didn't see that coming either. What's the answer? To say no would be insulting. Perhaps it's better to flatter. But the conversation got off the beaten track of years of eyewash and was going somewhere wrong. Dawei confidently led the way. He was not interested in his own chances, but in specific artists, who played alternatively gifted characters in their day, noble but foolish in their naivete. The director, who did not get the hint, continued to agree with everything. The conversation was turning into chaos, and it was necessary to swim against the current. The time has come to set its own terms, and Dawei has said a firm no to all directors' ingratiation. He is not a fool to fall for the promise of fame and future unimaginable career advancement. This response made the director very angry, but there was nothing to say in response. It was time to move on to Plan B. Many workers listened to this conversation with bated breath. On whose side were their sympathies? Opinions were divided into, he refused a scientific title, oh horror. Or, at last, someone put the insolent swindler in his place, well done. Dawei calmly pointed out what is true. These medicines and facilities are very much needed by people, and people will not get them for nothing, they will get them for money. He grinned at the fact that how to make them, how to apply them, and how to measure the right doses, only he knew. And ironically asked, does the director think to get this knowledge simply for gratitude and hypothetical fame, while he and his partners will share the profits from their sale? So he demanded that we share fairly. He to them, knowledge, they to him, partnership with a long-term perspective. The director's words caused an unaccountable attack of greed. And turning with a warning look, threatened. If the game was unfair, he could forget something. There was no choice left, and, soaked with worry, the director set out to implement the most labor-intensive in its complexity plan. Play fair. Leaving one of his subordinates in charge, with instructions not to restrict the guests in their excursion. Dawei, hearing this wish, immediately decided to seize the opportunity, and demanded to be taken to the lab, providing a list of the ingredients he wished to obtain. The dumbfounded employee read the list of very valuable substances and didn't know what to do. It seemed to be a guest, but a guest who will soon become a partner, from what he's seen. Maybe he wants to make a test sample? After sneaking into the lab, Dawei chemised. Taking advantage of his free time and the opportunity, he decided to make his friends happy and give them some surprises. Since there was no poisonous frog mucus to be found, he made them truth serum, a special recipe. For now, he was telling its effects to an interested beagle. Mad Bull had little interest in anything but fighting, and warned of possible side effects if used improperly and combined with alcohol. The edge of my eye noticed the red winking eye of a video camera that had somehow found itself in the laboratory. She lurked quietly under the table between the cardboard boxes, taking pictures the whole time, but since there was nothing secret about it. He took a sheet of paper and began to scribble, cross out, shade, and write again. Director in the camera room, of course, was watching this broadcast. What if he could really get a glimpse of something? And the fact that the guy started writing was encouraging. Finally, he finished his work, walked over, leaned over to the table where the video camera lurked. He was about to see what he had written. The message was simple in its simplicity. It covered the entire screen, demonstrating that their interest had been seen and understood correctly. Now Dawei's got the guy's sleeping pills. It's not a paralyzer, but it's okay. But there was a side effect too. He also handed over an invention of his own. It had not yet been thoroughly tested, but it had already demonstrated an amazing effect. And it was dangerous, and for a last resort, because he had not yet invented a neutralizer for it. At Beagle's gloomy look, if he didn't have something more innocuous, without disastrous consequences, Fatty was a little confused. They wanted the most powerful ones, didn't they? Beagle put his palm on Fatty's shoulder, not knowing whether to cry or laugh. After all, power was not the issue, but efficiency, and it was better to avoid unnecessary sacrifices. Death is something that can't be undone. That's when Director came into the lab. He had managed to do a Herculean job. It was worth only to pull the partners out at night for a meeting. We even had to call it a celebration. The legal department prepared a corresponding contract, and the only thing left to do was to sign it. Director didn't fly so high for nothing. He knew how to catch the moment, so he was in a hurry to finalize the deal with the illiterate boy. The guys noticed how quickly Dawei was being taken away from their company, so they called out to him. That made the future partner displeased. The director didn't want any unnecessary witnesses, but what could be done? It would be weird to send them away. Maybe they wouldn't go to the restaurant themselves. But the commander broke his plans. He, seeing his friend's pleading look, immediately agreed to go to the partners' meeting with him, and the support team too. It was an entertaining picture. The SWAT team was sitting at one table and looking menacingly. The big businessmen, who, sleepy and disheveled, as if they had been pulled out of their beds, shivered alarmingly at their intimidating stares. A bottle of vodka was quickly removed in front of Dawei's nose. He, already anticipating his first taste of something alcoholic, grudgingly grimaced. But he was quickly disappointed, warning him to be careful. A drunk man does stupid things, and he can get caught doing them. Well, they want to, or the table wouldn't be set, and there wouldn't be a box of alcohol in the corner. And the director's already got a glass in his hand. I wonder why. Why not sign the contract first and celebrate later? We should expect a setup with this contract, right? Chuckles. And Beagle suggested he have a good meal and build up his strength while the men who were accustomed to it were drinking. Dawei was unhappy that he'd been reduced to a child. Mad Bull was already beating his hoof and ready for a drinking battle. Director, and rightly so, the dinner began with a toast to future partnerships and trusted allies. Everyone raised their glasses. Only Dawei modestly covered his Coca-Cola. He felt embarrassed that he stood out from the company. Everyone drank, and some of them were helped to finish the drink, where by nudging with an elbow, and where by glaring, so that they would not cheat with the drink. Then the director noticed that the main target of his efforts did not drink alcohol and became indignant. He was supported by the offended companions. Dawei started to be pressed by tradition and public opinion. But what can you do if he really never drank alcohol? This news made the director happy. The only thing left to do is to press on, and the signed contract will be in his pocket. At first he asked for a drink out of respect and bargained to his own detriment just to get what he wanted. He was ready to pour a glass of liquor into the boy's mouth, but his neighbors prevented him from doing so. Beagle wanted to take on the honorable mission of toasting Fatty, to ease the pressure on the guy. But he was seated with undisguised irritation. The only thing left to do was either to provoke a conflict or to get up and leave. But the director did not stop. He continued his exhortations, requests, and was already approaching threats. I was running out of patience. I couldn't get the fat guy to drink. I thought hard, what could possibly hook a guy? I've got an idea. At that age, young fools are very good at being weak. Pride comes before reason, which they often don't have. They haven't grown up with experience yet. He pronounced, louder, more solemnly, on the cowardice of those who run from every man's duty to drink. This statement made Beagle angry, as there was no logic in this verbal construction. But Dawei had had enough of this empty talk, and he, slamming his palm on the table with anger, I poured it up and drank the nearest glass, completely to the bottom. The vodka burned his throat and gurgled unpleasantly in his stomach. The partners were alarmed, not used to such a dose, and the director, satisfied as an elephant, watched and waited for the consequences. Dawei slammed the glass down violently on the table. The director's arrogance, coupled with the unpleasant taste of alcohol, irritated him. So, turning pink with displeasure, he poured himself another shot glass and raised it, with the purpose of forcing the instigator to perform the act. Beagle glanced bitterly at his friend. He was sorry he couldn't protect him from the teasing, but he could still keep him from making the next mistake. The director poured himself another drink. He was sure that now everything would go right. After all, he knew how to drink. It pleased him to see the boy drinking again. He was happy to see the boy drinking again. And another drink. Mad Bull watched his young friend getting drunk with fear and waited for the result. And one more. Everyone was already wondering when it would work. They were counting the moments until the guy went down. But no one had realized to look at why Dawei's right hand was always under the table, and there was already a puddle dripping. It was already nighttime in the courtyard. Even the crickets had finished their songs, and the city was silent at midnight. Only the poor waiters and restaurant workers looked longingly at their watches, hoping to go home at last. But the drunken, incessant shouting dissuaded them from doing so. An unknown number of vodka rounds had already been drunk, accompanied by endless toasts, and it was poured, strangely enough, by Dawei. Because all the others were unable even to get up, their legs were failing. They took the most convenient positions for them and only chanted memorized words and drank. Toast after toast, tongue-lashing, muddled thoughts, and with a wild hope that this marathon would someday be over. The director even got up with difficulty and moved over to Fatty to see if he was cheating on his drink. He seemed to be the most sober of them all. And he drank equally with everyone else, the fullest glasses, but the liquor didn't even hit him in the head. Because the body is used to dealing with poisons. I only had to speed up the process with the help of power, but I had to remove it through the fingers of my hand with ordinary water. The director saw that everything was fair, but he could not understand why his plan, so beautiful from all sides, did not work. Why is the fat man still awake and cheerful, although he should be lying under the table and signing a contract, not realizing what he is doing? And that was scary. After all, the director himself did not feel so good anymore and was about to fall down himself. And Dawei poured and poured. Now he was already making up toasts himself, no matter what. He almost forced me to drink to each one. I had no idea how long it would take to get him drunk. Did he force him to drink? He did. Now it's like the proverb, you go for wool, you come back with a haircut. Finally, when the main instigator of this drunkenness already had vodka in his ears and gagging, which he could hardly suppress. And at Dawei's feet there was a large puddle of water from the wasted alcohol. His fingers were already burning from the unaccustomed effort. The director's cloudy, preparing to refuse to think with his brain, began to suspect that his plan was failing after all. He looked hopefully toward the fat man. What if he too was holding on with his last strength, like him? But the man pounded his fist on the table and flatly demanded more drinks, making him cough at the thought of continuing. And the promise to get them all drunk as pigs scared the hell out of me. When do we sign the contract? Another half-hour later, when the purchased vodka was running out and the last bottle of it stood orphaned in a drawer, the director, because everyone else had passed out earlier, was vomiting uncontrollably. Only Dawei, brushing his teeth with a toothpick, waited contentedly for what would happen next. Coming to himself after involuntary self-cleansing, with a little clearer brains, director already recognized his defeat. The only strange thing was that the man who recognized his inability remained sober as a glass, although he drank equally with everyone else. Dawei was no longer expecting questions. He waited impatiently for the customer to finish this difficult, tedious, but so necessary meal. But he pulled himself together, lighting up the world with a radiant smile. He waggled his eyebrows, saying, "I've outplayed you, haven't I?" This made the director suspect that not everything was so simple, and he was just masterfully bypassed. But how? Fatty denied his accusations, as he was honestly drinking everything, and no one can reproach him for that. Just explained it by the peculiarity of his body not accepting any alcohol at all. That's why he can't drink, because he can't get drunk. So he was telling the truth. Who's to blame if he was misunderstood? Standing up from the table, cheerfully offered another drink. This threat so impressed the alcohol-poisoned organism that he preferred to turn off the bad master from the sin. And with a blurred look, he still noticed how the guy pulled out of his jacket pocket the very contract that made him feel so bad now, and shivered at the sight of the fine-printed pages and the fat man's anticipatory smile. Dawei, on the other hand, after rereading the contract carefully and thinking about the prospects, signed it as it was. As he was folding the pages he had reviewed, the demanding buzz of the phone was heard. I had to search around for its source. I even had to look under the table to see if they'd missed it. And so, while inspecting another investor, I discovered that annoying sound was coming from Beagle. I called Yen before sunrise. I had to leave at dawn for the mission, which was always on a deadline. I had to take it. The guys were out of their minds, and he was responsible. Not expecting such a turn of events, Yen couldn't think of anything on the spot but to see for herself. When Dawei heard the order, he agreed to it tiredly. It was still his fault that the boys were so drunk, and this was an important assignment. All that's left is to figure out how to transport them to the airfield. You can't even carry one mad bull, but 3. A morning military airfield. Cold wind, silence, and sleepy calm. Only technicians and loaders are silently working, occasionally interjecting interjections from the fullness of their feelings. This time the calm was broken by an unprecedented sight. The guys waiting to load froze, wondering what it was. Some even came forward, not quite sure if it was such an attack or if someone had mistaken the terrain. Gasping with exertion and panting, wheezing breaths, a not-so-small guy was advancing on them. He carried 2 of their companions crosswise on his shoulders, and they swayed and did not seem to breathe. Asking where the board preparing to depart was, he dragged them toward it, almost running to finally drop his heavy burden. The military helicopter was impressive. With its lights shining, it stood on the takeoff pad, a powerful, reliable machine ready to take to the air. And Dawei had never been in the sky before. Dragged the chauffeur too, sat them all down row by row, and finally took a breath, looking at the historical picture. A SWAT team, sliced to eye, which was approaching them with the speed of a car. He made it first. Don't ask me what it cost. Good thing there was little traffic in the night town. I'm gonna have to do some repairs, and my dad's gonna get a hefty fine. And now Yen is here. She immediately asked about her subordinates and thanked me without giving me an answer, sending me away. But Dawei somehow didn't smile to leave with a coveted helicopter nearby and the chance to fly for the first time. And he asked to go with them, into the sky. With a haughty glance at him, Yen didn't answer. She had to think. She stood there, his formidable lord, inexpressibly beautiful in her tight-fitting clothes. It was impossible to take his eyes off her. But there was no room for civilians on a mission, and she firmly refused him. She waved goodbye to the helicopter. Catching up with her, Dawei warned her that the team was pissed and hinted that she alone would have to carry that firewood out on arrival. It was an argument. If it's true, there's a big problem with the brass. Her job today is to get everyone there on time, and getting them back to their senses by tonight is a possibility. She only grinned weakly and nodded, pointing with a nod toward the helicopter hatch, inviting him in. The overjoyed Dawei even clenched his fists at his chest with full feelings. His dream would come true after all. And soon the transport, warming up its engines, rose into the sky, which very quickly began to lighten. Dawn was breaking. The guys still swayed slowly and listlessly in their seatbelts in time with the helicopter's motion. Beagle was the first to begin to regain consciousness. His eyes opened sleepily. His eyes were cloudy. My head was splitting to the point of complete brain liquefaction, which disoriented me in space and where I was. A bird flying past the porthole suggested that there was no such thing. He had absolutely no idea what was going on. His adrenaline spiked from this incomprehension, and now he was looking up at the sky, realizing that he was flying in a chopper. And they fly over a forest whose tops are close enough to hide their flight from radar. That means it's another mission, and he rushed to push his subordinates in fear. What kind of mission? He doesn't remember anything. And when a familiar voice sounded from the front seat, at first he was even relieved. Now everything would be explained to him. But it didn't take long for the poisonous rant to come. It reminded me of the research center, the restaurant, and the excessive drinking. Yen calmly and methodically scolded them, while she herself thought about plans for the afternoon. To cheer everyone up, we had to order a formation. It was extremely sluggish, as everyone had not yet come away from the feast. But then a grumbling voice came from the cargo bay. What he said in this situation was unthinkable impertinence. And Yen reacted accordingly. Turning around in her chair, she angrily put Fatty in her seat. It was only then that everyone realized they had a special cargo here, a Dawei strapped to a hiking stretcher. There were cheers of joy. It was good to know that a friend had not abandoned him in a difficult situation and had delivered him on time to his duty station. Beagle moved closer and asked guiltily how the contract had turned out. I'd intended to protect him from deception, but I couldn't. But Fatty, smiling contentedly, slipped the very contract signed by both parties under his nose. By painting out the glittering possibilities and probabilities, Dawei was so confident in himself and the contract that Beagle himself wanted to take a look at it. And there was something he didn't like. Not for nothing did the director try to get his partner drunk before signing. But he was so happy about the prospects that he had to shake him to attract attention. He flipped to a page from the contract, crossed out with his finger words that had double interpretations and could lead to complications later, and began to explain to the inexperienced young man about dishonest business, financial flows and pitfalls, on which business sharks eat up the Greyhound youngsters. In the specific case of getting the technology, it could have been easily gotten rid of by being crushed by price differences. But Fatty had an answer for everything. If they could do that to him, why couldn't he do that to them? And anyway, he's not going to wait for favors from the competition. Just let them build everything and set it up. The boys looked at each other, puzzled. Accustomed to following orders, they didn't understand Dawei's intricacies. He tried to explain to them that all sorts of bureaucracy, advertising, and sales are very boring and take a lot of money, and it's worth having others do it for him. But then, Mad Bull called him a dreamer because he thinks he's going to get the case on a silver platter, but he had a trump card. After all, everyone is fixated on money, on connections, on formulation in the end. And there was something no one had thought of or envisioned. Ingredients. Too hard to find, too expensive to buy. But to take care of them in such a way that they bring offspring, to raise these offspring to adulthood, no one knows how to do it but him. So, like it or not, Mr. Investors will have to act honestly, otherwise they will not get the desired profit at all. And if the prices go up as well, then even more so. By then, we can look for other investors. Beagle hesitated. Wouldn't the research center be able to replicate the technology of growing spiders? But that assumption only made Dawei laugh. He took a good look around the enclosure. It was nicely landscaped, but even setting aside his inability to feed the spiders, there was something important missing. Light, humidity, certain rocks and plants, and a lot more. Only those who have been studying spiders for years or have read ancient books can know that. Which is him. Yeah, everyone's thinking the same thing. You can't fool a guy like that. While they were talking, the transport was approaching the deployment site. They had to get ready to disembark. Yen announced the essence of the task assigned to them by the command. Everyone gathered and listened attentively. She read out the summary given to her at the command center. Who, why, and consequences. It was serious. And the case was near the Emerald City, the capital of all kinds of smugglers. It's always like that where gemstones are mined. Beagle was anticipating how he would apprehend the lawbreakers. The whole team cheered him on with a friendly cackle. This case was familiar and familiar. Not like business. The guys were as excited about the upcoming case as small children are about candy, remembering all the previous mishaps and adventures. Except Fatty didn't fit in. He's a civilian. If he gets shot, he's responsible. Dawei tried to be very nice and obedient, so that he wouldn't be deprived of all the fun. Or they'll lock him up in solitary confinement somewhere. As the transport came round for landing, and everyone was busily packing and dressing for the march, in the final moments of freedom to lighten the mood, Fatty was asked how he enjoyed the flight. What you expected was the answer you got. Dawei knew how to criticize. Based on the realities of the movies they watched, they got chairs for hardness. And the service is lousy. The only beautiful girl here is Captain, and she is not very friendly. Beagle was laughing that if he kissed her again by accident, he wouldn't get away with just being unfriendly. It was either the wedding or the cemetery. You don't know whether to laugh or be indignant at such words. Dawei chose the third and was embarrassed. Captain, who was sitting in the front seat, also heard the joke and was upset. It looked like everyone was going to make jokes about them as bride and groom. Transport sat down on the airfield, and economic services were already rushing to it, to take out passengers, to carry out maintenance. And Dawei, arms wide, enjoyed the sunlight, the wind, and the freedom, while his traveling companions were anxiously preparing for the march. The boys had to walk stealthily through the woods, but Yen, who had agreed to take this burden, a civilian, into her care, had to ride with him by car. Though it was to her advantage, she would save time and find a present for her grandfather. Fatty immediately hid behind Beagle. Her irritation at an inappropriate joke could get him in trouble, so they had to find out where they were going. The Emerald Market was a tempting place to start, and then he was offered a feast for his stomach. Almost a date. It got even more interesting, and then a walk in the city is good. Maybe that's how you start dating girls. He concentrated on listing everything he planned to do, wondering if he had enough money for it all. It turned out that he didn't know the prices, and therefore he wouldn't be a fool. So I asked, "Who's paying?" That was important, because the card the police took away was still in there somewhere, and there wasn't much cash in the hidden pocket. Yen, unpleasantly surprised by this question, mumbled that it was every man for himself. She was about to leave. But Fatty decided to make another joke. If we're almost on a date, he'll pay for lunch himself, for which he was mercilessly beaten. Yen had had enough of the near marital witticisms, and she showed him a great twine, trying to get a foot in. But he managed to dodge, seeing the seriousness of the girl's intentions. He knew he shouldn't joke like that, so he couldn't help himself. And it all happened again. Loss of balance, a shriek, a fall, a palm on his exposed waist. Only now they were frozen in the passionate pose of tango dancers, breathlessly reliving the moment of flight and breathing noisily. You couldn't just leave it like that. The joke just rolled off the tongue, and the consequences were inevitable. The team was stunned to see this fight. They'd never seen anything like it in their lives, and they felt like they didn't belong here at all. She would advance, he would fight back or dodge, but not attack, recognizing his guilt. Finally, when outside attention was realized, they were sent, and they went. It was time to get into the SUV to go to the Emerald Market. Still sulking at each other, they stood at a distance. Yen was deciding who would drive. It worked out that for reasons of secrecy, it would be better if Fatty did it. So she handed him the keys. Oh, yes! He immediately thought of racing, and the unforgettable king of the mountains, and the ride to the airport. No, but he had learned something. Especially when she smiled at him. It's not just an SUV, it's a tiger with your bare hands. But the good mood didn't shine for long. The dark clouds of just suspicion closed in, which was soon brilliantly confirmed. To think of not knowing such nonsense, I growled thunderously and took to teaching. At first, the car drove slowly, then fast, slow again, then jerky and wiggling from side to side. Dawei was trying to figure out how to drive the SUV. Yen covered her eyes with her palm in despair. He was hopeless. As a result, my nerves failed, and she drove the car all the way to the Emerald Market. And Dawei looked around at the surroundings in embarrassment. Yes, the Emerald Market was not named so for nothing. The blocks of malachite were lying in heaps, and the green domes of the stalls of the trading rows competed with the various minerals of green and turquoise colors laid out on the stalls. Whole families were selling, and often the most common unsightly pebbles were lying next to beautiful cuttings. Dawei looked at everything from the car window. It was new and interesting to him. Boulders and spiles, buyers and sellers. But there were too many people, like ants in an anthill. Dawei had never seen so many at once, and the flood of information made him dizzy. He thought, well, why don't I stay in the car? Yen was not interested in walking alone in the market. It's always more fun with company. So she gave Fatty a little nudge. The offended Dawei first said that whoever needs what here, let him choose, and he doesn't need anything here. But he soon came up with a worse joke, and was already laughing inwardly, waiting for Yen's reaction to the joke. And immediately offered his own option. He is ready not only to accompany her and go around all the rows in search of a gift, but also to carry all the purchases all day long. But only for a kiss. No. He didn't expect that reaction. Because the professionally driven car suddenly gave a goat and scared away the customers with its stunt, and a lump swelled on Dawei's forehead. But he wasn't angry, he was laughing to tears. Yen, who was sitting next to him, was fiercely ruddering and grinding her teeth in frustration that she couldn't get the response she deserved. Soon they were already prowling the shopping aisles looking at the assortment, while Yen searched for the one stone for her grandfather. Dawei listened to the buyers' conversations, the sellers' answers, and felt like such a teapot. He even asked Yen about it. She felt the same way. So they walked around, looking, and couldn't choose anything. Everything was either too big or uninteresting. We decided to get closer and push in places where people were especially crowded. After all, if there are buyers, there is also something interesting for sale. The place of particular congestion was the large stone-cutting machines. People came up, sawed through their purchases, and looked to see if they had been lucky today. That's how it is, at first sight. An unattractive boulder, heavy, gray. But when you saw it, you have a treasure in your hands. Impressed by this sight, Yen was ready to go buy up all the gray pebbles in the hope of getting the same miracle. But how to choose a worthy grandfather? Dawei has finally realized the benefit of such bidding. When you buy, you pay for a cat in the bag that cannot be returned, which is the seller's profit. And buyers, if they understand the stones and have a little luck, can grab for cheap such a gem, which in jewelry stores costs a decent amount of money. But it's unlikely that luck will smile on dummies like them. After all, you have to know how to choose. And quite a few people who were disappointed in their purchase also walked away from the machines. As someone's hand suddenly patted him on the back, drawing his attention to its owner. He turned out to be a middle-aged, tired, dusty man, all nervous and twitchy. I wondered what he wanted from an illiterate gawker. The man quickly said something unintelligible about great good fortune and shoved a cloth bundle into his hands. A large backpack over his shoulders hinted that he had come from far away. His excitement, on the other hand, looked bad. Dawei doesn't get it. This is how they want to sell him some nonsense under the guise of great luck. Or it's contraband, which no reasonable seller in the county would mess with, for it's fraught with trouble with the law. Or, in general, in front of him is a thief who needs to sell stolen goods quickly and then wait for the police. So having put the man in his place, Dawei stepped back confidently. He has no use for shady salesmen. But the guy caught up with him again, fell to his knees and grabbed his leg, begging him to buy his stone. Told a sob story about the bandits chasing him. Again, he held out the bandaged bundle to him, looking up and down in despair, still not letting go of his pant leg, lest he run away. Out of indignation, Dawei shook his hand off his leg, accidentally catching the hand with the roll-up and knocking it away in the process. The strips of fabric parted, revealing a large gray stone, but to Dawei's eyes it appeared in a turquoise glow, because he saw streams of powers coming from him. He didn't realize it right away, but now he couldn't take his eyes off it. He wanted to ask the salesman, but he forgot what. He was visited again by the same feeling he'd had in the alley, with the extortionist extorting money for a fake hit-and-run. He saw chains, and these chains stretched from the betrayed man to his debtor, and it was immediately clear what the seller was fleeing from, and what awaits him in the not-too-distant future. No stolen stone will save him, and chains of debt will lead to poverty and misery. What's left for him to do? The man didn't just pick him out of the crowd. It's more like he's just a random person here. But you can't discount the stone either, the energy from which flowed as it embraced Dawei with its warmth. The seller looked sadly at the stone in his hands. Obviously, he was thinking about how to sell it to make some money. And hurrying to continue on his way, impatiently asked the lad about his decision. He was ready to do anything to escape and run on so that no one would find him. But Dawei did not have much cash on him, much less than the amount he was being asked to pay. The salesman was pissed off at first, jacking up the price. Of course, he wanted to get more than he was offered. But the young man's honest eyes made it clear to him that there was no more money and was not expected. And there is not much choice. Either you look for another buyer, or you take what they give you. And if you're in a hurry and don't want anyone to recognize you at all, there's no choice left. Dawei carried his treasure and pondered what to do with it, how to uncover what was hidden beneath the rough crust. I don't know how I got to the auction. People were standing in a tight crowd and shouting sums that were quite exorbitant for him. I came at least from afar to see what they pay such a lot of money for, and at first I didn't see anything. Only the uncle stood at the table and took bets. But next to it was a pedestal, and on it a pebble of pure green color. There was obviously a guard sitting next to it, because he kept his eyes on the stone. He finally saw Yen in the crowd. She disappeared from his sight as soon as she became interested in cutting rocks. And there she was. Right, she realized that a beginner will not immediately find a diamond and stopped at buying already purified gems. Coming closer to her with his pebble, he offered to leave. The prices are still exorbitant, and his purchase requires attention. She even turned around in surprise. She hadn't expected Fatty to be so stupid. One minute he's scrounging, the next he's making questionable purchases. The stone-cutting machine was nearby, but busy. Yes, and apparently paid for. Its owner was closely supervising its use. Dawei was left with no money at all, so he had to ask Yen for it. Of course, she thought it was another Fatty joke, but said she saw free looms in the next row and he could use them if money was tight. And he rushed to the next row, shouting on the way about the obnoxiousness of the female character. In everything they see only bad. There was a small line at the free looms, so we had to wait first, learning how to use the stone-cutting machine at the same time. And then Dawei thought about where to start, to saw right down the middle or to cut off a small piece and see what's there. I decided to start from the edge. It is still clear that the stone is valuable and it is scary to spoil it at once. He cut off a tiny edge, rubbed the spile from dust with his finger with heartfelt trepidation, stared at it. And I was disappointed. The spile was the same gray, only smooth, and the expected miracle didn't happen. But it can't be like that. He saw what he saw. He must have taken too little, and the rock is deeper. I put the rock on the other side of the circular saw, turned it on. That's when the phone rang, and my hand shook a little. Younger brother's joyful voice told him of the exciting news. Everything had worked out, and he'd even gotten a promotion. By this time, Dawei had forgotten where it all started. So many things had happened, and it was only yesterday. But Fan reminded him. It turned out that Dawei's plea had not been in vain, and his supervisor had interceded on his behalf. It coincided with the patient's successful treatment, and now he's no longer beholden to the head of the department. Scrubbing the next, deeper cut, Dawei listened thoughtfully to his brother's happy news, pondering the vicissitudes of fate. But suddenly, he lowered his gaze and saw something fantastically beautiful showing from under the dirty rag. This time the spile was burning with an emerald flame, a lush light shining through that window. Only he could see it, though. After hastily expressing my joy at the resolution of all the problems and congratulating younger brother, I said goodbye and leaned down to look at the rock. But there was a spectator who had more experience. He immediately identified the gem and, from the excess of feeling, aghast, announcing it to the whole market. This rumor was passed down the chain from one amateur to another. Such cases were not uncommon, and everyone wondered what kind of stone was found this time. Even Yen heard, being at the auction in the next row. The people immediately came to a stop and swarmed away from the platform with the steward. A crowd of onlookers had already gathered around Dawei. A portable stone cutter was shoved into his hands to clean the cobblestone completely. While he was trying to do this, everyone was oohing and aahing in amazement. They told stories. If it weren't for them, Dawei wouldn't have known what a miracle it had acquired. People were silently jealous. And Yen also suffered silently for having wronged a man for nothing, for having fallen for her anger. And she admitted she'd never met a luckier man in her life. How does he manage to win at everything? Another sweep revealed golden sparks in the center of the stone. They glistened enticingly, and it was they that gave off the light that had attracted Dawei's attention. He was immediately informed that this defect somewhat reduces the value of the gem. But Dawei was not upset. After all, it wasn't the stone that interested him. As he continued to further brush away, layer by layer, the stone chips, he listened to the explanations of the causes of this phenomenon and how he had not fallen. Some amateurs gradually dispersed, having lost interest. After all, it's already clear what kind of find the fat man has. Not bad, but it could have been better. But Dawei knew he had been visited by unfathomable good fortune. He had found something he never dreamed of. He had no idea where to look. Those golden sparks that emitted power were frozen at the base of the stone, illuminating its depths. They were the mark of a divine presence. Exactly what the scroll said, and that guaranteed his release from the curse of the 9th moon. And he laughed happily. A beginning had been made. Fate itself had guided him and put what he needed right in his hands. Without thinking long enough, he decided to saw the gem. He only needed the bottom part of it, with the sparks. Not everyone understood his idea. Even the shocked exclamations and indignation of stone connoisseurs were heard. But he separated the sparks from the stone by sawing it in half and got 2 gems, a very expensive one and a priceless one. Envious cries filled the market again. Yen was already listening to them grudgingly. The wait was proving to be long and patience was running out. It was a shame. She came to get a present, but she hadn't found anything yet, and Fatty didn't choose anything, and so... There was an immediate buyer for the expensive stone, the same one who commented on all his actions. Dawei was immediately interested. How expensive was it? After all, he didn't know much about jewelry. The price was not bad at all. His small financial investment was immediately repaid 2,500 times over. The buyer was already anxious to confirm the deal. He was even in a hurry to close it quickly, so as not to be stolen, I guess. How suddenly a pebble landed on his head, thrown by some of the spectators in a fit of indignation. And the crowd roared indignantly, accusing the unscrupulous buyer of withholding the true price of the stone. A professional appraiser was also found, who confirmed the auction value of a similar gem. Only now Yen realized why the people around her were so jealous. Before, she had only heard beautiful names, but now those names translated into astronomical amounts of money. and Dawei was flooded with offers to buy. Prices were skyrocketing. There was a whole spontaneous auction. Until a fat man in a burgundy suit appeared on the horizon. He had a gold megascope in his eye, indicating that he was probably a jeweler. His price could not be beaten by anyone. Everyone just remained silent, realizing what they had just heard. Then, with a look of triumph, he swung around and followed his prize through the crowd, and the crowd parted before him. The people clamored in frustration. The moment was lost, and they had nothing more to gain. Yen stood there too, dumbfounded. As he approached Dawei, the fat man introduced himself and extended his hand. It wasn't clear whether it was for a handshake or for the stone. After informing everyone that the bidding was over, he excitedly invited everyone present to celebrate at the restaurant. How did Dawei feel at that time? At first he was surprised and indignant that everything had already been decided for him. Then he got really angry when they were going to take him to a restaurant without asking, and even strangers were invited. Because when the fat man quickly signed and held out to him a check for the agreed sum, and even began to reach out his hand to grab the gem, not interested in the owner's opinion, instantly removed the gem from his trajectory, and smiling, precipitated his intentions to seize the coveted stone. The neighbors who were watching this scene even clutched their breasts in fright. The young man fought back against the richest, red, arrogant, and self-righteous businessman in the neighborhood. The jeweler was angry, even grabbing Dawei by the pecs like a cheater. He already thought the pebble was his. But the boy had no trouble getting out of his clutches, and he didn't know any guilt. I just asked about the price out of interest, and then this started happening. People went crazy. They're trying to snatch the gift out of my hands. And while the uncle tried to hold his temper, panting with anger, Dawei turned and walked away. I pushed through the crowd looking for the one person I'd been thinking about all this time. I made my way towards her, holding the stone to my chest. A couple more steps and he could hand over his gift. How do you say that? It's a gift from the heart, or take a gift for Grandpa. It just doesn't feel right. So I started with the most important thing, money. I spent all of mine. I don't even have enough to eat, and it's getting tight. Then he offered to buy a rock from him, for cheap, for the money he spent. She'd have that kind of money, wouldn't she? No, he increased it a little, for labor and bargaining. In the end, he at least asked to be fed more than he was supposed to be fed. All this time, Yen was getting more and more stunned. When she found a chance to interrupt his speech and ask him what was the matter, I had to start over. How do you get a girl a present? I thought about it. I couldn't think of anything. So he shoved it in his hands with corny words and turned away. And why is giving gifts somehow shameful? The stone rested against the girl's chest, and she was embarrassed by this pure-hearted gift. It's nice, though. When was the last time she'd been given a gift, other than from her family? Then the stone shifted back and forth a couple times, swaying. She lowered her head in surprise to look. Meanwhile, Fatty was getting high. Touching a woman's breasts, even through a rock, is awesome. No, this is out of line. Noticing such insolence, Yen did exactly what she did best. A painful shriek echoed through the marketplace and into the sky. It was echoed by the roar of the crowd. People were outraged. People marveled. Fatty was genuinely annoyed that the stone had sailed out of his hands. But a moment later, he turned away and was talking to someone on the phone. He pretended that he wasn't interested in the future. He was a businessman and such stones were dust under his feet. Dawei sat on the ground and gently hugged his injured leg. It was such a shame. He'd given her the stone and she hadn't appreciated it. Yen watched him huffing and holding the gifted stone in her hands. Yes, it was still a bit embarrassing, but reflexes. So I grabbed his shirt with my hand. I lifted him off the ground in one fell swoop. He didn't even have time to squeak. The glutton's stash flew from under his shirt. He followed its flight to the ground with a startled look. Dawei felt ashamed and a little scared. I wonder if he's going to hit me again. I don't know what for, but she's a woman. She'll find it. And as she lifted her head, he immediately began to agree with everything, just to assuage her anger. But she lifted her head and kissed him, on the cheek, gently, barely touching his lips, and the warmth of her breath. Dawei's heart froze at first, then beat fast, fast. His breath caught, his head spun, and his legs weakened. But that wonderful moment didn't last long. Her hand immediately pushed me away. I could hardly stand on my feet. And Yen turned away. She couldn't believe she'd done it in a burst of emotion. She did it herself. They stood there, both of them blushing like poppies. Dawei was the first to break the awkward silence. What had happened had turned his spirits upside down and given him hope. So he asked the logical thing in his mind, why don't they start dating? Yen was petrified. But not for long. Soon, her angry yell rang out over the emerald market, cursing him in every possible way. The distant stone seller was happy with what he had. It was, in a way, a blessing not to know that things could have been better. And the young ones continued to quarrel like a family of long standing. Dawei demanded to fulfill his promise and feed him. Once the dry snack was taken away, Yen annoyingly covered her eyes, and she screamed again. He was as good as anyone at pissing her off. His jokes and teasing pierced her stone-cold heart for feelings. The closed AF base was in a deep forest, far away from civilization. The evening sun was already casting its glow on the sky and trees, casting its glare on the satellite dish, radar, hangars, equipment, buildings. In one of these buildings, the team that had slept the day away gathered. Dawei was munching on breadcrumbs, but he almost choked when he heard the question. How does everyone know everything? He didn't say. Yen is unlikely to talk about it either, but it's a fact. To Beagle's whining about luck, I had to say that luck had nothing to do with it. Just intelligence, talent, and a little bit of luck. He's telling the truth. It's luck to run into the right person, to see a stone as a gift, but to acquire it, you need a mind. Then we talked about women, or rather about a greedy woman who took the stone, but did not want to return the money, did not even replenish the rations, and he was completely broke and hungry. The greedy woman had to cough to get the chatterer's attention. They turned to her with disgruntled faces. Their expressions immediately changed to frightened. Don't give me that shit. She didn't promise anything to anyone. Yes, it was the horror of pests caught in the act. The most sacred thing of all, the reputation of the leader of the pack. That was enough for her ego, and with a look of vindictive promise at Fatty, she sent her subordinate off to review the presentation of the assignment. By showing 3 suspicious faces of smugglers and giving their names, occupations, and peculiar characters, turned to satellite imagery and terrain orientation, which confirmed the mobsters' plans. Talked about the specific objectives of the assignment and their next steps regarding the confiscated items found. Next, we talked about something more down to earth, the road that would have to be traveled through a centuries-old forest. About the dangerous animals that live in it. Unlikely to be attacked, but you should always be aware of what you're up against. And about the most dangerous thing in this world, the people who may be encountered, their numbers, armament, transport, possible behavior. Dawei listened to this information along with everyone else. No one chased him away, and he was curious to see the everyday life of the special forces with his own eyes. And at some point, he got a short circuit. Something exploded in his head, and the world turned red. He didn't even answer the guy's questions. His eyes and mouth wide open, he stared at the skull with brightly burning scarlet eye sockets, hovering over the team as the messenger of death. Returning to reality, he stood up from his seat with his hands resting on the tabletop and loudly bellowed that the assignment was to be abandoned immediately. This caused Yen to be perplexed. She had never expected Fatty to interfere with her work in such a way. The guys looked at him incredulously too. Everything was normal, as always. How many assignments like this there had been, and how many more there would be. But Dawei didn't stop. Fearfully predicting the fate he saw, persuading, begging, almost pleading. His eyes changed subtly, yellowing, and his pupil elongated, and he began to poke alternately at Beagle, at Yen, who was looking patiently at Fatty, waiting for him to spout off and shut up. He told them about death, but they didn't believe him. They'd already met it too often on their missions. What's changed? Some even tried to reassure me that it was not the first time and everything had been checked. Reconnaissance works and has not failed so far. That's exactly what was in question, the reliability of the information. There is no way for them to verify it. Yen was reassured by the fact that the information was first-hand, from a reliable person, and even personally acquainted. That the neighbors' counterintelligence also confirmed the smuggling data, and there could be no surprises. But Dawei wouldn't stop. He saw what he saw, and he was determined to talk them out of the mission. The guys were sick of hearing these hysterical cries, and everyone was thinking that it should be over soon and they should get down to business. Time is of the essence. And Yen, too, was already thinking about how to shut up this fountain of death messenger. She regretted that she had allowed the civilian to attend the meeting. She was only causing panic. She had no idea that a smart and funny guy was capable of such an emotional spin on an essentially ordinary situation. Dawei, seeing such indifference and disbelief, decided to go with them. After all, his skills were worth something. He even let some magic into his appearance to be more convincing in his claims. But they weren't looking at him anymore. Only Mad Bull reluctantly inquired about the prospects of such a trip. Dawei even showed off a slice of its capabilities, only to be taken to task. But Beagle shattered his aspirations with one phrase that gave him hope for the best. Just what he'd been looking for. He didn't even believe it at first, but the man was so convincing and calm that his heart was relieved. Beagle assured him that the task could be postponed in order to double-check everything, and since the meeting was over. He suggested we go to the kitchen and try some of the local specialties, and then play table tennis and go to bed early. Together with the boys, they approached some kind of structure. They opened the door. There was some garbage inside, and the toilet stood alone in the middle of a pile of straw, a hint that this was not a kitchen, and not a tennis room at all. While Mad Bull was checking with Beagle, Dawei decided to look around a bit. First time on an AF base. I went inside, looked around, kicked at the straw with my feet, scoffed that this room looked more like a punishment cell. And as a matter of fact, I was right, because the doors closed quickly on the other side, and outside, the lock hung with a jingling sound. The key rattled a couple of times, and another lock, and another. He began to beat the door, hoping to blow it open and shouting indignantly. But the chains on the doors here were not for beauty. He called out angrily to his comrades. He called them liars and traitors and threatened to kill them when they got out of here. But he only heard Yen's voice, who informed him that they were leaving and he would be released when they returned. Beagle added in an apologetic tone that it was the right thing to do, and he'd rather think good thoughts than bad. The knocking intensified in response. The door began to swing harder. Beagle even had to hold it open. Mad Bull shouted impatiently that it was time. He was already excited, and all his thoughts were in the forest. And the boys moved on their way, leaving Dawei to smash his hands bloody against the iron door in hopes of stopping them. Only in parting turned, glanced at the door, said a few kind words about a quick meeting, and left. Da Yen regretted the way things had turned out, but they had no choice. A warning she heard. She'll be careful, that's all. All gone, making me howl with helplessness, and curse for lying, and knock, hoping someone would answer. And so he kept knocking, hour after hour. He'd catch his breath, and then he'd start pounding again. But there was no one around. When the sky was filled with night blue and the scarlet of sunset was visible on the horizon, when the night blossoms bloomed and the cricket's chirping was deafening in its power, the chirping became more infrequent and faint, intermittent, but it was still there. Sometimes there was the cry of a soul. It was echoed by the howl of a hungry stomach, frightening the neighborhood. But after a short silence, the crickets began their endless song again, and, in some incomprehensibly joyous moment, the chains suddenly rattled and the locks clicked. An unfamiliar soldier appeared on the threshold. And he did, because a wild animal with burning eyes, fangs, and smoke from its mouth immediately grabbed him by the breasts and began to shake him, demanding the truth. He blinked his eyes disbelievingly, and everything fell into place. Fatty, the civilian, was inquiring about his friend's presence at the base. When he found out that no one had seen them because everyone had just returned from the exercises, he got upset and banged his fist on the door, and after giving the direction, he asked how he could catch up with them. The soldier sympathized with the fat man, locked up in the punishment cell for whatever misdemeanor. It's not human. He decided to help restore justice. A rural dirt road, almost a trail, ran in that direction, but it was passable. And already, the old hatchback borrowed from the local cook was flying down the mountain and through the ravine. Then on and on to the wild forest, until I came to an impassable thicket of tall trees. Dusk. Silence. The light of the moon shines between the trees and illuminates the clearing. Only the bushes are restless at night. They run from place to place, moving purposefully towards the big stone. But no, it's a team in disguise making their way to a secret smuggler's factory. Silently gesturing, they follow a secret path. They walk silently, footstep by footstep, past a large stone and onto the forest stream. Steep bank. We have to look for a more convenient place to descend, help each other to descend. And there it is, the factory. It's sheltered in a big hole by a steep bank. The generator is running, the windows are lit up. The fence is mesh and possibly energized. There are people walking around the area and taking cardboard boxes out of a truck. The boxes are labeled for poisons. What's in them? Smuggled drugs or psychotropics, of course. That's a hell of a way to go. On the other side, a convoy of cars is approaching. It is met by people from the factory. The transfer of goods is about to take place. That's it. The guests have arrived. The cars stopped, illuminating the site with their headlights, just in time, as promised by the infiltrator. And then he got out of the car, smiling and satisfied. He sucked in the fresh night air with pleasure. Of course they saw him. A warning sign was given. It's all good. It's time to move on to Phase 2. As the team spread out over the area, the agent took his time, stretching his legs, leaning against the car as if he were waiting for someone. The barefooted foot of a man in a long robe came toward him. He must have been the one he had been expecting. The local shaman, leader of the wild forest. Nothing passes here without his attention, without his blessing. And those who live here pay tribute, and a lot of it for the right to stay and work here. He looked disgusting, a gaunt old man with a wrinkled face, bald skull, 3 teeth and eyes glowing with an otherworldly light, but he was still strong and formidable. Slowly, smoothly, like a ghost, he approached the infiltrated agent. I asked if all the agreements were still in force. He heard back what he wanted to hear. I stood still for a moment, listening either to the forest or to myself. And he turned his face straight toward the ravine, toward the special forces that were huddled there, peering into the pre-dawn darkness with his thighs. It was as if a breeze was blowing from his figure, sweeping away the dust underfoot. It was still weak, but it was gaining strength. He mumbled something contemptuously with his lipless mouth and showed his teeth thinned by age in a haughty grin. He raised and spread his arms wide, as if he wanted to embrace the world. The wind blew more strongly from his figure, and a white, misty haze rose from his hands. Its streams stretched into the forest in winding lanes. There was a sharp cry, and it was echoed by many others, just as frightened. There was a crackle and a flap of wings, and a flock of birds previously sleeping in the tree crowns suddenly soared over the heads of the men huddled in the bushes. The whitish haze reached their feet, covering the grass, their knees with mist, rising higher and higher. A command to retreat was heard. The human figures even twitched and took a few steps backward. But the haze accelerated, squeezed with its rings the fastest ones in the first place, and they began to fall. Soon, there was only one thin figure left, frozen in indecisive inactivity, towards which floated the liberated clouds of mist. Tightened the view with their tentacles, swirled, penetrated through the holes of the fabric into the nose, and further, into the lungs. My eyes began to close, slipping shut. My head refused to work. My thoughts became confused. The top and bottom began to swirl and change places until they disappeared completely. 3 human figures remained lying immovably in the clearing, automatons not needed at this point, and a misty haze hovered over them in a victory dance. About this time, the road brought the hatchback to the wall of the forest. This was the end of the road, and a clearing suitable for turning around. Dawei and the soldier gazed into the darkness of the forest in roughly the direction the task force had gone. He had no trouble orienting himself on the terrain. He'd been in the mountains all his life. The pre-dawn sky promised good weather, but we had to hurry. The time for the meeting with the smugglers was approaching. The soldier, having inquired on the road about the reason Fatty was locked up, was not at all willing to let him go alone in the rescue operation. But no one asked his opinion. As he turned to look away from the car, Dawei simply disappeared. He was already in the tree. He was already up in the tree, and he realized that it would be long and painful to get through the bushes, so he chose the above-surface method of travel. Pushing off the trunks with powerful leg thrusts, he vividly jumped deep into the thicket, flying from tree to tree. Occasionally, a rotten branch would break under my foot, threatening to fall from a dizzying height. But a new jump, a flight into the unknown, and a desperate attempt in the moonlight to discern a place from which to push off to fly on. A leap from the high slope of the ravine onto the branch of a tree growing below proved to be a forced stop. Because he saw a tiger and 2 wild boars in a clearing under a tree. Did they meet by chance and cross each other's path? The tiger was advancing slowly but threateningly. The wild boars did not retreat. Aggression was thickening in the clearing. Dawei was quiet on the branch, waiting to see what would happen, whether they'd fight or not. I have to run across the clearing, and here we have a fight. The dark spot in the clearing turned out to be a hunted boar, so it was either a hunt or a fight, but they had already taken place, and he was in time for the denouement. The pack of boars was unwilling to relinquish its position and powwowed aggressively, waving its fanged muzzles. But the furious, powerful roar of the tiger coming from the depths quickly put everything and everyone in their place. The boars fled into the thicket, and the prey, the boar in the clearing, was left for the victor's breakfast. The tiger growled in satisfaction, sniffed, walked around the prey, wagging his tail, and for some reason did not eat it, and lay down, almost collapsed nearby, paws folded and head down. Have you ever heard an animal cry? And this tiger began to complain about something, growling and neighing. Dawei had never seen anything like it before, and the unusual behavior of the beast interested him very much. He wanted to take a closer look. Though climbing up to the wild animal was not worth it, he still jumped down from the branch, ready to escape at the first sign of danger and run on. But the tiger did not react to the approaching man and even allowed him to touch his wound. Apparently, the wild boar still managed to hit him with its fangs. Dawei pondered, scratching lightly at his pelt. The wound didn't seem too deep and should heal soon. So what was the matter? And the beast continued to complain about life in its own tigerish way. He looked toward the boar and complained again, and Dawei's stomach complained in return. He had not eaten since lunch. The full moon was still shining, brightly illuminating the surroundings, but was already pale, preparing to give way to dawn. When in the clearing over a hot fire, the boar was already grumbling, dripping fat on the fire. The tiger was indifferent to the fact that someone had taken his prey, didn't go anywhere, and only stared thoughtfully at the fire. Dawei sat nearby, waving a large leaf, and pondered the animal's strange behavior. Suddenly he lifted himself up on his front legs and sat up. A bassy growl came from its throat. Dawei also froze in a half-crouch, ready to bounce at the first danger. Who knows what would cross his mind? Tiger lay down again. Dawei sank to the ground again, and so they both froze, watching each other, waiting for the next action and dreading it at the same time. Golden Silkworm reacted to his master's excitement and flew out of its habitat to watch. Now the two of them were watching the beast warily, trying to understand why it was behaving this way, lying down but beating its tail impatiently. And then he jumped. Eyes on fire, mouth open so that you can see sharp fangs, and claws like knives sticking out. Dawei prepared to repel the attack while simultaneously jumping away from the tiger's trajectory. Golden Silkworm prepared to defend. But the clear light of the moon disappeared for a moment, or rather was obscured from above, by the powerful hulk of an animal that flew overhead. The boar was immediately clawed to pieces, and the tiger was already gnawing on its ham, purring contentedly. So there they sat at an early breakfast, beast and man, peacefully eating a single boar, and even talking. Tiger turned out to be very affectionate and came over on his own, allowing himself to be stroked and scratched behind the ear like a big cat. Even allowed even more to pull the skin on his muzzle, to scratch the stiff fur on his neck, under his neck, and to find there a badge testifying that the tiger was accustomed to people and was a female. This solved the mystery of the animal's strange behavior. Tigress was happily poking her nose, trying to lick the guy and purring like a little kitten. I had an idea. How to use the animal for personal use. Subdue it. Subjugation of living beings is dark matter. It is forbidden to suppress the will of human beings. But animals are different. They willingly recognize the master and his will. He looked into the loving and devoted eyes of the striped one. It wouldn't be hard to subdue and control her. She already recognized him as a friend. Immediately, I imagined him riding a tiger and entering. And entering where? His parents' house? They wouldn't understand. Teacher's house? They won't appreciate it because they've seen it before. At least to show off in front of Yen? By the way, yes. And an annoyed shriek dispelled the silence of the neighborhood. The fire was immediately trampled down, the uneaten remains forgotten. And the idea of using the beast as transportation didn't seem so silly right away. It made a lot of sense. The tigress understood what Dawei had told her anyway and nodded her head in agreement for the trip. He climbed on its back, hoping that it would fly and gallop away. Everyone knows how fast these animals are. But the tigress took a step or two, suddenly faltered on all four paws. They snapped up. And she fell to the ground, breathing heavily. Fatty, of course, couldn't stay on his back and flew down. Unplanned somersault and toppled over, frozen in an unnatural pose, hitting the tree painfully. Dawei embarrassedly apologized to the poor animal. Still, she wasn't a horse to drive a fat man around. Didn't think. And scattering, he sprang out into the tree again, continuing his way along the branches of the trees like the pebbles of a mountain river. Sitting on another branch, he noticed lights in the distance. They winked at him, promising him that he would meet the boys soon. When I got closer, I saw the cisterns, the lighted windows, and the double perimeter fence. But there were no people in sight. Tigress glanced at Fatty as he walked away. He twitched his ear thoughtfully. He stood on his paws. Her body began to glow from within with a white light, blurring white mist and fur and paws. And the muzzle began to flatten and lose its former appearance. The shape of the ears, the eyes. And already a girlish figure sits among the streams of light, slowly losing its stripes and gaining soft skin. The light returned her to her familiar human clothes, her trusty shoes. The transformation was almost complete. The last to disappear was a naughty tiger's tail, and already a young, beautiful girl was standing in the clearing. And watched the guy walk away. He fed her, comforted her, and amused her with his simple-mindedness. But he didn't recognize her, and it was fine, because I was still ashamed of my performance in the restaurant. Meanwhile, Dawei scoured the immediate neighborhood looking for the guys who were nowhere to be seen. He stopped and looked closely at what was going on down in the bushes, searching for any sign of them. And again he jumped over small clearings, to be in time, to find them. And already his heart was clenching with fear that he had not had time. The ravine was a heavy clay carcass overhanging a small plant for processing and refining drugs and amphetamines. There's a familiar smuggling ring gathered in his buildings, a shaman, an agent who has apparently already turned to evil. They were joined by the very bosses of the criminal world, for the sake of which the whole special operation was conceived. They came closer and began to kneel before the leader of the forest, recognizing his power and authority. They are nothing here. and only goodwill and a share in a profitable business save their lives, give them protection, shelter, and a chance to become even richer than before. The leader of the forest stepped back, reminding him of the unfinished business of the sleeping SWAT team. It wasn't his place to carry people on his shoulders. The bosses didn't bother with it either. They blew the whistle on the guards and the workers, taking it out on them. Dawei, while scouring the area, suddenly noticed green mounds, from underneath which human arms and legs could be seen. By the edge of my ear I heard stomping and clamor. A crowd of workers, noisy and not particularly secretive, were approaching in search of the passed-out special forces. He was just about to feed the life pills to his comrades when he had to hide. He had no way to drag them away, or to confront them for that matter. He only watched from afar as his friends were carried out of the woods, slung over his shoulder like sacks. He crept quietly through the trees behind the porters, hoping to see who was there and in what condition. Was he late? And, landing on a thick tree branch at the edge of the woods, from which there was the best view of the plant, he saw. He couldn't believe his eyes at first, but what he saw allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. He made it, because the dead would not be tied to poles, nor would they waste that much rope on them. His friends, who had insidiously locked him in a punishment cell without food and water and who had disregarded his warnings, had gotten themselves in trouble. Should I gloat? Not at all. Dawei was only concerned with why they were not regaining consciousness. Who and how did a team of experienced special forces become unconscious in such a qualitative way? Yen was brought out of her faint with a bucket of water poured in her face. The water ran down her neck and below. Not immediately, but consciousness began to return. And when her eyes opened fully, she didn't immediately realize what she was seeing. A crowd of laughing, joyous men. One of them is holding something that looks very much like an ancient video camera. Beagle's voice sounded nearby, asking about her condition. It was a relief to know she wasn't alone. But the next character she didn't expect to see, not in this role, because with a serene and easy gait. Their embedded agent approached them from the woods. Satisfied and calm, as if nothing had happened, he greeted them politely, even solemnly. Yen exploded with an indignant cry. She couldn't believe that a coworker, someone she'd known since boot camp, someone she'd gone on a date with even once, was capable of betrayal. Beagle, tethered on the right, echoed her with his indignant yell. He was directly accusing him of treason. At these accusations, the man only laughed. Angry, irritated, angry. All the resentment that had accumulated over the years demanded to spill out. He started nervously, enunciating the words clearly and returning accusations of betrayal. First of all, Yen. Why, and came closer. Blamed her for ruining his life by messing up his plans. Interfered where she wasn't asked to. He reached out and lifted her by the chin so that he could look her in the eye while she listened to the accusations, to see her realize and repent for what she had done. Then, in the first operation to apprehend an underground drug lab, he, a brilliant young officer with dizzying prospects, was outmaneuvered by an embittered little brat. Having questioned the carefully developed plan, she simply walked in and shot the drug dealers with precision shots in their soft spots. Dawei, seeing that passions were heating up, thought that it was necessary not only to listen, but to do something already. Soon, he flew to realize his ideas. The traitor continued to inflame the situation with his hatred. Because as a result of the special operation, she got a promotion, he got a commendation, and then he was forgotten. He, in his exasperation, moved so close to Yen's face that she managed to bump his forehead. So much so that he fell on his ass, unbelievingly rubbing his forehead from the impact. The words were over, but it didn't last long, because Yen had them. She reminded me that we had to act fast then, before the traffickers realized what was happening and put up armed resistance. While he was fumbling for his glasses, he heard a lot of things about himself. That his narcissism could have gotten the boys killed, and the drug dealers could have trashed the base and destroyed the evidence. Something must have been planned. They knew what they were working with. Putting on his glasses, he broke into nervous laughter. It was funny because, ironically, the drug trade he had been assigned to develop had opened his eyes to the realities of life. He realized that hard work and risking one's life does not contribute to universal justice. If there is a demand for drugs, for example, there will be a supply. An extra badge on the shoulder straps is not worth the labor and time that goes with it. And a decent salary? Are you sure it can be called that? In response, there were indignant shouts and murmurs of the team disagreeing with their former teammate's opinion. In return, he took up a machine gun. You don't leave witnesses, and he's about to start a new life. A gunshot was heard. Yen squeezed her eyes shut, thinking it was at her, but feeling no pain and hearing a groan nearby, she opened them immediately. Nearby, Beagle groaned in pain, clenching his teeth. His right leg had been shot in a couple of places. Blood was showing. She scolded her former friend indignantly for treachery, framing and swearing. But all she heard in response was mocking laughter. He made sure she was the one to come on this mission, to get even and avenge everything. Beagle bellowed at the renegade, trying to shut him up and turn the attention to himself. It was no way for a man to abuse a woman like that. But he didn't even have a chance to move freely, let alone teach this bunch of wimps calling themselves men a lesson, as suddenly from the direction of the forest came a menacing cry of promise and the howling of a wild beast of terror. The former agent turned stunned, wondering what it could be. It sounded like the voice of God, like thunder. More accusations were heard. The echoes repeated them several times multiplied. All the people looked confusedly in the direction from which the voice was heard and began to worry a little. It was logical, but they thought that there was someone else from the special forces in the mountains who could not be found. Several guards immediately rushed after him to find him and bring him back, and if not, to shoot him. Each of them had an automatic rifle for this purpose. The guys were guessing who it was, too. If they're all here, it's probably Fatty, inexplicably freed and made his way here. But what could he do against so many thugs? And Dawei sat high on a tree branch. He could hear the pleas and wishes of his comrades, and the doom in their voices. Pissed him off to the point where his fingers imprinted into the bark of the tree and ripped a healthy chunk of it away. He was on the warpath. For his friends who had been treacherously lured and were about to be killed. For Beagle's shot leg. For the girl he liked who was being insulted in front of him. And the familiar had stood by him. A former agent was directing his men to storm the Nightwoods in search of an uncaught SWAT team member. And the big bosses were looking in his direction. They didn't go in for the usual squabbles between their own, albeit former colleagues. Now, however, the situation has changed. There was a threat. An unknown object in the forest could confuse them all. The leader of the forest took over the case. There was a stranger in his domain, after all. Who better to deal with it than him? Nevertheless, the extra legs were not a hindrance, and the guards looked around for the fugitive. He should come out himself if he was yelling. One squad with a powerful flashlight was combing through the dense undergrowth, looking for footprints and broken branches. They found nothing, though, because trouble was waiting for them upstairs. But where does a pig get its snout up? Dawei waited for the pair to get closer. Quietly whispered the words of animal control, and they responded. The creatures that live here. Some little thing like worms sprinkled down on the bandits. Just lots and lots of peas. But these worms turned out to have suction cups with tiny teeth. The land leeches attacked the enemy. The partners ran up and looked at their hysterical colleagues who were covered in leeches. And they were climbing into their eyes, nose, mouth, trying to get behind their scruffs and clinging to them. Not daring to come closer. They might jump over. The companions retreated away from the sufferers. But Dawei was not sorry to feed the useful animals, and a new rain of leeches fell on the hapless co-workers. One of the stragglers, pulling the bloodsuckers off of him, got too close to the tree Fatty was sitting in. Just as suddenly, something dripped on him. Again. A sticky thread dripped down. He looked up, trying to see what it was. The creepy face of a Spider-Man climbing on top of him to eat him scared him to wet pants. There was a terrible, inhuman scream that everyone heard, and for a moment their hearts sank and their legs weakened. The second team turned toward the place of the shout. illuminating the space ahead with a lantern and conversing, walked toward it. The closer we got to the forest, the scarier it became to go in. A scream is a danger, and it was better not to find the cause of it. No one was looking underfoot, of course, and that's where the danger was this time, a hole covered by branches. It was a bit scary for the fallen bandit to fly, but not too deep and not too lonely, because his partner was pushed to the pit by Dawei, jumping onto his shoulders from the nearest tree and knocking him over. So they sat in the pit, rubbing their bruises and complaining about their fate, even with some relief that they had gotten off easy. Suddenly, something ran up my arm, small, tickling with its thin paws, but very scary. The poisonous spiders had already found their victims and were sitting on their arms, legs, waiting for those to move. The bandits huddled against the earthen wall and, terrified, were afraid to breathe, because a whole army of death was coming at them. There were heart-rending screams from the pit, too. Once again, the others were shaken to their core by the chilling horror. And then Fatty flew over their heads, taking down another scumbag in the process. This time, everyone noticed him. All the rest of them. Immediately, machine gun fire rang out in response, out of fear, because it was unclear where and at whom to aim. It was his partner, because the cunning opponent hid behind his back so that it was impossible to reach him. Flying under the bullets to the bushes and further into the forest, Dawei cut the rope specially stretched there with his knife, and a fallen log with its point poked the thug who was running after Fatty right in the forehead. The last of the remaining men, shooting up the nearest bushes in fear, challenged him very zealously to a one-on-one fight. A monster with burning red eyes suddenly came down on him from the tree. It was the last thing he saw. And then the final, third, chilling death howl spread through the neighborhood, scaring all the animals with its doom. The big boss tried in vain to radio the employees assigned to search for the SWAT team. The other two were nervously waiting. Something wasn't right. They were supposed to start loading and leave at dawn. The old shaman, leader of the forest, explained to them that judging by the sounds coming from the forest, there was only one person acting. From the echoes of power, he sensed Matera Ugo, but he wasn't particularly impressed with its capabilities. The bosses, on the other hand, were impressed and tense when they heard the news, because they were more than frightened by the whole Ugo magic thing. The former agent was quietly freaking out as he waited for the guards to return. He too had heard the shouting, and the silence now frightened him. Realizing that this unknown man's interest was in the SWAT team strapped to the poles behind his back, he drew his gun. He held one of them to his forehead and shouted his ultimatum. After that, he had to get out, couldn't help but walk out. Dawei had already prepared to attack, and this traitor's performance only added to his chances of success. The one solemnly counted down, already anticipating how he would blow the head off, first one captive, then the second. Suddenly, shells flew from the woods in their direction. Big and weighty, they fell from somewhere above. Of course, all the guards immediately started shooting at them with automatic rifles, like targets in a shooting gallery. And if it got there. It didn't make it. But that was hardly rejoicing, because the strange shells didn't explode in the air, didn't fall to the ground. And the bullets were flying up a little bit, and something small and buzzing slowly came out of the holes. It began to dawn on me that these were not shells, but beehives. In addition, a cloud of irritated mountain hornets was not waiting. They swooped down on the offenders. Soon they were hidden behind the stinging insects. Only cries for help came from all directions. The former agent didn't fire and wasn't even attacked at first. But then, guided by Dawei's kind word, the hornets changed their direction, intentionally running between the captives so that at least some of the insects would settle on them. He escaped. But the word ban was spoken, and the buzzing clouds swept past the team. Not a single one bit or even touched a wing. Yen, already prepared for the painful bites, could not believe what had happened. She only breathed heavily from the fear she felt. The hornets, leaving even the dying guards behind, swarmed after the traitor, and there was no escape. and when he fell, stumbling over a stone, surrounded on all sides by streams, hovered over him, humming bassily, and pounced, covering their bodies like a fur coat, creating a cocoon that screamed out of control. You don't survive that. The leader of the forest approached his seemingly dead friend. To be bitten by mountain hornets was, at the very least, to die of respiratory failure. The hornets still couldn't settle down. They were still hovering around. But the leader of the forest certainly knew how to deal with them. The triangles with the all-seeing eye began to fall to the ground from the clawed fingers, taking their proper places. With their help, a barrier was set up against hornets and more, a pyramid that encased all people in need of protection at its base. Insects rushed at its force planes, trying to fly through. They fell to the foot, hit by the energy discharges. The leader of the forest, absolutely confident of his safety, turned to the man unknown to him until now. It was time to get acquainted and, in general, to put the forest in order, putting everything in its place. He had rules here. He wasn't going to let someone who'd disrupted his plans get away with it. Out of the crown of the nearest tree, crouching and hugging his knees for leaping distance, like a giant cannonball, a guy flew out. He knew where he was going, and the target was defined. One of the hornet's underbites was still alive. But not for long. A guy who falls on the ridge, not a skinny guy like that, is not conducive to a long and healthy life. What can I do? You can't leave your enemies behind. And the enemies in front of his eyes must be eliminated, whatever the cost. Dawei glanced at the old man. A colleague, though, he was responsible for the capture of his friends. The guys were not happy that Fatty came out on his own, an old sorcerer against a young and inexperienced one. They demanded to be released, to at least help in the scuffle. Yen was also saddened. The shaman's contemptuous words left little chance for the guy to win. The big bosses regarded him a little disdainfully, but the memory of all their men being killed chilled with fear. One man, an ordinary-looking man, and such consequences. But it was reassuring to know that he couldn't stand up to the leader of the forest. The old shaman was also gazing at his opponent. It was clear that he was a dark horse, and his capabilities were hard to calculate. But skills. What can youth do? The wild hornets are only good against the untalented. What can he do against him? But it can be seen. The old man decided to give the young undergrowth the opportunity to attack first. It's good to know your opponent's capabilities before a fight. Dawei summoned power and wrapped himself in it. It could help him overcome the barrier the shaman had conjured up. The leader of the forest appreciated his capabilities to a decent degree. He could be a good opponent if he grew up a little more and gained experience. But now it's time for me to demonstrate my power, to terrify the boy and warn him not to do anything foolish. His figure seemed to grow and darken. Lightning flashed in his aura. Their glow settled forever in his eyes. The wind of power lifted the amulets into the air and brought them back down. When he finished his demonstration, he looked at the boy curiously. Had he given up on fighting yet? Or would he go into submission? Dawei was amused that he was being called into submission, but he didn't hesitate to ask what the old shaman could teach him. He began to list his techniques and skills, trying to interest the talented young man. It was a chance to get a good student. He even showed him the capabilities of the amulet he had created, and offered to teach him how to create the same. Dawei shook his head sympathetically. After all, he already had teacher, having only recently left him. He explained. The leader of the forest didn't even believe his ears at first. At that age, they would only take him on as an apprentice, not let him go. But there was something else. This old man had sedated and captured his comrades who were doing their duty honorably. They were going to be killed at his instigation, and that was something that deserved to be punished. Golden Silkworm was in agreement with this as well. Seeing the familiar, the old man was unpleasantly surprised. It meant that the young man had become sufficiently familiar with power and should expect surprises. And Dawei whispered the words of summoning and added magic, covering the entire area. It was time to free his friends. The grasses stirred and the sand rustled beneath the skittish bodies of the many snakes rushing to the cry. Snakes and scorpions scurried from every nook and cranny of the nearby forest, and hornets continued to loom over them in a buzzing cloud. The big bosses were terrified when they saw this mass of poisonous bugs. There was less and less confidence that everything would be all right. And the venomous creatures kept arriving, forming a circle of honor around the one who had summoned them, waiting for his order. Dawei waited for his army and watched the shaman. That one was angry. He kept trying to seize control of the creepers of his forest and turn them against the guy. But he couldn't. The protective canopy or something. Now he thought to make a deal with him, at least pretend to. The canopy would hold, but it was shameful to be under constant siege from his own reptiles. And he wanted to study the fat man. His talents were surprising. The leader of the forest spread his arms in a friendly manner and put the kindest smile on his face. There was no war between them, just a misunderstanding that could be easily corrected. The proposal to settle the matter amicably met with mixed reception. The big bosses were outraged. Their agreement was crumbling before their eyes. Letting the special forces go after the three of them would be like throwing yourself in the noose. Dawei turned away, to weigh. The offer was generous, but I didn't really believe in friendly impulses. Golden Silkworm was annoyed as a hornet that hovered nearby. Power was gathering in the old man, and he didn't believe in his good intentions at all. Dawei wondered why such a change in the old shaman's demeanor. Frightened? Intent on something? Was he trying to deceive? What should he do? Settle? Absolutely not. Use it to his advantage. Yes, yes, yes. What useful thing could he get from an ancient old man? Everything. Even subjugate him and make him his debtor. That'd be a good punishment for taking care of the special forces and the drugs. Making the most thoughtful and peaceful appearance, Dawei turned slightly towards the leader of the forest. It was as if he were still hesitating and pondering what to do. As if he cared that the old bugger got involved with the wrong company, vicious lawbreakers. I mean, it all started with smuggling, and the right guys didn't come to fight him, but to apprehend criminals. And the criminals are the people he's protecting. If they can put up with it, there's no way to let these people go. The leader of the forest didn't see the problem. His smuggling business was over anyway, now that it was known. And it's foolish to leave dirt on himself. One hand movement, a circular lightning strike, and the former partners fall dead to the ground, only fuming slightly. Dawei looked apprehensively at this swift reprisal. It was somehow not part of his plans, but it could be used. The leader of the forest, pleased with himself, showed his goodwill in the hope that nothing would interfere with the new treaty. But Dawei started yelling at him, accusing him of rushing to kill those who had so much to tell. To be pissed off that since the detention failed, everyone's going to be reprimanded and demand compensation. The embarrassed old shaman didn't know how to get out of the ticklish situation, so he offered to take everything the trio had brought. Fatty melancholically reassured him that it was all evidence and belonged to the SWAT team by right of public service. But the remark that he also drove with smugglers, the special forces are witnesses, and now either under investigation or must compensate for the inconvenience caused. The leader of the forest was so mad that the peace talks were immediately forgotten. He thought he'd stay clean. But now he was preparing to destroy it, to destroy them, so that no bastard would ever associate him with this case again. The leader of the forest stood in a cloud of his magic and prepared to smear the boy. Dawei jumped up from the ground where he had been sitting, ready to fight back. He blew a long whistle and breathed power into his order to his small army, to charge in and bite at everything possible. And while the shaman was pointing his punishing hand at the milksop who dared to accuse him and defy him, the hornets, snakes, and scorpions, wrapped in protection, were quickly getting close to the old man's bare feet. But no sooner had the amulets passed. Because the impact was so strong that even the nearby factory began to blaze with white flames. Puffs of toxic smoke rose into the sky. Dawei was a barrier between them and the old shaman, and he had to cover his eyes from the heat of the heat, comparable only to napalm. They had to close their eyes against the heat, comparable only to napalm. That seemed to be it. Who would survive in such a scorcher? Yen looked sadly at the smoke screen that blocked her view. But when it broke apart, an unharmed fatty, crouched on one knee from the weight of the resulting fiery pulse, was already understanding on his feet. The shaman had to admit that he had dealt his hardest blow without consequence, almost playfully. And his cheeks were suspiciously fat. It was as if he'd held his breath before jumping into the water. Proudly flaunting the power of his gift, the leader of the forest once again asked if Fatty had changed his mind. Will he, so weak, continue to accuse him? After all, his livestock has been destroyed by the flame. What will the young man say now? Dawei spat out the golden silkworm hidden there from the fiery heat. And smiling cheerfully, he recognized the shaman's skill. But he noticed that sending such a barrage over and over would wear him down faster than he could win. The old man was annoyed and angry at the same time. He had hoped to destroy the recalcitrant the first time. But Dawei knew for a fact that after a blow of that magnitude, it would still take some time to recover. The amulets had been burned, and he had a chance. A good smack in the shaman's face, for having his army destroyed and his friends still tied to poles, and he rushed to make the slash. To send him flying into the nearest concrete wall of the factory building with a precise, forceful blow. The old man had put himself there so hard, or the structure was so flimsy, but the impact broke through the wall and even showed flying rocks in a cloud of concrete crumbs. The guys even opened their mouths in surprise. No one had expected Fatty to be so strong. And what would have happened if he'd cracked one of them back at the base? But here a clawed hand emerged from the cloud of dust. It leaned heavily on a fragment of wall, clutched it, leaning on it for lift. It turned out that in the factory building was equipped with a cache. Why is another matter? But the shaman pulled out a box, on which the runes invisible to the human eye glittered and shimmered. Looking closely at the runes, Dawei noticed that they reminded him strongly of circles of protection. Outside, against thieves, that made sense. But why would the protection be directed against what was inside as well? Swallowing with tension and prepared to fend off any attack, Dawei waited. Golden silkworm waited too. The streams of power encapsulated inside first pulled from the ajar drawer, which finally found its way out. Then a tiny little cute cuddly white puppy came out of there and sleepily yapped. Beagle, pale with anxiety and anticipation of the unknown bogeyman, even whistled at the sight of this marvel. But then the leader of the forest spoke the word of growth, and the power spilling around it was drawn inside the puppy so that it began to grow both tall and wide. Soon his paws began to resemble the support paws for a crane, but only with the addition of sharper claws. He was taller than his master. The latter, showing off, even took hold of his ear to show off his protector. Well, and when this giant opened its mouth, full of pointed fangs the size of a beagle machine gun, it became clear that you would have to act very, very quickly if you didn't want to find yourself one tooth to a magically altered creature. Dawei had heard of a school that taught how to work with living flesh and create monsters. So this is a representative of it. Surprise! Even Golden Silkworm realized that he was too small and would not be able to cope with such a magically protected mountain. He hid shivering behind his master's shoulder. The leader of the forest unleashed his pet on the boy who had gotten to him with his insolence. Again and again he wiped his nose. He sat down under the protection of a new circle of guardians, resting and gaining the power he'd spent on the blow. And already a snowy white furry cloud is coming from above with the intention to play, to claw it, to try it for a tooth. Bouncing a considerable distance away from the monster's paw, Dawei chaotically thought of what he could counter it. The only thing that came to mind was his little helper and protector. If you use it to its fullest potential. So he sent him a magical message. Of course, he mustered up the courage to fly. But, as he predicted, he couldn't handle the magical defense and bounced off, hitting painfully. Dawei was overly surprised by this. This was the first time Golden Silkworm was powerless and failed to complete the tasks. The shaman was pleased by the amazed expression on his opponent's face. So he is not as experienced as he wants to appear. Fatty caught his falling familiar at the very ground, even having to stretch out on the twine for the sake of it. He was very upset and in pain. It was like hitting a wall with all your might and getting an electric shock from above. Dawei even showed tears, so distressed was his pet. He wailed over him so much that he surprised even the monster. I comforted him, stroking his belly with my finger, soothing the pain. He promised to take care of him and avenge his suffering. Leader of the forest didn't get in his way. Who knows? Maybe he'll get through to the guy and accept that he can't win here. Until he turned to face him, angry, with a great desire to avenge his friend's pain. The old man read the promise of death in his eyes. This was not to be condoned. So he ordered the attack. His beast with burning eyes made a leap. Its claws were ready to pierce through its prey. Its jaws were ready to swallow him whole. The monster's leap was accompanied by a tiny suspension of snow, which hid the scene from view for some time. Of course, Yen was frightened. It seemed like the fog would clear and she would see the monster gnawing on Fatty's body, its face smeared with blood. But the shaman saw more, and the surprise on his face suggested that maybe it wasn't all that scary. Because the monster's paw was very close to Dawei, even a claw stuck close to his elbow, but he himself was unharmed. Snow Wolf's another jump was more fierce, more rapid. The rushing attack even blurred his movement. The paw approached inexorably, to cover, pin down, crush, and destroy the leaping gnat on the spot. But the attack missed again. Fatty didn't care. He stayed where he was, except that he moved a few meters to the side. The wolf cub tried to paw at him again. Dawei nonchalantly took a step back, moving out of his trajectory. The shaman couldn't realize why his creature's attacks kept failing. It had never happened before. And Dawei once again bounced back from a quicker paw grab. He only had to concentrate to anticipate the direction and location of the hit. The attempts to step on, to catch, to pin him down continued and became faster and faster. I had to dodge more and more vigorously. It took a long time to dance in this way. Finally, the tired monster was already reluctant to lift its paw. His eyes were sleepy from wasting so much energy on futile attacks. Fatty ducked effortlessly, humming a long lullaby and already counting the minutes until the moment when it was all over. The guy's eyes were already fogged up and their eyelids closed from the slow and measured movements of their opponents and the soporific melody. Until Dawei drew their attention to himself with a cheerful shout. Snow Wolf was asleep on the move, standing on 3 paws, the 4th trying uncertainly to brush their friend off his withers. Clinging to the beast's fur, seated like a sled dog, he sang a victory song, demanding the same of his comrades. Leader of the forest to see that was like a sickle in the balls. Such a great way to deal with a youngster gone wrong. And now we had to come up with some new way to deal with this sassy guy. Imagination was running amok. Because his bewilderment kept coming back to look. A miracle incomprehensible in its impossibility. His most perfect creature, his pet, yawned serenely, in the close presence of his adversary. Scratching his fur, Dawei cheerfully asked the old shaman for a couple more of those cute monsters to play with. The team was outraged. Beagle even called him a bad word. It was creepy for him to look at one, but Fatty gave them one look. Swinging his nose at the sipping beast, Dawei began to taunt how weak his master was, unable to handle Master of Ugo. All his skills are just enough to get even with the people he's tied up with. Why not start with them? They won't be able to fight back. Beagle's mouth dropped open in indignation. Was that in retaliation for a harsh word? Fatty knows how to play hard to get. In response to the angry team, Dawei only smiled cheerfully and winked. He desperately wanted to piss off the old man. To lure him out of his cozy hideout. And he fell for it. Tried to order Snow Wolf again, but he couldn't make contact with his animal. He felt only a lazy reluctance to do anything. It was confusing. Fatty continued to sneer and taunt the old shaman, pissing him off with deliberate boasting. The shattered leader of the forest put all his anger and hatred into commanding his monster. He even made it stand on its feet. The open maw hovered over the boy's head and the sharp teeth were ready to clench, biting it off. But they hesitated. Dawei glanced disapprovingly at the wolf cub when he saw this. He'd have to tell him who the pack leader was. A second later, they were covered in a blur of snow and rock debris. There was nothing else to be seen. After another minute, Snow Wolf held the finally caught human under his paws, gently, because his claws were spreading, his palm showing. Dawei pulled back the fingers that blocked his view with a menacing look. He shouted and growled at him, forcing him to obey. The wolf cub rose to his paws in resentment and howled frustratedly, complaining of harassment from the toy. But Dawei wouldn't let him. With a couple of punches, he padded up with his paws and slapped him on the top of his head, causing him to fall to the ground with a swing. Beagle did not expect to see such a denouement. Already it seemed to be under the monster's clutches. A moment and a couple of blows reversed the situation, and Snowwolf lies faithfully at the feet of the stranger and wags his tail in gratitude for not killing him. Fatty, who was annoyed, still had a hard time with this fight. He demanded to finish the fight quickly to find out who was stronger. The leader of the forest was no less angry. He was tired too, and power had not yet gained any strength. Only pride and anger made him continue the conflict. But Dawei slammed his shoe against the shaman's energy defense with all his might, knocking sparks out of it and confirming his resolve. Suddenly, a small white sable showed in the neckline of his chlamydia. Obviously a family member. He looked around, suddenly jumped out of there and ran away, easily breaking the force barrier. The shaman was confused. He hadn't expected such a betrayal. Sable cautiously approached his master's enemy, constantly stopping and sniffing the situation. 1.5 meters away he stopped, and tears could be seen in his eyes. The color of his coat was an indication of the lightness of his master's power. Then he stood on his hind legs, folded his front legs pleadingly in front of his chest, and bowed politely, obviously asking for his master's favor. Dawei had a lot to think about. The familiar is the first defender, and he went out to defend his master, in what he thought was the only way he could. An idea came to mind as to how he could lure the shaman out of his hiding place and finally close the account of their confrontation, if his power is so weakened. At first, Fatty condescendingly offered to part ways in peace as a concession to his familiar's request. Of course, he received a rejection and a proud rant, despite all the pleas of his defender. The old man even promised to deal with the insolent man no matter what. The usual tired threats when the conflict reached a stalemate. There was a pistol lying next to Dawei, obviously dropped by someone in security. It came in handy. Fatty raised his weapon. It had never appeared in a fight between masters of Ugo, so it was a difficult move to calculate. So he pointed the muzzle at the shaman. He even shouted with indignation, so unexpected for him was the young man's deed. Indeed, there was no mention of firearms in the master's rules. And what's not forbidden is allowed, right? Leader of the forest didn't know how the weapon enhanced by Power Master of Ugo would behave. No such experiments had ever been conducted, and his familiar shook with fear. But Dawei's plan was not to kill with a gun. He was stalling for time, summoning his army. The snakes and scorpions are back. Dawei had been able to protect them in that very first explosion, or just new ones crawling in from the far corners of the forest. But they were already opening their mouths, showing their readiness to attack and bite. If so many attacked at once, the shaman, exhausted, would be unable to defend himself. And a gun with a single bullet, even if it has more than one bullet, can't do as much damage as a pack of snakes. But knocking out an amulet to break the barrier can. Fatty was well aware of his advantage. The leader of the forest had no choice but to accept the fight, and he didn't want to do it. He'd spent too much before, hadn't counted on the guy taking so long. Seeing the shaman's earnest desire to keep the situation quiet at all costs, Dawei calculated how best to punish the old, prideful man, not if he was hoping to buy off a favor. Fatty wondered what other surprises the prudent master of Ugo had in store. Did he have Snow Wolf in mind? The solution was simple and uncomplicated. It was unexpected, though, but you can't do anything at gunpoint. The reactions of the victim and onlookers were not varied. No one had ever demanded such a thing in their memory. Yen even sinfully thought she was observing a special form of perversion peculiar to masters of Ugo. Dawei was pushing it. He was not satisfied with the long bickering about what he could and could not demand. Dawei threatened, waving the gun and tossing it from hand to hand, proving his resolve. The leader of the forest did not want to expose himself. He didn't understand why it was such a humiliation for him, an old man, to undress under the gaze of others. Finally, Fatty got so full of anger and rage that he bellowed his order with all his might, demanding that it be carried out immediately. Clothes flew to the ground, all those tunics, chlamydas, belts, amulets, and weapons, everything the old master had on his body. Under the rays of the sun finally rising from behind the peaks, the yelling and cursing of the infuriated old man could be heard. Examining the heart-shaped panties, Fatty felt kind of embarrassed. No, it was unnecessary, and the household item returned to its owner. He looked at the rest of the clothes more carefully. He found a lot of interesting things. It looked like her owner had a "I carry everything I own with me" policy. He was freezing, undressed in the cool morning breeze. He cursed and thought of various punishments for this shame. He was getting angrier and angrier as he saw all his stash of hard-earned money come to light. Shaking the tunic harder, Dawei felt the tunic immediately become a little lighter, and something fell out and rolled. He couldn't believe his eyes at first. A legendary fruit of a legendary shrub, and in such a place. He was small, covered in small scales that looked like steel, but the important thing was that he was. Another ingredient in his piggy bank. Dawei picked it up like a great jewel. He felt it all over, marveling at its hardness, the roughness of its scales, its weight and color. After all, it was the first time he had seen the fruit. The shaman even closed his eyes in despair, seeing that the guy had figured it out and realized what he was holding in his hands. He was already doing a victory dance, shouting something happy to the universe. It saved him again by giving him the next gift. Is that where he'd look for a volcano? Active long enough for this useful shrub to grow in it? And, more importantly, how would he find the cave where it matured? But now, he had hoped to fulfill what was written in the old scroll given to him by the teacher. Defeat the curse of the 9th moon. Previously, he only had the essence of pure jade, increasing control. But when combined with Pitahaya, self-control became more intensified. One could say total and constant. Dawei thanked the old master with all his heart for joy, leaving him all his valuables, but taking and hiding the most priceless of them. The shaman wanted to say something in disagreement, but what could he do? The odds were not in his favor. Since not all the items had been inspected yet, Fatty returned to the inspection. It remained to inspect the chlamyda. In his pocket, he found an outline, a homemade book with spells obviously useful in Master of Ugo's work. He decided to keep that one too. Knowledge is never a bad thing, especially in his situation. After all, he still had all of teacher's notes. Dawei only had what he remembered. There was nothing more interesting in the old man's stash for him. So the clothes were returned to their owner, but for some reason he seemed displeased. Dawei, making Napoleonic plans for future accomplishments, at first did not even understand what it was accused of. And at the foot of the power pyramid, all the poisonous creatures summoned by him were moving in rings and crawling over each other. Fatty immediately announced to them all in a loud voice that they could crawl away to their habitats. The mental controls were down, but many of the harmful reptiles didn't even think about crawling into their crevices. They were still wriggling and crawling around. Leader of the forest, seeing that their numbers did not diminish and the baleful glances still turned upon him. He pleaded, demanding that the poisonous buggers be dispersed into their holes. To scare away so many of them required a considerable amount of effort and strength. But Dawei wasn't going to waste them either. When it needed protection, it invested power. What's the point of doing it now? So he made a joke, and the shaman's familiar looked at the snakes very vigilantly. What if it's true? Then they wouldn't let go. Dawei grinned, extremely pleased with himself. He had managed to eat both his fish and his neighbor. Well done. Seeing that his stratagem had failed, the leader of the forest broke his patience. He rose to his feet, and the orogenics moved. The protective circuit began to disappear. The snakes prepared to attack and opened their jaws with poisonous teeth. They must have had no brains at all. To attack Master of Ugo, that's why they paid the price. The shaman let off flames with both hands. This explosion was seen by the whole neighborhood and over the mountains. Even the birds stopped singing as they watched the flames first rise and then fall. As a result, in the middle of the scorched circle, the leader of the forest was already definitely and completely exhausted. Not a single snake crawled away. They lay around him in fried sausages, immovable and only smoking. Dawei pure-heartedly applauded the old shaman's power output. Such an explosion could be set off in a matter of moments. But his condition opened up new possibilities. It's better not to have such a master power in your enemies. Kill him? It's a shame, but it's not worth it. He's never killed anyone himself. A duel is a duel, and the winner takes all. And while the leader of the forest was suffering from his helplessness, and also in some measure angry at the intemperance he had shown, a wild hornet landed on his cheek and started crawling on it. He could not blow, and he could not flick it off with his hand. Slanting his eyes, the shaman saw Fatty approaching him in a sparse cloud of hornets. Smiling mysteriously, she crouched, and she's pulling her finger right up to his eye. My first thought was to gouge his eyes out, or what? A frantic shriek echoed throughout the area. The mountains trembled. The birds had to freeze again, listening to the events and hiding in the trees. Dawei had not expected such a reaction. Even the hornet that was crawling near his eye flew away out of fear. The old man, breathing frantically, asked his main question. Well, what could he tell him? The truth, of course. The hornets did come to his hand as if it were honeyed. One only wondered where they'd come from. The clouds that had been there earlier had been scattered by the first explosion. Except some smarties had managed to hide in crevices in the ground and were now flying out, homeless and looking for protection. And now what? Now the truth was the next step to the safety of his future life. One in which the angry old man would not retaliate against him. Dawei removed the small familiar from the leader of the forest's chest. His quiet and calm voice was reassuring of his good intentions. I took a good look around. Sable was unconscious. He had given all his strength to his master to fight off the snakes, but he was still alive. Fatty delivered this good news, at the same time forming the body of the curse on his left hand, weaving the lives of the already doomed hornets into it. The exhausted old man couldn't even move when he noticed the glowing, dark, sparkling blob in the young man's hand. The palm turned toward him and began to move closer. The guy's eyes looked intently into his, without a drop of anger or triumph, as if he was doing important work. At the last moment, they glowed with power. Lips shouted the spelled words. The light raged around them. And a hand emanating dark waves of curse stabbed straight into his chest, causing unbearable pain. And another cry broke the silence of the neighborhood. It was so prolonged and shrill that the birds decided not to open their beaks that day. What if it came to them too? Dawei contemplated his creation. This is the first time he's ever had a human as a test subject. It's pretty good looking, except the patient is foaming at the mouth for some reason. He hadn't expected such an effect. He felt a little embarrassed for the unpleasantness he had caused, so he tried to justify himself a little. Had the shaman heard him? He never closed his mouth, reliving the echoes of pain and jerkily inhaling air. Dawei decided to check it out. The joke was on the verge of mockery, but still he raised his fingers and faked a shot. At the sharp shout, both the old man and his familiar jumped up. Their leaps were Oscar-worthy. But the flight of a tired eagle does not last long, and now they were shivering with fear, huddled together on the ground. The leader of the forest jabbed a trembling finger accusingly at Dawei. He suspected him of premeditated perfidy. These words hurt Fatty with their injustice, and he darkened darker than a cloud, only his eyes glowing with an evil light. He stopped the leader of the forest's censorious verbiage and brought him back to the beginning of the story. That he wouldn't hurt a fly on his own, without reason, and that his life was serene and happy, before he was the first to be devious, due to the aforementioned inconveniences and due to the fact that the shaman does not see his own fault but looks for the root of the evil in others. Dawei decided to strengthen the curse by uniting and making his life dependent on hers. In fact, by making him his shadow. He had achieved that he had a protector and helper for eternity, or until he let him go. The deed was done, and Fatty walked to the still tethered companions who hadn't made a sound in a while, which was worrying. The leader of the forest called out to him in embarrassment. He realized he'd been caught, and he couldn't get off the hook. The only thing left to do was to negotiate. With Yen, Dawei cut the ropes at the very end. Still, a few hours of being tied up was a guaranteed blood flow constriction, swollen and numb limbs. So he carefully caught her, preventing her from falling to the ground, and lifted her gently into his arms. His attention was so alert and touching that she was bewildered and blushed with a strange timidity. So she hurriedly jumped down and turned away, puzzling Dawei. Had he done something wrong again? One would hope that he would at least get another kiss for saving him, right? But the boys came up. Mad Bull was supporting Beagle, though he was swaying as if in the wind on unsteady legs. The temporary bandage on Beagle's leg concealed the bullet wounds, but the bullets had been lucky and had gone right through without hitting bone or major vessels. Otherwise, he would have bled to death. When asked how he was feeling, he only joked about it. Lucky guy. If the bullets had gone a little higher, then... Dawei immediately offered him his professional services. There are benefits to be gained from everything. It's a desire many men have, and he can, if desired, and customize everything in the best way. Despite the happy release, there were still problems to be solved. Lots of crates of contraband, 1, and the big boss who was to come for them, 2. There were also 2 ideas, either to take the boxes out or to destroy them. The option of leaving them like that was not even considered. We decided to destroy them with a gunpowder charge, and Dawei offered to bait the chief. He even knew who it would be. The sole survivor, of course. They were good ideas. The drugs are dead, and they'll never be repelled. And the trafficker would be apprehended, and the job would be done. There was one final unresolved question. The old man. He'd joined the smugglers. He was an accomplice. A gloomy shadow fell over Fatty. The sun was blocked by what appeared to be the former leader of the wild forest. In a mournful tone, he warned me that from now on he would always and everywhere follow him. He would never leave him for a moment. Always and everywhere has a certain coloration. Bodyguard, boyfriend, or grandfather. No, neither of those were acceptable. The shaman almost burst into tears with frustration, being dependent on a boy, walking together all the time, like they were tied together. Yeah, that turned out to be a problem. That was something Dawei hadn't considered. He didn't want to be around a feisty old man all the time either. While he was pondering how best to proceed, the shaman gave him an idea. After all desires could be satisfied, his and mine, and still make a profit. Well, he agreed that their opinions were the same, but to break the seal would be to cause trouble for himself, for the old man would not rest until he had his revenge. So he suggested replacing it with a magical oath of allegiance. The shaman clutched his head in despair. How could he make a magical oath of allegiance? Nothing better than voluntary slavery. Dawei took offense and decided to show him real slavery, under the seal of fear and dependency. To begin with, he demanded that the crates be dealt with, so valuable that it would be a shame to destroy such wealth. The old man knew what was in there better than anyone. Yen ran in to warn me that everything was ready for the explosion, but she was not allowed to say a word. The old man was approaching the crates. The bang was so loud it made my ears pop. I had to wait for the ringing to subside and look at the aftermath of the explosion. The consequences were not slow to appear, fuming and very angry. They were ready to kill him for a joke. But how do you raise a hand against your master? The shaman realized that the idiotic jokes would not end. He was ready to promise anything to break the seal. He even grabbed Fatty's leg, assuring him that he would keep his promises sacredly. He could only dream of another meeting between them. That kind of manipulation pissed me off immensely. He offered a fair exchange, and the fact that he thinks it's slavery, he just doesn't know it could be worse. The team set off. It was decided to set up an ambush farther away, so as not to spook the drug dealer before the time was up. It's hard to say where Dawei got the chicken leg. Apparently, he has a nose for other people's breakfasts, and he's been eating it to the envy of the others, sitting on the shaman's shoulders with his legs overhanging. The uneaten bones and splashes of fat fell on the top of his head, which angered him immensely. But he could not throw the insolent man to the ground. The old man was lagging behind and could barely move his legs. Fatty was pushing him along. Yen even felt sorry for the old shaman. Such suffering, and even at his age, seemed an ugly mockery of human free will, and she already wanted to give the command to stop it, as the distinctive sounds of a heavy vehicle moving along their route were heard. The sounds were getting closer. Mad Bull, who was in the rear guard, reported that a column of cars was coming up, and when it would be in the gorge. All that's left is to conduct a combat operation. A sudden stop, a log on the road will do, and arrest the scoundrel warmly. Commands had already been handed out when Dawei stopped Yen and offered his way out of the situation. A chance to settle things bloodlessly. He attracted the shaman's attention by poking him in the cheek with a bone and pulling his hair. The old man staggered to his feet, dumbfounded, not even hearing what he was saying. As he looked in the direction suggested, he saw a truck slowly coming around the corner, but it was uninspiring. A whispered promise, on the other hand, very much so. When the shaman realized what he had been offered, the young man was immediately thrown to the ground, like a sack, without much care. Fatty hadn't even expected this and was banged up badly. And the old man rushed to the truck like a young deer. Where did he get the strength from? He could barely move his legs. The arrivals got out of their vehicles, except that they should have been met about here, but there was no escort in sight. The peddler was calling out to the bewildered people who had probably gotten lost if they hadn't met their master, and so thoroughly distracted from reality, that the figure that appeared before him, as if from the ground, almost caused his heart to stop. Another shriek of horror echoed over the road. When the involuntary shriek echoed out, the figure still stood as immovably before him and remained imperturbably silent. While the shaman was confused as to what he could do in this situation, the merchant eyed him in disgust, and then tried to chase him out of the way, calling him bad words and stepping on him step by step, crowding him with his belly. One fat guy. These unceremonious and shameless boys were so annoying to the old man that all his anger was about to be vented on one. The one who had read his death in his eyes began to back away from the cars in fear and shouted threats. But power had already responded, draped the space in a brown haze, and the curse was gaining its power. Throwing off and sweeping aside the merchant's guards, who didn't even have time to realize what was happening, a curse rushed toward the one who had so carelessly pissed off Master of Ugo with his foolish claims and threats. The shaman smiled gloatingly. He had finally let go of all his anger that had been building up since morning, and he was incredibly relieved. Today in the gorges we heard screams, explosions, and even all of them at the same time, so another howl did not disturb the surrounding nature. It had already adapted, and it was only intelligence who radioed in, with an alarming message that it's all gone, and the shaman stood in the middle of the hell he had created, once again exhausted, but with the hope that everything would soon be over for him. With this hope he approached the master sitting on the log, but at the sight of his grinning face, the irritation that had subsided returned. So to Fatty's question about the effort put in to deal with the enemy, flatteringly confirmed that he had tried hard. He had spent all his power, but he had achieved the result. The enemy was gone. And asked in return to fulfill his promise. And he asked in return to fulfill what he had promised. Dawei didn't back down from his words. A moment, and power appeared on his fingers, gathering into a ball. Holding a clot of white fire in his palm, He asked if the shaman was ready to lose the seal, and with it a new, interesting future, and be left alone in the forest. Is he ready to be set free? The old man almost laughed in the face of the jerk who'd suggested it. He couldn't wait to rip his head off. But then Fatty, enveloped in a cloud of power, bent over first and leaned on his arms like a low start. And then, with all the speed he could muster, he rushed forward, toward the shaman, waiting for the seal to be broken quietly and calmly. And with all his might, he slammed him into the tree trunk behind him. His ribs even cracked, for fear of a fracture. While the old man regained his breath, Dawei carefully looked over his chest. The seal was slowly coming off and dissolving. A gradually increasing cracking and noise was heard. The tree behind the shaman's back was falling. He was finally able to breathe fully. He could breathe, but he couldn't get up. Every cell in his chest was filled with pain. Even his arms and legs refused to move. And on Fatty's arm, a new curse was swirling, gaining strength and taking shape. It was insidious. That's what the old man was screaming about. Having just gotten rid of one, getting the other was beyond comprehension. But Dawei had thought of everything. He lifted the curse that hindered him. But he invented a new one to make the shaman no longer a danger to himself. This time, the curse of obedience, since he hadn't agreed to the oath of allegiance. And the guys were finally able to appreciate the full extent of Fatty's inherent guile. He played with the experienced master of Ugo like a kitten with a mouse. He would torture them, then give them the illusion of freedom, and then swat them again. And this time, the temporarily immobilized shaman could not resist the boy either. His indignant but resigned howl echoed through the forest. Now the smooth runes of a new seal, freshly applied, were visible on his chest. For every evil thought its owner paid for with the pain of the ossuary. The stronger the thought, the greater the pain. There was nothing he could do about it. He could try to remove it himself, but just thinking about it gloatingly made it clear that the pain would prevent him from even preparing for the ritual. Beagle, who took this retaliation more calmly, asked about what had happened on the road. This was important from the point of view of writing a report on his return. Dawei disparaged the technique used, calmly naming it and revealing his considerable knowledge by doing so. The injured shaman turned away indignantly. He was sure he possessed the most arcane and destructive of techniques. But this fellow began to tell of such details of the action produced by the curse, records of which he had not met. Like the insanity of the damned who start shooting in all directions because they can't see reality. And he even suggested that the tank of the nearest car had been shot through as a result of the frantic firing, hence the explosion. The shaman was indignant. How could one speak so carelessly of an effective technique? And I heard names I didn't even know I had, but they sounded more than terrifying, and his precious, carefully guarded from prying eyes technique in general called dirty for the destruction it produces. Dawei sensed that the shaman had stopped by the silence. He had to turn around. The old man, with an ingratiating expression on his face, began to ask about the techniques he had heard. Naturally, he wanted to get some information. Fatty's confession did not convince him. To name such techniques and not know how they are created is impossible. Turns out it's possible. The old teacher had only given him the knowledge of defense against these techniques. Apparently, he was afraid, and not without reason, to give him really dangerous knowledge. But he is able to name both weaknesses and ways to counter them. The shaman was already tense with anticipation. His impulse was harshly thwarted, laughing at his naivete. Would Master reveal the secrets of his school to another, and to someone with a bad attitude? But to ignite interest in him, incline in his direction, and sow doubts in your decision, easily. Dawei even pulled a vial of medicine out of his stash for this one. A safe enemy is good, but a strong friend is much better. Left unattended, Yen bitterly watched the merry male conversation in which she had no place. It was time to stop talking and move back to the base. Why was she procrastinating? Because she liked the way Fatty piqued the shaman's interest, drew him to her, just like he was her? The rest was over, and Beagle stood up. It was time to get back, and to start planning for the future. Like bringing in an up-and-coming fighter, his skills could really come in handy. Dawei was not inspired by this proposal. Or rather, he hadn't thought about it. But even after thinking about it, he backed out. He had other interests in life. Fighting, shooting, killing. It wasn't for him. It was more of a necessity. He liked to heal, though, watching a hopeless patient recover, sharing his experience with weaker colleagues, and also to be surrounded by pretty women, basking in their recognition and praise. It's like a pink dream, which was cut short by a harsh shout from Yen, who increasingly disliked such hints of Fatty's windiness. Impressed by Beagle, he laughed at Yen's jealousy for a long time. Then he seriously offered to pay him back for helping the band, but received an unexpected rebuff. Dawei even turned to him, displeased at the mention of the service. Finding his friends for the first time, he didn't want there to be any scores, calculations, obligatory things between them. Whatever he did from the bottom of his heart, let it stay that way. If necessary, he will help again, if possible. These words touched the hearts of the team so much that they almost cried with emotion, noticing that it was getting too syrupy sweet. He continued to aggravate this syrupy mess by huffing and dreaming aloud of the totally unreal and unfulfilling. The boys listened seriously at first, but then understanding dawned on their faces, as well as healthy smiles, and a loud male cackle at the mention of Yen's name. Dawei was hurriedly removed from its trajectory, until she went into the melee again. But they didn't realize she was the commander, so the order was given. And the soldier said yes, and the soldier answered, yes he did. This exploded a fountain of indignant shouts and complaints from Fatty, who was a bit overreacting. The Dawn Mountains heard the last cries for the day, this time joyous and laughing. Life went on. The helicopter landed at the airport again in the morning, on the second day. The team rested, reported back, and was again free in their civilian life. Dawei hadn't had time to grab anything to eat in the morning, so he was hungry and angry. He barely waited for the transport to land. And now I was looking forward to a trip home, a soft bed and breakfast, no 2 breakfasts and 2 lunches. Until I heard a familiar voice behind me. He spun around in surprise and almost fell, losing his balance. Because he hadn't expected to be here. Younger brother, who specifically followed him in his car and got him into the military airport. The car drove along the bypass road to the capital. This time she was in a hurry, and only the bushes and houses flashed by. Dawei chowed down on breakfast cereal. Thankfully, Fan, a scholar of years of coexistence, had guessed to procure it before the meeting. Not to be silent, the conversation turned to a recent acquaintance. The cool SWAT team impressed Fan. He assumed that Fatty was not following the men, but their commander. He didn't deny it, but he was in no hurry to agree. So we got to the point of serious talk. It's not for nothing that they got him even at a military airfield and feed him breakfast. Of course, he was offered a job in the field, just like before, a terminally ill patient. It's somebody's grandson again. It's his karma to have grandchildren everywhere, not if I had beautiful daughters. Finally, Dawei inquires about the diagnosis. In truth, it wouldn't tell him much, but at least it would localize the area of the problem. And here we could remember the ancient recipes. Dr. Fan understood that. He also realized that it was high time to send him to study. But there's no way to catch him. One day he's here and the next he's far away, and you can't catch him. Talking like that, they drove up to the healing center. A very different one as far as Fatty could remember. His brother had gotten a promotion after all. The first thing Dawei did after a long flight and an equally hard trip for his bladder was head to the restroom. I couldn't get the diagnosis my brother had given me out of my mind. There was nothing curative about it that came to mind. Suddenly there was a natural explosion, bang and roar from the side stall. Fatty jumped back in surprise. Even Golden Silkworm flew out to see the danger. Clearly there was a man here, but where were those terrifying sounds coming from? The answer was not long in coming. He was sent away from such a delicate and purely personal matter as constipation. As a healer, Dawei knew all the problems associated with this case. So he tried to warn the man against acting too harshly, but he was sent away again. Too long a time and too much suffering. He had something in his pouch, something to ease a man's torment. It was saved for other purposes, but he's gonna do a lot more for a prank. This is a need, and it's not a small one. Why not help? I slipped a vial of advice into the crack under the door. Well, you can sit on a cactus if you need to. The roar came again. It gained and gained strength until it stopped at the highest note. And then the stench spread throughout the room. It had been accumulating for a week or so, and was accompanied by cheers. Then a big man came out of the stall with a happy smile on his face. Of course, he didn't know how to thank his savior. He approached Fatty. He immediately realized he wasn't so fat, more like a reed next to a giant like him. There were words of appreciation. Both of them felt awkward about the situation. Still, meeting in the toilet, I had to smooth it over with a joke. No, Dawei wasn't hired as a plumber, but he appreciated the humor of the situation. And they both hurried to get out of there before the angry staff got there, or they'd really have to clean it up. As if nothing had happened, they were walking down the corridor of the hospital and talking, followed by indignant exclamations and swearing. The quick relief from constipation made the big man think of the doctor in front of him. How could he not wonder who he was treating? Together they came to the stairs to the second floor. We started climbing together. And then there was talk of grandchildren. It made one suspect the impossible. Was this the second day they'd been waiting for this boy? And he, without turning around and complaining further about fate, continued to climb higher, to the intensive care wards. Caught up with him almost at the door to the ward. Stopped him with a burning question. Is he or isn't he? How would he answer? Hands almost met at the same pen, and the answer matched the question. It was a miracle that they met in the restroom. That way, the grandfather would never have allowed this boy to see his grandson. And now he looked at his savior with satisfaction. Maybe this guy could help his child just as easily. All that remained was to open the door and enter. A joyful anticipation enveloped his heart, and he smiled broadly. He introduced himself and shocked Dawei. He'd said a lot of things to him on the road. I don't think he'd be offended, because he's in grief. But how could one insult a joyful man? It was with these hopes that they entered the room. The nursing staff was fussing about. And Dr. Fan and his supervisor were here. They've been waiting for Dawei to show up. And he had more than one. Professor said a polite hello to everyone. It was a delicate moment. Only a family member could decide whether to allow the medicine man to treat him. But I wanted to see what else the young talent could do. That's how Dawei first saw lupus. Of course, he had heard of it, but since it was a rare disease, he had never had to participate in its treatment. The patient had to be viewed through the protective glass of the sterile quarters, still extensive skin lesions. They were visible from afar as unpleasant red-brown patches, islands of disease on healthy skin, and it must have itched and scratched a lot, because the patient had hysterical seizures, which made it necessary to fix his hands. A disease with wolf-like behavior. Attack and retreat, attack and retreat. The organism destroys itself and you don't know why. My grandfather was very saddened by the rapid progress of the disease, and the medicines were no longer working. Internal organs were affected, guaranteeing unfortunate consequences in the near future. Professor invited Dawei to come in and take a closer look at the patient, but their movement was immediately stopped. Same old, same old. Different hospital, but the rules are the same everywhere. It's not allowed, that's all. And he's a suspicious-looking man in dirty street clothes, and they want to put him in the quarantine bay. But behind the doctor's back stood the grandfather, and he was angry. The doctor was immediately swept aside by the broad arm of the big man, and the way to the isolation ward was open. Grandfather had understandable complaints about the work of the medical staff. After all, his grandson was dying behind that glass, and they didn't want to miss the only person who could help. So he put his hand on Fatty's shoulder in a reassuring gesture, began to console him from unfair criticism, and gradually nudge him in the right direction. So the milestone was passed, and they were all in the quarantine bay. The disease looked even uglier up close. But Dawei approached the sick man's bedside to examine him. The grandfather only prayed quietly on the sidelines for his recovery. The examination was quick and superficial. Everyone already knew the test results. Well, almost everyone. But those who didn't know them didn't need them. The patient silently endured another execution. He had no hope of recovery. He just took everything for granted. The only question plagued the grandfather. He would do anything for a positive answer. Professor had no words of encouragement. There was no cure for this terrible disease. Only supportive therapy, and not for long. But he had heard of convalescence by shock, at the edge of human capacity, when all the internal resources of the dying person are brought to bear. Grandfather only heard the first part of his utterance. No medicine. This news dashed all his hopes. He fell to his knees in front of his grandson's bed and began wailing inconsolably over him, dropping tears. But Dawei intervened, stopping the sobs at their peak. He had an idea. All that was left was to get it to the people around him. The neighborhood heard. The people around me realized. It was incredible news that something could be done about the disease. Adjusting his gloves, he suggested parroting the disease, running this man's internal resource to the max. Grandfather grabbed Fatty by the shoulders in a burst of emotion, squeezing his fingers until it hurt. He was finally hearing what he wanted to hear. Someone would do something, not just watch his grandson die. Of course, Dawei couldn't make any guarantees. The only guarantee is that it can provide shock therapy to the body. He turned to Professor for information. He asked the professor to remind him of the methods he used in folk medicine to give additional strength to a person. He listed them all, but all of them were weak and inappropriate in this case. It needed a shock, not a gentle stroking. Fatty corrected him. There was one other remedy for emergencies, and it wasn't for everyone. But a young and strong body could withstand this technique of madness in the blood, when all life processes are restarted, and a tremendous amount of energy is released. Professor at first froze in bewilderment, but he quickly realized what had been said to him and remembered something written in an old book. Jumped up to Dawei, grabbed him by the pecs, and started shaking him in a burst of emotion, repeating over and over again his single question. He was truly terrifying at that moment. His eyes shone with a fanatical glow, his mouth gaped in a scream, his hair, no, not fluttering, because Professor quickly shrank and even seemed to grow old. He was so upset that he went quietly to the door. Then he began to stagger and seemed to be about to faint, or for some other reason. Even my grandfather noticed it. Fatty hurriedly picked up his head to keep it from settling on the floor and sat it on the nearest chair. Then began to affect him with the soothing and nerve-relieving waves of his power. Finally, the eyes that had rolled back to their usual place, and Professor began to realize where he was and who was near him. The doctors standing behind the glass breathed a sigh of relief. But they were still watching. What if the old professor's seizure recurred? But he sent them away with a flick of his hand and stared at Dawei like a riddle yet to be solved. An old friend came over, showed support by putting a hand on his shoulder, but nothing much really happened. The man had just heard some shocking news. Of course, the grandfather was interested in what method they were going to treat his grandson, but since he was very far from medicine, he started from afar. At first he told me that the technique just sounds scary, but refers to the acupuncture he already knows. Then he told about the so-called magic of acupuncture and the amazing results it produces. Then I went back to the technique again, to its history, something I had once read about but could not repeat because it was considered forgotten. He told of an ancient warlord who, already in his old age, suddenly jumped on his horse and went to war. And with his strength, speed, and courage was not inferior to the young soldiers, which earned him eternal memory and glory. He was rumored to use this technique every time before a fight. Dawei scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. The story had somehow passed him by. He was more interested in practice. But here it is, the last nail. This technique also brought the warlord to the grave. One day, his body's resources were simply not enough. This is where the patient himself intervened. This story brought him out of his apathetic helplessness and renewed his faith in any end. It's hard to die slowly. The grandfather supported his grandson in his desire and blessed Dawei for the creative feat, promising full support. The news that a terminal patient would be treated here had spread throughout the hospital. So, when a head came out of the room and asked for a paper, 3 curious people responded to the call. All of them wanted to see the action, at least a glimpse of it. Oh, how Professor screamed when he saw Fatty being surrounded, distracted, questioned, all at a time when a secret was about to be revealed. Dawei also got it in the nuts for delaying the process instead of doing business. But he didn't agree. Connecting with others is an important part of the healing process. Here's who you can send to get the missing ingredients. Who will not make a mistake in the choice of important ingredients? At the very least, who will simply bring the right tool? He had grand plans for a shock device for the guy's body, and the help of the local doctors would be invaluable in this case. Professor realized that everything had been thought out and provided for. The old man would not really run around and bring what he needed. The patient was awaiting his verdict in the ward. He had hastily agreed to the treatment, but now he had doubts. Especially when I saw a belt with 100 acupuncture needles, long and sharp, it made me want to run away so badly. That he turned to his grandfather for support. But he was adamant. If he said he had to be treated, he had to be treated to the fullest. He didn't recognize half measures. And Dawei began to mark the points for the needles, right in front of the young man's frightened gaze. The shock therapy had begun. Soon everything was pointed out, written down and memorized. Professor rejoiced in his newfound knowledge. But the patient suddenly remembered that he had a lot of unfinished business. He asked to wait until he had prepared for the procedure and written a will. Where had the previous apathy gone? Of course, Dawei didn't even think of giving him time. The process was underway. It had to continue. Grandfather did not understand the depth of the idea, but he was ready to support everything that the guy who took up treatment would say. Even an invitation to a restaurant, no problem. If that's the case, we can be a little pushy, can't we? Good motivation of the doctor is the key to successful treatment. Fan interrupted this circus in his mind. Older brother could talk about food endlessly, and he had a lot of nerve, too. Dawei was oblivious to younger brother's silent presence. I'd better send him away so he can enjoy himself. It's going to be like this. By the way, yes, Fan can and should be sent home. Who better than him to handle his kids? He also whispered a few words in his ear about what else he needed to get for the shock treatment. That'll keep him busy for a while. And the preparations began. The poor patient had become quite discouraged, realizing that the needles would not pass him by. His grandfather sat down beside him and put his arm around his shoulders, comforting and reassuring him before what was to come. I had never had a heart-to-heart talk before. And now the common cause, the common anxiety, has brought them closer together, and it is possible to talk about the innermost things, and just about nothing, watching how the doctors are running around, with the newcomer commanding them and giving them instructions. Your eyes unknowingly follow their actions as you share your thoughts. You lower your gaze so as not to see the intimidating flurry of white coats, but you can't help but listen. And pop, you've already lost the thread of the conversation, because you're already starting to freeze from the horror of the inevitable. The doctors consulted the professor about the legality of using large quantities of poisonous substances, but he was adamant. He had too much faith in the young man and too eager to see the result. Finally, the despairing cry of the apothecary who came running in and had all the arsenic, at least that word turned out to be understandable, taken away from him, almost sent the patient into a deep faint. What's going on if they're scooping up so much poison for him? A little later, the young man felt like he was in a herbal warehouse. There were roots and leaves spread out in the chamber. There were some bark and trunks of some trees. But the animals that swarmed among them did not add optimism. It was more like a desire to get out of here as quickly as possible. A wooden bathtub stood in the middle of the room and hot water was already steaming. The healer decided to make himself a snack and was already chewing on the scolopendra crawling between the grasses. A fat butterfly flying nearby was doing the same. Here he was chewing, holding the bag, about to drop some kind of poison. In between, He suggested we get ready. Under the wall, there was a platoon of doctors with notebooks. What's a poor patient to do? Only hide behind his grandfather. But his grandfather was not on his side today. He grabbed him and pulled him forward by the scruff of the neck and pushed him towards the torturer. The one, with a grudging glance, besieged his misplaced bashfulness with a few words, and then pulled the remains of the scolopendra from his pet, and crumbled them into the steaming solution, saying that in this case, the more toxins, the better. I thoughtfully asked, does the patient want to be treated at all? Or does he like everything so much that he doesn't mind repeating it? Immediately, the pajama shirt flew to the side, pulled off by the unwavering grandfather in a minute. His pants flew away with it. The patient was mentally preparing himself for the execution. All his nightmares were realized today, even the ones he didn't know he had. The mortar was beginning to bubble, for it showed bubbles that rose and burst regularly. Fatty was constantly climbing up the attached ladder to stir it with a long wooden stick. And when he decided that the mortar had heated up enough, he commanded the old professor to begin. That one grabbed the belt with acupuncture needles and quickly began his preparations. He was a master at it after all. And then, unexpectedly, he began to stick them in according to the plan he had drawn before. That was the plan: to shock, to give no time for reflection, refusals, and hysterics. Everyone expected Dawei to act, but not another person. While everyone's attention was distracted by the piercing screams, he poured whatever he thought fit into the vat, without explanation or justification. Medicinal herbs, roots, bark. Some for poisoning, some for stabilization and even protection. All this he infused with power, awakening the fading properties of the dried plants so that they would give their full medicinal potential, and sent them back into the solution. The mixture came out so poisonous that I even had to put on a doctor's mask. Having estimated the color and consistency of the resulting composition, he was quite pleased with himself. It was worth seeing how Professor was doing. The patient sat still, poked with needles like a hedgehog, and only moaned softly. There was time to stir the resulting brew once more while he finished the acupuncture process. Because the next step was to stick a second set of needles, painful but necessary. There was a reason the technique was called the mad spirit. This was confirmed by the patient's renewed wild screams, but he had no idea yet what he would have to go through to discover his inner reserves. The grandfather did not expect such screams from his grandson. The reaction was natural: to help, to protect, to shield. But he was politely held back, not allowing him to interfere. Yes, and Fatty reassured him, stirring the mixture, which was gradually changing color, turning a poisonous purple and taking on a special glow. The unfortunate fellow, in an impulse to escape, collapsed to the ground and banged his fist on the floor, demanding an end to the excruciating pain. But a new batch of needles was already preparing for action in the skillful, dexterous fingers of his executioner, to complete the final stage. Those needles exploded the mind, blinded by pain, colored circles before the eyes. The body died for a moment. And then he convulsed. Saliva flowed from his mouth, tears spilling from his eyes. The howling had already turned to high ultrasonic frequencies. The last needle completed everything. The sounds went silent. The patient's eyes rolled back, and he began to faint slowly. It looked like he was dead. The worried grandfather jumped up from his seat, ready to run, to save him. But the groan of relief that escaped his grandson's lips overrode his intentions. He was already feeling good. He was experiencing the catharsis of the symphony of pain in his body. Grandpa didn't get it. What kind of madness is going on? He was just rocking in agony, and now he's moaning with pleasure. Dawei even broke away from his vat to look at the successful completion of the practice. Now it was just a matter of getting the patient to dip into the suspicious purple slurry. This brew promised surprises bigger than Professor Needles. At least it was clear. The boy's hesitant stomping on the edge of the vat made Dawei furious. How many times do I have to get in anyway? One movement of his hand, and he was already flying inside. Only purple splashes flew in different directions. After inquiring about the patient's well-being, He saw that he was getting high from the hot water. So relaxed and mellowed out that he doesn't even react to some of the oddities of his position. Not good. We should add a dash of shock. For this purpose, Fatty has demonstrated a spare scolopendra, and he threw her in the vat. You could say he ripped her from her heart. Or rather from my stomach. Another snack gone bad. The lid of the vat, with slots for the neck and arms, was like a pad and firmly fixed the patient in position. Fatty ordered those in the audience to hold the lid on him before he jumped out of the vat in whatever the hell he was wearing, no longer embarrassed by his appearance or the audience. And then I made the preparations that followed. He went into the trunk with a mysterious look, rummaged through it for good measure. Pulled out a wriggling green creeper, presented this species of poisonous animal on all sides. He brought it to the vat and squeezed all the poison from the snake's venomous glands over its edge. He added more fear to the young man's eyes. Then he turned up the heat, so that the water in the vat became hot and the patient was steamed well. To heartfelt complaints and prayer requests, he only snorted softly. It is not easy to discover hidden resources. To do so, one must be brought to the brink time after time. So I just gave him a reassuring promise that things would get better from here. Did that sound like a threat? An hour later, the patient was ready to die, steamed to the point of being a boiled vegetable, barely breathing. His eyes were rolling again. He was about to faint. The unexpected thing was that this seemed to be the end of his torment. He was being released from this hell. The cover pads opened, and the freed patient, with eyes full of happiness, was ready to jump right over the side. But not in time. Barely glancing at his chest, he noticed the freshly grown new organs there. They hadn't been there before. One of the organs suddenly fell away, revealing small, sharp teeth and a deep throat. The scream that followed was heard not only by the hospital. Pigeons flew up into the sky, leaves fell from the trees. Afterward, while the volunteer helpers scooped and poured the purple cocktail from the vat into the sewer, the hard workers met in the restroom for the simple business of tidying up. They were exhausted while they were crushing the resistance of a simple-minded patient. Of course, it was about something that was a secret to everyone. It's for the best. If they had known, they would never have allowed it, or argued for hours instead of doing business. Poison pool. Not that they don't use it. Nobody knows about it. Except for poison experts. Because they're the only ones who know what's poison and what's antidote, and how to mix the two. How the properties of plants change when heated and when cooled, as this can be elementary to use without adding extra ingredients. Can predict interactions on reinforcement and counteraction to neutralize certain natural poisons. Professor was interested in the compatibility of these two such different techniques. He had never encountered them before, and was worried about the consequences. And the grandfather was more interested in reality, in the form of two huge leeches sucking on his grandson's chest. Dawei answered both questions in one fell swoop: awakening and annihilation. For several hours they had been bringing the patient to the point of awakening his reserves. But how much filth has accumulated in his body during his illness? And there's no way out. And it keeps building up, poisoning the remaining healthy cells. It's ready to erupt into a new disease. Professor questioned the leech's ability to cleanse the cells of harmful toxins. Still, the categories are not compatible. But learned that that's what the poison pool is for, to get all the toxins out of the cells and into the bloodstream. In addition, leeches, like all blood-sucking critters, are great at sensing where the best place to suckle is. The grandfather looked thoughtfully at his grandson lying unconscious. Fatty claimed that everything was fine. But he went over to check. A snort and a sleepy mumble assured everyone that nothing was wrong. Just a dream. The logical thing to do in this case would have been to leave so as not to disturb the sleep of the patient. But Fatty hesitated. The grandfather did not want to leave either. Professor argued that sleep after such a procedure would inevitably be very long. But a faint yawn brought his attention back to the patient. He froze with his mouth open, his face twisted, because there was no longer a spot on his face. The skin had cleared up and was a uniform color. Dawei approached the stunned professor. He gave him a sympathetic pat on the shoulder. Only he could have foreseen such a result of combining the two techniques. But they both worked on this miracle, and they both pulled it off beautifully. The result is in the face. I mean, on the face. The only thing left to do was to have blood work done to confirm that the disease had receded completely. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the result. The professor mumbled that it was impossible. The doctor, a stickler for facts, argued that stains were no indication. Until he read the parameters of the measurements taken. Now it was his turn to shout for a miracle. And as the messenger who brings news is always the first to suffer, he was lifted by the strong hands of the grandfather, who could not remember himself from happiness, about half a meter from the floor, and shaken violently. Dawei decided to intervene in this jubilation and save the doctor from a bear hug. As chief physician, he suggested that we go out and celebrate. Of course, appeased by his healthy grandson, the grandfather invited everyone to the best restaurant in town, and the most expensive, of course. The forewarned Dr. Fan had dropped off his kin by this time, but was still sulking for unceremoniously removing him from his patient. The nurse was still shocking with her hair the same way. My father, on the other hand, had obviously met an old acquaintance, a lost friend from his youth in the intervening years. That one also undoubtedly recognized him and was just as happy to see him. Dawei even felt uncomfortable. When his father, just like the doctor before him, was lifted off the ground and started shaking in the air like a doll, but with words of thanks, so embarrassing and liberating. Dr. Fan and his now ex-patient watched the spectacle with a mixture of horror and relief. Each of them could have been in that place. A spacious festive hall with a magnificent chandelier waited for its visitors. All that remained was to order the dishes. The birthday boy of the day was allowed to do it. How else can you say it? After all, today he was reborn, having defeated the disease. The one began to list from memory all the most delicious things, in his opinion, that could be put on the holiday table. What he listed was beyond comprehension. It was as if he'd read a spell, the words of which might make sense, but they didn't fit together. The attention was diverted by my sister. It turns out she wanted a delicacy she had always wanted to try. Her brother's agreement pleased her so much that she threw herself around his neck and kissed him soundly. Fulfilling his sister's wish, he asked the birthday boy for her order. He thought that if his sister asked for it, it must be something really cool. Toth didn't see the order as anything complicated, but the fact that his choice wasn't appreciated and asked for the usual appetizers, for an amateur, offended him. The crab was refilled for everyone, and the waiter went to the kitchen, wondering if there would be enough of such an expensive delicacy for everyone who wanted it. Dawei didn't understand why save money on something that tasted good and tried to push his point through, but his sister wouldn't let him, covering his mouth. Father wasn't happy either. He knew that manners had to suffer in the mountains, but not that much. The argument was closed by the happy grandfather. He simply announced that on such a day, everyone could order whatever they wanted and as much as they wanted. And hitherto unspoken words of gratitude spilled over to the doctor who had saved the day. Here, his still mourning, dying grandson sits here, healthy, beside them, and will be eating a holiday dinner. The grandson realized, the grandson agreed, and was about to go and complete the order. The only question was the quantity. But you can't satiate a voracious womb that's been on dry rations since morning and hasn't eaten all day. The scolopendra didn't count. It was small. But his mouth was shut again. In the far booth, the waiter was having very bad luck. An irascible customer was demanding his order with his foot. And threatened. Though what can the servants know if the menu is not in their charge? Just what's available. But the brother didn't want to know, he wanted to punish. You can't talk to the master like that, but you can talk to an unresponsive server, angrily looming over the unfortunate man, looming overhead like a war elephant ready to trample for every word spoken in justification. He began with accusations. He ended up confronting the restaurant patrons in his office. He stood in the doorway as a symbol of righteous anger. Grandfather, facing the door, squinted his eyes, trying to figure out who it was and why he had come. I didn't expect any good. Indeed, the conversation began with claims, unfounded. The order had not yet arrived, but the dissatisfied people showed up. The brother got a kick in the jaw from Dawei for cursing and making a fuss over nothing. He just didn't want to get his hands dirty. And he flew into the corridor, where his friends, who had not expected such a situation, welcomed him. They almost collapsed with him. Shouts of encouragement and answering scolding were heard. How could anyone believe that their strong and unwavering leader would let this happen? Yeah, he came back, battered, but unbroken. Since he'd already gotten his change here, he went with the trump card, his father. But the grandson, who was present, was perhaps cooler. He looked at his grandfather with a condescending grin and waited. And he did. He was noticed. An old acquaintance, perhaps an enemy. But they didn't see each other very often, so, didn't flinch at the attention. Why should I? After staring into the eyes of death, all these little things seem so insignificant. The bully came in behind him, moving closer to say something insulting. For example, about the quick payback for his insolence, the guests, the girls. His daddy's a gun dealer. He waited until he was grabbed by the chest. Who can take that and not stand up for their guests, especially female guests? The joyous thug even laughed with pleasure. There was something to piss off the rich boy after all. He'd stolen his girlfriend too. But the grandfather's loudly striking hand on the table quickly put an end to this dialogue. Now he was taking the floor. He got up from the table like the Terminator. He barked his head off. He grinned a wicked smile. The bro obviously didn't understand the situation, who was here and with whom, so he continued to pounce, confident of his advantage. Powerful hands grappled his shirt, lifted him into the air so that his feet tried but failed to find the floor. And a suggestive voice prophesied his name. Oh, what a name it was! The largest official arms supplier in this city and in the entire region. The brother realized at once that he had nothing to catch here. If he could get away alive, they wouldn't let him. His eyes were glistening. Turning toward the door, the grandfather, not thinking long, sent the hapless troublemaker flying with his hand. He flew away, tears streaming down his face as he realized that this would not be the end of it. He had pissed off a serious man today. The fraternity, watching this flight, could not recover from their astonishment. Their idol had gotten what he deserved. But since he was heavy, he got stuck in the doorway. And since Dawei had also heard words about his sister, To helped him out into the hallway in the most futile way possible by kicking him in the ass, sending him into another flight, which this time took the brothers out of their position under the office door. And now they were falling together. Grandfather and Fatty, as a team working harmoniously together, praised each other with well-deserved approval. By this time, the guards had arrived. Better late than never. At least they'll get the rowdies out of here, and that's a good thing. Without being distracted by trifles, the grandfather immediately made an important call that put an end to any further claims of child beating. And then he apologized to Dawei, regretting the ruined evening. But he had only one regret, that he hadn't been able to eat again. That didn't turn out to be a problem. Restaurant takeaways are not that uncommon. It is also useful for gluttons who do not want to torture themselves with etiquette. The next day started under the sign of the medical university. They didn't know yet what kind of student Dr. Fan and his teacher had given them. Dawei didn't understand why he was here either, but my brother said I should, and you should listen to your brother's advice. Walking between the university buildings, looking at the girls wandering in all directions, he asked himself and his brother with annoyance, and what was he doing here? Fan only joked about it. He was amused by Fatty's directness. Others dream of studying here, preparing for entrance exams, but here, everything on a plate and no gratitude. The hulls were impressive, solid concrete and glass, tall as rocks, but harmonious in their symmetry. The opportunity to study Western medicine did not inspire Dawei. He didn't like to study at all, or rather he did, but only what he was interested in. But he had to agree that knowledge is not superfluous. and it would be good to systematize the mess of valuable information that he had in his head now. And this would require a scientific approach, not a spontaneous naivete. As they walked past the classrooms, a conversation came up about the band and the professors who would be teaching the guy. The news that the two men from the restaurant, one of whom he'd almost cursed, would be teaching him had Dawei stunned. At the time, he still didn't understand what the meeting was about. Now, he remembered something. His eyes lit up with a sly light. She'd gotten him pretty bad back then, and there was a grudge left unredeemed, which meant there was a good joke to be told. Life gets interesting. Seeing his brother's unusual excitement, Fan was worried if he was all right. He even took his temperature. But the man pushed his hand away, hurrying to get away and do something useful. He had ideas, and those ideas needed to be realized. When asked by his brother about the reasons for the rush, lyrically sang a fancy song about the girls waiting for him. Brunettes and blondes and redheads dreaming of love and sighing for a hot guy, with whom you can walk, holding hands, down a festive street and then return home. Fan shuddered at the maniacal gleam in his brother's eyes. He wondered who he had brought into the quiet walls of the school and whether they could withstand such a torrent of energy. While his brother was giving his final instructions, Dawei noticed something more interesting not far away. A beautiful girl. She quietly walked up behind him and put her arm around Fan's shoulders. Fan jumped up in surprise at first. But then he looked at her in a friendly and warm way, listening to the caring words. At once everything became clear. A hand was immediately extended to greet the younger brother girl. Or maybe it wasn't just the girl. And now Dawei is already shaking hands with his newfound wife, talking about his joy and pleasure at meeting her. She laughed merrily in response, impolitely interrupting him on a word, and she sobbed with laughter for a long time afterwards. It was Fan who dotted the issue. He resented Fatty for speaking before he thought, and he explained that the wife was not his, but a friend's, but a close friend, and because of this friendship, she agreed to help him. Wiping away the tears from her eyes, the girl winked cheerfully at Dawei and invited him to come with her to the building where he would be studying. But Fatty can't be fooled that easily. What did he see? That woman hugging her brother, and he called out to him. To sort out what's wrong, who's to blame, and why they're hugging in the hallway in front of strangers. This hit and run caused another explosion of laughter from the girl. Now she was laughing at the way the instructor was being scolded by the student, and for what? Immorality. Advice to introduce his brother to his girlfriend. He embarrassed Fan to such an extent that he promptly left, muttering something under his nose about unrestrained and unreasonable relatives, who are just too scary to be introduced to. But Dawei had an invaluable source of information on hand, who didn't mind accompanying him. To the building next door with the blue roof, where on the first floor, with windows overlooking a quiet park. In a small classroom, a platinum blonde woman taught her subject in a soft, melodious voice. Their story with Fan turned out to be simple and uncomplicated. A student's love for a young teacher is not uncommon. But she went further. Thanks to her intelligence and talent, she achieved to become not just a student, but a personal ward. How can you not fall in love with such a girl? Peeking at his brother's girlfriend through the low windowsill, Dawei was figuring out how possible it was, a naive Fan and a conniving student. Or was it the other way around? The wife of his brother's friend disagreed with his conclusions and, slapping him on the back, quietly left, telling him where to find her. But who would hear? If Fatty, no longer being very secretive and looking at his brother's girlfriend appraisingly, speculated about the possible and the impossible. And suddenly he caught her attention. He was peeking through the window out of the park and staring at her intently. And when he said hello and waved his hand in a friendly manner, I didn't have any second thoughts, but I was just a little taken aback by the surprise. Her startled shriek set off a chain reaction somehow very quickly and unpredictably. Students began to rise from their desks. Sharp scalpels emerged from his breast pockets and bags, and all these weapons were pointed in his direction. He didn't get it. What's going on? You can't even say hello? Yeah, he messed up the class, but you can't throw knives at him for that. Yeah, And how did they call him that? And in the auditorium, something terrible was happening. He was being openly threatened, stab him on the spot, cut off something unnecessary, or even dismembered. When he wanted to turn to the only person he knew, it turned out that she wasn't here, but there were knife-wielding maniacs coming through the window. I had to run for my life, and I had to run fast to get away from the suddenly angry guys. But they didn't just leave him like that. They thoroughly searched every corner of the territory and the nearest buildings. All the classrooms on the first floor, bushes, trees, benches, trash cans, even the fountain was inspected. I managed to hide in a small box, almost an urn. In the opinion of the people around him, the fat man would not fit in. The guards of the medical university found it there. They just saw the lid on the box being lifted and became interested. Dawei started telling their blood-chilling story, but Fatty's complaints didn't impress them for some reason. A crumpled piece of paper appeared in the hand of one of them, and from it, a detention order was read out. While Dawei crawled out of his hiding place while he was being examined, compared it to the one we were looking for. Everything seemed to match. Suddenly, the ordinary-looking guards were transformed. Unreasonable rage and aggression came from somewhere. A moment, and he was just flattened on the asphalt by the flying body of one, and the second was calling for reinforcements on the radio. And it seemed like it was over, but a fancy leather shoe stopped in front of my nose, and a familiar voice left no doubt. Younger brother looked down at him with disbelief in his eyes. He was also sending him to the auditorium. The guards did not consider themselves entitled to make a decision on the detainee. In serious matters, they always refer to their superiors. Therefore, Dawei spent his next hour in the rector's office. Fan's girlfriend was called in for identification. He heard a story he'd gotten himself into, one that had been stirring up the entire campus neighborhood for some time now. At first, I didn't understand why I should be afraid of him. Just because he was similar in build and dared to say hello? Then he got angry that his brother couldn't do the human thing, just introduce him, instead of keeping secrets. But I heard it was all planned, just for tonight, for dinner time. The friend's girl seemed very embarrassed by the mishap, and so had to. Instead of an evening of getting to know each other, move it to a snack. In the cafeteria, where a very nervous visitor quickly cleared the shelves of all sorts of snacks. He was consoled at first. Fan said a lot of kind words about how no one is immune to accidents. Then the consolations quickly turned into admonishments and finally ended with a real reprimand. As always, though. The unplanned break was coming to an end. The bell rang, and it was time to get back to work and finally start studying. Fan noticed that his young friend didn't seem very eager to do anything. He sits sullenly, looking out the window. Dawei didn't expect anything good anymore. Doctors, though future doctors, were worse than drug dealers with machine guns. At least you know what to expect from them. So Fan delegated the transportation of his brother to his place of study to his best friend, and also part-time faculty member on duty. Energized by the presence of the knowledgeable man, Fatty asked him his most pressing question, which had been postponed for a while, but now I could. Mo hadn't expected such a question from a student, but being a polite person, he promised to introduce him to the only girl soon, and to all the other students as well. As always, Fatty heard only what he wanted to hear. He jumped in with a hug, happy that he had finally found a guide in this realm of unintimidated Mustangs, and completely confused everyone present. In a quarter of an hour, he was already introduced to the group with whom he was to study for a year. Dawei stood still in front of his classmates and waited to see what would happen next. There was silence and complete silence. The instructor quietly suggested that it wouldn't hurt to provide minimal information about yourself, your abilities and interests in order to find like-minded people. Dawei, as usual, understood everything in its own way and began to chop the truth without considering the circumstances. Which, of course, caused uncontrollable laughter. Only a lazy person wouldn't laugh, and that's because he was wearing headphones. Fatty took the taunts calmly, but there was an unspoken threat in his reply, causing the group to fall silent. Some of them even began to talk cautiously, glancing in his direction. They were disturbed by the sight. who scrutinized everyone and looked around the audience for what? Unclear. But the unknown was frightening. And that's right. Dawei was interested in the girl who was promised to be introduced but never was. Tired of the unplanned fiddling with the student, the instructor glanced at the boy and showed him what he was looking for. Dawei looked in that direction with interest. How could he not have noticed? After all, he had looked all over the place. I even shuddered at what I saw. It wasn't that the girl was ugly, just very peculiar in her unconventionality. But the sight of her gave him goosebumps with the save whoever you can transparencies. It was a shame. I had dreamed of such grandiose opportunities and plans, and now I had to study. At the benevolent offer to sit down closer to get acquainted, for he had dreamed of it so much. He proudly declared that he had come here to study, not to fool around with girls. And he slept through the whole class, sitting at the table and having wonderful dreams, judging by the satisfied smile and smacking. Mo noticed it, of course. The students were also looking back at the enticing sniffling coming from the seat occupied by the newcomer. But he remembered a remark made by his friend. In part and in parting, after which he had quickly left. So he decided not to wake up the wicked while it was sleeping quietly and not disturbing anyone. I was surprised at my friend's opinion of this ingenuous-looking fellow. The neighbor, seeing the teacher's attention, decided to save the fool from an imminent beating, even pushed him. But there was no reaction in response, except an inarticulate muttering. And the professor stood and looked and passed by, without making any remarks to wake up the careless student. His classmates wondered why he could get away with something that others would have gotten a big kick out of. Thus Dawei slept and slept, regenerating nerve cells after running obstacle courses from douchebags with scalpels, until the bell rang, heralding the end of school and a long-awaited sip of freedom before sitting down and laboring in class again. The insistent crackling woke even Fatty. The ringing and rumbling of footsteps that ran somewhere in a hurry, loud voices echoing. It created a feeling of disturbing unreality, as if you were asleep and couldn't wake up. At last, my eyes stopped on the only real thing, the teacher, who informed me that the class was over. Since it was a long way from his parents' house, and Dawei's driver was an AHA driver, Fan arranged for him to live in a hostel. But first, he had to find a place to live. Having received in hand the plan of the medical university and the approximate road to the building in which to live, he was lost. In the confusion of buildings and outbuildings, of girls walking back and forth in droves, he no longer knew where he was. By examining the diverse variations in the compact indigenous inhabitants of the area, little resembling student housing, shabby dwellings in need of immediate repair, I saw a nice pink-colored case, and most importantly, it had the exact letter that was on the plan. It was a grand relief after so much effort. Student life was beginning. Yes, my feet began to do the victory dance of the savage from the mountain of spirits who won his long-awaited trophy. And making pirouettes worthy of a ballet dancer, he galloped to the entrance like the rocks in his native mountains. He swung open the nearest unlocked door and stepped inside with the coolest look he could imagine. But instead of the expected guys, his gaze stumbled upon girls in homemade light clothing, getting their beauty fix before going out in public. And it couldn't be said that he didn't like this exchange. On the contrary, it was quite uplifting. But for some reason, the girls did not appreciate his favorable attention. They were frightened, agitated, angry, and the squealing began. Have you ever heard a girl squeal? At ultrasonic frequencies, when your eardrums burst and your brain boils? This sonic assault provoked the opening of all the doors close at hand, from which more and more girls were also showing themselves. The shrieks and screams doubled and tripled, but when a thermos glass flew at the troublemaker, Dawei first automatically ducked out of its intricate trajectory, protecting the head of... But then he decided to do a good deed. The glass was going to break, which would not add to the girl's sympathy for him. So he ran up the stairs, pushed off the last step with force against the vertical wall, and in a puzzling leap caught him on the outstretch as he was about to begin to fall. He landed in a graceful curtsy, bowing his guilty head to the angry female spectators. There was dead silence. The girls tried to assess what was happening, which did not fit into the conventional framework. With Batman saving the world from disaster, he approached the girl who threw a thermos glass at him. Tremblingly, he put the glass into her palms and squeezed them with assurances that an irreparable mistake had been made. Frozen by the gopher, the girl saw the blood trickling under his nose and his approaching hand froze. The glass fell to the ground, but a slap resounded throughout the lobby, but that was just the beginning. For a long time, there were all sorts of sounds coming from the women's dormitory, mostly yelling. Somebody was punching, kicking, scratching, and you could hear clothes being torn. Fatty was rescued by the guards, called to the noise coming from the pink enclosure, and now they were looking at his battle wounds. He was hard to recognize, shivering and frightened at every sound, his hair disheveled, his eye blackened, and his clothes torn. Even maniacs with scalpels didn't have that effect. I had to check with the guy. He nodded his head affirmatively, worried that things wouldn't get worse and he'd be returned to the rector for questioning. He couldn't bear to face those morons again. An interrogation ensued. The interrogation was followed by an interrogation, which struck such bitter strings of unjust resentment that the boy almost cried. He was understood, he was sympathized with, and they revealed the great secret of the fatal mistake he had made. It's not some evil joke. It's just a coincidence. Neither the faculty nor the newcomers have any idea that by the will of fate, which tore off a part of the letter, both male and female bodies became identical and now differ only in color. Pink is for girls, and you can guess what color is for boys. The news that such abuse has not been corrected so far, because there was no precedent for it, because everyone knows where one's belongings are, pissed me off. Yelling about injustice and reparations, Fatty was rushed to his residence. Where he walked in, he was stunned. Accustomed to vastness and space, he looked around the cramped room. The room was crammed with double-decker beds due to the excess of male students, and arms and legs dangled down through the bars of the boards, and heads turned in his direction with a mute question. One of them recognized him. The hero who had shocked half the campus couldn't be unrecognized. It was obvious. Jealousy, jealousy. To go to the girls' dorm, see what it's like, see who's there, maybe even meet them. Earlier, he would have been envious, but now, from the top of experience, he stared incredulously at his neighbors. Were they blind? Can't they see his condition after the momentous meeting? He suggested we take a walk at our leisure, make an impression. Maybe they'd be treated with more loyalty. A tattered t-shirt with traces of blood and a torn sleeve flew onto the bed. I had to find something to change into. He was pointed to a closet. He went over, opened it, couldn't believe his eyes, closed his eyes, opened his eyes again. Nothing had changed. On the hangers hung identical t-shirts, identical pants, with identical kushak scarves. That hurt. Couldn't his brother help him with his new clothes? Or was that a subtle hint that his clothes wouldn't last more than a day anyway? The afternoon classes began. The young teacher was on her way to her first lesson with a new, unknown group. Dawei was asleep. The traumatic events in the women's dormitory that had traumatized his tender soul had not allowed him to eat or rest. She opened the door, slightly worried about how she would be received by the students. Being young and pretty wasn't always advantageous, like when your students aren't much younger than you. That's right, shouting, cackling, and whistling. It is not very pleasant to hear them from those who have to be made to listen and obey you. The main thing is not to let their reaction hurt you in any way, and in a firm tone, announce plans for further cooperation. Define the boundaries of what's permissible and what's forbidden. Then you can work effectively. Her attention was drawn to a certain disorder in the room. The student, instead of getting to work, was unceremoniously napping. A fellow student, realizing what had attracted the instructor's attention, began breaking Fatty to wake him up. After he failed, I had to take matters into my own hands. I looked closer, and there was something subtly familiar about the guy. Bending closer, hoping to realize who she was dealing with, she held out her palm to lift her head a little. His greedy mouth immediately grasped the smell of recent snacks on his fingers, and his teeth were eager to take a bite. A woman's scream of pain and surprise echoed throughout the audience. The fingers were immediately pulled out. But the student didn't stop. Still asleep, he grabbed the food, running away from him with both hands, searching for a bite by smell. The food fought back, but he's a hunter who'll take a piece from a tiger. He's not going to let some hamburger stand up to him. Finally, she managed to push him away and even woke him up. However, he was in a sleep-deprived state. Eyes glittering with a hungry gleam, they were terrified of the consequences. But the student saved the day. One of them had some buns in his stash. Attracted by the familiar rustle of tearing wrappers, the student turned away and headed for other prey. What a relief. Already quite awake and chewing, the boy looked perplexedly at the teacher, shaking from stress, not understanding why she was looking at him like that. As he suddenly began to cough and gasp, trying to mumble, he remembered where they had met before. But he forgot the name. So much time had passed since that incident, and so many events that it had slipped his mind. But the anger was still there. From a couple of epithets, given from the fullness of feelings, the teacher flew out of the classroom like scalded. Dr. Fan, as a relative and guarantor, had to listen to the rector's indignation over the phone. It was the second time in a day, and all about the same thing. He first heard a lengthy report about his older brother's actions that undermined the authority of the teacher. Of course, everything was presented as the woman experienced it, emotional and colorful. Then there were requests to discipline his relative and even threats. He had done so much in one day that some people are expelled for such misdemeanors. The rector ended the conversation, and Fan couldn't get away from the news for a long time. He had to insult a teacher in front of everyone. Was it his brother? After discussing all the details with the rector, Natalie returned to the students. The bell had not rung yet. The class was still in session. At first, encouraged by the kind words and promises of the leader, she stretched contentedly, kneading her shoulders. But then she remembered who was waiting for her in the classroom, and her mood immediately sank. She had to think of a way to deal with this insolent man. And already reaching for the doorknob, I decided to take the most beaten path, to put the arrogant boor in his place. Everyone in the auditorium sat in their seats and only turned their heads in the direction of the incoming teacher. Looking at the exemplarily seated fatty, there was only one thing wrong. The bag of buns was immediately put away. Dawei froze, waiting intently for her next orders. What can you catch a student on to put him in his place? Of course, on his knowledge, or rather, ignorance. That's where I started. The student stared at her warily, wondering where he was going to get his ass kicked for inappropriate behavior. The classmates murmured in confusion at her insistence. The teacher sat down defiantly in front of Dawei, planting her foot on her leg, which incidentally didn't help clarity of thought, and asked a question. Naturally, he couldn't answer anything on the subject. It's the first time he's ever been to class. But that's not all. He is inexplicably ordered to rise from his seat. It was as if he could not be heard to answer. Then the criticism began. Undeserved, and therefore all the more offensive. It's clear that he's getting even. The mocking sneers rumbled and made it impossible to answer. But I had to keep my smile, even though my eyelid was starting to twitch nervously. Then a simpler question was posed with a familiar word. Well, to whom it is easier, and who does not understand the terms? Scratching the back of his head thoughtfully, Dawei shared his own experiences, listening in return to the definitions and concepts bouncing off the girl's teeth. The last test question was from the school program. This one was familiar. He just opened his mouth. He froze like that. Without waiting for an answer, the teacher told him everything in words he had never heard before. My classmates' mouths dropped open in admiration. Even they didn't know how to talk like that. And the girl continued to scold the unscrupulous student, threatening to monitor his progress in every class. Then she moved on to personalities and moral categories, apparently the most painful topic for her. because she began to accuse someone who was certainly innocent. This injustice was starting to make me angry. Seeing how the face of the barely restraining neighbor darkened, a classmate tried to distract him with a question, and that was the last straw. From his seat, without getting up, Dawei began to tell his view of the situation. Knowing and doing are different things. She's a theorist, he's a practitioner, and has little respect for beautiful words that are not confirmed by saved lives. She thought she'd misheard. Turns out she didn't. Her authority as a teacher was being questioned here. It was as if it really was based on the book alone, not achieved through years and years of study. But the proposed wager was unexpected and quite tempting. She'd already seen the level of this show-off, and she knew what to make as a wager, because it's obvious he's going to question her authority time after time. He already has. Fatty, on the other hand, had no ideas yet. He was rooting for justice. But what would he wish for if he won? She didn't care about that. What she'd found out was enough to realize that a couple hours wouldn't change anything. He couldn't win. Immediately after the call from class, Dawei went to his neighbor to ask for the very textbook he had promised to learn. There was only one book, but it was thick and written in small print. Fortunately, there were detailed and thorough drawings. With vindictive pleasure, Natalie watched Fatty familiarize himself with the folio. It was that sweet moment when he should have been frightened and nervous that he'd missed the argument. As the students were leaving for recess, the group supervisor came to the classroom door. Fearing that it was about to start and drag on, everyone moved even faster. But he was looking for a specific violator of university rules, influenced by the rector's story. He quickly walked over to Fatty and smashed his fist against the desk, reprimanding him for his unacceptable misbehavior and abuse of his kind treatment. Dawei, after hesitating a bit, stopped his indignation by showing the textbook and talking about the bet, and of its consequences. The conflict was over. The neighbor couldn't help but intervene. He suggested not to stir up an argument, but to apologize to the teacher and study in peace. At the university, rumors are flying about her training, and always with laudatory additions of the best, winner, and excellent. Therefore, the consequences for a short-sighted disputant will be sad, and most importantly, irreversible. After all, too many witnesses heard about the bet. The boys supported his opinion. They will turn a blind eye to the controversy. Its results are obvious, and it would be unfair to deprive a man of his future for that reason alone. But Fatty disagreed with them. He said he was ready to do the impossible and prove his words in reality. A disgruntled Natalie, pouting at Fatty's failure to back down, walked out, and the curator was intrigued. A wager like this was worth his attention. After class, the whole group came to watch the contest between the two disputants. The result was expected, but the process itself was interesting. Dawei flipped through the pages of the textbook close to its end, not distracted by anything around him. He was not disturbed, on the contrary, he was protected, sighing sympathetically in passing. At the end, the neighbor sat up to warn me that the allotted time was running out, and besides, the teacher had already come, and received the general displeasure of the entire group. Each of the students looked wolfishly at what she was going to demand as a bet. Natalie decided to give Fatty one more chance to admit defeat before the contest started. So she asked him again if he was ready. He didn't react at all, falling headlong into reading. His eyes darted back and forth, glancing diagonally across the book page by page. A neighbor called with a question. Careful. Who knows if he'll get a kick out of interfering like that? Still, the man's behavior is strange. In the end, Natalie got tired of waiting for someone who defiantly does not pay attention to her and does not take his eyes off the book, as if the time has not yet come. And she turned proudly toward the door with a slight contempt for his antics. Well, would he admit he was wrong? That she was a beast of what? She couldn't get away at all. A textbook flew into her back with an orangutan's triumphant shriek that reminded her of a restaurant. I didn't make it, but I landed painfully on my leg. I had to stand on one leg, hissing with pain and fright. By this point, Mo's teacher and the group's supervisor had also come up, as judges. Dawei hadn't thought of them before, but the older comrades thought about it. The place of the disputant's performance was the teacher's desk. Dawei, who had been lingering over his reading, encouraged by the encouragement from the bystanders, suddenly jumped up on the top of the desk, and pushing off its edge, flew with a cry of a proud eagle over the heads of the nearby classmates. Landed on said table in the stance of a warrior ready for battle, he intended to win this argument. The guys froze in a daze. They had never seen anything like this before, and now they were ready to tear the opponent for their idol. If they had some more pipidastras in their hands, they could start a men's cheerleading team. The attention-deprived Natalie was unhappy with her performance, but confident. This bet is on her. A couple hours ago, the guy couldn't even answer basic questions. After checking the time, Teacher Mo picked up the disputed textbook and thus gave the go-ahead for the contest to begin. The debaters are ready. Who would be quicker and more correct in answering the question? Each of them was confident. Mo opened the book to a random page and read aloud the first thing that opened before his eyes. Natalie started the reply, but Dawei intercepted it in the middle, continuing from the ragged spot and not hesitating. As the instructor read out the second question, classmates couldn't recover from the shock. He answered, "A person who was seeing this book for the first time." The first to answer was again the girl. Her speech flowed calmly and confidently. She was a worthy student and teacher. But Dawei was not inferior to her either, picking up on the fly and developing a thought, rivaling her knowledge with her photographic memory. Natalie froze. This couldn't have been an accident. Fatty, at the teacher's table, confidently and clearly saying things he had never guessed before. Mo answered the next question with a chorus, word for word with Dawei saying 2 words more. The girl had her doubts. It was too easy and simple. For someone who had only known before that the intestines started from the stomach and ended in the MDA. She looked suspiciously at the self-satisfied guy, reasoning logically. Knowledge doesn't come out of nowhere. Then she turned her gaze to the cheerleaders. Maybe? What if they're telling me from a distance? They found a clever way to get around the rules. So she immediately stopped the reading of the next question with an insistent shout. Everyone immediately turned their attention to her. As she approached, as she leaned on the table and declared her disbelief with defiance, Fatty did not waver, and agreed to her condition immediately. Mo was even a little sickened by the storm of passion that simmered between them. Defiance and intransigence, and no one wants to give in. They wouldn't have met in hand-to-hand combat. Seated so that they were looking into each other's eyes, they listened to the teacher's last question. This time, there was a trick. A footnote, printed in small letters at the very bottom of the page, and not drawing attention to its content. The boys froze. No one had any idea of the true answer. The intrigue was growing. Who would win? There was silence for both of them. Natalie thought back to the damn footnote. Dawei was just giving her the right of first refusal. She kept thinking and thinking. Something touched the edge of her mind. After all, the example was taken from another textbook. After waiting for a dozen heartbeats, Dawei already felt like a winner. His eyes sparkled with excitement. But she really had nothing to say. She didn't remember because pharmacology wasn't part of the course she taught. With a solid look, taking off Mo's teacher's glasses and placing them on his nose to add importance to the moment, he began to recite the lines he had memorized verbatim, without hesitation, and importantly, gritting his teeth as she had done recently, wanting to punish him for his impertinence. Then he went completely wild in his acting, banging his fist on the table and pointing to non-existent records, started yelling about incompetence and sloppiness. The students were already not only enjoying the performance, they were videotaping it for a long memory. When he finished his speech, he approached Natalie, took off his glasses, and asked her how she liked what she had seen. She had a lot to think about. And he whispered quietly in her ear about how she didn't care about the bet before, and now he was free to choose whatever he wanted. And then loudly announced that all he wanted as a wager was a nice dinner at a decent restaurant with a beautiful girl. He patted the dejected Natalie on the head like a little girl. Say, don't be upset, but you have to pay back your disputed debts. She snorted and walked away. It was still hard to admit she'd been wrong. Not the first time, and not the only time. And a book slammed down on Dawei's forehead with feeling. Mo hit him, and the bastard picked it up, just as he was staring at the slender legs flitting past. Read a moral about misbehavior with girls, much less female teachers, threw a fleeting glance at the door, and phlegmatically announced that everyone had left. Fatty didn't understand. How? He was left alone? After everything he'd done? The clue was simple. It's every man for himself in this fight. There are no winners or losers. It's all about basic instinct. And the rule of thumb is, you're too late. The long lines to the dispensing window resembled rush-hour traffic jams, because they moved just as slowly. While one would pass, 3 more would stand. Fatty, out of breath, was hurriedly looking for where the food was being distributed. Which way to go, right, left, or straight ahead? But all I saw everywhere was the back of their heads, the back of their heads, the back of their heads, and no light. Only the tantalizing smells of food drove me crazy. Trying to sneak a little closer to the distribution, just a little bit, I just put my foot down, took a step. He'd only ever seen such furious looks from wolves in a fight for a female. They'd rip his throat out without a second thought. But here, they'd kick him out of the line and leave him hungry. Today, though, luck did smile on him. Liu's classmate didn't forget about his idol and waved at him from the neighboring line. His voice sounded like an angel's call, and Dawei flew to him in the hope of finding out if anyone had time to eat. But the case was better than it looked. The rules of the queue turned out to have some nice exceptions for the late student. And friendly reciprocity moved his line a few meters closer to the kitchen, which brought back sweet dreams. But not for long. Dishes were being passed around. Every now and then there was a loud announcement of what was gone. There was less and less variety of dishes on the trays. But in the cafeteria next door stood the lone figure of a straggling student who was quietly choosing his lunch. The question became acute. Why stand here when you can sit there? Is everyone around here blind or what? The waiter came over and put such a huge steak in front of the visitor that my saliva was already running, and my stomach said, I want it. And even the message that the prices there were just as big didn't stop me. Dawei grabbed his friend's hand and dragged him with him to the next room. Finally, the first proper meal of the day. It was all snacks and appetizers. So that the etiquette and the neighbors' gazes would not interfere with eating, I decided to use a separate office. And there it was, the star moment, looking at the menu. My friend only opened his mouth and rolled his eyes at the prices. But the waitress was happier than ever. She was going to get a good tip for this outstanding order of food that the fat man had dictated to her. Dawei stretched his order to a friend sitting quietly in his seat as well. That one has supported him so many times today, and even took a place in line, so yeah. He had made another friend. And this friend now didn't know where to put his embarrassment, because he was being offered to eat so much that he couldn't fit in. A big order, it took a long time to carry. Anyone could look through a door open for this purpose. Especially those who weren't so lucky in life. A private office, who's so rich in there? Well, it's impossible not to recognize the fat guy who burst through the door while you were changing clothes and startled you. The girl was instantly forgotten. There was a loud outcry. It was the boy, irritated and angry, as if he had just caught the villain in the act of peeping. His irritated cry echoed throughout the dining room and promised to end in a huge brawl. The heads of those present immediately turned in that direction. It wasn't news that the local toughs were gangbanging for status. The richer, the better. And clashes with the unwanted became a regular occurrence. The victims were usually chosen meticulously, with long-range aim. But sometimes there were exceptions, like this one. What do you mean you can't defend a girl's honor? Shame. Let's not talk about the pleasure of bullying and mocking, proving the right to exclusivity. Oh, this rich table. Soup, chicken fish, salads. They were quickly sent to Fatty's stomach, and the pile of emptied plates grew rapidly. Liu sat as if he was in a Kunstkammer and looked at this marvel of a food-devouring speed race with his mouth open. Once I got used to it, I was finally going to have lunch. I had to save my friend. he would die from so much food. The door, hitting me in the back, interrupted my pleasant thoughts. At first he didn't understand, then he tried to fight it with all his strength, but the door was stronger. Brought the guy down on the table, scattering plates of food, and slammed him against the wall, hitting him painfully on the nose. Dawei watched such coveted deposits of valuable food disappear with the desperation of a starving man. And in the doorway, assessing the situation, froze 4 figures of the perpetrators of this outrage. The main instigator stepped forward with a desire to beat up anyone who could get his hands on him. Anger was looking for an outlet, and the occasion was ironclad. But the fat man stood there with a murdered look, staring at his feet and muttering something without raising his head. His friend was lying half unconscious on the floor among the shards of plates and moaning softly. "Well, how are you going to fight in here? Nobody's reacting to you showing up. Not even angered." I said it again, louder, but all Dawei could think of was hopelessness at the thought that that was it. Lunch was gone, and he hadn't even had time to taste the sweets. Such neglect of myself, my favorite, made me angry and infuriated to a degree that demanded punishment. And the leg from a broken table seemed a worthy weapon in the struggle for attention to his person. The bully swung around and smacked her on the head, hoping that he would finally be noticed. Some people never grow out of their childish habits. Oh yes, he was noticed. The stare back was terrifying. Deprived of the most precious thing in this life, Dawei. He didn't think long. He swung around and delivered a counterhook to his assailant's jaw. For all the good stuff, for the food and the blow to the head. Oh my God, another blow to the head. This hook at first knocked all coherent thoughts out of the brains of the bully, but gave him an unusual lightness. The world turned a couple of times around its axis, the enemy began to recede, a misty haze engulfed the view, and then everything disappeared. The subordinates, without leaving their seats, watched the flight of their ringleader's body with some trepidation. It wasn't until the body fell onto the bar, snagging the tray lying there, twitching and groaning. Their consternation was over. A legitimate interest arose. How is he? And what to do now? The bully lay among the scattered food and moaned softly in pain as he came to his senses. His cheek burned with fire, and an angry fat man was already running towards him, fists clenched and ready to continue giving him attention. Fleeing from the interest he had aroused in the glutton, he climbed over the tabletop, hoping to hide under it. But who would let him? Dawei jumped up and plopped his ass right on the fugitive's back, proving to him that not all attention was worth fighting for. It was as if a rock had pressed its solidity against him and knocked the breath out of his lungs. And consciousness began to drift away a second time. Seeing the fat man strangling their comrade, and the latter barely wheezing under his weight, the accomplices rushed to save him. For this purpose, they scattered well, and with an intimidating shout, threw themselves on the back of the fat man who was looming over the guy. Dawei, of course, got scared, and in the heat of the moment, walked away from them. Was he a fool to stick his back out? But his friend stayed. The rumbling sound shocked everyone who heard it. The groans that followed informed them that everyone was still alive. Not healthy, but still alive. Fatty stood over the scandalized men and counted out the bills he had managed to get from the bully's pocket as he sat on top of him. Focused and honestly, he calculated the penalty for all that they had done in the cafeteria, well, and himself, of course, did not offend. The bully hissed threats and curses at him from under the pile mala, but he couldn't get out from under his benefactors. Liu came to his senses after the epical battle with the frantic door. Smeared with some crap, he peered out, figuring who's on top. Of course, the top, as always, were the coolest, and it was a very good thing his friend wasn't with them. The friends left, richer by a few hundred, which should have been spent with pleasure and use. And the bully was quickly deciding how to take revenge on the fat man who had so undermined his authority. A big one, so that he would be afraid to even look at him next time. The lights of the evening stores have a special festive appeal. Each one is like a treasure cave beckoning you to come and see what's there. Dawei, like a true gourmet, looked for food first. His eyes glistened, and his saliva flowed as he looked at what the vendors were offering. Finally, he chose the place he wanted to visit. The name promised it would have everything and a little more on top. His eyes burned with enthusiasm at the thought of what they would feed him. Raising his arms, he flew towards his love, letting out joyous cries. The friend had to follow him, and none of them noticed the unkind gaze of the one-eyed spy hiding around the nearest corner. And he told the right place where those who had so brazenly robbed and beaten them today were, and how to find them. Where will younger brother go to complain about the abusers? Only to older brother, and around the offended bully gathered a group of shaved-headed brothers. The evening promised to be uneventful, and they listened with anticipation to the conversation between their mentee and his friend. I came up with the plan on the fly. It's a blessing to have connections everywhere. All we had to do was make a few calls. The cute waitress brought the menu. She smiled so sugary that the friends felt like after a pastry shop, they wanted to snack on something salty. Dawei immediately began munching on peanuts thoughtfully. The neighbor started talking about having a specialty. In return, they were given a menu. It was very attractive, especially the prices. Only one thing was surprising. Why, with prices like that, there were no other visitors here besides them. It was strange. The waitress averted her eyes, but she replied cheerfully that the bar had only recently opened and the clientele had yet to be earned. That answer seemed reasonable enough. Now it was time to order. The names of the dishes flew off Dawei's tongue as fast as he drooled with anticipation. Liu couldn't even get a word in edgewise, just sitting there listening to Fatty order dish after dish, not forgetting about him as well. It was nice. He's not a coward, he's not greedy, and he's interesting. Why not be friends? The shopping district is a busy place, especially in the evening. People are walking around, buying something, relaxing as much as they can. But sometimes he gets dangerous. You can see it right away. When a close-knit group of men walk somewhere with a confident stride, you're in trouble. And the one who foolishly gets in their way and even begins to shake rights by a mere glance. He realizes that it's better to get out of the way and keep quiet. You'll be safer. People with recognizable plaques on their chests is a sign that someone somewhere has made a big mistake. And now they're going to have to pay for it. And everyone hopes it's not about him, sighing with relief as the gang passes by and also wondering who was so unlucky. Today she walked quietly past hawkers, past all sorts of hustlers, even past her favorite tavern, to go to an unremarkable grill, usually half empty because the rumors about it weren't very good. The neighbor saw something wrong at once. As soon as the doorway was open, a large figure, dressed in the same style, appeared in the doorway. But Dawei was eating. He didn't have time to look around. When the bully who had been beaten up at lunch stopped next to him, he tensed slightly. Would he throw food around again? But his tone did not portend a storm, the usual passing interest of a visitor. Even a condescending smile showed on his lips. If I remembered the goodbye at lunch, it was more than strange. The company leisurely walked to a nearby table and were about to order. This alarmed Liu more and more. The first bully of the faculty couldn't forget the offense and not take revenge. But Dawei was not worried about it. He had eaten a delicious meal and was in a good mood. As the guys approached the bar to settle up, a couple more stout figures headed toward them from the entrance. It looked creepy. They were being expertly pinched. I even wanted to look back at the company sitting around the table. The company looked suspicious. The sharp stare of one and the sneer of the other suggested that they were expecting something bad. It was clear what was expected when the waitress announced the bill. It was too big, as if there had been at least a wild party here. Smiling just as sweetly at the visitor's indignation, she asserted that the calculation was undoubtedly correct. And when Liu took the menu to look at it again, it made a lasting impression, as the prices in it turned out to be 10 times as much. While his classmate was trying to get justice, Dawei was thinking about the fact that everything seemed to be a setup. The waitress's indifferent reaction to the accusations, her calmness that customers might not pay, proved that this was just the beginning. Which was confirmed when an unfamiliar male voice came from the table behind me, very calm and confident. He demanded to pay the bill as it was, and the smiling bully sat next to him, triumphant. As a token of special right, a plaque bearing the badge of the gang that ran the neighborhood was displayed. All those seated immediately rose from their seats as if they had heard the command and turned to face Fatty threateningly. The bully from behind explained that this was revenge from him personally for the humiliation in the cafeteria, and it had escalated by leaps and bounds. Liu was unpleasantly surprised by this fact. It's not good to make a personal conflict into a gang war. But if you have no conscience from the beginning, and you are used to solving problems at other people's expense and with other people's hands, the bully simply announced the beginning of bullying. Dawei tapped his temple sorrowfully, showing his opinion of the mental capacity of someone who doesn't know how to proportion price and fee. And his neighbor was already leaping at the man he thought was in charge of the company. What was he counting on? The boss screamed in surprise. He had no time to move out of the path of the jump. The only thing left to do was to call for help. The bandits only had time to open their mouths. A fist slammed into his forehead, followed by another. The boss slid to the floor, spilling from the blows. To prevent him from escaping by slipping underneath him, Liu shifted lower, hooked into his neck, and started choking him. And while he wheezed, the friend asked Fatty to leave. He was buying him time, because Dawei was the bandit's main target. He wouldn't care, they'd just kick him. But his friend might get killed. Finally, the handmaidens woke up. The boss is being strangled, and they're clapping their eyes. The table was thrown, and Liu was lifted up by the scruff of his neck like a kitten. No matter how he wriggled, he couldn't break free from the strong hand. They even laughed at his attempt to give his friend a head start. And he looked so fat and ungainly that it didn't even occur to anyone to wonder why they had been asked to deal with this lout. Dawei, on the other hand, realized they were dealing with a large street gang. That meant there was more to it than that. The logical thing to do is to fight the gang with the gang's own methods. Who's the toughest? That's who they should have called. The boss tried to voice his disagreement. A phone call to someone unknown could bring unexpected problems, but he was stopped by an outstretched hand. The bully stopped him. He thought it would be interesting to see what kind of friends the fat man had, to make fun of him once again. And I've got an idea. More suckers means more money, and the gang's credibility will increase if they're dealt with more harshly. Of course, Dawei called SWAT. Gang on gang, and it's clear who's tougher. All that's left is a hint that it smells like foul play, and Zadira called the leader of his gang. He would probably appreciate the opportunity to organize a big scuffle to make a name for himself. He'd probably appreciate the opportunity to organize a big brawl to make a name for himself. After telling the meeting place, they went to their corners to wait, each for their friends, and each was 100% sure of them. The door opened, and a male figure, still hidden by darkness, appeared on its threshold. The bully was expecting his own. But those who knew how to assemble at an alarm and assemble quickly showed up. They froze at the entrance, scrutinizing the situation. The athletic appearance of the unexpected guests made the guy's eyes rounded fearfully. The boss noticed it immediately. There was still hope that they had come in by accident. But his hopes were dashed by the fat man, who noticed his friends and waved at them from the table. The bully quickly calmed down. It was only 3, when there would soon be a whole crowd here. The people who had come began to squeeze Dawei good-naturedly. It was as if they had not seen each other for a couple of days, but had missed each other greatly. Dawei accepted their joy graciously and tried to explain the circumstances. At that time, the bandits appeared. Their leader accepted Zadira's tempting offer of a fight. It had been a long time since he'd had a fight, too quiet, and the gang relaxed. The ringleader slowly exhaled smoke from his nostrils, looking around at the people gathered here. A bunch of unfamiliar boys looked small against him and his men. So he entered the grill bar as master of the situation and lord of the whole neighborhood, important, unperturbed, and serene. Beagle took a closer look at the incoming man. He was familiar to him in some way. It was a face he'd seen in pictures he'd seen before. And the master of the situation saw an empty space in front of him. So what if he's a jock? How many more of them are there? But the bully kept trying to incite and stir up a scandal. When Beagle came closer and told him his name, he was sure he was not mistaken. But his familiarity made the ringleader a little wary. Do you know him or not? Have you met him where? Beagle waved it off in a go-away nasty kind of way. I don't want to see him again. You'd lose all credibility. The friends laughed at the good joke. It is unknown who was more angry, but Zadira rushed to defend the honor of his idol, threatening terrible punishments. And the alien type rudely turned away from him as if he were nothing. To Fatty. Beagle appreciated both the occasion and the grand prize. This meeting promised some nice bonuses. Such inattention offended Zadira, and he again sought to inspire reverence for himself in the most unoriginal way possible, grabbing, hitting, or whatever. But the gold bank card stopped his impulse, made him freeze. That fact raised suspicions that not everything was as obvious as it seemed, that it wasn't about the money. And the dismissive treatment closed his mouth altogether. This man was not afraid, and he had reason to be sure. Because the gold card of a well-known bank was not only a symbol of wealth, but a status item available to a few. The question became relevant: what kind of dark horse is this fat man who has such personalities in his friends? And who are these personalities? The situation still hadn't moved. The newcomers were waiting for someone, glancing at the doors. They didn't even look in the direction of the bandits. The others waited too, until there was no sign of them. Their leader sat down on the bench and concentrated on the situation. They had come for the jackal, but they had come for the lion. Suddenly there was the tapping of a woman's lonely heels. Nothing else. It was surprising that a woman alone on a night street was coming this way. But a friendly exhalation was heard from all the men here as she entered. Like a catwalk queen, she walked gracefully and plastically to the bar. Dawei froze with his mouth open. It was the first time he'd seen Yen in such an image. A snow queen, so beautiful in her inaccessibility. So, with his mouth open, he turned to Beagle, with a look of disbelief in his eyes. Why would he be so angry that he'd pound his fist on the table? Because that cruel woman in the green, who chased everyone around, has turned into a swan? He must have known and anticipated something. Because all of a sudden she had a lot of suitors at her feet, begging for attention, or rather only one so far. Bully. But he was very persistent in his advances and indiscriminate in his proposals. What did he expect from a single woman in a bar? The guys froze. They knew roughly what to expect from bitchy Yen, and they took pity even on their worst enemy. The bully waited to be graciously condescended to. Women liked him and were sure he was irresistible. But she walked past him, snorting contemptuously, which threw him into a daze. No one had ever treated him like that before. And the slight reversal and venomous words left no doubt that everything was done on purpose and for show, to hit harder. That's what he couldn't take. He got up off his knee in a U-turn. He wanted to humiliate her and return the pain he'd inflicted on her with the same coin, only harder. And raising her fist on the fly, grabbing her head to turn her around to face her and punch her the way she deserves. He didn't expect the target to leave his fingers and his hand to be intercepted. The body, on the other hand, went forward on afterburner. Lying on the floor in a painful grip and howling in pain, Zadira didn't think about revenge, as long as she didn't break his arm. He had already cried aloud and pleaded guilty, begging, but strong female hands kept twisting and twisting his shoulder, paying no attention to his suffering. The audience stood and watched in silence, at first from surprise, then from not understanding how to act in such a situation. After all, the woman and the guy had done it himself. The leader was the first to die. Letting some woman muddy the honor of the gang like that? This had to stop. A heel stomped against the floor, a U-turn, a couple of steps, another turn, as in a dance, smooth and mesmerizing. And now he's lying on the floor. He stares fearfully into the dark muzzle of the gun pointed straight at his face. He got up with a jerk, sat down on the bench, but the barrel continued to stare at his head. I couldn't believe that a young, beautiful woman knew how to use it. But he can. He showed his gun, hoping that she would be embarrassed and calm down with the show of force. But it even cheered her up, that he still thinks he's the master of the situation. He hadn't realized the focus had shifted yet. Immediately, the gun was redirected slightly to the side and down, the trigger pulled. So fast that no one could have reacted. The sound of a gunshot shattered the polyphony of the shopping street in the late afternoon. For a moment, there was silence. The leader slid down the back of the bench, drenched in sweat. It wasn't the shot that frightened him. It was the unwavering speed and accuracy of the shot. Because Zadira was on the floor, screaming and sobbing in pain, clinging to his leg, and under him was a red stain of blood. The bandits jumped up, some to run for help, some to confront the outlaw. No one had expected such a turn of events, that the boy would be lying there with a firearm. But the muzzle of a gun pointed in their direction cooled the noble impulses, making everyone freeze in their seats. The leader could not recover from the thought that this woman was so calmly and cold-bloodedly disposing of other people's lives as if she had the right to do so. Since the second shot still didn't come, those who knew what to do in such a case came over to help Zadira. The relative of the shot man couldn't keep quiet either and launched himself at the girl, growling with indignation and accusation. Logically, he'd point out that they're few and far between and his guys would be more numerous. Isn't she overreacting? There's no cowards here. The muzzle, which had been resting against her cheek at the head's jerk, trembled. The action made him cold with the thought that that was it. She was going to start firing precision shots. He was first in line. But she just raised the gun up, as if she wasn't going to terrorize anyone here. That gave me a chance to exhale. And move on to what was actually planned, a hard fight. The brothers stood up and tensed, clenching their fists. But the sound of a bolt being pulled made me back up, because in the hands of the newcomer there was an automatic rifle. Another rifle and a couple of pistols appeared in the possession of his friends, and now they were all pointed in the direction of the bandits. Dawei was quietly sipping his tea, watching his friend's events unfold. His classmate, on the other hand, was jumping up and down with joy. A hopeless situation had turned out so well. Everyone froze, and the leader was afraid to move for fear. Few people carried weapons, even in such quantities, or the last of the bad guys, or those who were authorized to do so. For so long everyone stood frozen, and no one dared to take any action, that Dawei couldn't stand it. He wanted it to be like in the action movies. Explosions, screams, gunfire in all directions, and piles of slaughtered enemies on the side of his road. Disappointing, though. He got a painful smack for thinking that. The slap was given by Yen, for believing too much in other people's fantasies. Things can be much more interesting in life, though not as bloody but no less grandiose. A chair of honor has been set up, as a sign of who's the boss of the company. The guys begrudgingly offered her a seat, and just as politely they handed me a folder, with detailed information about the gang, its members, and the current state of affairs. The bully wasted no time either. Groaning, he pulled out his phone and sent a message to his personal number. Then he yelled, gloating that now everyone was definitely screwed. The game of revenge was over and retribution began. A father is not some gangster. A father is a father. He'll rip his throat out for his blood, no matter who, why, or why not. The leader broke into a sweat at the thought of what was coming. Of course, he knew his father. Everyone knew not to cross him. That's why they kept his son safe. He asked. Beagles heard that name too. Pharmacy is a diverse business. You can't tell where it's medicine and where it's bullshit. King of the counterfeiters had a pretty penny to his name. And the FISD went out of their way to find this mobster. They knew, but they couldn't find him. He's a cunning bastard. And now it looks like we got our chance. But how could Zadira understand why their leader was fuming with anger? He was absolutely sure that his father would come and then everything would be fine. He didn't see the guys with guns smiling happily behind him, as if they had won the grand prize. The ringleader had completely lost it. He was in serious trouble, and he knew it. The only thing left to do was to get out with as little damage as possible. After a while, a squad of security guards lined up under the walls of the grill bar, and some more were arriving. They waited until their master got out of the status car. They bowed their heads respectfully in greeting. And while he looked at the diner where his only son had been shot, they were silent, waiting to see what would happen next. Father was glum and preoccupied. A bad feeling clutched his heart. His only son, his only hope in this life, had gotten stuck somewhere. In his own neighborhood, where every thug knows whose son he is, he took a bullet. And if the gang couldn't protect him, only can help. Special assignment specialists. Guys of different talents, but harmoniously complementing each other. Well, just like a light elf and a red-browed orc. Cunning diplomacy and brute force. He was the first to enter the open door, hurrying to see his son's condition. There were no rules. I saw him sitting there, gently hugging his sore leg, surrounded by familiar faces. And unfamiliar faces, but more on that later. The child jumped for joy when he saw his loving father rushing to his call for help. He was stunned to see his son in such a deplorable state, on the floor without medical help, with a shot leg. It was the end. The leader was trying to figure out how to get out of such an ambiguous situation. A boy had been wounded on his territory, under his watch, and there was no excuse. Who's gonna listen? That's right. My father started by looking for someone to blame. Of course it was the outsiders. Who else? He went to them and asked an accusing question. The answer was unexpectedly defiant and disrespectful. It was alarming. Where did such boldness come from? A woman in an evening gown was in charge, even though it seemed inappropriate in a diner like this. But she was the one who took the floor. Or rather, the gun, which seemed to be a regular lighter in her chaste hands. But no one handed her a cigarette. And all of a sudden, the whole company was wielding guns, and those weapons were pointed at him. The situation was suddenly out of control. The guards behind him also drew their submachine guns and aimed at the strangers in response. Everyone froze, afraid to start. In this stalemate, the negotiator has spoken. If everyone starts shooting, it won't do anyone any good. The outsiders would be overwhelmed by numbers. On behalf of his master, he suggested that they surrender. But does SWAT surrender? To some despicable mobsters? Even the weakest of them was willing to stand to the last man. Wiped out in a critical situation behind the backs of the special forces, the friends were looking for a way out of the situation. Especially Dawei, who, playing by the window with a spider, small, colorless, and almost transparent, I said affectionate words to it and rocked it in the palm of my hand like a favorite pet. Meanwhile, things were heating up. Someone was about to be the first to pull the trigger. And then the fun would begin. No one would refuse to shoot. The boss was immediately hidden behind their backs. The bodyguards knew their business, to save the customer's life, no matter what. SWAT's also prepared for a firefight. It's not the first time, but it's hard to guarantee that there won't be casualties, especially the young and unwise. One of these particularly unreasonable ones lost his nerve. The bully, who was accustomed to acting with impudence, was angry that everyone was just standing there and aiming. Even rose up with rage to yell at his father's bodyguards why they were slowing down and not firing. He listed all the abuse he had endured that day, and even the reason for it, the students. Everyone here deserved to die. Anyone who doesn't shoot is a traitor. Such intemperance displeased the negotiator. It was all for nothing. After these words, everyone tensed up, preparing to shoot. Suddenly a glass flew over and knocked the rowdy on the head. It was just in time. He'd wanted to kill him for a long time. Unrestrained, stupid, and too many people would have to pay for his ambition. Dawei, tossing a second glass in his hand, suggested starting with the kid who made this whole mess. Used to getting everything? Let him be the first. Liu meanwhile found a secluded place where unarmed students could hide and called out Fatty strenuously. And even Beagle sent him away, realizing that it was about to get very hot in here. He didn't want his friend to get hurt. The glass only crunched in his hand in resentment. Had he forgotten that Dawei wasn't used to hiding behind other people's backs? On the contrary, it could be very, very helpful. And he sees no reason to shoot at all, and he would be happy to negotiate on his own. He has his own methods of persuasion. His eyes even turned yellow with anticipation. Some of them looked suspiciously, and others angrily at the fat man, who considered himself better than them and was going to deal with an already hopeless situation. He seemed too young to even respect him, let alone fear him. Besides, he volunteered. He'll get his ass kicked. But he didn't say anything. He only raised his hands in line with his eyes, clenched his fingers in a tiger's grip, and gave a wild growl. Well, who looks at yellowed eyes when there are hands in front of the face? All the more so on a tiny speck that suddenly flew off the unclenched palm of my hand, a small spider, the kind of spiders that abound in all corners. And the fact that invisible threads stretched from the snot to the bodyguards, all those who kept their weapons ready to shoot, and no one noticed at all. On these threads, as on a springboard, Spider jumped from the top of one to another, bite, and on it went. The errand specialists were waiting for the negotiations to start. The tiger's growl was unimpressive. That's it? Dawei smiled contentedly at them. He'd made it through, already. All that remained was to convince the negotiators of that. How? They won't believe a word I say. Now it's done. 2 slaps on the wrist emphasized the fact that the negotiations were over. Beagle even turned pale. He had allowed the fool to negotiate, so now he should shoot everyone before the insulted woke up. They came to their senses, and the reaction was expected. The big, red-haired man was the first to demand revenge. The guys even raised their weapons, intending to blow all opponents to shreds at the first move. But the voice was the only sound that could be heard, and the big man was the only body that moved. Because behind him, a team of zombies froze, indestructible and silent, like robots at an achievement show. Weapons had to be lowered. The SWAT team watched and couldn't believe what this guy had done in front of their eyes again. How? The big man was also troubled by the same question. The faithful men, tried and tested in many troubles, simply refused to carry out the order. He even went over and yelled, shook one of them by the chest, but he didn't get any attention or understanding. Because as soon as anyone started to come to his senses, a gnat jumped on his head, biting, and then this man could be stabbed with needles or burned with fire. No reaction to any action around him. The mobster intervened too. He couldn't see the faces of his bodyguards and demanded that they do at least something. Even the silver-haired elf mockingly cut off his partner's efforts. The silver-haired elf mockingly cut off his partner's efforts. He stepped forward, close to the fat man. He spoke of his master's long arms. He would not tolerate such an attitude, neither to himself, nor to his son, nor to his subordinates, and came so close that threats could easily be left behind. A hostage is payment enough and punishment enough for insolent men, but Dawei's firm slap cut short the fox's song of his cunning. When he felt the slap behind his back, he reacted without even thinking about why. The habit, ingrained from years of training, probably worked. Because the body flew beautifully, but fell ignominiously. Yen looked at Fatty's negotiations appraisingly. She liked the approach. Not a drop of cruelty, but what a result. Everyone is humiliated and punished, and begs for forgiveness. This one, however, hadn't realized it yet and, heated up, was trying to think of revenge for another spit. Dawei was getting bored listening to empty threats. The negotiations were dragging on and should have ended by now. And when, unable to think of anything new, the elf again sent zombie troops to attack the impregnable fat man's, repeated his trick of giving orders to the colorless spider. Mind control should have been refreshed once more, and laying down more active ones didn't hurt either. Seeing no reaction to his order, the elf even turned around to check why his command was not being heard. But the spider had already accomplished its task, and the people who had been dying off froze again in their stillness and indifference. He did the same thing as the red-browed man. He tried to rouse the unresponsive people. Fatty's taunt was the last straw in the pot of his irritation. He, who had thought himself a cunning tiger sneaking up from behind the bushes, was suddenly helpless. In a fit of rage, he decided to deal with the mocker who had put him in such a puddle time after time. His fist was about to strike from the back of the carefree boy, but it missed him. A slope, another slope, and turn. There he goes flying off the side of the road, against his will, without so much as laying a finger on the careless young man. How the acupuncture needle ended up in the guy's hand, and even that it was there, no one realized. It all happened so fast. Reach, hit, rebound. Dawei's well-learned strategy didn't fail this time. The jab. The enemy freezes, frozen in incomprehension of what is going on here. Suddenly his arms and legs fail, his head begins to blur. And only a whisper is heard in the end through the absorbent cotton in my ears, which absorbs all external sounds. The world spins and disappears completely. An unharmed fat man remained standing over the prostrate body on the floor, the fallen one, lying as dead, immovable. The mobster's legs suddenly began to fail as well, and he started sliding down the wall. The remaining conscious, red-browed orc ran up to his partner, not knowing what to do. Rescue him? Or throw himself at the offender with his fists, as his friend had done before? But he stood there, smiling calmly, not afraid of him at all. It was confusing at first. But then it dawned on him that all the guards, all the people he could rely on, were showing no signs of life. The negotiations were officially over. The only person who remained conscious suddenly felt his consciousness becoming cloudy, and the little spider multiplied, double, triple, and already a hodgepodge of spiders overshadow the whole world, sprawling across the ceiling, walls, floor, climbing on it, tickling it with their paws. Night had already finally fallen when there was no one left in the grill bar to offer any resistance. The results of the negotiations were a bit of a shock. Fatty's methods of persuasion were, to put it mildly, straining. All those spiders the big guy was yelling about. She was afraid of them too. Not so much as a squeal, but still unpleasant. He really did see them, yelling like that. But he couldn't move from his seat, having panic attacks over and over again. Dawei could not leave the matter unfinished. All that was left was to find the guilty parties and punish them. The big guy was a doer. Nothing had managed to do him any harm. But the guards, they were on the verge. They would have started shooting, guilty as charged. The boys standing there were covered in beads of sweat from his hard stare. The poison was already slowly releasing their brains, but their hands were not yet obedient. What's the punishment for aiming at his friends? Kill him? Kind of silly and unnecessary. Finally, an idea came up. Let them just get what they wanted to give. I whispered in his ear, giving orders to a brain still docile from the poison. Habitually, his hands worked, and the bolt clicked. The submachine gun was ready to execute the sentence. Except Yen intervened. Standing behind her, she forbade Fatty to lynch her and leave it to the professionals. She explained condescendingly that the operation had come to a close and official services would soon be here to apprehend all the suspects. That message finally put everything in its proper place. He realized that she'd been using him and the boys all along, all to get her operation done, and he was angry. How could you be such a cruel, cold, and calculating bitch? He really thought he'd brought everyone into the conflict. The weapons, Zadira's injury, it was all set up and calculated. Yen was angry. The boys listened in horror to Fatty's stream of accusations. They all knew what their patron was capable of. And here, a glorious slap had cut short their expectations. And the angry Yen, flushed red with anger, was preparing to deliver a second one. Dawei realized what he'd said and turned away, pouting in annoyance. The irritation wouldn't go away. I looked at my zombies. The game of soldiering had failed, and the toys would have to be given into the wrong hands. He got angry, even stomped his foot. He was really worried when that mob was aiming at them, at her, and all would have to go unremedied. All he could still do was end the party with dignity. So he gave one last order to the bodyguards. I haven't forgotten about the bandits. They've been a real pain in the ass too. All because of what? A jerk who doesn't know how to appreciate other people's dinner. By the way, it's time for dinner. You can't go hungry from the tavern. While the urgent business of re-cooking dinner was being done, police cars with blinkers and sirens pulled up. It had been a long time since the neighborhood had been this lively. The bodyguards were disarmed and tied up first. They were looking at jail time for the armed assault on the grill. The ringleader was arrested for carrying a gun. The wounded man was taken away. The last one to be arrested was the mobster father. He was looking at a longer sentence, but a long trial and a lot of money could do wonders. And the boys bent over the most marvelous still life they had ever seen. Some of them even took a picture of it. All kinds of kebabs, appetizers, shrimps in their own juice, and much, much more. Everything a hungry and stressed body needs. Dawei's treat. If it wasn't for him, no one would be sitting here so deliciously. Yen took the place of the guest of honor, and seemed to have forgiven Dawei for the hurtful words, perhaps because she had learned to use the magic slap method of shutting everyone up. In the kitchen, the boss was working out his wrongs to Fatty for unreasonably high prices and moral damage. No, if it hadn't been for the SWAT team, there might have been options, but Beagle asked Dawei about his future plans. Of course, it is interesting to spend time with him, but still I would like to know where we will have to meet again and under what circumstances. He replied sullenly that afterwards he would have to return to the dormitory. He described a bit how cramped it was there, and he wondered sadly where he could find a larger place to live alone. I even got a little dreamy. How nice it would be to release the critters languishing in the crates. The familiars will be happy to have more freedom, and there's gotta be somewhere to raise spiders. The boys listened to these fantasies. Each of them suddenly pictured snakes and poisonous spiders in their neighbors and shuddered with horror. Yen had a promising thought. Twirling a curl on her finger, she offered to help find an apartment for a little help, to teach him how to negotiate in his style. Everyone stands and listens to commands. Dawei hesitated. A favor from a career woman like Yen is fraught with surprises. He'd already invited her to a barbecue, but it ended in a special operation. And the anger hadn't subsided yet, so he didn't hesitate to ask if she wanted to use him again. She doesn't care what a person is going through at that moment. She doesn't care what a person is going through at that moment. A new slap resounded throughout the grill. The boss even flinched in fright. He'd seen what this woman was capable of. Who was this guy to talk to her like that? She was already holding him by the chest and reprimanding him for getting into trouble and fighting with mafia elements. Why did they have to rearrange everything and take Zadira's father into custody without preparation? Everyone around them listened with interest. It was a revelation to some that they had entered into a dangerous business without proper preparation. Their captain had always been cautious. But now, she shook Fatty, getting more and more frustrated. She was saving him, she was trying. She'd even put on that stupid dress and the uncomfortable shoes. And he didn't even notice it. Her fingers unclenched in frustration, and the t-shirt slipped from her hands. What else was there to say? The team was petrified at what they heard. Captain confessed her own affection. And to whom? Fatty, who was a few years younger than her. Yen, realizing what she had blurted out in a moment of anger and frustration, became embarrassed and purple with embarrassment. Dawei, on the other hand, didn't realize what had happened. Why was it suddenly over, and what did the dress have to do with it? Why would you turn away? Women are weird. The guys pretended not to hear the question. They were passionately eating kebabs and praising the local cooking. There were no fools to interfere in Captain's relations. Mad Bull suddenly mewed thoughtfully, tasting the new kebab his master had served him. The flavor was strange. The owner began to embarrassedly justify that it was a delicacy. He's giving away the last of it, because they had already eaten everything they had. Hearing what they were about to chew, the boys turned pale, green, and nearly threw up everything they had eaten so far. The angry Mad Bull even cracked the skewer in his hand and shattered into pieces. Is this some kind of revenge for the food he ate? The grill bar was filled with the owner's excuses and indignant shouts. There was no one to listen, though. A petty crook getting beaten up. What a big deal. They'd all been caught. Only rare couples were surprised and hurried past. After all, everyone knows whose place this is. You don't want to be a witness to anything, and then you'd have to deal with the police. Mad Bull couldn't forgive his master for feeding him such crap. He was on his feet, begging for forgiveness, but suddenly Beagle intervened and stopped the proceedings. He came closer to the unfortunate man. He didn't expect anything good. He had been eaten, beaten, made to collect dust. Beagle politely asked him what he thought of the situation. The ringleader had been arrested, but the gang was still there, and it wasn't going anywhere. He hinted that since he was in authority, he knew better than most how things were going to go, and that it would be good to share information. The landlord frowned. What to say? They won't leave him alone now. He's been a total disaster this evening, but he tried to get away with the promise that no one in this shopping district would retaliate against anyone. Of course, his answer didn't satisfy the SWAT officer. But what could he add? Always lived by the rules, albeit gang rules. Like everyone else in the neighborhood. Didn't snitch, and he ain't gonna snitch. And so he refused until Beagle grabbed him and gave him a good shake. It was a great offer. Backed up by SWAT to become a gang leader. It's tempting, I'll give you that. It's power and money, and most importantly, protection at the top. It just didn't make sense. The owner of a bar and grill becoming the boss of a whole gang? He's got a lucky break. However, he was promptly bummed out, explaining that this is the kind of luck where you have to share. To be under the control of the special forces means to be guided and accountable. He was forced to agree to all the terms. This was Beagle's way of gaining control of the gang, its routines, and the disorder in the neighborhood. Dawei was amused by the situation. Beagle was a little tense about it, but Fatty only laughed good-naturedly. The redistribution of power is a bloody business, but under special forces the neighborhood might hold together. For witty words, Fatty was once again favorably petted. Like younger brother by his chubby cheeks, he'd wriggle out of it. Oh, really? How many times? With his secret agenda revealed, Beagle wanted to hear Dawei's secret as well. How come the mobster was taken without a shot being fired? But as his squawking continued, Dawei moved away from him angrily, not about to confess. There was no secret but the principle. On the other side, however, Yen moved up. She too wanted to hear, and that attention was more frightening. I had to tell you, otherwise if she starts squeezing too, I'll have to run away. And go where? If she gets offended, she'll slap me again. Liu, who had been quietly eating his food, jumped up. How could he have missed this? He had been there the whole time. Dawei had to go to the window to call the pet. Meanwhile, a sad Yen sighed on the sofa. Why is she sad? What incomprehensible creatures these women are. He folded his fingers in a clever way. He whistled long and long, calling his little brother. Again, with a test whistle. That sounded good. You could hear it a mile away. Its piercing trill rang through the empty night street, reverberated off the walls of the high-rises, amplified by a multi-voiced echo, filled every courtyard nearby with its sound, and finally reached the huge bird sitting alone on the parapet of the roof of the commercial building. The eagle heard a familiar call. He turned his head left and right, orienting himself to where the initial whistle was coming from. Heavily, it rose into the sky, opening its huge wings, swayed back and forth, caught the wind, and floated down the airy mountain, right to the window. The dreamy owner of the grill was sitting next to it. The dreamy prospects were already spinning in his head. So much so that he couldn't believe his eyes when the wings of an unknown bird managed to open the window frame. A lightning bolt that flew past made his head spin beyond perspective, nearly knocking him to the floor. But it landed on Fatty's shoulder, transforming into a huge eagle with a wingspan of at least half a meter. Dawei introduced him to everyone, enduring the claws digging into his hand. The bird flapped its wings politely in response and tilted its head in greeting. Such a fabulous appearance of the eagle caused quite a sensation among the audience. Some froze with delight, others with surprise. But the most fun came when the guest was offered a meal for his labors. He did a great job today. He saved everyone. And now he was going to have a tasty nibble of meat. He reached for the pepper pot and carefully took it in his beak. He ducked his head, and, like an experienced cook, he began to spice up the pieces of kebab, sparing neither her nor his throat. Then he reached for more salt. A respected blogger was passionately filming the process for history, because no one has ever seen how an eagle carefully, helping himself with his paw, took the kebab, seasoned with seasoning, off the skewer. The story was simple and entertaining. Little Dawei, running away from teacher, fed on a young bird, and so spoiled his taste that he demanded kebab with spices. But he didn't get it often, and not that much, so he learned to make everything himself. Yen appreciated the softness of the feathers, sighing dreamily and smiling mysteriously. She had stumped Fatty again. What could a woman be thinking in such a situation? Mystery after mystery. He was so distracted by his thoughts that the counter question came as a surprise. He didn't immediately realize what he was being asked. But then he got his brain working in the right direction and vividly recalled the required information. Many fun childhood memories were associated with this bird. The eagle chirped in response to his story. He was willing to be petted and scratched between his feathers. He squinted his eyes like an affectionate kitten when stroked. And also shouted indignantly when Dawei told the embarrassing beagle story in great secrecy. Just as suddenly, Yen regarded the colorless spider that rolled down the eagle's feathers as from her private apartments came out. The baby fell on his back and couldn't turn over for a long time. The bloated belly suggested that someone had eaten a lot of food. Well, it was time to reveal the big secret of safe negotiation. The insistent gaze of Yen Dawei's big eyes even made him embarrassed. The eagle was having a bad time, too. The spider's weak paw was scraping his feathers, asking for help. But he didn't want to take it in his beak. "You'll get poisoned," and the poor spider suffered alone. Dawei lifted the poor man closer to his eyes to look at his condition. It was sad. Of course, running over heads and working his jaws like that wasn't something anyone could do, especially not one so tiny. I hand-fed him something good for the spider's digestive tract. Hopefully it'll be okay. As the eagle drew his head closer to watch over his charge, he continued his tale of this amusing insect representative. On the effect of its poison on the human brain, giving tempting opportunities to substitute reality for fiction. I also remembered the life stories of the masters of Ugo, who valued these spiders above gold because they could get a lot of power over people with their help, and with their help they could rule. Okay, maybe not the world, but their village for sure, and even their town. The historical account ended scientifically when the still not quite awake spider was already up on its legs, showing that it was feeling better. Yen found it so amusing that she even risked touching its paw. In the meantime, she shared her knowledge, greatly impressing Dawei with her awareness. Now Beagle realized what had really happened during the negotiations. A bite from a spider and the people obeyed without question. Lu relaxed in the company so much that he no longer squinted at the cool SWAT team, but was fully engaged in socializing with the equally fantastic eagle. That's when Fatty approached him with an offer to humor the guys a little with a good joke, because Beagle doesn't believe him. It was considered a good joke to get an unfortunate animal drunk. Everyone had fun, the bird felt good, and Fatty would not be considered a liar. The neighbor, of course, expressed his doubts. After all, alcohol is harmful even to humans, so why get the eagle drunk? But Dawei just wanted to repeat what he had witnessed only once before. Then it ended catastrophically for those around him. Liu fell for it, and watched mesmerized that the bird like a seasoned alcoholic from the throat of the drink, waving its wings contentedly. Except that while the guys were sorting out the beer, while the bottles were being opened and toasts were being said, a sly bird flapped its wings. She flew off into the starry heights to relive the pleasures of her life alone. The shame of the past was enough for her. When did students ever go to bed early? That's why, even at this late hour, the dormitory windows shone with the promise that it was still possible to get in without a big scandal. The corridors were light, empty, and unusually quiet. I could hardly find my own door among the identical ones. Dawei opened it and almost jumped back out into the street. The unthinkable stench coming from out there was making his eyes water and his throat constricted. The neighbors did not expect to see the latecomers, but the shashliks in the form of a payoff quickly softened their discontent. Still unable to bear it and covering the door from the back side, Fatty proceeded to interrogate Liu with a grim look. "How do you sleep in a room that stinks, let alone live?" Liu was embarrassed at having to tell it like it is, and he blushed and blushed. A terrible suspicion crept into Dawei's thoughts. Why was the other man blushing? What's so shameful about the boys that they've been separated? And later, sitting on the balcony, so as not to smell the ambergris of mixed odors from armpits, dirty socks, and pungent cologne, designed to disguise these shortcomings. He listened to the sad stories of his roommates, each with a different story, how they were blamed, misunderstood, even dumped by their girlfriends. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement, confirming Liu's story, and drank their own and other people's grief from the cans stashed especially for such an occasion, to sit down for a drink. They were all kicked out eventually, not wanting to put up with the disgusting odors, and then they were put together in one room to put up with each other. Sipping thoughtfully from his can, Dawei was putting together in his brain the big picture from the disparate facts his neighbors had told him. The doctor's autopilot kicked in, ask about symptoms, take a history, and make recommendations. He was now beginning the second stage, and neighbors began to actively share how they solved their problem. Some believed the advertisements and invested money, but did not get a tangible result. The other keeps spending all his earnings on more and more skincare products. Dawei was perplexed. Everyone here is a future healer. Didn't they think of the easiest way out of the situation? Turns out we did, but the scientific approach does not help much in reality. What is happening is clear, but how to stop it? Dawei didn't understand anything that was said. And why can't it be cured if it's clear what's going on? Translated from medical to human, it all fit into two words: genetics and surgery. But surgery is not the answer. To sacrifice an important organ for cosmetic purposes is to have health problems in the future. Everyone sighed sadly. The problem seemed inescapable and lifelong. It was like a sentence, banishing them from the society of normal people. Dawei has waited for this moment. People are upset enough to agree to a little experimentation for scientific purposes, of course. All that's left is to make recommendations. I saw so much joy, it was scary. These inspired faces reek with the madness of a maniac. If you don't give them what they want, they'll tear them apart. That's how, sitting on the balcony at midnight, solving an important problem, how to survive in the realm of stench, Fatty got involved in a new story that promised good money. Had to go to class at medical school this morning to study, although I wanted something else. Of course I'm hungry, and just as I was covering myself with a book, hoping for a snack, there she is, standing over my head and demanding attention. She's talking in a weird, innuendo-laden way. She's dressed sexy, so sexy it makes me drool. What's that supposed to mean? As the thought of the lost bet reached my still-awake mind, many things came to mind, one more frightening than the other. But Natalie was quite satisfied with the impression she had made, quickly outlined her plans for the evening, and left. And she left smiling so contentedly that Liu immediately suspected something evil. I approached Dawei and warned him of the impending problems. He thought about it, but he couldn't think of anything. The woman's logic had stumped him time and again with its inscrutability. In the evening, when it was getting dark, a sporty-looking car drove up to the men's dormitory, which of course caused unprecedented excitement among the local population. Such cars had never come here before. Immediately, fans of automobiles rushed in. Discussions and disputes about volumes, power, acceleration, in general, about technical characteristics. No one has seen the owner's face. By this time, Dawei had come out, dressed as usual, clean, and that's it. I've been to 2 restaurants like this already, and nothing. The door of the car opened towards him, and a low-heeled shoe on a slender foot stepped onto the asphalt. Behind the shoe, a beautiful Natalie in an evening gown appeared and invited him to get into the car, until the impressed crowd pounced on them and tore them apart. Gasps and disappointed sighs were heard everywhere. Dawei hurried to get away from their attention behind the metal door. I noticed that now there would be no shortage of students in love, but all he got was anger and hurtful words. She was embarrassed. No one realizes that there are different kinds of attention. You expect admiration, but what you get is a compliment at best. She consoled herself, however, with the message that he was the winner this evening, and all the attention and compliments were for him. Dawei felt a little sick at the promise. The car was still standing there and wouldn't move. Why? Law-abiding Natalie was waiting for him to figure it out. That I should buckle my seatbelt. But she reached for it herself, involuntarily wrapping her arms around Fatty and pressing her breasts against him. He even caught his breath at the touch. Patiently he bore the exorcism, while the belt tugged her arms from their sockets, the touch of her skin and the scent of her perfume. The astonished audience was already ready to tear up the lucky man being embraced by such a beauty in full view of everyone. Buckling up her passenger, Natalie assumed the client was mature enough for a second stage, and while he rubbed his seatbelt disappointedly, smiled contentedly, anticipating the coming entertainment. It was time to go. The car started sharply, picking up speed and taking a couple of disputants to the coveted reward. The restaurant was huge, the best in the city as promised. The huge glass, columns, and self-sliding doors were overwhelming in their monumentality. The maitre d' went straight to the car. The maitre d' greeted the important guest at the entrance. He politely greeted her as a long-time acquaintance and a regular at this restaurant. He opened the car door in front of her and gave her a hand to help her out. Natalie gracefully stepped out of the cabin and walked forward without looking back. It was logical to expect Dawei to offer the same service, but no one was in a hurry to do so. Even a shout did not help. The minister arrogantly refused to perform this action. He argued that it was not part of his duties. Even the apparent inconsistency, how one guest could be helped and the other not, did not touch his regal indifference. That's where Dawei comes in with the promise of attention and compliments for the winner. Perhaps this is just the beginning. The minister had no reason to prove anything. It was a conspiracy, all right, and all questions for Natalie. So he walked out on his own. She waited, strutting around the entrance and paying no attention to him. She walked back and forth. He took a step toward the steps. Intending to beat her at this game. I wanted to be fair. You lose, you pay up. That's it. But now he can make jokes. But the maitre d's hand prevented him from taking another step. It blocked the way to the stairs, not allowing him to pass. Now the obstacle was appearance. I even wondered if everyone was greeted like that here. Or was it just him? He's got normal clothes and shoes. Not dirty, not smelly. Even his hair is neat. What else do you need? Turns out you should. There was information about the rules of this awesome place on the pole. I was still near the entrance and already I was shaking. Out of spite, so the maitre d' was out of luck. He looked perfect, right in the canon of the place. Dawei looked him over carefully, appreciated the tie and the leather shoes, and since there was no way out, I demanded to go with him. To the nearest bushes, since the restaurant is off limits. I can't complain, I didn't let him in. Terrified of the angry customer looming over him, the maitre d' got cold feet and hesitantly agreed. That was enough. Dawei entered the restaurant fully equipped, according to all the rules. The suit suited him very well, and his mood, which had been low, was immediately lifted by a couple of points. As expected, the restaurant was half empty. With rules like that, it's no wonder. All we had to do was find Natalie. She sipped her cocktail from a tall glass with a satisfied look and savored the pleasant thought of for handling her loss so well. It's not her fault the restaurant has a dress code. She invited him, and why he didn't show up is not her problem. But then a foot in a lacquered black shoe stepped onto the threshold of the restaurant hall. The body pulled up after it. Natalie could not believe her eyes, so stylish did the young man who entered the hall look. And only after a closer look she realized that it was her miraculously better-looking companion who had solved the task of changing clothes. He set his accents on the fly, alerting the waiter as to who was paying the bill, not allowing him to dodge the losing terms. I sat down opposite Natalie. I looked around, examining the room, the visitors, the staff. Everything, of course, was at its best. His mood lifted a couple more points and he felt good. It's a nice, albeit unfamiliar atmosphere. It's beautiful. Only the girl sat pouting. Her idea had failed, and it was a shame. I wanted to put him in his place. And he was even grateful to her. Otherwise, he never would have come here. He wouldn't have felt like an expensive gentleman in a stylish suit. But she continued to sulk, and soon there was no reason to talk. Good thing a waiter was approaching. First, he approached a regular customer of the restaurant. Her preferences were more or less known. Natalie confidently placed her order. The waiter nodded and took notes, but Dawei again understood only a few words of what was said. The rest flew by in white noise. Do all restaurants communicate in code? Finally, it was time for him to order as well. He was handed a menu. I decided to at least see what they were offering. In a French restaurant, the menu is, of course, written in French. And even without pictures, only the numbers looked familiar. I looked at it and I slammed the menu shut. It's not clear anyway. I decided to place an order with Natalie, the most knowledgeable person here. But the girl, noticing his hesitation, wanted to play. So she asked the waiter to read the menu. It's very long and toothsome, but they don't say no to customers. And the unhappy waiter began. Already his word of greeting Dawei did not like, and then more. I wanted to strangle him with my own hands for bullying him. He was reciting the entire menu in French. Satisfied, Natalie was again quietly rejoicing that she had beaten Dawei and he would have to admit his failure. He noticed her satisfied smile. It was clear that this was another setup, and most of all, it was undeserved. It made her angry. This attitude of the girl did not make her pretty, but he had one sure remedy for such an eventuality: memory. The first word made the waiter freeze. It had been a long time since he had heard quality French from the mouths of customers. A stream of French speech flowed in a babbling brook. The order was made thoroughly and clearly. Some dishes were national delicacies and were not often served here. Natalie listened to it like music. Classical music that had been started by a savage who had just chewed the meat off the bone. I mean, it couldn't be like that, but it was. When the waiter left, the shaken-to-the-core girl asked Dawei about it. French at this level? Here? The answer was simple and primitive. She had just been bamboozled into absolute memory again. A person who never forgets anything is a nightmare. After a while, the order came. It's a simple snail. What a big name. Dawei brought the meal closer to his eyes, not believing what he was seeing. Where is the meat? The fish? Soup, at least? He called for the waiter, hoping to find out what kind of dish he'd been served. Or was it Natalie again? But no, Natalie had nothing to do with it. The waiter claimed he ordered the food himself. In French. He even repeated the word a couple times. But he refused to replace it with anything else. This is how Dawei learned two things: that absolute memory is not a panacea, and that national traditions will leave him hungry today. And this in a restaurant. Natalie stared intently at the boy. He was slipping out of all her traps like an eel today. Only one had worked, and that was by accident. She felt a little ashamed. It wasn't human to leave the guy she'd invited hungry. So when the steak was brought to her, she simply slid it over to Fatty, gestured that it was for him. Dawei looked at the steak, then at her, then back at the steak, but more and more often his eyes involuntarily stopped just above it. And Natalie suddenly seemed to him such a treacherous woman. She would playfully inflame him, playfully set him up, give hope and take it away, playing games only she knows how to play, that you can never win. Because only she knows the rules. He stabbed the steak with his fork in anger, took a bite and chewed it menacingly, thinking about how he'd pay for that kindness. Suddenly the backstage, which had been closed before, opened. A man appeared on the stage and addressed the audience in a well-pitched voice. The entertainer first announced the beginning of the daily entertainment program, in which everyone is welcome to participate. And the first number asked to sing a song. All the visitors in the hall, according to the request, applauded, calling out an unknown girl with a familiar name. Dawei frowned as his roommate Natalie came on stage. Her talents were surprising. She was a doctor, a teacher, and, as it turned out, a singer as well. From the stage came a familiar voice that first said the usual words of honor and gratitude. But the song didn't come on. Instead, she told a story about a friend she had come to the restaurant with today, about being an overachiever who has not yet discovered his full potential, and therefore, she invites him on stage to perform a song. Dawei almost chokes on an unchewed piece of steak after his name. But the people in the audience started applauding again, louder and louder. The applause was already growing into thunder. I had to get up and walk over to the stage. In a threatening voice, I had to ask him if he had heard everything correctly. But Natalie turned to him with a sweet smile and just as sweetly told him the rules of the restaurant. And it didn't seem to have anything to do with her again, but that friendly face had gotten him in trouble more than once today, so he couldn't believe it. So he snatched the served microphone from her hand, accepting the rules of the game this time, but he remembered and intended to retaliate if he could. Before she left completely, allowed himself a small chuckle to remove the extra sweetness from her face. Got it. Natalie was angry. This boy had been walking on the edge of her patience again and again. He kept driving her on, disobeying her, opposing her, and now he prepared to be embarrassed. Dawei actually raised his hands over the piano keys, hesitating to lower them. He hastily recalled what he had seen and heard on television. Finally, he hit the keys and shouted with all his might, trying his voice. The sound made the familiar jump out of his ear, trying to fly farther away. And the diners went into a sonic shock. Some choked, some were furious, but most of them clamped their ears, trying not to hear the cacophony. Dawei apologized embarrassedly from the stage. He had sampled the tool for its capabilities and now knew roughly what was available to him. To be honest, there wasn't much I could do. Just play a simple tune. With mistakes at first, but then more confidently. But he was asked to sing, not play. So he began to sing. A song that told how he felt. A song he'd heard once, but perfectly suited to today. Natalie was at first frozen by the beauty of his voice, which spilled through the hall like a river of water. It gave her goosebumps somewhere in her chest, which sent sparks of ecstasy through her body. But then she remembered where it had started, and she felt uneasy. With a voice like that, her plans would fail. She turned to her local friend for support, but he too was staring at the scene with his handkerchief over his mouth and tears in his eyes. At the most soul-crushing moment of the song, after taking the highest and longest note, Dawei suddenly yanked his shirt over his chest so that the buttons spilled out. As he sang his song of lies, both his jacket and tie flew off the stage. The audience welcomed this exposure as an integral part of the performance. And when at the end he took off his pants, remaining in his everyday clothes, there was applause all around. My friend, who was so emotional, thanked Natalie for such happiness, to hear a real talent. Under the friendly applause, Dawei was handed a gold card as a guest of the place. The girl even hid her face so that she couldn't see the triumph. He didn't yet know what to do with the card or what benefits it offered, but the entertainer quickly enlightened him. He asked separately about his clothes, as it was a burning question. But even here, they met his needs. But there was a suspicious cough at the end. In gratitude for the warm welcome, he decided to do a good deed. He took the entertainer aside and warned him about a bad problem. But he didn't heed him. He waved him away. I had to go back to Natalie. She sat hunched over with her hands folded sadly in front of her. Her plans had failed once again, because when a hand came down in front of her face, totally turned her back on Fatty, didn't even want to look at him. He, seeing her sad, tried to cheer her up with jokes. It attracted unnecessary attention. So she had to pull herself together, sit up straight, but she still didn't dare look up at him. Just as he was about to continue eating, enthusiastic admirers began to approach. The first to offer his services was a waiter. Attendees from neighboring tables then began expressing their admiration and appreciation to Natalie for the wonderful surprise. But when the table was approached by young people with the purpose of inviting a guy to hang out in a nightclub to sign a lucrative contract for performances, could not stand. He got up and asked me not to spoil his dinner. Then he remembered that he was going to get revenge on a small thing. And he added that he had a date coming up, so he didn't want any extra men in his company. The producer laughed at the good joke and went away, and Natalie looked at the joker. At first, she couldn't find words. Then she snapped and slapped him hard. And while he was realizing why he'd been disgraced, she left, stomping angrily on her heels. Without turning around, she said that he was paying for everything now. And then she was gone. I had to ask for the check. If the evening wasn't good, it was time for him to go back to his dorm. At least he could eat there in peace. The bill he'd been given gave him a gasp with its size. He hadn't even expected such a sum. I grabbed it, rereading the items written down there and being horrified by the astronomical prices. And most importantly, I didn't even get full. He remembered Natalie, who had played on his nerves all evening, and a vague suspicion crept into his soul. The entertainer, seeing that the guy's having trouble paying the bill for a night out with a girl, a good friend of his, by the way, took it upon himself. He liked the guy, and Natalie. What can you take from an angry woman? Walking from the restaurant with a collector's bottle of wine in hand, given to him on the house, Dawei was getting angry. Natalie threw him not only figuratively, but also literally, flashing her parking lights in farewell. Now he was walking through the park at night, trying to regain his peace of mind. Really, nothing bad had happened, just hurt. He didn't notice 3 dark figures walking behind him. A sharp shout stopped him, made him turn around. The men who'd caught up with him were clearly long-time robbers, judging by their confident tone. At first their screams were confusing. Dawei was so deep in thought about the girl's injustice that he didn't hear. Then he realized it was really him being robbed. I couldn't believe it was that simple. I'm glad. I finally had an excuse to dump all the negativity of the day. 3 reasons. The first robber went down at once, from the first blow. But the second one, the jock, was still holding on, though he was retreating. The third wanted to run away, but did not dare without his comrade, standing and waiting for something. Could it be that he would win? The blows came in hail. Dawei was giving it his all, rushing to take out all of his frustration, all of his anger. And someone had a lot of bad luck. He didn't have time to close, let alone hit back. He could barely stand on his feet. But it was the last powerful hook that knocked him out. He was falling with the hope that it was all over. Except he didn't fall completely, because a strong hand suddenly tugged at his hair, blowing away his tears, and he heard the wild roar of an angry animal that threw him a couple more meters to the side, where his consciousness has already floated away. That leaves the third of the robbers. He was frightened beyond belief, seeing the clenched fists and the grim, promising look in his eyes. The footsteps of this monster, who had already killed 2 men, were frightening. Except he did come up. His legs wouldn't obey, so he couldn't run away. Took him by the shirt, lifted him up, asked him. Same words I'd heard from them before. Even though the threats were familiar, they sounded terrifying in his mouth. An involuntary shiver ran through the robber's entire body. It was unpleasant to suddenly find oneself in the shoes of one's victims. And what a joy to be rescued. A squad of police, accompanied by park guards, was called to the noise of fighting and shouting that echoed in the stillness of the night. Fatty didn't realize at first what kind of people had crept up behind him in the darkness. His soul was eager for the fight to continue. However, the gun pointed at him, coupled with words familiar from the movies, quickly set things straight. As he froze, his last victim ran away screaming. The other 2 disappeared somewhere, and he was left all alone. Well, except for the cops who didn't take his word for it that he wasn't the robber. That's not what his eyes saw. And here's the police station again. It's not the same one. It's a different one in a different neighborhood. But the procedures are the same everywhere. Handcuffs on my hands again, but at least they were shackled in the front, not the back. Again, with the annoying interrogation, starting with the questionnaire. And 2 cops in the interrogation room working in pairs. Except he's not the fool he used to be. He knows everything that's to come. He's ready to slither like a snake, bite like a scorpion, to get home in time. But the bunks here are very hard. The first question asked by the policeman showed in what direction he would be investigated. He was just going home. The tired policeman folded his hands and rested his chin on them, as a sign that the interrogation was expected to be long and unpromising. And the cries for justice will not touch his callous heart. That's what he hears from every first-timer here. In his perfect world, His Majesty reigns over fact. And in this fat man's case, fact is impeccable. Dictaphone recording. I can't believe how advanced technology has gotten. Is this some kind of extra weapon for cops now? The sound of his voice rang out from the speaker, returning the robbers their own words. The policeman looked at him accusingly. Dawei felt sick at the sight of them. He began to prove that he was not involved. Nervous and raising his voice more and more, he was almost shouting. Recalled all the little details of the evening that could confirm his innocence in the situation. Because, as it turns out, the trio had been at the park for days, and now they're trying to pin all the episodes on him. Dawei clenched his fists and clenched his teeth, staring the police officers hard in the eyes. He wasn't going to give them an inch on his story. Seeing his determination, the policeman came in from the other side. Relaxedly leaning on the tabletop, he asked another controversial question. Fatty froze. He hadn't been hit from this side yet, although if you remember how he was chased on the first day. But everything seemed to be resolved. No, it was about something else. The policeman even came over and leaned over, looking into his honest eyes, asked him his name again, while the other unfolded his laptop to demonstrate the university's student database. His name wasn't on it. Dawei coughed in surprise. He couldn't have known what was there and what wasn't. His brother brought him to study. He studied. It's only been 2 days. Maybe we didn't have time. But again, he was not believed. He was a very suspicious person, a lot of inconsistencies, 3 priors for fighting in 1 week. He was left alone, to think, gone, locked the door like he was some kind of repeat offender. What's there to think about? It's been a bad night, constant challenges to his ingenuity. Then Natalie was fooling around, then the robbers, now the police had her up against the wall. Again he felt painfully resentful. The feeling grew and filled him with immense anger. Why is everything going wrong? It wasn't his fault. The chain connecting the handcuffs snapped, unable to withstand the intensity of his feelings. The policeman watching the suspect on the monitor even shrieked in surprise. After all, handcuffs are made of an alloy that cannot be torn. While the management was being reported to the incident, while a decision was being made on the next steps regarding the fat man, the key clicked and the locked door opened gently. A soft, melodious voice sounded, and a young brunette girl entered the interrogation room with a determined stride, alone. Although the old cops never used to go in groups of less than 2, I guess they were afraid. The monitor on duty even got a slap on the head from his superiors in a fit of rage. The stupid girl, who was taken care of at a young age, went in to see a violent man who had torn his handcuffs. She decided to make herself known in this way. Slamming the thick magazine loudly on the table, she leaned on it with the most menacing look she could muster. Dawei looked at this action with legitimate surprise. He had not yet been visited by a policeman's handbook. Gathering her strength in a strained voice, the girl began her first interrogation. The very fact of it was already causing panic. What do you expect from a policewoman? Dawei has no luck with women. He doesn't understand them. The interrogation started the same way the previous one ended. You can't say he's not doing anything yet, just gets into trouble over and over again. By accident. I didn't. Why not? There's no telling what the human body's peculiarities are. Her voice is shaking, and beads of sweat on her forehead. Dawei concentrated and gave her his whole story from the beginning. Again. But since the truth was a bit off topic. They called him a pig, for lying and not blushing. She listed all the inconsistencies in his story. In a fervor of accusatory hotness, she moved closer and closer, hovering over the seated Dawei with her figure. And whose fault was it that his eyes were right up against the most prominent part of her body? But it was his fault too. Finally, she bent over, pointed her finger at him, and repeated the old question again. A bead of sweat rolled down her temple to her cheekbone. Dawei repeated her gesture and called his calling, because that drop of sweat told him a lot. The guy's statement was so implausible that it was confusing. The girl even froze, realizing what she had heard. But she demanded proof. Let the kid talk, and a lot of it. He's digging his own hole with his testimony. He concentrated, wondering how to say what he was seeing in a more delicate way. He concentrated, thinking about how to say what he was seeing in a more delicate way. What he said shocked the girl so much that she froze, her heart throbbed, and her hair seemed to stand on end. Next thing you know, it became so embarrassing that a guy is into such girlish subtleties that you can't even complain to your mother about. As a result, she stood in front of him, looking like a wizard. It didn't make sense. He'd listed all the things that had been causing problems lately. Dawei laughed at her bewilderment. She was so funny. She had a childlike faith in miracles in her eyes. But embarrassment won out, and she shouted to the entire interrogation room in a panic that everyone had seen and heard everything. True enough, there was a coughing sound from behind. In this way, Mr. Chief announced that they were no longer alone. He sent the girl back to her workplace in a stern voice. She had done something wrong today. Risked her life, by the way. Good thing the fat man was harmless. With a relaxed look, he sat down across from the fat man, making it clear that the conversation would take an informal tone, and asked about his health. Dawei took a closer look at his skin first, a slightly unhealthy hue, but nothing major, all within normal limits, except that every patient thinks his symptoms are the most dangerous. I went on at random. Well, what approximately diseases can be in a person of his age, build, and lifestyle. The above symptoms made the chief covered with large drops of sweat. If the doctor knows them, it is probably a very serious illness. When Dawei finished, the overjoyed policeman was ready to hug him for the miracle of diagnostics demonstrated on his aging body. Fatty smiled and nodded in agreement. Tonight he'd spent the whole evening demonstrating the miracle of observation and the miracle of dodging. If you want to live, you'll do better than that. The face-lightened supervisor had already set his sights on a long collaboration with the extra-class doctor. I decided to start with a delicate problem that was causing so much discomfort and distress. Only he didn't know he wasn't exactly a doctor. A doctor what? Just prescribing pills or some ointments. They didn't ask for weed. But what's the difficulty in picking a common dandelion on the street? If it helps, no problem. The doctor said push, let's squeeze, as hard as we can. Not sparing our arms, legs, lower back. You can never have too much juice. Already my hands began to shake and ache. I started to have problems with the sound. My breathing became heavy, hoarse, whistling. Even my throat was dry. And my lower back is so numb that I think I'll be sore from overexertion by evening. My legs are trembling and will soon give out. Finally, he couldn't stand it any longer. He stopped, wiped the sweat from his forehead. Dawei, who had been cheering enthusiastically for his victory against the dandelion, was even saddened. Such a performance was over. While the policeman was catching his breath in his chair, he was still hoping for a sequel. He'd had a lot of fun already. The chief, grieving at the insignificant results of his efforts, asked about the use of this remedy. But he had not expected such an answer. Hard-won achievements just get thrown away. The message that it's the process that matters, not the result, sent him into a moral knockdown. Fatty continued to explain the physiology of the process to the initially bewildered patient. He went on to talk about medical research in this area. He even drew a picture to illustrate it. He finished by explaining how his problem was related to squeezing juice out of a dandelion. Well, and as a bonus to what has already been said, reported the beneficial effects of this process on other organs of the body. Then he grabbed the policeman's shoulders and started moving them, showing him how else to revitalize his body. Grabbed his jaw, started moving it up and down. The boss didn't know how to get rid of his tenacious fingers. When the guys on patrol piled into the interrogation room, when they saw the suspect strangling their commander on the monitor, they rushed to rescue him. But after figuring out the situation, lined up for treatment. A free doctor is just awesome. Late that night, Dawei made it to his parents' house. Grateful police officers gave him a ride, but the windows were lit, so someone's still up. It was a relief to be home, safe and secure behind its thick walls. He felt a warm feeling in his chest at the sight of his family's nest. Anticipating a vacation and a delicious home-cooked meal, Dawei was about to ascend the porch and through the vestibule to the kitchen, but he raised his head to look at his window and saw his snakes hanging from the balcony and catching the night butterflies flying around the house in abundance. It's not right. It was hard to remember when he had fed them. In the whirl of events, day was confused with night. It seemed like so much time had passed since his arrival. However, it began again. His eyes unfocused. He saw the threatening sign. Cold sweat covered his forehead. Death brought her scythe over her home, already swung but not yet lowered. Then there's time to make things right. Running across the house? Shout for everyone to beware? The sound rattled and told me where to wait for the enemy. Off the ground and onto the balcony, then onto the roof. The enemy is here somewhere. All that's left is to find him and punish him. A peaceful picture was before my eyes. Quiet, calm. The fog of evening covered the space. Where is the enemy? We need to calm down and think carefully. It seems that we can't solve this problem with a rush. A familiar has been unleashed on the hunt. Another pair of eyes wouldn't hurt. And my mind was calculating the possibilities of where the danger might come from. Golden silkworm flew higher and began to fly around the neighborhood looking for anything unusual. He could see intangible curses just as well as he could see real objects. It was more useful now than ever. Then he returned to his master. He stood still, waving his wings and drawing attention to himself, and flew toward the fireplace chimney, though it was already possible not to show the direction. A clawed paw appeared from there and stepped, crushing the tiles. Dawei even involuntarily recoiled. Such a hideous monster appeared from behind the stonework. Green, lumpy skin. A disgusting sour odor wafted up his nose. And most importantly, never seen before, it reminded him vaguely of something. The serpent's gaze saw nothing supernatural. The creature is real and tangible, which means it can be killed. A toothy maw opened and a bubbling green-colored something flew from its throat into him. Some kind of slime. Barely dodging the directed stream, he was amazed to see part of the ventilation shaft wall disappear in front of him. And in the pipe, where the main stream got, a deep hole was eaten out, dissolved by the most powerful acid. The monster was almost safe for the first time. The acid charge has already been released. There's time to think, decide what to do next. At least identify this thing, for starters. Then we'll find a method to counteract it. Who's got two heads? I remembered. And a little frightened. This creation of human genius was described in an old book. All the descriptions matched in detail. All that was left was to figure out how he could be killed with those characteristics. But what one man did, another man can do. Except, you don't hear about monsters like this for a couple hundred years. Where did this one come from? Why is he at his parents' estate? It seems to be the work of an enemy. Whose enemies? Father or his? While he was thinking, the beast moved toward him. It moved at a brisk pace because its long tail was in the way. It suddenly opened its second maw and spat another stream of acid at Dawei. He barely had time to get out of the way. It was so unexpected that he was immediately enraged and ready to strangle him with his bare hands. But the monster didn't wait for payback. It ran straight at Dawei, knocking cobblestones out of the stonework with its claws. Opened both jaws with the intention of ripping open the too nimble little man, dodging his spit time after time. However, he was able to dodge even now. Dawei ducked under the heavy carcass, kicked at its belly with his feet, and pushed it away with force, sending it flying. It was clear that it wouldn't last long, that the monster would return, but he could do a lot of damage in his own home. So it was decided to take him away, to an area where you could deploy full force and not be afraid of the consequences. And when the monster did climb back up to the roof, going to finish what he started, to eat the impudent, Dawei was already far away. Quickly jumping from rooftop to rooftop, he raced toward the beginning of the wooded area that was very close by, and teased as he went along, holding up on the turns so that the monster would get angry and rush after him rather than stay in his parents' house. He had succeeded. He paused and moved cautiously at first, then faster and faster, and finally broke into a sprint. Jumping from rooftop to tree, Dawei was glad that he had fallen for it and could now be led away from the run-down streets. Jump from the tree to the ground and stop to see if the monster is running after him? He's running, but somehow sluggish, reluctant, tired or something. We'll have to wait for him to come closer. Standing on the branch, Dawei waited for the monster to approach. There was no need to be so cautious here. And the monster was looking for fresh-smelling footprints. They disappeared into the forest edge, and now he was on the prowl. He listened for the rustling of a branch, sniffed the air, tasted the space around him with his tongue. But he did it all tentatively, non-aggressively, as if he was about to change his mind and turn back to the human dwelling. That was very suspicious. We'll have to think about that fact carefully, but later. Because right now, the huge carcass stopped just under the tree Dawei was sitting on, smiling maliciously. He jumped off a tree branch right onto the monster. He aimed his feet at the place between the heads. But it jerked forward and he got caught on the tail. He hit it on the tail. The beast roared in pain. He didn't let him turn around and spit, though. He slammed his fist into the temporal bone. Once. And two. 2 heads for 2 strikes. That seemed to be enough. He brought his fist in a third time. But it didn't need to. The monster staggered and collapsed to the ground. I had to bounce away to avoid being crushed. The one sighed one last time and froze motionless. Just in case, Dawei called for the local snakes to dine. Like a test shot. That he had died, not fallen into a deep faint. Soon there was a half-eaten hulk in the clearing. Now was the time to think. Where did a legendary monster come from in a modern city? He puzzled over this question. Even reasoned aloud, trying to make sense of his suspicions, until an old snake crawled up to him. It coiled in a ring in front of him and hissed, attracting his attention. She hissed and hissed, doing various tricks with her tail. Dawei thought she was a circus performer, but she did not crawl along a barely visible path, constantly turning around and hissing invitingly. I followed her. The snake led him to some kind of new building, a hulk of concrete, steel, and stairs. It was worth a closer look. It looked like a vacation home or something like that was being built here, in the middle of the forest. The frame of the building had been completed, and the protective netting indicated that finishing work had begun, and froze. The machinery stood abandoned. The high-rise crane was frozen on lifting the load. Even though it was evening and the working day was over, there must be at least some security. He approached, intending to get a closer look at the object. No one answered his call, though the car's headlights were shining. I took a closer look at it. It was a regular truck-mounted crane, but there was a discrepancy that scratched my eye. The inside of the car window was all stained. An acidic odor seeped through the open window, and a puddle on the ground, probably not water. Golden silkworm was circling around the window, worried, but he didn't dare to fly in, so I had to come and see for myself. There was a skeleton in the driver's seat. There was no other word for it. The bone-encrusted skull was staring out of its eye sockets, and its mouth was open in a mute cry of despair. Everything around was smeared with green snot, which was eating away the walls of the cabin right before your eyes, spreading corrosion stains. A terrible suspicion gripped Dawei. If this happened to the driver, what about the construction workers? I looked closely at the nearest tier. The picture was the expected one. The skeletons of the workers were sitting, lying, hanging in the poses in which death had caught them, and next to them were some huge red balls. Obviously nothing to do with construction. There was a commotion. There were things swarming on the ground under the house. More than one. They were chewing on something. Of course, the poor guy, who'd had a very bad day. A couple other individuals walked between the purple orbs in the form of guards, scrutinizing the area, while the others enjoyed themselves, licking the acid-softened flesh and gnawing away at the bones that remained intact. It became clear that this was not a single attack. The crimson orbs looked more like ripening eggs than anything else, which means it's a nest, no small danger to the people of the entire city. After getting away from the perimeter so they wouldn't smell it, Dawei lay down at the top of the ravine. He had to decide what to do next. He squinted one eye, trying to estimate the approximate number of monsters. The number of monsters was so large that he couldn't do it himself. The only thing left to do was to call my friends. They wouldn't forgive me for going into such a fight without them, but they'd help clear the area. End of the workday. Training's over, shower and free until tomorrow. My dreams of a pleasant evening were interrupted by the trill of the phone. Beagle accepted the call quite favorably and gave Fatty a good-natured teasing look. They'd been seeing each other a lot. Every night, though. Dawei, hiding behind a tree trunk, did not take the joke. All his thoughts revolved around the impending disaster. His answering bellow almost stunned his comrade, making him take the information more seriously. The boys noticed that the commander's face was becoming more and more gloomy. There were harsh creases between his eyes. Determination flared in his gaze. It's clear. There is a case. The party is postponed. Cautiously peeking out from behind a tree, Dawei took a picture of the area he was in and reported the landmarks. The rich neighborhood was about to go to sleep. The loud noises had died down. The sad singing of crickets lulled them into a sleepy relaxation. A loud sound of engines running interrupted this lull. 3 large army jeeps sped down the street and into the forest. Fatty by this time had fallen asleep from waiting, but the approaching footsteps awakened him. Beagle did not arrive alone. Behind him stood a platoon of elite special forces, fully prepared for battle. Not everyone came, but only those who were at the base, and they listened. They didn't refuse to help without orders. Yen didn't. Luckily, I guess. The case was so disgusting that her absence was even welcome. But someone else had suddenly appeared. The shaman decided to interrupt his forest retreat and came to the city. The connection led him straight to the caster. He looked pretty good in his new outfit, like he was 10 years younger, but the heavy backpack on his shoulders suggested that he had traveled on foot from Wild Forest itself. But his temper hasn't changed. He's still just as irascible and hot-tempered. After swearing at Dawei from the start, he immediately demanded that the curse be lifted. But there was no time to discuss anything, so he had to join the company, and to go look at the problem that had gathered so many armed people here. The unfinished building was well illuminated by spotlights, so it was perfectly visible, especially with binoculars. Beagle saw what he saw and could not believe his eyes. It even seemed for a moment that he was in a 3D theater watching a horror movie. Dinosaur-like creatures roamed the tiers, especially with their teeth. The egg clutch was enormous to think that they'd all hatch. Then the smallies can spread throughout the neighborhood and the casualties among the population will be disproportionately high. Tearing himself away from the binoculars, impressed by the sight and the amount of work to be done, he thought Fatty had warned them just in time. His colleagues were scratching their heads, too. It's easy to detain people, it's commonplace. But how to deal with animals? Fantastic creatures, fantastic possibilities, it all fit into only one scheme. This was the work of Master of Ugo, and one of them froze nearby. A single word came from his lips. It told a lot of things. First, that he recognized these monsters. Dawei had an immediate suspicion that this was the work of his hands. The timing of his arrival was too good. And this story was so ancient that it remained recorded only in the old teacher scrolls of the deeds, accomplishments, and downfalls of the masters of Ugo. The shaman wondered how to prove that he was not involved. It was not easy, considering that they were not friends, but rather rivals. Dawei sat, and the shaman stood, looking at the swarming creatures. Then, with a sigh, he recognized that he was no killer, though he knew how to create such monsters. And his overly friendly snow wolf was proof of that. Beagle made a stand on the new information. If there's a school, there are followers, and we can figure out who had a hand in killing the builders. The shaman hesitated. After all, school gives not only knowledge, they are also warned of the consequences. And every student is aware of what. The very first mentor, who buried all of his friends in confronting these monsters, willed that all future adepts beware of such creations. Since then, such creatures have been banned completely and unconditionally. No one he knew would ever repeat such a thing, because they know not only the consequences, but also that every master will consider it a matter of honor to destroy a renegade. The only thing left to do was to find a way to eradicate the infestation that had already spread. Beagle suggested a standard cleanup move, but he was refused, in the most unappealing tone of voice, from Master, who knew everything about these monsters. And he warned that the animals would scatter from the shots, and then the apocalypse would come to the local location. Dawei thought, remembered his run, and confirmed that yes, these ones could. No one can resist their acid jet. The shaman added that given their breeding habits, egg-laying is possible wherever there are enough victims. SWAT was confused. How to deal with such an enemy? They had no choice but to cordon off the neighborhood and remove all the inhabitants. However, great minds think alike, and masters suddenly had a brilliant idea at the same time. The guys spread their hands. Whoever is the master of Ugo is the one to hold the cards. They are only able to help, cover, and at most, to assist. The masters have gathered for a council. There are too many individuals to eliminate. A simple power blast won't do the trick. Dawei winked slyly, taking a twig. He had the knowledge for this case. Where there was a lack of raw power, one could draw battle circles of concentration. This news so encouraged the shaman that he almost threw himself into a hug with his tormentor. First, a diagram was drawn. It seemed so complicated in execution that it required additional explanations. And already 2 recent enemies are peacefully discussing the process and sharing the responsibilities of making it happen. How do you become a berserker? First, turn into a bloodthirsty killer who can only think about blood. A person who uses the circle of bloodlust gains the qualities needed for battle. But a bloodthirsty beast is capable of fear, but a madman is not. He who has lost his mind doesn't know what he's doing. The madness of spirit circle of concentration gives you the ability to not think, but only to act at your limits. While Dawei was telling it like that, everyone present moved to look at the real magic of Ugu, mysterious and inaccessible to the uninitiated. And he realized more and more clearly that such complexities were available only to him. The shaman doesn't understand, and he can't handle it. Having drawn and a third, uniting the 2 first circles, which combines, intensifies, and triplicates the effect of. He heard the confirmation of his thoughts. The old man could only invest, not realize. Circles of concentration are higher magic, after all. I even had to remind him that there were 2 of them, so they could cooperate in such a serious matter as destroying monsters. And the man took offense. He had no doubts about cooperating, but he didn't know even approximately who could make a concentration circle of such power work, the size of the entire clearing. The answer he received shook him completely. The boy had dared to do something incredibly desperate and stupid. And why risk his life like that? But he looked absolutely sure of his strength. The snake's gaze only confirmed that he would not tolerate any arguments. He had made up his mind. The shaman looked at him and realized that he was either a madman or a genius. The only thing left to do was to agree to his proposal. The SWAT team split up the preparations. One group set up amulets to protect the retreat under the old man's guidance. The other 2 helped draw the circles of concentration, laboriously tearing through the turf at the locations of future lines. When the tasks were completed, Kay sat in front of the circles on his knees, put his hand on the nearest one and tensed, giving all his accumulated strength, which made the circles glow with an unbearably white bright light. Still, the old master was very strong. Beagle marveled at the perfection of the lines of magic's martial direction. It was an open work that evoked neither fear nor apprehension. The eye-piercing cold glow mesmerized the entire Special Forces with its power. As it was said, no one could survive the master of Ugo's battle trance. I believed it now. And the shaman took something off his neck and tossed it to Dawei, as a wish for a happy return to the society of the living. That's the gift. The precious jade in the form of a shield and sword was an unusual and ancient piece. It's not new. The old man said it's a focuser. It was inherited from my grandfather. It's a kind of lightning rod against magic. Takes up the excess, becomes a shield. Dawei accepted the gift. Still, it was given with good wishes. It had become a necessity for him now. It was a problem even for him to let that much magic flow through him without burning. The last word of advice from the old man was full of hope that he would make it. After all, someone had to break the seal of the curse on him. That last joke made me smile. It was clear that after Master's death, his creations would dissipate in time. All that's left is to say goodbye to my friend. He'll be able to relay and explain everything that happens here to the others, and to protect my parents and sister in case of emergency. No one else here can do that. And life happens. His words sounded so much like a dying word that Beagle was worried. Concentration circles aren't dangerous, are they? Fatty rolled his eyes with the look of a martyr suffering from the stupidity of others, quickly thinking of something to say. He turned his head away a little so as not to look at his too perceptive comrade. I mean, he's ashamed. The half-truth he'd made up on the fly seemed to suit him just fine. At least he relaxed, and a smile appeared on his lips. But as it turns out, he underestimates the selfless stupidity of his friend. He volunteered to go after the monsters with him. When he's in a battle trance, You don't understand the situation at all? He turned away from the worried boy with a tired look. The master of Ugo could not survive in the place where he worked, even if he was very strong. But that didn't make him feel any better. Because if it's dangerous, it can be replayed. Use equipment, get more people involved. No need to risk your life for nothing. Without turning to his friend over his shoulder, he explained that time was the issue. If they missed the moment, they'd have to gather the whole brood in the streets. It was obvious that it would take a long time to get approval from the authorities. It would be impossible to gather people and equipment here by morning. And the hand slipped slackly from Dawei's shoulder. The choice had been made, and the consequences would have to be accepted. Everyone walked off into the woods farther away, wishing them good luck. Fatty was left alone, preparing himself mentally for the event. The most important one in his life, by the way. He stopped in front of the shining circles. What fate did they have in store for him? Would he return home, to his dorm, to his people? Or would he stay forever young? But first, he had to make some preparations. The bright directional light sufficiently illuminated the area of the new building. The monsters were living a quiet, measured life there. Suddenly the guards became alert. Everyone turned their heads in the same direction, where something strange had flashed. The lights flared and flickered, attracting the eye. The suspicious creatures didn't immediately rush to find out what was going on. They stayed quiet. It was Dawei who ignited the signal torches hastily prepared to attract the attention of the monsters. He lay on the ledge, looking through the scope of a machine gun borrowed from the Special Forces, searching for a closer target, hoping for a sure hit, and fired a shot to annoy the monsters. The circle was drawn, but it was still a challenge to get them to come here in a cluster. The sound of the gunshot startled the animals at first. Obviously, they had never encountered such a thing before. All of them shuddered and scrambled in fright. But when the kin fell, the smell of his blood, spreading through the neighborhood, stirred the herd instinct to avenge the offender or to flee. A second bullet flew by, then a third. These stinging bees did not do much damage, but enough to make the beasts more and more agitated. Until a human shout came from the hill above, showing them their target. The enemy who was surely responsible for their fear and the deaths of their kin. The glow of a great white fire indicated where he was hiding, and it was worth finding him and tearing him down before he did more damage. Dawei shouted at the top of his throat, luring the monsters to him, beckoning them with his lonely voice, promising easy prey. Yelling non-stop to know where to run and not to stray from his goal came to him in a ready-made circle of concentration. It worked. Hearing only a lonely cry, for the shots which at first had frightened them had ceased. The herd, eyes reddened with rage, rushed toward their foe. Noticing that they had come near enough to keep out of the way and running toward him in a frenzy of fury, after undressing so as not to stain his shirt with blood, Dawei went to the site of the last battle with the monsters. He stood in a circle and waited for his pursuers to appear, infusing his power, running it through the pendant and absorbing it back into himself. First, he activated the circle of rage and bloodlust. The shaman's pendant responded, poured red color, warmed, ready to support and protect the master. The streams of bright light directed into the dark sky colored the whole surrounding world in purple shades. The old man realized that this was it. It had finally begun. Beagle, who came up behind him, also realized that all this was for a reason, but decided to check with Master. He kept his eyes on the unfolding spectacle. It was the first time he'd seen it, but he knew from his notes what a hell was going on in there. And will the guy survive in it? And afterward? After letting such power pass through him, will his mind be able to remain intact? The century-old tree, which had been hit by a careless push, collapsed, making way for the monsters and making way for a future battle. In the middle of the circle of concentration stood no longer a man. No, a beast like the ones that were approaching. The clawed paw of the monster stepped towards him, cautiously, trying on the best way to attack and kill. He was ready, but he was waiting for more of them. Let them come and take it, if they could. Now there's quite a crowd of them gathered around the perimeter of the circle, for one, but no one dared to attack first. The man froze in the middle of the clearing, not threatening, not attacking. He just stood there. But his figure nevertheless evoked an unaccountable fear. Dawei, clasping the already hot pendant between his palms, whispered the incanted words of the beginning of the magical explosion. Then he began to make deep scratches on himself, forming their lines into a magical sigil that echoed the one beneath his feet. The scratches were filling with blood. Droplets of it came off his fingers and dripped down, and it smelled. It smelled like flavorful food. The scent made the creatures go wild. One even decided to attack from behind, but a poke from my elbow sent it back to its original position. And immediately the circle of madness was activated. The monsters were no longer afraid, but began to move forward slowly and steadily, advancing on the lines. Overstepping the lines, and the glowing signs did them no harm. The monsters moved faster and faster toward the center of the circle, toward a tasty and satisfying meal. Suddenly, his center flashed with an unbearably bright light. Blinding. Deafening. The third circle of concentration was activated, and the Dawei standing inside, who had said the last word of the spell, clenched his teeth and held on with all his might. Focusing concentrated radiation with a gift pendant, accepting and saturating power itself. The glowing pillar that struck the heavens illuminated the entire neighborhood for a few minutes, rousing the neighborhood dogs. It splashed a green wave over the neighborhood, picking out of the darkness and illuminating all the dark corners. For a moment, it was as bright as day. The light illuminated the faces of the people who were frozen in anticipation. Some were looking through binoculars, trying to see what was going on out there. But the shaman exulted. He realized what had happened. The boy had managed to set off a magical explosion, and now the creatures were safe. Beagle, seeing his condition and hearing the shouts of joy, guessed that everything had gone right. But his first concern was for Fatty. Thick drops of blood fell on the grass. The fingers at his side trembled slightly from the exertion. Dawei crouched on one knee under the weight of the force he had received. The exertion made his throat bleed. Then he stood up, glancing around at his surroundings, assessing the work that awaited him. Work was still coming around, shaking his head and bringing his eyesight back to normal, and was inactive. Not for long. The first creature opened its jaws with sharp, curved fangs. It growled a wrenching snarl. She began to approach her victim slowly, but steadily from the side. Dawei waited without moving. He prepared to jump back. But it turned out to be only enough to duck just a little for the monster to fly overhead, and fell from the other side onto its kin. But that, of course, didn't stop the other monsters from coming at him from all sides. They attacked. Teeth, tails, and claws mingled in a frenzied whirl. Dawei was completely out of touch with reality eyes and hands and feet, acting on their own, without mind control. Eyes sought and found a target. Hands tore jaws, tore throats, feet broke and crushed bones. Soon the whole herd was lying defeated at his feet, and only the shreds of their hides had not yet fallen off and were floating on the ground above. I had to kneel down again, leaning over the grass, and wait, listening, see if anyone else moved. Then he sank to his knees completely. Blood came out of his mouth again. His head was bent more and more to the ground. He looked up at the pile of monsters lying in pools of their own blood. His mind was coming back. He realized that he had accomplished his task. He had won. And then he fell. His body was overstretched from the frenzy of battle. Consciousness floated into a blessed swoon. I could hear the distant murmurs and shouts just out of earshot. The light faded, blurred, and soon disappeared altogether. I felt like I was standing in the middle of nowhere. There was a dead light around, which did not illuminate but only emphasize the shadows. The gates are open before him. There is inky darkness and smoky, misty streaks stretching from edge to edge, beckoning to him. Dawei looked at it like a fairy tale suddenly becoming a reality. He couldn't believe it was happening to him. The gates of death. Columns, skulls, and chains. Just a passage, a foyer before the unknown. The misty ribbons came together at once in the center of the passage, suddenly glowing with a seal. Central City Hospital worked both day and night, receiving emergency room casualties. Today's delivery was made by SWAT. That's why it was treated in a special way. Soon, Fatty was lying in the intensive care ward with everything he could get his hands on. These visitors could not be persuaded to leave. The worried Yen looked at the boy's condition sadly and had tears in her eyes. Beagle was reviewing the report. What he saw impressed him so much that he decided to share the news with his superiors. But Yen didn't even deign to look away from the sick man. She felt guilty for not being there in the forest. It would have been possible to find another way out without such consequences. Beagle read out particularly interesting passages from the report, the understanding of which made my hair move and chilled the back of my neck. But when he noticed that there was no response, he was silent. At any other time, the captain would have snatched the report out of his hands and reread it eagerly. But now she stood with her back to him, and her voice was impassive and tired. She looked at Fatty and tortured herself with thought. Dawei's pulse on the monitor was slow and weak. His breathing was barely audible, so an oxygen mask was necessary. Yen stood mournfully at the observation window, not knowing how to help. If she had known where to go, she would have run. Didn't have to. He'd already been rushed here, lifted out of bed. His brother and best friend came immediately. With hope in her gaze, Yen rushed to him to ask about the news. After all, a doctor's doctor will always understand and tell her. The news came from an unexpected source and was rather perplexing. The forecast gave hope, but there were also many doubts, because even Dr. Fan wasn't quite sure and calm, and was also looking at Fatty anxiously. United by the same feelings, they talked for a long time outside the room where their loved one lay on the bed. 2 skulls swayed on chains above the door to death, reminding him of the 2 who had been guided here by his hand. The glow of the seal between the misty ribbons grew ever hotter and splashed the ink of the night in splashes across the walls. When Dawei was able to take his eyes away from the path of the dead, he looked around and noticed a stele with inscriptions. I looked at it closely. The writing was familiar. He'd seen it in the scroll teacher had given him. Oh, really? His deathbed, his accomplishments, and therefore his achievements. He's risen to a new level? Touching his finger to the inky darkness had an unexpected effect. Suddenly, lightning bolts ripped through reality. Expanded, eating up time and space, the sparks from them filled everything around them, enveloping everything like a blanket. The world is gone here. All that's left is light, unbearable and burning out the mind, destroying the personality. He had not agreed to go there, struggled to resist, and to remember, not to disappear here. The heartbeat readings on the monitor jumped immediately, his body shaking like a fever. Crisis? Yes, the eyes have opened, snaky and angry, no longer there, but not yet here. Through the bright haze, the outlines of unfamiliar objects appeared. Dr. Fan, approaching his brother's room once again, first heard the beeping of connected instruments. He opened the door. He was stunned in the doorway when he saw the picture that shook his composure. Fatty bent over, sitting on the bed and coughing profusely, convulsively sucking in air and coughing again. Jumping up on the bed, he heard a disgruntled voice scolding him for not showing up on time and panicking for no apparent reason. The patient was sucking glucose from an IV and eating something from a suspiciously familiar jar. When Fan looked closer, he realized that his brother was holding a vial of pills. He immediately clutched the only food found in the room to his heart. It was obvious he wouldn't give it back. When he looked at the nightstand, he was stunned. Empty vials and jars, boxes and blisters of pills he'd already eaten were piled on it in a jumble. Swearing from the depth of his feelings, Dr. Fan wanted to immediately pump the stomach of the delirious patient. He fought back as best he could. His screams echoed through the corridors, scaring the sleeping patients. Yes, the wake-up call that day was too early and even harsh for some. Later, when the food was delivered from the restaurant, the patient was chomping on his third lunchbox, and he was finishing it. Fan listened to his older brother's fantastic story with his mouth open. He was more and more amazed. He even asked again, not trusting his ears, but Dawei nodded, popping another piece into his mouth and chewing it thoroughly. Finally, he put aside the empty box and was ready for a more detailed conversation. After all, he wouldn't let up, this caring man. I showed him my 5 fingers for clarity. Curling his fingers, he began to list what he already knew. His accomplishments at a young age were modest, and the transition to the next level was difficult, and it was not even clear how to do it. But in the run-up to death, fighting for mind, memory, body, and life, he was able to break the barrier and achieve a breakthrough in his abilities to reach a new level. It was preceded by considerable preparation. Going over the edge as well as coming back from it is not easy. I had to overload myself to the max. The borrowed power, plus the outrageous rage and concentration of the mind on the verge of madness, removed all barriers to consciousness. Fan, when he heard what his older brother had done, wanted to strangle him personally. It was more merciful to go over the edge than what he'd done. Dawei didn't appreciate his friend's concern. His teacher had prepared him from a young age for such exertion. He's used to it. Well, now the teacher's calmness at the news that his student was lying unconscious was understandable. Going beyond the boundaries of possibilities, that is, when it's, I can't do it all, and a little more on top, was practiced all the time. Fan listened to older brother's story and shuddered at the thought that this had become the meaning of life for a whole generation of masters. Dawei could not miss such an opportunity to combine all its knowledge and skills into a single whole and to do a good deed at the same time. Hearing the familiar word, Fan began rubbing his forehead, trying to recall when he had heard the name of this technique. I remembered. When my brother was a teenager, he was so happy about his success. Fan didn't understand what success was, but he remembered the word. And now he's repeated that success and ended up in the hospital. Couldn't he have used the SWAT team if he'd called it in? Dawei grimaced. Fan's question was natural, but he didn't want to confess. My brother insisted and waited for an answer. Pouting like a child waiting for a spanking, he admitted that he wasn't sure he'd get it right. SWAT is insurance. Residential neighborhood, parents close by and a sister. He shuddered even now at the thought of what might have been if he hadn't handled it. At his brother's mild rebuke that one could live without those bloody levels like him. Dawei weaved his arms stubbornly across his chest. He wanted to excel at what he loved. But he forgot one detail, the curse, which would return once he leveled up. Fan reminded. Teacher's words the last time they spoke. He was so caught up in the new possibilities that were opening up that he didn't pay much attention to them. And now I realized what I'd done. But there was no going back. The problem had to be solved, and quickly. Dawei recalled what was written in that scroll. He reassured his brother that the two components were already in place. There was a third one left, but he didn't know where to look for this rare plant creature. He could only hope that it would appear by itself. Angry Fan even loosened the tie around his neck to keep his hands busy. His little friend didn't think through the consequences of his actions. He chased a dream and missed out on so much more. Fatty has admitted to overthinking things, but is asking for peace. Nothing is over and anything is possible. He'll find the third element, or she'll find him. Hearing the last statement, Fan did not hold back. Such blatant carelessness pissed him off. And again the shouts from the restless ward annoyed the unhappy patients like a persistent alarm clock waking them up. Until new visitors appeared on the ward's doorstep. They saved Dawei from an execution, and the silence of the hospital from a new series of screams. The first to step into the chamber was the shaman. He walked in with determination and firmness, like a man who had made a decision. He bowed respectfully, greeting the audience in silence. He bowed respectfully, greeting them silently. And then suddenly he fell to his knees, just as silent, like he was waiting, or couldn't find the words out of excitement. There was a mixed response to his act. Dawei groaned in annoyance, and Fan resented the spectacle. Not responding to this, Kay bowed, resting his head on the floor, recognizing Dawei's superiority in the art and asking to be trained. Dawei grinned unkindly. He remembered how cunning the old man was. He would get the knowledge and then turn it all against him. But he was afraid of rejection and didn't want suspicion, so he began to recite the oath of the apprentice quickly. So, bowed to the ground, he sat there, without lifting his head and waiting for the decision of the one who knew more than he did. Dawei tried to refuse the honor. He didn't want to be in the business of educating anyone. He had to endure his own university education. But the stubborn old man would not give up. He demanded that he not be expelled from the interesting and exciting life that awaited him here. Fan could not stand this inherently uncomfortable and ridiculous spectacle. He hurriedly left before he laughed out loud. Kay bowed and thanked for his decision, made inherently unlikely promises and bowed again, though no one gave him a positive answer. But neither did he say no. And silence is what? Right, a sign of agreement. This circus was interrupted by Beagle. Although he came together with the shaman, no one heard his greeting because of the heated discussion. He had a large briefcase in his hand. The electronic lock suggested that there was something very valuable inside, or dangerous, or both. When the lid of the case was opened, the purest golden light shone from within. And no, it wasn't gold. It was not immediately clear what it was, but it's definitely a reward for showing courage in the face of danger, yeah. The object resembled a huge egg more than anything else. It was lying on a soft mat, so that it would not be damaged in transit. Fatty took a special look at him and for some reason acted more than a little strange. First, he demanded a hammer. And then he began to dance, raising it high above his head and spinning around the room. He looked like he was going crazy with joy. Turns out he wasn't, just fooling around, ironic, at being rewarded with something he was eager to destroy. Then he looked at the egg. I looked inside, trying to see if it was alive. Or should I not worry about it? And he asked a very disturbing question. How did it end, after he fell and lost consciousness? Beagle began his story by finding Dawei in the clearing, among the defeated enemies. They'd all gotten a kill shot, and he was rushed to the hospital. After a while, they were already in the unfinished building and saw all that was left of the humans after the creature's feast. In a fit of revulsion, they began to shoot the half-ripe eggs, in defense of which a female emerged. Dawei listened carefully. He had overlooked the fact that not all monsters would come to his call, and now he was more than glad that he had called the special forces. Because this thing was the biggest and strongest of the species, and vicious. Its offspring were being wiped out. While she was throwing herself at the enemy, she was shot in flight, and that's because it hit her in mid-flight, tearing her body armor. Then they wandered up and down stairs and levels, cracking eggs along the way, figuring out how to destroy this whole building. Until they noticed a strange thing, popping up in the farthest and darkest corner of something completely unimaginable. The old shaman then even laughed quite a bit at the sight of the find. He realized what it was at first sight. High above, on a stalactite of frozen mucus, hung an egg. Not just any egg, but a golden one, while all the others were scarlet in color. They did not dare to smash it, but brought it to Dawei's care, so that he could decide what to do with it. Kay stood frowning and crossing his arms over his chest. He was showing his disagreement with Beagle's opinion, as the man finished his narration and suggested that we should not take any chances after all. A snake bred in captivity is still a snake. The last report was that the new building was destroyed, the case was classified, and the builders were confirmed dead from the explosion. Dawei looked at the egg once more. Deciding what to do with it was difficult. Not all the possibilities were calculated or obvious. Twirled it around in his hands. He made a funny joke about his gastronomic preferences, which caused Beagle to tick nervously. Just then, a shaman intervened in the conversation. He had an alternative proposal, and since he had years of experience with chimeras, he should have listened. The offer was unexpected and strange. He imagined walking a 5-meter-long, two-headed crocodile on a leash as his familiar. Upon hearing that he was being offered a replacement, Golden Silkworm flew out of earshot and sprinted across the room. While the old man was describing the merits of the species that would hatch from the egg, he was vainly pounding him on the head with his stinger in retaliation. Dawei hesitated for a moment. There was something about it, but not quite the way the shaman had envisioned it. He was fascinated by physiology. He was interested in power. Chimera. He looked at the familiars, his own and the old man's. They were so different, incompatible. Would their qualities work together, or would they only cause trouble for their master? The shaman, meanwhile, was already folding his arms in a pleading manner, promising golden mountains and begging me not to destroy the egg. His habit of constant trickery to get what he wanted was getting annoying. Angry, Fatty announced that he would make a decision later and would not tolerate interference in the matter. Kay humbly accepted his anger, as he realized that he still had a chance to grow and study the chimera. Unwinding the egg on his finger, Dawei asked about the timing in a calmer tone. The answer did not leave him indifferent. The hatching period was too long, for him, and the consequences were too unpredictable, for those around him. The shaman was begging for mercy so earnestly, making more and more arguments, that his personal interest became obvious. He wanted to see it. Scientific interest, my ass. Dawei turned away, hiding the expression on his face. Well, if the old man wants to raise the egg so badly, let him do it, he decided. After all, there's always a last resort. And turning back, demanded that if the creature suddenly became uncontrollable and dangerous, Beagle would destroy it. His tone was so emphatic and somber that the SWAT officer squinted suspiciously. What else was he up to, this desperate boy, that he was so concerned? But Fatty's back communicated nothing. It hid what he was thinking, worrying, planning, except that the deadline, repeated so many times, gave a clue. And he looked out the window as in a mirror and saw a young boy who had a time limit exactly like an egg. Then they will be reborn, both of them, and become monsters unless they're lucky enough to find the last component. The next evening, the men's dormitory was more restless than ever before. Disgruntled voices buzzed. There were guys running through the corridors like a fire and carrying various items that could solve the problem, or at least minimize. The last item brought was a hammer of gigantic proportions. Some underclassmen had brought it. The big guy from his senior year immediately took the hammer away from him. His olfactory receptors couldn't take the abuse. The heavy hammer struck the nail with lightning force, driving it into the board up to the top of its head. A cry of pain was heard in response. It was from the same stinky room that was already getting on the neighbor's nerves. The next hammer blow from the outraged big man was powerful enough to even knock sparks out of another nail. It was echoed by an even louder and shriller cry from the other boy. It was pitiful and pleading, and could touch and soften any woman's heart. But not a man's man, tempered by the battle for clean air, hardened by the constant protests of the smell receptors, angry and resentful that once again the problem has to be solved drastically. The big man wiped away the tears with his fist in satisfaction. He was ready to hit and hit more than once. By the door of the stinker's room, now boarded up crosswise, if only it would help. The disgusting stench still seeped through the cracks. Now there were chains dangling between the beds in the room. They strained and swayed with every jerk. Guys who sat in the vapor and clenching their teeth groaned with inexpressible agony, primarily olfactory. Opposite them stood Dawei, wearing a surgical mask and holding a bouquet of flowers in his hand. He was treating them. A huge bathtub occupied all the space in the middle of the room. In it, like sinners in chains, sat the suffering souls. And it was not clear why such precautions. After all, everyone would not mind washing in warm water. Fatty smiled slyly. He had already added some weed to the vat and was waiting for it to take effect. The experiment must be finished, and he will not allow it to be interrupted. No amount of grumbling or tears of despair from the subjects will help, and the chains will not let them escape. By the end of testing this new way of getting rid of bad odors, the guys felt like they were in the other world, in the sense that they were already dead. Kicking the boarded-up door to the ground, the released sufferers were brought before the public. Even through his gas mask, the big man could smell an inexpressibly delightful aroma, fresh and clean. The boys, who had not yet recovered from the abuse they had endured, were very angry that the door of the room was blocked, but not for long. Because the neighbors' behavior was getting tense, now they're rushing in with hugs and sniffs. Did Fatty slip them some aphrodisiac? It was a mystery how popular they were with guys who had never wanted to socialize with them before. They were congratulated, squeezed to the fullness of their feelings, offered to sit somewhere. It was nice. But Fatty the big guy in the gas mask tried to push him away from the company under the excuse of washing himself more thoroughly, and ordered him out of the dormitory altogether. But when he reminded him of the beautiful Natalie's offense, that last part was unnecessary. That's why the big man was beaten and beaten mercilessly. So he was keeping track of when and with whom she would return. My roommates couldn't be happy that their dream had come true. They could have jumped to the ceiling. But when the happy Liu climbed into his arms and began to confess his love and eternal devotion, Dawei couldn't stand his friend's too tight embrace and pushed him away. They were already starting to get a lot of stares. At that time, a man with a neat black mustache, dressed in a businesslike manner, was standing around the corner. He crossed his arms and listened to the excitement of the crowd. The crowd cheered. The crowd cheered. And the occasion was more than entertaining. He knew better than anyone else the difficulties of stinky armpits. The dean of the faculty who put the stinky students in one room after they were kicked out of the others. And now he's got a pretty good new idea. The huge meeting room was brightly lit and empty. Preparations for the new conference were in full swing, as writing instruments were already present on the tables. That's where Dawei was ordered to report to. He was summoned in the middle of class, which was strange. So he went. Where could he go because the supervisor told him to? The unfamiliar man waiting for him in the conference room was endowed with such an aura of power and authority that he overwhelmed by his mere presence. This meeting was suspicious. He, a clueless student, was suddenly summoned. To whom, by the way? He introduced himself, but he had seen the rector with his own eyes and had even been in his office. Turns out being a dean is as much a screen for convenience as becoming a student in order to transfer to the fan faculty. The M.O. was clear, and this person was unequivocally on top of his affairs. Dawei grew serious. The only question that remained unanswered was, why had the dean suddenly decided to grant him a private audience? The reaction was frightening. His eyes blazed with the fire of enthusiasm. He was almost shouting. His finger was poking Dawei in the chest. Fatty refused. In fact, when he presented his experiment, the chains and the bullying of his neighbors in detail, it became uncomfortable. It was embarrassing, if not dangerous, to tell this man about such things. But the man stopped him, grabbing his shoulder and squeezing. Wouldn't let him go. Apparently this information was very important to him for some reason. Which proved to be true. He had been made a business offer. The amount was an impressive number of zeros. He couldn't even imagine how much it was. He was numb for a moment, trying to collect his thoughts. In the meantime, the dean had time to be afraid that he hadn't promised enough. To think that all was not lost because he had not heard a second refusal. And the fact that the young man was thinking seriously, well, to dream of possible profits, calculating their growth and the interest that will fall into his pocket, to come up with a new plan to enrich himself, because there are plenty of hungry and thirsty people. Once again remembering what he had seen in the dormitory. After all, the odor had become appealing enough to interest even men. What about women? A gold mine. That's why he didn't change his mind. Without letting the guy answer, he immediately doubled the amount. Started coaxing him and enticing him with prospects, with only one goal in mind, to get this treatment. Dawei tried to imagine a new amount of money. It didn't work. He tried counting with cars, apartments, houses. While he was thinking, the dean was freaking out about the stubbornness of this uncooperative type and his prolonged deliberation. He even slapped his hands on the table with all his might. The coveted prescription wouldn't come to hand. But suddenly, he noticed a strange movement of his fingers near the young man's face. It was as if he were afraid to speak, but was only demonstrating with a gesture. Covered his eyes with his hand out of fear, afraid to look into the dean's face, and it shows, as much as said, and a little more. The ensuing indignant shouting and swearing that came from the conference room announced that the agreement had been signed. At lunch, Fan couldn't believe that his older brother had pulled off such an unparalleledly brazen scam. He tried to explain to him how come the price had quadrupled from the original price. But somehow it didn't make sense that their esteemed and super-historical boss had put himself in such a puddle just because of his exuberant imagination. The dean cried with grief and happiness at the same time. The coveted technology was in his hands, but how much the names of a few herbs had cost him. A week later, the respectable townhouse had a new tenant, a very young but quite wealthy young man, who immediately moved his pets and took care of them as best he could. Never showed them to anyone, though. Because such a number of poisonous critters will not leave everyone indifferent, especially in close proximity to their homes. How did he deal with them? By feeding them with his strength. By his will, he made them docile and friendly. And if there were conflicts over food or a place in the apartment, he nipped the fight in the bud. A very simple and accessible method. And the snakes knew it wasn't bluster. Already, one of the scolopendras had become an appetizer for a hungry host. The golden silkworm was a particular nuisance. The golden silkworm refused to move and slept all the time. But it was the timing that was most troubling. Everything was fine, except that he never got any closer in his search to the third component from the teacher scroll. When he was already thinking that he should not stay at home, but go for a walk. Maybe fate would give him another gift. The door opened and his sister burst in. Fatty listened suspiciously to her enthusiastic suggestion. Her enthusiasm had led to a forbidden race last time. But he had never met such a pure, unclouded by any malice, so he didn't believe it. Bad thoughts began to enter my head about the other kind of forbidden stuff my sister was so addicted to. But she indignantly reminded him of a promise he had safely forgotten. It's hard to remember when you're concentrating on choosing your favorite pajamas. He'd said his yes just to get out of her way. Why she had chosen to be an actress, Dawei didn't understand. But if it was important to her, she should have accompanied her sister and kept her out of trouble. Now he was sitting on the hood of his sister's Audi, staring blankly at the surroundings. He didn't like what he saw. The parking lot was full of expensive luxury cars. I wondered why there were so many of them here. And if such people study here, is Sis sure she will be accepted into this circle? I'd hate to see her get hurt. My sister's story made the situation with the expensive cars a little clearer. Not too bright, to be honest. But she looked dreamily at the building across the street. There was a large casino hotel with a panoramic swimming pool. Its visitors left their cars in the parking lot. Fatty wondered why casino visitors leave their vehicles in the parking lot next door to the film academy. It's inconvenient. The answer was simple: money and fame. This is how some would-be actresses find patrons. And wealthy men luxurious and prestigious companions with whom it is not a shame to go out in public. Parking as an excuse to get acquainted works perfectly. Those who want to be fooled are fooled. Others know the value of such meetings very well. Dawei was alarmed by this story. Sister is going to study in this slutty place after all. So he gently patted his little sister on the head like a little girl and asked her not to do such things. They're not poor, and it's not worth humiliating yourself with such earnings. And fame, it will find itself if you have the talent. Wendy was at first touched by these caring words, but then she felt ashamed to be suspected of such a thing. She thought it was so cool to be famous. And then she laughed embarrassedly. This kind of talk with her brother was new to her. It was new to her as it was to him and his sister. But there's no harm in dreaming. And looking at the elite cars, Wendy whimpered about her dream. I guess her passion for racing was undiminished. That her brother had so easily agreed to give her such a desirable gift encouraged her enough to... She immediately changed her dream to a cooler one, causing her brother to cough involuntarily. Yeah, women are like that. You give them a finger, they'll bite off your shoulder. Then they went for a walk. They visited the grounds, the stadium, and other buildings of the sisters' future school. After walking around the buildings of the movie academy, they returned to the beginning of the walk. 2 girls, obviously students, had appeared there by then. Their attention was drawn to the billboard. Dawei and myself looked to see what was so interesting. But I didn't see anything unusual, only a little deafened when one of them shrieked with happiness. The girls jumped happily, then chattered animatedly. One even pressed her hands to her rosy cheeks. Dawei again didn't understand why they were so excited. He turned to his sister for clarification. But in her eyes, too, I saw the light of distant stars. She stood mesmerized, her hands folded on her chest in prayer, except that she squealed with delight. When dead, scolded him for being uneducated and lacking knowledge about the idol of millions of people across the land. She even hummed a popular song from a movie, making him remember the plot. But the movie somehow passed his attention. His careless reply had upset his sister so much that she had even wilted. The men passing by also spoke out indignantly, making him blush with shame at his ignorance. But then it turned out that the reason for their indignation was more prosaic, and not uninteresting to her. Wendy hastily tried to recall if she had any offenses behind her today. Even closed her eyes for the sake of it. Because a very energetic and relentless policewoman was active in the parking lot, levying fines for the smallest misdemeanor. She paused, gazing intently at her field of endeavor, and wondered, had she missed something? Noticed that someone else's red Audi was lurking in the wrong place. I should have been punished for this unseemly misdemeanor right away. Screaming like a steamboat siren, a multicolored miracle ran towards her. And it was running so fast. What got tangled up in his own legs and fell right on top of her, smacking her forehead and hugging her tightly. The red-faced policewoman, who wanted immediate relief from this embarrassment, shouted out, but the miracle didn't want to let her go. It clung to her as hard as it could, trying to get to its feet and pressing its face against her chest. When Miracle realized who was in her arms, the attempt to get to her feet immediately changed to an attempt to kneel. The begging words flowed. Thus they stood, embraced, first struggling for release and then for a fine. The girl was very insistent and would not let her go without words of consent. She begged and pleaded for favors in a way that would make even a heart of stone tremble with sympathy. When the prayers were already turning into sobs, but had not yet turned into sobs, and there was no more strength to resist them, I heard a man's voice, a very familiar voice, but as long as the boy was far away, it was impossible to tell who it was. When she saw a familiar figure, dressed in all the same rags, moving straight toward her, she remembered him, the guy who had said so many embarrassing things to her. The whole station made fun of her later. He recognized her too, the girl who had caused him to finally be believed and let go even without any consequences. A twin shouts of recognition rang out over the Movie Academy Plaza. Only one was pleasantly surprised, the other blazed with unremedied indignation. The girl blamed him for her misfortune, the girl blamed him for her misfortunes. When she reasonably pointed out that he had done nothing to her, she got cold feet. She sadly told me that after that meeting, she was demoted. She almost cried with self-pity. She looked so sad that Dawei couldn't help but say a word of encouragement. Wendy watched their touching interaction with rapt attention. The scene looked exactly like in the movie, and by context it should have ended with a kiss, or at least a hug. So she thought she was present at the reunion of the lovers, but the indignant faces of both made it clear that she was not. Both of them were shocked by such an assumption, because there had never been a drop of romance in their communication, and annoyed exclamations rumbled through the square again, involuntarily attracting the attention of the surrounding people. As a result, they both turned away from each other, pouting with annoyance. Wendy immediately thought that not all was lost. There were sparks flying between the two of them. But the policewoman decided to end the informal conversation, for which she immediately remembered her duties, coughing and clearing her throat from the emotions stuck there. She proceeded to write a parking ticket in a cold, official tone. She reprimanded the owner for unauthorized placement of the car. Then she jumped to the topic of Wendy's appearance, stepping on her and pressing her with her authority. She criticized her hair, her clothes, and her behavior too, so she got revenge for her embarrassment. A car was rushing along the road at high speed. So far, it had not encountered any traffic lights, so it was accelerating, speeding up. The roar of the engine laboriously running at super speed and the hissing of tires caught Dawei's attention. He immediately rushed to rescue the girls, who were too advanced in the process of the altercation to the roadway. The policewoman even took umbrage at this disrespectful treatment of a representative of the law in the line of duty. But he, not listening to the disgruntled shouts, put his arms around both of them around their waists and transported them to safety. Immediately afterward, a passing automobile snorted where they stood, showering everyone with an airwave and dust. Dawei turned away from the rising sap and exhaled in relief. A little more, and he would never forgive himself for his sister. But some were much less fortunate. A woman was left lying on the roadway, bleeding to death. Immediately, concerned people started running to her, offering their help, calling an ambulance. My sister recognized a car flying by on its license plate as it slowed down at an intersection to make a turn. He made his decision the second he did. Both girls were in the vehicle. He had a burning desire to punish whoever had stolen the car and hit the woman. So the sister was sent to the hospital to bring the injured woman and see that she was treated. He rushed to the policewoman's motorcycle. The policewoman held his hand without even touching him, but when he looked at her expectantly, she graciously agreed to take over the driving duties. Her sense of justice also wanted to punish the villain. The car was speeding down the highway. The piercing light of the high-beam headlights was blinding, and everyone gave way to him, slowing down and letting the daredevil pass out of harm's way. The driver, cigarette in his teeth, was talking on his headset to his boss. A woman had been hit, and he was afraid of getting caught in the act. His boss understood the trouble his partner was in, and he was angry. A well-established business could go down the drain because of his carelessness. The associate immediately backed down. The boss's anger could end in unpleasant consequences for the petty thief. Automatically, he looked in the rearview mirror and saw the motorcycle chasing him on his heels. At first, he couldn't believe it was behind him. He'd never seen it before. He'd already traveled a long distance. But taking a closer look at the well-recognized bike model in distinctive colors and the driver in police uniform, immediately I lost my peace of mind and, panicking, pressed the pedal as hard as I could, increasing the gas. That they had been spotted was shown by the suddenly increased speed of the car, which went for a breakaway. Dawei asked for a boost as the car was moving away too fast and could have turned onto another road. Lan, however, scolded him for being overweight, which prevented her from accelerating properly. It was too hard for her to turn and bend with that much weight. A sarcastic remark about the too small size of a motorcycle helmet has so infuriated Fatty. He took the wheel from the girl's hands and drove the bike himself. With his physical strength, he immediately rode much smoother. Lan tried to protest at first. She's the driver, and the bike's a cop's bike, and she's being overpowered. But Dawei was so into fast driving, confidently compensating for his inability to maneuver with high speed, that it was a pity to prevent him from pursuing the hijacker. And the bike raced after the car that had disappeared around the corner. He was determined to catch up with it on the freeway far outside the city. They were racing so fast that all the hows, whys, and whys were blown out of my head. Only the excitement of the chase and the slowly receding distance of the victim ahead, who must be caught at all costs. Fortunately, the freeway was half empty, and there was no one to overtake in the direction of the chase. On the speedometer of the car, the speed marker was invariably high, but the car refused to go over 160. The hijacker, realizing he couldn't get away from the bike with these problems, called his boss again. While he was giving a status report, he saw something flashing through the window with his side vision. He was being overtaken by a police motorcycle. It was about to overtake him. But instead of overtaking, the driver kicked the car door with all his might. The car swerved, almost flying off the highway. His eyes bulging with fear and rage, the hijacker was cursing the headless racers, and Dawei had to lag behind. Lan shook off his maneuver and, looking for something to grab, grabbed his neck. He struggled to free himself from this embrace, reprimanded her in his heart that now he would have to catch up with the car again. Ashamed, Lan tried to justify herself, but there was no time to listen to her apologies, and Fatty put on the gas again. The bike again began to reduce the distance and catch up with the stolen car, but now with sound accompaniment. The girl's nerves couldn't stand it and came out with a frightened scream. The old factory seemed abandoned. There were no spotlights shining anywhere. Not even the slightest source of light on the perimeter guards was visible. Although the frozen trucks looked brand new and actively used, judging by the presence of cargo in the back. This is exactly where the road and the hidden tail of the car led a couple of woebegone riders. The motorcycle got into low gear, because Dawei was scrutinizing the disposition, trying to figure out where the car had gone. Lan took off her helmet to wipe away her tears and to catch her breath after the race. The empty, deserted cul-de-sac suggested that something was wrong. The multiple echoes of footsteps echoing from all sides confirmed it. Behind him, an axe brought down with a loud clang, sending sparks out of the stone, causing him to flinch and turn around. Lan's startled shriek reinforced Fatty's opinion that this wasn't just a misunderstanding. Here they were entering gang territory. The scowling men, who were engaged in illegal business, were not going to let go of the witnesses who had entered their property. The carjacker, who had left his car somewhere, also approached the crowd from the side. He came to look at his pursuers, to gloat. A pack of unfriendly thugs regarded the amusing couple on the motorcycle, trying to solve the mystery of their appearance. Dawei was also trying to figure out what direction to take. The way out was blocked. We had to negotiate. Or not. The position of the leader would determine everything. The bald man intervened. Overwhelmed by the chase, he vindictively pointed to the motorcyclists as his pursuers. Lan realized that everything was in place and the hijacker was going to this particular factory for a reason. The fact that they were blocked by men with guns said that they were in for a real treat. She looked at Fatty. They had to leave somehow, because they couldn't stand up to a crowd of aggressive men. What was the instruction? In case of danger to life, notify management of the fact of harassment? The fact that he was distracting the thugs while she pressed the panic button was initially gratifying. But Fatty took on a high-pitched tone and began boldly demanding that the hijacker be handed over. That made her stare at him in horror. Did he not realize where he was? Alone against the crowd? Okay, 2. But the number of supporters and the hijacker remembered, laughing in his face for being too naive. Dawei, absent-mindedly stroking his fist, provoked the bald man into a fight, ignoring Lan's demands for it to stop. He fell for it. He even boasted of what he had done, secretly thinking that they wouldn't dare to lay a finger on him against a gang of men. The target was set, the challenge accepted. Dawei put himself on full alert. He tensed like a spring, ready to fire at any moment. Lan covered her face with her hand in despair. There was no way to avoid a fight now, but she could stop it by acting as a representative of the law, couldn't she? Turns out he can't. Fatty was just standing there. One moment and he was gone. Just a glimpse of something on the edge of perception. Baldy continued to chime in, describing his opponent's cowardice and counting on the support of his buddies. He didn't notice that he was already approaching with a fiercely burning gaze and a pudding fist. But I felt it, yes. At first, the faded evening light was obscured by a shadow, the whistle of crashing air. The blow to the nose exceeded all expectations, because blood was gushing from his mouth. And the next thing he knew, he was falling while his avenger still kept moving towards him and stopped beside him. Consciousness blurred, reality twitched with black streaks of system failure, until it disappeared altogether. The body took off, slamming into the ground a couple of times, and went silent. Probably forever. I've been known to do that with a single blow. Lan appreciated the masterfully executed attack. She had yet to see such a range of body rotation after a normal swing. The brothers were dead at once. The boss jumped up and picked up the bald man's head, blood spurting from his nostril. The others hurried to surround the fat man. He's angry that he didn't think ahead and keep a valuable employee safe. Who's gonna steal cars next? A cry to the underlings to begin the slaughter, to dispense with the guilty. They stepped forward threateningly. When it smelled like blood, Lan grabbed Dawei's arm. Run and hide while it was still possible to get away. You can't handle this many people. They'll be overwhelmed by numbers. But he didn't move. Standing there, waiting for the attack, just slid it behind his back in a way that protected him. Such fearlessness and self-confidence made even the bros hesitate and slow down. And why is the guy so calm in the face of the crowd? But he was not only calm, he was cheerful. Suddenly, the changed eyes glittered in anticipation of a good fight. He also threw in a call to make the odds more even. In the approaching dusk, the factory cul-de-sac was filled with the shuffling of many feet and the sounds of the first blows. At first, the sharpest of the first attackers received a fist under his breath and flew 3 steps away. Then the second. Before he could even notice the lightning-fast lunge in his direction, he was lifted off the ground. And he went flying, hitting the wall with a thud. Blood spurted from his mouth. Both of them fell unconscious. Seeing such a thing that the brothers do not even have time to swing, but with one blow the guys fall down and do not get up again, some immediately scattered with shouts. He was left alone, not knowing where to run. His feet were stuck to the ground in terror. He looked with fear. As their authoritative boss is lifted off the ground by the fat man with one hand. He fights back, wheezing, but he can't get his clenched fingers away from his throat. His knees weakened at the sight, and he fell to the pavement, not daring even to make a sound, only praying to himself that this misfortune would pass him by. Dawei, looking mockingly at the ringleader, asked how he felt in the place of those being killed. Their place. The one to delay his dying hour. Through gritted teeth, he hissed the words about the girl. He reminded himself that it wouldn't hurt to remember that he wasn't alone here. She was dealing with 2 men who attacked her at once. They were afraid to attack the guy, but the girl. They took her hostage so that both of them wouldn't move. She didn't have time to react to the third one's jump. It was too sudden, coming from above while she was fighting off the first 2. At the last moment, she turned her face toward her opponent. She expected him to crush her with his body. The boss, released for the moment, saw only lightning rushing to the girl's rescue. Now he doubted he could handle such a foe. Fatty was just in time. He jumped up and knocked the bandit out of the path of his jump, using his entire body weight. Then he swung his arm and punched him hard in the neck. It was hard and brutal enough to knock him out with a single blow. He slumped backwards, bleeding. The girl still stood there shivering until she realized it was over. It was only when the attacking bandit slammed into the wall that she opened her eyes. What she saw filled her heart with such gratitude. At the last moment when everything seemed to be over, Fatty had saved her. And then he went off to finish off the rest of the enemy. On his own, alone, without even asking her for help or even to flank him. Deadened with fear, the boss looked into the eyes of his death and tried to find a way out of the increasingly dangerous situation. So he called out to his subordinates. If these two got out, they were all facing considerable time. The threat was credible. To get them to finally act, he yelled, spurring on the particularly insecure and fearful ones with a shout. And the human mass ran, swinging bats, metal laths, hammers, axes, whatever was at hand, at the guy. The one stood alone in front of him, not flinching or retreating even a step. He was preparing and waiting for the attack. As the boss looked up into the darkening skies and thought about how he could escape, all he could hear were the sounds of blows, the screams of the attackers, the groans of those who had flown away. I look up and there's only a fat guy standing there. And silence. Only a metal bat fell at his feet, stained with blood. Lan stood there, reliving the moments of the battle she had just witnessed. She couldn't come to her senses. Such a thing was not to be expected from one unarmed man. The crowds didn't scare him. He rushed first to one, then to the second, and the first had not yet fallen before the third sprinkled the asphalt with blood from the wound he had inflicted. After taking out the nearest enemies, Dawei soared above the battlefield in a leap and moved towards the ones farther away. The only sounds heard now in the evening silence were the crashing groans of pain, the cries of fear, and the sounds of footsteps healing away from him. She looked at him with adoration in her eyes. It's not everyone can handle a bunch of thugs like that. Fatty quickly dispatched the remaining and no longer resisting fighters. They were frozen with grimness and accepted their fate humbly. Soon everyone was lying down. Those who were still conscious of what had happened did not dare to rise. Many were unconscious. Dawei, still burning with the fury of battle, stood looking at the ringleader. Then he went to him, and in his eyes he read the sentence. Suddenly realizing that he was alone with his death and there was no one else to hide behind, he screamed. Desperately he pleaded, crawling away on his ass from the intimidating figure of a guy with the blood of his enemies dripping from his clenched fist. Dawei summoned the venomous critter that had gathered at his call and brought it to the bandit boss's mouth. This was the beginning of the second stage of the negotiation, the interrogation. Unable to withstand the moral pressure of the poisonous muck, which was already crawling on his head and seeking to crawl into his mouth, the ringleader confessed at once. At that moment, Lan felt like she was in love. The interrogation was perfect. The humiliated ringleader was giving up all the information. To whom? The hero who took down everyone here and saved her from being killed. She turned away from the boy in embarrassment and dreamed of more. She turned away from the boy, embarrassed, and dreamed of more. He didn't even hesitate to slap her on the back to bring her back down to earth. Where does love go when resentment comes? Because afterward, when she did what he told her to do, she only angrily sobbed and mumbled various stupid things, which made Dawei really angry. What's wrong with her again? In a fit of irritation, went to raise the roller shutter on the garage that the ringleader had indicated to him as the location of the car. And I was stunned. There was a car there. What a car. I didn't even think it was possible to see such a treasure in an abandoned factory. A high-end dark blue car from a famous brand should have been on a runway or in a swanky garage, not here. However, as I walked around it and looked inside the garage, I saw rows of similar cars and began to suspect the obvious. Car thieves? I rushed out, lifted the next door. It's the same picture. Famous cars, no license plates. When he saw her, his eyes lit up. He immediately wanted one for himself. So, taking the opportunity, he looked all over it, felt it, smelled it. What happiness it is to own a cool car. He looked at the row of expensive cars with sorrow. After all, there were people who had lost them. If he was so happy just to touch the dream, what was it like for their owners? He asked the girl who had arrived if he understood what was happening correctly. She, tamping down the professionally bound bandits, confirmed his thoughts. She told me the crime reports of the last few years. This gang could never be detected, let alone caught. Cars were just disappearing. Either they were stolen or garages were broken into, obviously on a tip-off, but there was no trace. Enjoying tying up the ringleader of the car thieves tighter, she described how careful the bandits had been so far. They sat there with their mouths shut and could only count the time they were facing for robbery on such a large scale. A sudden question that sounded from somewhere off to the side broke the rhythm of the colorful presentation of the circumstances of the hijackings. Fatty was already sitting in the driver's seat of the adored car and happily chowing down from the window. Not for long. The band sounded, and he jumped out of there instantly, all through the same window, which looked more than strange to onlookers. But the promise of a big cash reward cheered Dawei up. He had a nice ride to that plant. The auto-ignorers, hearing about the reward, even groaned with the realization that they had missed out. But through the gags, it sounded like a resentful mooing. And the policewoman kept tearing their hearts out, telling them how much money they could make without working too hard, by turning in their own. But what's friendship in a wolf pack? Whoever has the money is right. She was already finishing her narrative, parlaying the possibility of getting money for the hijackers into a per capita, when she noticed her listener was gone. 1 minute he was here, the next he was gone. Gone. I looked around for him. There he was, dragging the gang leader to a bunch of bound subordinates without much ado across the concrete floor. He was beginning the second stage of interrogation. A poisonous animal was released on the detainees to intimidate them, and in a menacing voice, he demanded the truth. Smiling so sweetly, it made my skin water. What kind of mockery would he come up with? The bandits were shaking with fear and were afraid to open their mouths. What if something crawled in there? Fatty, seeing that the guys refused, was already thinking of the next stage of influence and began to threaten torture. One of the more fearful ones dared to speak up. But he spoke out of turn. He was trying to appeal to conscience. Dawei first pleased him by patting him on the cheek. The man had, of course, told the plain truth. But it was not the truth he wanted to hear. That's why the next one was a slap in the face, to frighten everyone, so they wouldn't talk nonsense. Everyone was impressed. Everyone had felt the fat man's heavy hand recently. The memory was still fresh. But not everyone understood what not to do, or rather, what was expected of them. One continued to bicker. He was the first to experience the fat man's contrivance. With his hand around his jaw, Dawei, with an anticipatory smile, brought the little multicolored frog up to his eyes. It was lucky he'd brought it from home, just in case. This foreign baby had the greatest venomousness in the world and was the jewel of his collection. Whether it was the threat of eating the frog or the guy believing he was going to be poisoned to death, the guy yelled, ratting out everyone and everything he knew. Meanwhile, the most prudent man, who had been in trouble many times, was sawing the rope with a blade. The unexpected sound of tearing fibers caught the attention of everyone in the room. And following the sound, a tall, burly guy in a tracksuit came running. He was in a hurry to get out of that garage. He was going so fast he was skidding around corners, but for some reason, no one rushed after him. On the contrary, the fat man gave him a big laugh, and he made his panicked accomplices freeze with horror. When I shouted a sincere word of encouragement in his direction, promising a speedy and very hot reunion, he darted down the dead end, intending to leap over the wall and escape. It had been done before in his busy life. He sped down the road, fearing not the fat man. It was the master's anger that worried him, for he knew what he was capable of, that he can see, hear, recognize at any distance, and those who betray him are found in the sewers at best. On the count of 3, Dawei caught up to him, running across the roof of the building, and was about to drop his gift, when something unforeseen happened. The jerk screamed terribly, then wheezed and stopped without moving. Dawei looked at it with eyes wide with surprise. He hadn't done anything yet, and he was already shouting. I hastily jumped down to the man to see what had happened. The man suddenly began to slump on his side and fall, his head cocked silently upward in a terrible convulsion. His body began to swell before his eyes, so much so that he unbuttoned his sweatshirt and lifted his tank top, exposing the ever-increasing bulge. Soon the slender man was replaced by a swollen something in pants. Everything else was bulging with a multitude of bulges. Dawei watched it with clenched teeth and growled with anger. His eye twitched with realization, here and now. He sees the handiwork of a master of Ugo, one just like him, and the half-corpse was still breathing, and lived in such a horrible body. His hand suddenly rose in a pleading gesture to the moon. Why did you do this to him? A final plea escaped his lips. The glow from the completion of the curse suddenly burst from his eyes and mouth. Inside, all the scorching flames ended his suffering. The explosion afterward was expected, but it nearly toppled Dawei onto his back. Its power would have been enough to destroy a normal person on the spot. But he managed to do a backward somersault, cursing to himself with his last words. Forbidden technique! Over here! The wave from the explosion threw him far enough away that he could safely observe its aftermath, all the unceasing violet-red rays at the sight of a living human soul. It was a great opportunity to pick up the trail. Power Master, multiplied by the victim's desperation. Dawei whispered a spell, and a clot of bloody mist separated from the general stream of rampaging power to come nearer to him. A swirling bubble, easily deformed by the lightest breath, freeze over his palm, obeying his will, and set out on a journey to the master whose power left an imprint here, unsealing a curse sealed until time, to sweep towards the city in an unprecedented meteor, to show the way and the place and the man who dares to defy the laws of the masters of Ugo. Warning his bound prisoners of the danger they were in, Dawei dashed toward the gate. He sprinted toward the police motorcycle, realizing everything the touch of the force had told him as he ran. Recognizable, I should say. He squeezed the clutch, accelerated, and sped forward, flying onto the highway. He was about to meet the master who had broken the law, when a disappointed Lan came down from the roof where she had followed Fatty. As it turned out, too bouncy, dumped her, and disappeared. She didn't see anyone, so the guy had gone off somewhere else again, or hadn't even been here at all. But the bound bandits noticed her very much. They sat still, making no attempt to escape, and answered her questions willingly. The fact that he escaped in a departmental vehicle came as a shock at first. Without a license, on a police motorcycle, he became a hijacker. Then she was angry that he'd left her here, alone, to clean up the mess he'd gotten her into. But what could be done? Now she would have to explain herself to her colleagues. Meanwhile, Dawei was rushing at all possible speed behind the bloody mist visible in the distance. Neither the traffic jam nor the stream of cars slowly pulling into town stopped him. Using a springboard, he jumped from cab to body, again to cab, striving forward. He jumped because his path led him to a familiar street, to his parents' house. What does that mean? But no, the neighbors. It made me feel better. It's a bad thing to suspect your family. It's easy to suspect strangers. I stopped, probed the structure's aura, compared it to Power's imprint. Something's there, but I'll need a closer look. And he let the familiars out. The extra eyes that could see the invisible would be needed now more than ever. A bubble of bloody mist had dissolved and swirled like a poisonous ribbon over the gloomy dwelling, pointing toward the master's house. But its windows reflected only an otherworldly dead light. The fencing was tall steel pike stakes that guarded the space in front of the house, and prevented one from simply climbing over. He glanced at the intercom, pondering whether or not to call. He looked at the intercom as he considered whether or not to call. I hesitantly touched the bars of the gate. He jerked a little, rather reflexively, and pushed harder. The sash suddenly moved inward and creaked open. It wasn't locked either. He entered the courtyard slowly, pondering the security of the mansion. I couldn't believe the owner hadn't taken care of it. The first thing that caught my eye were the roses. Magnificent flowers, they stayed open at night and spread a suffocating, soporific fragrance. He walked onto the porch of the mansion, thought about the fact that maybe the wicket gate wasn't a barrier. Master's defense could be scarier than stakes. Peering through the windows, he didn't look under his feet, stepping into the guard left for uninvited guests in front of the porch. Clawed hands reached for him from behind, surrounding him from all sides, waiting to attack. One, the greediest, reached for his neck, freezing him with an otherworldly chill. I wanted to grab it, to tear it, to bask in its warmth for a moment. An icy chill in the back of his neck made him instinctively turn to face the danger. That's what saved him. Lightning quick, he did a somersault back to the wicket to avoid the unseen claws wanting to claw at him. He squatted down, ready to jump further away if necessary, and gazed into the supernatural frosty mist that suddenly materialized in front of the house. Something was moving in the fog. Some vague shadows wandered from place to place, haphazardly and meaninglessly. There was an incoherent whisper, like the sound of a wave. Golden Silkworm suddenly sat on his arm, noticing that the jump had not gone without a trace. A long claw cut was visible on his forearm. Thick blood was gushing out. The figures tearing at the scent of blood suddenly began to pull at the edge of the fog and take on a palpable clarity. Dawei looked more closely, going over it in his mind, looking for coincidences with what he had come to read about from Teacher. Slashed mouths sewn shut with crude stitches, bandages over the eyes, unbrushed hair and cold, frosty cold, he remembered. That face opposite was that of a dead girl, brutally murdered to create a spell of immense power. They were all like that, but the point wasn't the unsettled human soul. It was the magic that connected to the owner, forcing him to do his bidding, to frighten the unwanted, to attack the uninvited, to destroy enemies. And is tormented in the world of the living by constant cold, by constant hunger, doing the bidding of his executioner. So he even felt sorry for these poor girls who had stopped living in their most beautiful young years thanks to one freak. But since the dead guards were a wall around the house, and he needed to get in, he had to rouse them a little. The first provocation succeeded. Top almost hit the insolent man with his foot on the spot, barely had time to jump back. Then it started. Flip, twine, handstand, jump again. Cute little hands with sharp manicures tried to catch me, but didn't even have time to touch me. The distraction maneuver led to the bushes where Golden Silkworm was waiting for him. He hovered in place, attracting his master's attention. He tried to tell him something, but he didn't understand his squeaks, though the little one tried again and again, tearing his throat. The ladies were catching up while the host froze in place, trying to understand his message. The situation was so dangerous. He was afraid for his master, but he had awakened a new gift. He squeaked out 3 spelled words, but it was hard to pronounce. About what he found in his search. This served as an anchor and kept the unfortunate creatures in subjection to the master. There was no time, so after directing the flow of his power into his foot, Dawei immediately kicked the trunk of the desired tree with his foot, and shook his crown so much that the required amulets jumped up on the spot, immediately falling down. The tree, however, also failed and fell across the path, but that didn't matter at all. Because Fatty suddenly realized that by channeling a stream of his power into his palm, he could heal no worse than he could maim with his foot. The cut was healed instantly. And the amulets have been found. Having lost contact with the master's power, the ghosts disappeared. Everything became quiet and peaceful. Having picked up from the ground these pebbles, which had brought so many unpleasant minutes both to him and to the girls they had summoned, He examined the material and the runes on the surface in detail. The owner of this mark knew how to use them, unlike the shaman, but the school seemed to be the same. The valuable trophy was slipped carelessly into his pocket, because the boy was already thinking about his next move. Enter the house. Golden silkworm sat with a fancy crown on its head and rested with its wings hanging down, and Dawei contemplated the impregnable fortress. Well, it's not that impregnable. A house is a house, although the first line of defense made one wonder about the level of the master who created it. Without thinking twice, the door was kicked in. If there were any surprises in it, they were not designed for a size 45 sneaker. Angry, ready for an imminent battle here and now in the name of truth. He expected to see the enemy just outside the door. So I slid into the house, pointing my finger right at his chest, to accuse him of everything at once and challenge him to a duel. But the hall was empty, calm, serene. Such ignoring was insulting. Fatty began to call him out, shouting about honor, truth, justice. Then he moved on to the more understandable insults to the average villain, sneering at petty things, threats, and blackmail. But he never got a response. In order to lure the owner out of his den, I went for pure vandalism. He's made an absolute mockery of the house. What owner would not be outraged and come to punish the insolent man for his disrespect? It worked. As Fatty hurriedly finished his task, magic charges flew into the back of his head. So the shield between him and danger was golden silkworm. The golden silkworm took the brunt of the spell. He hit back with difficulty. He was swept away by the stream of power, slammed against his back, and white and green-colored circles swirled in front of his eyes from the strain. The stunned, now so far non-threatening poisonous pets of the local master, the owner of the house, fell to the ground. He came down the stairs as if he were not angry, but welcoming an expected guest. His feet were bandaged. His head and body were concealed by a wide cloak. When he stopped at the top of the steps, looking down at the rude man who had dared to disturb him, the same bandaged arm showed. It was puzzling, but over the arm, a haze of power was already visible, building up power for the next strike. But the man was slow. Slowly he talked about all sorts of nonsense, trying to figure out who was in front of him. He'd hidden all the ends, but look, he found them. The calm and polite speech of a homeowner greeting his guest on the doorstep created an unforeseen effect. Dawei first said hello, then he grabbed his head. Because he remembered why he had come here, remembered all the violations of laws and rules, even simple human ones, that this master had committed. Fight him? Thoth was already standing in the cloud of his power. His pets were at work again. It was clear that this opponent was several times stronger than he was. There was an immediate metallic stiffness in his speech, and a threat. Dawei thought quickly about what he should do now. However, on the last step of the stairs, the master's figure suddenly tilted violently. It was about to topple over, crushing him with its body. He did not fall. He dangled, hovering over his head, hovering his authority over the young, foolish magician who had come to him with his ridiculous claims. His accusations about the uninvited guest's inappropriate behavior were gaining momentum, and more venomous anger oozed from his words. They would have been justified if it weren't for the blindfold, like the girls. If it weren't for the claws on his hands like the two-headed monsters. If it weren't for the taste of the power that destroyed the man before his eyes. Dawei began his interrogation. It cost the overhanging gentleman nothing to answer honestly. He knew he was stronger. Covering one eye with apprehension, Fatty threw a test stone, telling him that he had destroyed all of his creations. There was a chuckle in response. Not an exasperated one, no, on the contrary, he was amused by the news. So much so, in fact, that he laughed loudly, heartily. The rumbling laughter echoed through the house, making it really rumble. Fatty even got angry. It was a reaction he certainly hadn't expected. It nullified all of his monster-slaying accomplishments. The laughter fell silent just as suddenly. Master didn't think of the monsters as his creations. In fact, they weren't. It's all Mother Nature, fertilization, birth, and all that. There will be no problem with increasing the population. The master was only required to create one creature, a female, and it wouldn't be hard to do it a second time. I did. And some bad thoughts began to cross my mind. Him and only a female? And who would be the father? In the meantime, the master decided to end the tiresome conversation. He understood the main point. Kill the bastard who broke into the house. Get back to the business at hand. And he started picking up the ammunition from the floor. The recruited power went into the impact. It was distributed in streams, which became the magical core of his projectiles. Each of the shells was a subordinate pet, and with its number it struck not one, but multiple blows to the enemy, and even from different sides. Dawei barely had time to dodge the raining magic charges, knocking even the rocks out of the walls. But then he remembered that he was also a master and could fight on an equal footing. What can I do? I was confused. I brought his charge back, reinforcing it with my own message. The animals flew back to the master. Explosions sounded. A green cloud of flashes blocked the view. There was no way to see what was going on. Second after second went by, but there was no movement. I couldn't believe it was so simple. Rightly so, I couldn't believe it. Suddenly, a familiar voice was heard, the magic smoke gradually dispelled. The figure looked undamaged, but the pitiful remnants of his pets swirled around him in stasis spheres. When Fatty saw the brutal massacre of the unresponsive animal, he was very indignant. He even clenched his fists and turned white with anger. He treated his pets as lesser brothers, and this attitude of being treated as expendable made him furious. So the next move, to send a familiar, was dictated more by revenge. For pets, let the pet get even. The words of the spell that sounded back were an unforeseen twist. The mage pointed only a finger. And as a result, Golden Silkworm was trapped in a force trap. The impact was painful, of course, but the trouble was, he couldn't get out of it. Master folded his arms on his chest contentedly and chuckled with superiority at his puzzled young colleague. Dawei held the trap in his hands. I looked at it from all sides, but I couldn't break it, even though I tried. The only thing I was glad about was that the familiar was alive and well. It was banging against the walls of the power tank, squeaking inaudibly. Asking for help, I guess. Fatty placed the trap carefully on the floor, away from the war zone, comforted Golden Silkworm with encouragement. He stood in front of the master, kneading his fingers. Even the veins in his face swelled with barely restrained fury. He challenged. Immediately, he started jumping on the walls, the ceiling, and again on the walls, confusing the way, tormenting the old man, so that, when it was convenient, he could strike his decisive last and only blow. It was not a bad tactic, for the master of the house did not know where to look. He had only one head, and age did not allow him to turn around like a young man. But his knowledge and skills allowed him to stop these actions. He filled his hand with power, said the spell, released. Fatty snapped downward, falling to the floor, knocking out a crumb of stone with his fall. That hurt, though. A leaden weight fell on my shoulders. I couldn't get up, no matter how hard I tried. I grunted and grunted, but I couldn't even free my arm. The new message from the master of the house was so bright that it blinded, stunned, and perhaps rendered him unconscious for a moment. For the familiar howled desperately outside the walls of his dungeon. For they are bound by life. No master means no more him. Okay, he didn't. Maybe rolled across the floor, slammed into a wall. But still, Dawei couldn't even move. Master descended to the ground, stood in front of the young man, the lights on both hands dancing from the newly recruited power. Bound by invisible fetters, but not broken in spirit, Fatty could only speak. Well, at least he could spit in his heart, and that was good. I don't know why, but Master's plans suddenly changed. The expression on his face took on a thoughtful and appraising look. Just a finger point. A command. Knowing for sure that the boy's disobedient body would obey it immediately. Dawei struggled to defeat the urges of his body. The t-shirt was bursting and coming apart at the seams from the strain on his muscles. Even blood showed and trickled down his chin from a tongue bitten down with the desire to win. I did. Overcame the weakness of his body under another man's spell. He unbent in a single burst. enjoying the freedom and power that had returned again. But he was honored for his feat only with rare applause and reserved praise. Is he being tested for his skills? He probably did. Standing in the center of the floor, shattered from his efforts, he saw Master open up, allowing and even encouraging him to strike again. So, what's it come to? I tensed, gathered my power, directed it to my palms, condensed it so that it crackled in my hand. His opponent hovered with his arms folded across his chest and waited, giving him a chance to show himself off in all his glory. Dawei whispered a shape control spell. Power took on the recognizable semblance of a large arrow sharp as a blade. It was impossible to say that Master was dissatisfied. On the contrary, he smiled satisfied, nodded, confirming. Even though he pointed the magic blade directly at him, he remained unmoved and serene. A doubt crept into my heart. Was he not afraid of him at all? So he ostentatiously unwound the arrow on his finger, spinning it fast like a disc, but actually amplifying it, infusing it, distilling all the available power into it. And then, a large battle magic spear appeared in his hand. He glanced glumly at the master of the house. He kept rubbing his hands together happily and smiling wider and wider. It was as if he were at a fairground show, not about to be hit over the head with that spear. Fatty swung his spear at him in annoyance. Not aiming, just a simple wish would suffice. The familiar words were heard in response, power concentrated, transformed, and much faster than his. And then the same spear flew towards him. A blow. They crossed, frozen halfway in flight, and neither could overpower the other. Dawei was dumbfounded. How? He was expecting a shield. Well, at least a recoil, but not a counterpart to his secret weapon. Holding back the stream of power directed at the spear, the apostate only laughed. Why copy when you know what to do from the beginning? In this tournament, the master whose power overpowers will win. The master of the house knew who that would be. The question is, how soon? I decided that if I wanted to get things done quickly, I needed to push on. I added power, increasing my concentration, pushing my spear inside. Dawei held on with all his might, trying to hold back the flow. But his opponent was actually more powerful. His pressure was pushing the boundary inward little by little. I decided that getting burned trying to hold my maximum was not worth the goal, so I darted away as fast as I could, and let another man's power pass him by. It found its way out. It pierced through the wall of the house as well as a cannon charge and went scattering into space. All that was left was a huge hole. Fatty, however, is a little hurt, but not critical. The hand will soon recover from the slight burn. Master stood in front of him, glaring angrily from top to bottom. This guy's evasiveness had resulted in him damaging himself and his own power at that. Both realized power was spent, and now they were almost on equal footing, unless, of course, there were any other surprises left. From the hole made in the wall by the magic spear, darkness looked out, really looked at Dawei with the reddening irises of her eyes. Her heart sank as she climbed inside, barely squeezing through the wide hole with her dimensional sides. Master's familiar turned out to be the king of those monsters Fatty had mauled in the forest. The dangling scrap of chain hinted that he had snapped, rushing to his master's aid. At this time, water was flowing outside the brightly lit windows of the chambers of the princess of the local financial world. Yen was taking a bath, unhurriedly and enjoying the process. The caps of lush foam added fabulousness to the opportunity to relax in the hot water. She didn't seem overly cheerful, though, more like sad. And Fatty, of course, was the cause of her sighs. She was angry with herself. She beat the water with her fists in frustration, raising a wave that splashed onto the floor. And again she pondered, looking pensively at the water and not seeing it. Only those moments of the past that were etched in her memory. She sighed sorrowfully and didn't even realize that she was really just bored. A whole week. But waiting for the call wasn't worth it. If work comes first, and you don't even have time to sit in the bathtub without an emergency call, you can't dream of a personal relationship. In the meantime, desperate and indignant cries rumbled in the house of the apostate. They echoed throughout the neighborhood. The monster was happily licking Fatty's face, and its acidic saliva was already making his skin unpleasantly hot. Dawei lashed out as best he could, but the monster was unwilling to let him go, constantly holding him down with its paws. Master played with the power cage with the golden silkworm imprisoned there and chuckled contentedly. He was gradually gaining power as his familiar fiddled with his new toy. The toy resisted, but it always does at first. Then it was safely bitten and eaten. But there could have been options here. Young and promising. It would be a shame to destroy such potential. He's good for himself. Dawei was interested in Master's sudden change of heart and his as yet unspecific proposal. He swam closer, so close that the red glow of his eyes could even be seen inside the thick bandage. He demanded the oath of allegiance, promising unprecedented benefits for his service. Fatty leaned back farther and shoved his forehead, well, as far as it would go. He'd never seen such goodies. He'd already seen one such beneficiary in a factory cul-de-sac. Restrained by the familiar's paws while his master recovered from the blow, Dawei told him everything he wanted to say, heartily. Reminded of justice, called an apostate, and appealed in vain to a conscience that had long ago been absent. And of course, he refused such an honor in the rudest form. He realized that he was provoking a stronger master, but he could not restrain his feelings. Thoth only laughed at this eagerness. He had a far-reaching plan that did not involve honor and conscience when one could gain immense power. And he who has the power is right, isn't he? All that's left to do is to deal with this young man, a witness to his projects who knows too much. He's either with him or... A negative answer was just as good. A renegade who had already practiced controlling a man and achieved good success in it would do just as well. He showed the boy the seal that was glowing on his fingers. The only thing left to do was to apply it, and it was done. When Dawei realized what fate the master of the house had prepared for him, he was horrified. It was a life he would not wish on his enemy. He was left with only one option, power, not quite spent, because he dodged it, and it had even picked up during his forced rest. He began to pump it into his right hand faster, to make time, to keep the spell from closing and the seals from binding. The renegade only realized what was going on when pebbles flew at him from the magical disturbance Fatty had set up. And the one clenched his teeth from the tension, all his power, rage, and pain folded for the last blow in his life. For myself, and was already bringing his palm, charged to the brim with power, to his face, saw the fingers shimmering with magic. Then the apostate realized what was about to happen. He couldn't let that happen. His mind had already formed rainbow plans. One spell, and the guy's arm was frozen in complete immobility at chest level, not moving up or down. Oh, how angry Dawei was that they wouldn't even let him die like a human being. He looked around for a way out. Got it. It's an arm in stasis, but the legs are working. I jumped up and shoved it into the familiar's mouth. Sharp teeth instinctively closed around it, biting through it. Master wouldn't let him chew it off. And now the boy is pounding his fist on the floor in pain. Blood is pouring from the bitten wounds. And with the pain goes the numbness. Master appreciated the original way out of his spell, as well as the young man's adamancy in his decision. Well, so be it, looking at the head bowed before him. He lifted her up so he could look into her eyes and see their expression as he realized what was waiting for him. A benefit, a definite benefit, but for his familiar. The blood of a mage, the flesh of a mage, and the monster grows stronger, and with it, its master. I just didn't expect to see a gloating smile on his lips, and a question full of sneer. Even stepped back. Maybe he's crazy to be so happy with what he said, he's going to grab it. As Dawei struggled to get up, a painful howl came from the side, full of anguish and agony. The renegade turned, unable to believe his eyes. His beast shook its head frantically, blood and drool flowing from its mouth, and screamed incessantly. His own heart echoed the pain. It pounded uncontrollably. It ached with increasing pain and steadily increasing pressure. Blood flowed from his mouth and eyes because of the ruptured vessels. The owner of the house screamed a terrible shriek of unspeakable agony. He realized that he was experiencing such anguish at the severing of his bond with his familiar, and that was what concerned him in the first place. He remembered that it had all started when he'd spilled the blood of the guy who'd resisted him, and the snide smile and the words he'd said. I looked up at him. He was just finishing healing his injured arm, and he was glad to enlighten him. About how he overplayed his hand. He thought he could have it all. Now he's gonna have to pay for it. The first to perish was his spirit animal. Part of his soul and power went into oblivion. He remains, but how long will he live? The renegade promised untold riches for his own life. Honestly, I wanted to kick him all over the place for that. Did he value life? Other people's? It was worth remembering the people Fatty had seen. First, there were the builders, the bandit from the factory, the ghosts in the garden. But the guy just lifted him up by the neck, promised he'd personally see to it that he died, or give him blood, his own. From the ebb of power, the master spell had completely thinned. The golden silkworm that had been released was a reminder that the time for its power had passed, and now something had to be done. And when the vengeful young man returned his words to him, he had said them when he was strong, but now he was weak. So now it's up to him to dodge. A childish trick, but it worked. The guy stared at the window, giving him the necessary head start to escape. An angry golden silkworm slapped Fatty on the cheek for being too gullible. He looked back, and the villain was already gone. The renegade flew on the remnants of power, hurried to take refuge behind the thick walls of his secret room. Humiliated today, dreamed with malicious joy how he could repay his insult later. But suddenly, a blow to the breath interrupted his reverie. As he gasped, staring at the fat man with bulging eyes, the one didn't let him say a word. The time for talking was over. He pumped more power into his fist. You hit him with feeling for all the good he's done. You let him live, and what? Is he gonna be any different? Good? Good? And power will be used for good? I don't think so. Not in this life. And he may be weak now, but he will be strong. The body, no longer resisting, collapsed in his arms. He roared with heartache. Not everyone can be an executioner. He struck one last time, slamming his head against the wall. The wall fell, a cloud of dust covering everything. The deed is done. Dawei breathed a sigh of relief. It was what he had come here, to this house after all, to avenge the renegade for failing to fulfill the law of the masters. When the dust settled, it turned out that there was still a rather large room behind the wall, dark and windowless. That's odd. There was a square hatch in the middle of the room. The dead hand seemed to be pointing at it, as if to say, "Come and see what's in there." There were steps leading down to the basement. Dawei looked around, just in case, but all was quiet. The descent went on and on. In the pitch darkness, I even had to use a glowing familiar instead of a flashlight. Soon the path led him to some kind of warehouse. Tired and hungry, he almost turned back without seeing anything interesting, until golden silkworm lit up the nearest table near him. And then, his eyes flared with greed, even drool flowed from his mouth. In front of him were ancient scrolls, nugget gold, a claw and a skull, apparently rare, a bag. What there was became unimportant. When the lights came on, piles of gold and jewels were piled around. Antique weapons were strewn about with coins. A treasure trove. Who hasn't dreamed of finding treasure, and then feel it, look at it, price it? So Fatty couldn't resist. He rushed to rummage through the valuables and found a lot of interesting things. He wanted everything at once. He wanted to try on the crown, to hold the bars of gold, and to see what was in that chest over there. That chest was acting very suspiciously. It staggered like a drunken man and clanked its lid like it was alive. Fatty gingerly lifted the lid, took a closer look, and his eyes bulged as he realized what he was really seeing. The greatest value in this treasury, compared to which even an imperial tiara is no longer quoted. Here, it's either a plant or an animal. Rare, rare. But most importantly, it's the missing third ingredient to remove the curse of the ninth moon. I was afraid to hold it in my hands, so I picked it up gently with my foot. If it could move on its own, then maybe it could grab my finger too. I didn't want to spoil a valuable component with my blood. It used to be found on impregnable cliff tops, sometimes, and it was considered a great fortune because it never grew in one place, but moved constantly in search of it. Now we could leave, not empty-handed. It was very full, but since 2 hands were not enough to embrace all this wealth, the most valuable thing was handed over to a true friend, a dependable helper, and just a cool, strong man. Carrying everything else was thankfully no longer a threat to him. But Fatty was scary to look at. He had no sense of proportion. And who got hurt by it? That's right, all the snakes around them. They who came crawling to the call had sticks shoved in their teeth and were ordered to drag. It's a pity no one saw this wonderful picture. Like harnessed serpents pulling a strap. The chest of jewels moved slowly behind them. However, just as Fatty had time to wet his eyes with delight at this mortifying picture as the trunk disappeared into his parents' lot, footsteps were heard. The police caught him in someone else's garden. The police again. He whirled his head around, looking for a place to escape. Realizing that the criminal wanted to sneak away, everyone piled on in a heap, not allowing the opportunity to leave their friendly company. It's the police station again. Only this time it's my own and my favorite. The best police station in the world. Because it's staffed by the kind Superintendent Zhao. He will not take offense and will make sure he is fed on time. The first thing Superintendent noticed was Fatty, who was offended to the core and always getting into trouble. He was too loud in his outrage. Then he looked around the whole figure in surprise. There was nothing on her, hand shackles, leg shackles, and even a weight had been found somewhere and attached. The boy threw himself at him in a heartfelt confession, and he didn't lie a word. Honesty is time-tested, but the deceit is off the charts. In the beginning, the motorcycle theft case turned into a police motorcycle theft case, which sounds completely different, but it's not that big of a problem either. It can be solved. With that, the superintendent addressed his subordinates. The new information reported made one wonder if it's as simple as Fatty is making it sound. The girl who had her bike stolen was from a powerful family and could get a guy in a lot of trouble just for a sense of higher justice. It was even interesting to find out what crooked road had led him to this unstable person. The story told was impressive. The characterization of the girl's personality coupled with the demonstration, however, also. She wouldn't retaliate for something like that, though. So he tried again to let the boy go home. But again, he was rebuffed. This time, that's it. Dawei realized there was no way out. His superintendent reported where and under what circumstances the suspect was apprehended. The sorrowful, desperate sobs of the policeman confirmed that there would be an investigation, and the return home is postponed indefinitely. But tried one last time to mitigate the circumstances, not particularly expecting the result. And he believed it immediately and without proof. It was amazing. Cops never believe criminals. But I still had to stay at the station. The charges were too heavy. But the beloved superintendent took care of even the little things. The happy Dawei did not jump up and down with joy. The baffled convoy had never heard the strict Superintendent Zhao give him such an indulgence before. It wasn't a comfortable cell, but that's the way it is here. No roommates, no interrogators. The phone, of course, was returned. He'd tried Beagle first. He knew about the monsters and could have gotten him out of here. Except the caller was out of range. Could it be that he was on a mission again and his phone was dead? Then he tried calling at least one of the special forces, but the automated voice kept sending him to a known route. Since we didn't have any luck with defenders, we had to think about our own defense. It's good to have someone to ask. The suspect's dullness about self-defense somewhat discouraged the police officer. Everyone knew that. But he didn't refuse to enlighten the uninformed guy, if even Superintendent Zhao asked for him. Fatty calculated his chances of acquittal according to the listed list of police actions. It wasn't much fun. No sign that he was attacked. A pet. There's not a lot of things modern rich people have as pets. The murdered man is a sick, miserable man, all bandaged up. In desperation, he even banged his head on the chair. Several times. This act frightened the guards, but he was strangely relieved, especially when the superintendent came into the cell to the cries of the staff. And he even found time to talk if he started to sit down across from him. He probably expected that by this time an important call would be made and the problem would resolve itself. So he covered his face with his hand in frustration when he learned that the answer was negative. Fatty tensed up. Was it really that bad? The only hope left was to escape while it was still possible. Living behind bars was not something he wanted to do, but such an escape angered the superintendent. He shouted at him as never before. After calming down a bit, he said that nothing is clear yet. It's an ongoing investigation, and that won't be for a while. But to sweeten the pill, he promised that there might even be a reward if his tip on the head of the car thieves turned out to be true. As Fatty clarified the details of the award presentation, the footsteps of a running man rumbled down the hallway. The policeman opened the door and stood on the threshold, breathing heavily. At first he couldn't make out what had happened. But then he reported that there was a problem near the station, and this unusual situation is related to the detainee. Superintendent had enough problems and non-standard situations for today, so he snapped at the mumbling subordinate. It appeared that a small demonstration had gathered under the station with banners and stretch marks in hand. People loudly demanded justice, but it was unclear who they were and where they got their information. The worst that can happen is if the press gets involved. Then the consequences would be hard to predict, up to and including an open media-covered trial. In the meantime, there were many more people. They chanted slogans and waved signs with inscriptions. Some drove up again and again, also joining the crowd. A man in a nearby car was watching. Soon a second one joined him. A business conversation ensued. The son asked for help in avenging his father. The specialist in sensitive matters was offered a handsome reward, but he was not in a hurry to rejoice. On the contrary, he began to put a price on himself. The eyes behind the dark glasses in the car hid the greedy gleam of his eyes well. It worked. The son was willing to give everything and a little more to get even with his father's killer. He was almost screaming with heartache, or maybe there was some other reason that made him turn to this kind of professional. Spets intercepted his words. Such a wording untied his hands and made his work much easier. The satisfied expression on the executor's face slightly puzzled the customer. He still didn't quite understand who he was dealing with. But the venomous snake that showed on the man's shoulder told him that the matter would be dealt with harshly. He dared not object. Even at night, there were no fewer demonstrators. The noise in front of the station continued, and had already annoyed all the employees. Superintendent observed from the window an amusing scene that confirmed that all the people here were paid to stir up a fuss. So in response to the whining of his subordinates, he came to the conclusion that he could disperse the crowd, since there were no individuals too interested to fight for the idea. He took all the policemen with him in the form of force support and left Fatty alone in the cell. He didn't mind being alone for a while, especially since the crowd chanting nonsense was annoying him too. The performer dressed as a policeman was waiting for this very moment. While he was at the station, someone was always hanging around his order, which made him incredibly angry. His eyes gleamed with satisfaction that everything would now go according to plan. The snake's pupils flashed the same way. Master of Ugo. In a neighboring cell, the police on duty were left lying with their mouths gagged and partially unclothed. Dawei was quite surprised when an unfamiliar tall policeman walked in on him. He also did not introduce himself, but began a polite interrogation. He was very calm and made quite reasonable speeches, but his face nevertheless expressed a latent hostility. Dark glasses hid his eyes, and his demeanor differed from any police officer he had seen before in its self-assurance. Suddenly it hit him. If he didn't look like a cop, he might not be one. Then who is, and what does he want? It was worth sniffing around before something worse happened. The smell was indeed suspiciously familiar. This unexpected behavior of the guy startled the performer. What could he smell? Just at this level, a pet was wrapped around his body. That's exactly what Dawei smelled. His apartment smelled like snakes, too. Not too bright, but a peculiar odor. The foolish excuse had calmed the trickster's nerves. Now all he had to do was stall for time, until the local cops got back to him. The performer thought about it, too. He continued the interrogation for the sake of appearances, but he himself gave a conditional signal to his animal. It opened its mouth and began to release a translucent haze that spread throughout the room. The haze came from the mouth of the well-done snake and mingled with the smell of delicious food from his stomach. Fatty had a good sense of smell. Seeing the boy inhale deeply and his eyes roll back, the performer was glad that the gas was already starting to take effect. And it worked. It did. My stomach was twisting from the rush of gastric juices. I had to swallow saliva every minute. It was torture. Seeing his inebriated state, the special decided that the guy was ripe and it was time to finish what he had come for. The concentration of gas is already high enough for him to do whatever he's asked to do, like a puppet. He pretended to read something off a blank tablet. What he says is not important. The main thing is to scare the victim first. The victim behaved properly, suffering and crying in fear. He could move on to the final stage of his plan. He tossed the clipboard aside and got up from his chair. Took a gun out of his back pocket, borrowed from a policeman. It would also add to the confusion that would cover his tracks. And put it in front of the boy. He drew it closer with meaning, provoking him to take it. That he would do it himself would be the truth. And who could prove that he had help? Now the only thing left to do was to mentally finish him off. The fat man's shoulders slumped after the pitifully happy words suggesting the only way out. Everything in this case was progressing as if according to a pre-written script, and the villain was mentally calculating the expected earnings. The guy was already holding the gun, his finger stroking the trigger. Just a little more push. He even helped put the muzzle to his chin, showing him what to do. All that was left was to press. And then the phone rang. From that moment on, everything went wrong. It was like the victim woke up from a dream. Fatty quickly put the phone to his ear and started talking to the unknown caller as if nothing had happened. The performer was already fuming with anger. Such a moment, such money. And this guy doesn't even think about killing himself. He even asked his own question, but the weighty fist shown to him forbade him to interrupt the conversation or to say anything at all. It was only when he was free that Fatty explained clearly what had really happened here, that he had understood everything from the beginning. I even laughed at some of the funniest moments. The villain stood there, dead or alive. He'd been beaten on his own turf. The thought drove him into such a rage that his teeth gritted. He even growled. Then he howled in frustration. His fists clenched tight enough that his nails punctured his palm. For once, his plan didn't work. The money waved goodbye, and the victim stayed alive. And quite capable of recognizing him, by the way. The guy had a cocky look in his eyes and a cocky smile. Then the man gave it some serious thought, and he stood frozen in front of him. I had to do something, whether to throw myself at him or to flee. But my legs wouldn't listen. My heart pounded alarmingly, and sweat beaded on my forehead and palms. Nervous trembling shook my whole body, as if he was the kid in front of the master here, not the other way around. The boy was silent, but he was as threatening as 1,000 snakes. It seemed as if he was about to raise his head and the gaze of a venomous cobra ready to leap upon him. Fatty, after reflecting on the plot, recognized his plan to drive him to suicide as quite feasible. Except Master of Ugo didn't recognize it. Not at all. Him, the first-rate expert in delicate matters, not a single misfire in so many years. Where did the fear go? I wanted to kill that insolent man. My hand involuntarily clenched into a fist. The guy had seriously messed up. Because no one could call him ordinary. Grabbing the insolent man by the hair, he struck him with all his might, tipping the chair with the boy to the floor in anger. But it didn't seem like enough, for all the illusions he'd shattered. He began to kick him fiercely, for insensitivity, for acting, for ruining plans, for insolence. I wanted to repay my fear in a special way. Let him be afraid too. He is now shackled and in his power. What's to stop him from being killed? But suddenly there was a strange grunting sound. It sounded like he was choking and couldn't catch his breath. The villain froze with incomprehension. He had what? Hit so hard and pierced his sternum. And now to do what? To run or to save? But the sounds turned into laughter. Unrestrained and strange, too. He laughed and sobbed like a madman. And laughed again. At him, at his anger, and his helpless payback. Drove his ambitions as a specialist to zero. So much so that his gaze froze, went blank, his eyes glazed over for a while. After those words, there was only one thing left. A hunting knife slipped out of his shirt sleeve, hidden there just in case. His right hand intercepted and brought a long blade over the head of the handcuffed prisoner. But it suddenly snapped in half with a quiet gunshot. It took a moment to realize what had happened. From the door, where darkness hid faces and figures, the laser beams of rifles were aimed at the villain. The would-be assassin froze in confusion. He's with the police, isn't he? Who called the GBI here and when? The black figures of the SWAT team floated into the chamber out of the darkness. The barrels of their rifles held him at gunpoint while one of them didn't walk up and lay him face down on the floor like a criminal, without regard for police uniforms or protests. Following the uniformed figures entered a slender woman who was saluted as a senior officer by all the special forces. Came so close I almost stepped on it, looked down from above. In a cold voice she pronounced her verdict, and headed in the direction of the fat man. She didn't care about anything else. Mission accomplished. Hostage released. And Dawei, in a joyous outburst, jumped up from the ground. He spread his arms for a friendly embrace, breaking the chain of shackles. This time by accident, effortlessly, his strength had increased so much. Yen, looking at him, even clutched at her heart. It's understandable that you don't get into the police force that easily, but he was shackled like a death row inmate, no less. While her colleagues also marveled at their acquaintance's jewelry, she remained silent, searching for decent words. But then she couldn't stand it anymore, came closer and hissed through her teeth whatever she was thinking at that moment. Fatty tried to tell her what had happened this time, but the special forces turned out to be, as before, the most informed. The gossip spread and was embellished immensely. Who would have thought it would cause their captain to have an uncontrollable explosion of jealousy? She seemed to smile. Then she stepped closer, reflexively gathering her whip to strike, and I yelled my question in the guy's face. The false policeman cut into their conversation, listing all the fat man's transgressions in the hope that his actions would be justified and he would be released. But the result was just the opposite. The woman calmed down and continued the conversation in a more peaceful tone. The murder was not as bad as the other woman. The information about the identity of the murdered man was interesting and allowed her to summarize some of her work. But the personality of the detained policeman was questionable. He was too strange in his interrogation. For Dawei, however, there were no mysteries. He had already interrogated him in some way. When he provoked him into action, the helpless anger of the man lying on the floor could change nothing. He had already been caught in the act, and now there was payback for his overconfidence. To bring him back to the realization that circumstances had changed, Dawei patted his cheeks softly. Yen looked sadly at the hypnotist. This whole damn thing that surrounded Fatty didn't fit well into the picture of her so clear and simple world. It was hard to accept that sometimes things were not what they seemed. The business at the station was almost finished. The only thing left to do was to hand the killer over to the police, and then we could leave. But Fatty was in no hurry to get out of the cell. On the contrary, he sent Yen on his way out, promising to catch up with him soon. He sat down close to the fake cop and winked at him, with the sweetest, kindest smile. It sent chills down my spine. After a while, Superintendent Zhao entered this cell. He knew who he would find there, but not like this. The bitten assassin hung tied up in the middle of the room, yelling confessions at the top of his voice without waiting for questions. It was a parting gift from Fatty. It's a dream for any interrogator when the accused confesses and repents of what he has done. But he was already far away. A military jeep was taking him out of town. It was flying at top speed, brakes squealing. Spreading his legs wide so he wouldn't drift off on tight turns, Dawei wondered where they were going in such a hurry. The short answer didn't satisfy him, and besides, it was spoken in such a grim tone that he simply demanded details. Yen's response was alarming. It became clear why Beagle was missing and the phone service was still out of range. This time, the base was completely different, located in the forest. A real scientific center, or a treatment center if necessary. Like now. On the bed under an IV and a CPR mask, with a bow on his arm, lay Beagle, immovable and unconscious. Dawei looked worriedly at its condition. At first glance, there was no serious damage. He was distracted from further diagnosis by the enthusiastic exclamation of the local healer, who called out his name. It turned out that he was an extra from the doctor's extra on the poison pool case. He didn't look closely at who was giving him the roots and herbs, but now I was even glad to meet him. It was hoped that he could get some detailed answers about the Beagle's condition. That's where I started. We can discuss traditional medicine later, but the patient's unconsciousness was worrisome. It, and the condition of the blood, were the only evidence that the man had been poisoned. On the snow-white pillowcase, his face seemed very dark, almost black. The pectoral slabs of muscle were contracted to the limit, as if before a fight. There was no treatment at all, just keeping the body at least in the condition it was in now. The large number of jars and boxes spoke volumes, then various methods of neutralizing the toxin were tried. But they didn't work, because things haven't changed. All that's left is to pump in blood thinners and wait for a miracle. As Yen came closer, she explained how it was that Beagle ended up in a hospital bed. Several additional questions immediately came to the doctor, not only about the patient's condition, but also about what had happened at the research center. The attackers were ninja-like and armed with real swords. They invaded out of the blue. The demon masks on their faces added to the eeriness of the events that followed, because whoever dared to resist was killed immediately. The rapid response team, which soon arrived on the call, found only a laptop carelessly discarded after pumping files and an open passageway for the emergency evacuation of employees. The group followed the intruders into the woods, spread out in search of clues. Beagle, living up to his nickname, picked up the trail immediately. He went into the mountains with his fighters to apprehend him. Yen, reliving the events of that night, sank heavily into her chair and hunched over. As a commander, she was acutely sensitive to the failure of her group, especially the loss of personnel. The further story was retold by one of the subordinates who accompanied Beagle. It was very brief. He'd set himself up covering his guy's escape after the group had been ambushed, and at first it was business as usual. Many were injured then, but he was the only one who had fallen into unconsciousness. The soldier sighed heavily and fell silent. His sigh was echoed by Yen. She blamed herself for everything, for the failure of the operation, the wounded guys, and the unconsciousness of her best commander. The doctor standing behind reported that Captain even wanted to go herself, alone, and kill the criminal with her bare hands. She could have. I could barely talk her out of it. Dawei moved closer to her. He questioned her, looking into her eyes to see if what he'd heard was true. Was she going to go into the forest alone? At the answer that she wasn't, but was going to, and would wipe out everyone in their wake. Suddenly he raised his hand. High, it froze there as if its owner did not know what to do. Everyone present held their breath. What would it be? A slap? The frozen hand suddenly came down on the girl's shoulder with force, so much so that it almost threw her off the chair altogether. The doctor even flinched at the sound of his palm making contact with his shoulder, but from the undercurrent of fear. Captain was tough to deal with. But she only slapped the unintelligent young man and began pounding her fists on his chest, suppressing the coming tears. Commanders don't cry. Fatty had something to comfort her with. He understood the big picture of what had happened here, and poisons were his specialty. The SWAT team was chattering away, talking. Now it made sense why Captain had broken away from Beagle and gone out into the night to rescue this guy. The shuriken was immediately delivered, with the proper precautions and tongs to pick up the poisoned object. But Dawei took it with his bare fingers, despite the audience's shouts of warning, twirled it in front of his eyes, and stabbed it deep into his forearm, so that the blood would come out and the poison particles would spread through the bloodstream. The audience was horrified. With eyes wide open, they watched a guy commit what was essentially suicide. Yen also questioned Fatty's sanity. She certainly didn't expect him to do such a thing. However, he watched his blood gradually turn black. He did a self-diagnosis. He knew exactly what to treat the victim for. Seeing his confident calmness, the doctors with special forces did not grab and put the new patient on a neighboring bed, but gathered around to listen to what the visiting specialist would say. He gave only the name of the breed of this rare, almost legendary bird, not even living in their country, so that the poison-savvy people present could react instantly. The doctor opened his mouth in a daze, but Yen was already rushing toward Fatty with a bandage. Carefully bandaging his injured arm, she reprimanded him for his reckless act, and I would even be angry if I weren't so worried about the dire consequences of this risky move. But Dawei didn't appreciate her concern when a soft light suddenly began to shine out from under the blindfold. He began to roll the bandage back on. He chuckled at everyone's amazement and bragged a little about his peculiarities. You can't help but make fun of a pretty girl, especially when she reacts so amusingly to your jokes. Since their battle comrades still lay immovable behind the screen, the jokes died down very quickly. But the less enlightened co-workers were interested in the reason for their commander's condition. This bird has been known since antiquity, and its peculiarity, highly toxic saliva, was used by the rulers of mainly neighboring country, where it lives. So all that was left was to find someone willing to go to the neighbors. Fatty waggled his eyebrows, enjoying the confusion of his listeners. Because finding the ingredient he needed was very difficult. You had to find a bird, and it's rare. Dawei led everyone behind the screen to the sick man, telling them along the way the reasons for such an unusual request. After all, the birds only lived in one particular region and were therefore considered an endangered species. They were very timid. They could be found only in the thickets of wild yams which they loved. Sometimes they fell asleep there too, but they kept drooling for the tasty treats while they slept. This is the component that is needed for treatment. He told in detail and with all the details, without regard for time, by the dying man's bedside. People were getting nervous. But Fatty only brushed aside the public's justifiable excitement. He merely described the complexity of the problem. Even Yen got excited that while they were engaging in verbiage here, Beagle was dying in the next bed. Dawei raised a finger, drawing attention to his words. His remark that it was very, very good confused all his co-workers. It sounded as if he was waiting for his friend to die. The co-workers were worried. So when the list of required ingredients was finally announced, they were assembled within half an hour. While the comrades were bringing in the things needed for treatment, and the petty officer was concentrating on marking their presence, Fatty reduced the amount of food, slowly and with pleasure. Well, let's say breakfast, if breakfast could be called the time after midnight. It was a mystery where and how the special forces found it all at night, when all normal people were asleep. The power of orders is a terrible thing. Today, the first priority is for the affected merchants. He continued to savor the supplies he had brought, making everyone around him angry. They were in such a hurry to bring everything for the commander's treatment, and he reasonably remarked, wiping his mouth, that when the doctor is fed, the patient feels much better. All questions were immediately put to rest. Especially when the doctor did get down to business. He sorted the delivered components into animate and inanimate. I connected a gas cylinder to the borrowed stove. I put a cauldron on it for cooking pilaf. Next to it, I placed the spoons and cookers. And he started putting it in. Thank God it wasn't rice. Otherwise, he'd probably get beaten up. He took herbs and roots out of the bag. I chopped them up and sent them to the hot bottom to wilt, to soften and give more juice. The whole company watched this sacred act with awe in their hearts. A small miracle was taking place before their eyes, which took on eerie characteristics when a live fluttering chicken was taken as the next ingredient. She knew her days were numbered when she saw a carving knife in the hand of a large, large man. And soon her blood was pouring into a soup of medicinal herbs stewing on the fire. Every drop was decanted. An unbearable stench immediately spread through the room. The special forces clutched their noses as if they had never smelled poisonous gases before. Yen found a handkerchief somewhere and tried not to breathe, occasionally wiping away the tears that protruded. Fatty even came over and asked her how she was feeling. She pitifully told him about her condition. He didn't sympathize. On the contrary, he was glad, rolled up his sleeves and plunged into his work with increased zeal. Again, he took the kitchen knife from the table. This time there was nothing around to cut. He swung his arm and his own blood ran from the cut into the steaming cauldron. To keep from screaming in pain, Dawei cackled, shrieking over the sacrificed chicken, implying that he was a victim himself. The resulting scarlet-thick liquid was poured carefully, so as not to spill the precious product, into a convenient drinking bowl. After adding Fatty's blood, the nasty odor was gone, erased. The result was extremely appetizing. The deep scarlet-colored, slightly glowing substance smelled fresh and slightly islandy, and was like a delicious sour cream. The petty officer was allowed to give the dying man a drink because Dawei was too worried, and the cut had to be healed. The bowl was carefully brought to Beagle's mouth, and the liquid poured gently into it in a thin trickle. The darkness soon began to leave the patient's skin, which was becoming quite a natural color. But the patient didn't come to his senses. Yen was beginning to worry. Fatty didn't understand what had gone wrong either. It was worth checking. He tapped his finger on the petty officer's back since he couldn't speak, gestured for him to be let closer, and mercilessly poured water from the mouth of his presumably sleeping friend. If he doesn't wake up, we'll think further. His scream sounded like music. It was immediately clear that the treatment had worked, and the silence that had been so heavy before was broken by the merry laughter of his comrades. The frightened Beagle suddenly sat up on the bed and looked around dazedly. He is lying naked in bed. Everyone around him is laughing. The petty officer is lying at his feet with a stupid look. Out of his life, he couldn't understand what was going on. He even thought he'd gone a little crazy. Until a chuckling Fatty reminded him of what he had seen last before waking up in bed. The worst of it began when the overjoyed subordinates started attacking him and squeezing him in a bear hug. Yen also contributed her part to the impending fun. She quietly whispered a few words to tease, and then she laughed until she was in tears. It was the first time Dawei had seen her laughing and so happy. This stiff and cold woman didn't even seem capable of such emotions. Meanwhile, the boys were rocking their miraculously recovered comrade in their arms. They were having a lot of fun, not so much for him. It was already light when the exuberant rejoicing died down. Everyone settled down and went about their daily routine. Dawei, for example, was cleaning up after himself. The remnants of the medicinal plants were being sent back into the bag when the petty officer approached him. He wondered why Fatty had been in no hurry to treat their comrade, always delaying the beginning. And then he did it quickly, 1-2, and did it all. It was the first time Beagle had heard it, but he was curious too. But the man didn't think to answer. He was busy. To soften his heart and to thank him in small ways, Beagle actively joined in the cleanup. Soon, everything was redone, and the trash bags were handed to a disgruntled petty officer. There was no one else. They'd all run off somewhere. But he didn't miss the opportunity to notice that his commander was already without a cast on his arm. By the way, how did he take it off? He rubbed his stiff shoulders, noting that he'd wanted to scratch himself and had accidentally torn it. It was easier for him to move, but his body itched like hell. In Dawei's opinion, it was natural. Poisons have one thing in common. They accelerate the body to its maximum while resisting them. Chewing on a leaf, he explained to them about the effects of this particular poison on the body. The whole trick was to catch the peak in time and keep the vital signs from going negative. The figuratively nibbled root showed everyone what effect Fatty wanted to achieve when he stalled. He also laughed at the effect he'd gotten from the report that he'd given his friend his own blood. So far, he'd only wrinkled his nose in squeamishness. But he had more surprises ahead of him. Poisons come in many forms, like alcohol or caffeine. However, when the petty officer was about to pour out the rest of the potion when he cleaned up, he was not amused at all. Stopping by to talk about Yen's follow-up, she witnessed a mind-boggling picture. As, jumping on the shoulders of an offending subordinate, Fatty tries to tear his mouth open while he yells at the top of his lungs, "Kindergarten!" Thus, a medicinal substance with a dash of Dawei's poisonous blood was saved and respectfully preserved for the future. The guard station received a report that the people who stormed the research center were still in the vicinity of the base, and so additional forces were called in to catch them. Yen stopped by to discuss it with her colleagues. A tactical plan to capture the enemy group was proposed. Captain tried to anticipate everything and protect his fighters, so he was overly cautious. But Dawei disagreed with this overly lenient treatment of the offenders, who attacked and killed many and injured Beagle. His heart cried out for revenge. A weapon treated with rare poison was too unfair a move in close combat. If it wasn't for him and his specialty, Beagle would have died unequivocally. His fervent, heartfelt speech was supported by the cheers of all present. Beagle even laughed at how quickly Fatty had managed to inspire the whole company to accomplish things. He wasn't having much fun. He wasn't saying all this for them at all. He was saying it to himself. To himself. That's why he tried to slow down those who were especially divided in their zeal. The frustrated guys had to explain it all away as weakness and a desire to get in shape before the fight. That was actually true. It's been a long day. How much one renegade Sill had taken from him. The boys led him down the most desolate and dreary corridor in the building. This is the kind of place you'd make horror movies in. And soon they were standing before the doors to the underworld. Even the bravest men were afraid to enter this place. The local morgue. A gloomy place, full of hopelessness and longing. My imagination immediately saw the ghostly faces of the dead. Shattered fates, identification of the dead, farewell to battle comrades. Everyone could give this room its own account. While Dawei was throwing off the donated turtleneck, Yen asked him the reason for such a strange choice of resting room. But he didn't go into a long explanation. He tossed her unwanted sweater into her arms and turned away. Already hiding behind the sealed door, he looked out, made the last orders, and disappeared into the dark room of the morgue. Left alone, he looked around. Nearby were gurneys with the employees of the base who had been killed in the recent attack. A row of refrigerators against the wall. On the occupied ones, we could see plates with photos and passport data of the deceased. The fastest way to replenish your own energy is to take it from someone else. But if it's called vampirism for the living, it's punishable by law. Not many people can do it from the dead. Dawei, thanks to the curse of the 9th moon, had that ability. And now he was going to use it to its fullest for the first time. Even a dead body is never completely dead. Destruction gives energy, and that's what the destroyers feed on. But now he intended to take all that wealth for himself. Sparks from the destruction of each of the cells of such a battery gathered into a single stream and stretched towards the one who spelled it. From the power of the voltage in the room, fluorescent bulbs began to explode and fall from the ceiling. Energy vortices intertwined, mingled and gathered to the hands that called them, braiding them with frosty ribbons. They reached for my fingers, becoming an obedient stream of power for one master. All that remained was to absorb it. At first, a single tentative trickle pulled into his forearm as if it were a cold draft. Dawei tried to experience it in itself, to understand how it works. Does it really convert to power? And then opened up completely to those invigorating sensations of frosty freshness and the quick recovery of spent energy. He caressed those streams affably, ran his fingers over them like strings and tugged some more and some more. and it didn't seem enough. An idea flashed through his mind. Energy could be drawn from an inanimate source, like a refrigerator. The next streams came from the batteries and compressors of the morgue's huge refrigerators. The temperature in the room plummeted downward, and the cold began to transform the room into a snowy fairy tale. Within minutes, icicles were hanging from all the furniture, and a frosty cloud of vapor covered the walls, floor, and ceiling with glistening frost. Dawei also looked like an ice statue. Streams of energy from the refrigerators had grown transparent stalagmites on his back, head, and arms. His pants jingled from the ice flakes dangling from them. A warm breath came out of his mouth, which immediately became a frozen cloud and settled down. His head was covered in a crust of ice that created a bizarre medieval helmet around his face. Spetsnaz, who had been waiting dutifully near the door, saw puffs of icy steam pulling from underneath it. The question arose as to whether something bad had happened there and if it was time to save Fatty. Yen had already opened her mouth to answer. The iron door, covered in icicles, creaked and barely turned on its hinges. Then it was shoved violently from inside with a foot, making everyone blind. A stream of unexpectedly moist vapor escaped from the morgue, greatly reducing the view. Closing their eyes against the jet of hot air cutting them, the boys shouted in confusion at such a surprise. But Yen stood and waited for Dawei to show up. Clearly, this light show is his job. But when she finally saw him, her breath caught and her heart beat fast. From his ghastly appearance, all wet, his skin streaked with water droplets, and an ominous aura that chills the soul with a serious menace. As he stood looking down the hallway, Beagle jumped up to him. He shook him by the shoulders, trying to bring him to his senses. But Fatty still stood there, eyebrows pulled together sternly and lips pressed together stubbornly. His body tensed tremendously, his muscles bulging. While Beagle was wondering if he was going to fight, and most importantly, why, there was a loud sound of air being blown out of the rear valve. The air violator immediately had his hands clasped behind his back and, already lying on the floor, tried to prove that he was not guilty. Yen stood there all red. Turning her back to the exit, she pressed her lips together annoyingly. That Fatty is so fatty. He's always putting everything upside down. Soon the promised reinforcements arrived. 3 military helicopters circled around the research center. One of them, guided by the signal lights, went in for a landing. The other 2 flew toward the mountains. In addition to the enforcers, the department sent an information technology specialist to establish a direct line of communication. This specialist immediately noticed and was surprised by the unusual commander of the special group. He had not been warned about such a thing. Charming girl, how did she end up here? Fatty stood behind her and stared at the programmer with an unblinking frown. How could I not try my luck? The guy with open arms and a courteous smile moved towards the woman. But in a second, he was standing at attention in front of his superior officer and reporting the situation. The area where the invaders had recently been observed was cordoned off. Camping camps were set up for changing of sentries. Powerful searchlights illuminated the sky in search of enemy equipment so that the intruders would not be able to get away. However, there were also difficulties. The downloaded information turned out to be too important from the point of view of the country's defense. The captured scientists could not resist and were taken hostage. In the meantime, they must have given out all the strategic data to the kidnappers out of fear. The attackers will be able to make a lot of money from it. All they have to do is pass the information to the customer. Yen looked toward the beams of spotlights cutting through the air. Somewhere out there were those who skillfully used exotic weapons. And, if undetected, they had many other tricks in their arsenal. And she knew of only one man whose maneuvers were as good as the most sophisticated cunning, and he was immune to their poison. She looked back at Fatty standing behind her. She had no right to order him around. To be fair, she didn't even have the right to ask. The question she asked came as a surprise to Dawei. Captain had always been so independent and self-sufficient that one would not expect such weakness from her. But he didn't hesitate. In an instant he moved so that he could face her, and standing close, almost embracing her, he breathed out his assent. The programmer lost his voice as he watched this scene. He had already felt her character. Why she let some young man behave like that was beyond his comprehension. And when I decided to ask the guys in her group about the reasons for such a phenomenon, I was met with a correct refusal to discuss the issue. Meanwhile, Dawei took his chance and haggled. Yen was swooning at his proximity and was not thinking straight. However, when she was able to focus, she realized what the dreamy guy was talking about. The answer was quite in her spirit. Kick, punch, missed. Fatty, already aware of her sweet habit, had cleverly moved out of the way of the blow by arching his back. He might not have gotten away from the second swing. He was falling and falling, on his arm. Why not take advantage of that? Fingers made contact with the ground. They pushed off with a forceful pulse, sprang back. At the same time, the other hand grabbed the elbow of the stubborn girl, upsetting her balance, and she pulled him with her. As a result, both of them fell. Dawei looked exceptionally pleased. His dream had come true. He had very successfully replicated his first accidental fall experience, and now he was waiting for his reward. Yen didn't have time to do anything anymore. She lost her balance and could only watch as Fatty, who was lying on the ground, quickly approached. The spectators present here were able to observe a stunning picture in the truest sense of the word. As the cruel bitch captain, lying on the ground, makes out with Fatty, who deliberately dropped her there. The programmer's suspicions that these two were connected by some personal relations were confirmed before his very eyes. But Beagle promptly commanded everyone to leave, leaving his commander and his friend to deal with their relationship alone. When they pulled away from each other, both of them were at first at a loss for words. The shortness of breath made their minds jumble. Dawei was the first to drop the ball. He greeted the girl, who was blushing to the ears. She didn't know what to say for the first time. She was uncomfortable and at the same time very pleased by the kiss. The guy's insistence bordered on insolence, but at the same time her heart marveled at his constancy and patience. He didn't wait for her reaction. It was scary to think what it would be, so his feet immediately turned to start. And Dawei resolutely rushed into the forest to subdue the crowds of enemies for the glory of the beautiful lady, until she caught up with him and slapped him for his insolence. She could only sigh as she looked out over the landscape, where the figure of the boy who had made her heart beat faster had finally dissolved into the shadows. The field camp was located a couple of kilometers from the research center and was quite accessible by car. What was the surprise of the special forces when they heard the sound of breaking branches in the forest, as if a bear was moving there? And then Fatty came out of there, covered in leaves and dangling vines, and thus decided to take a shortcut. The SWAT team rushed toward him, ready to defend and attack. But there were no more raiders in sight. Turns out it was his way of taking the direct route. He was following the light from the searchlight through the forest thicket, and he wasn't going to stop there. Did you all hear how Captain gave him the job of taking down the bandits? He was immediately fitted with a bulletproof vest and given a headset. Everything as a tough special forces man should be. The only thing that was bothersome was the extra box of wires on the front plate of the vest. A bomb? No, it was just guys wanting to watch a movie about a lone ranger and be able to come to his aid in time, seeing how it worked out, as circumstances dictated. The morning forest, damp from the dew that fell at dawn. I can hear the first hesitant chirps of waking birds. But it's too early for them to take off. They wait for the sun to illuminate the tops of the nearby mountains, when the chilly freshness of the morning is replaced by the warm, misty haze of the warming day. The sounds of a complete stranger suddenly broke up their drowsy fuss, making them quiet. A man was leaping through the branches of the trees, grabbing at vines, slurping a millipede as he went. Following him, a drone with a video camera buzzed with propellers. The reality show was run according to all the rules of modern blogging. The audience watched on the laptop screen as Fatty moved leisurely through the forest. It was as if he were walking along a path. There was a reason for that. He was coordinated by Beagle, who specialized in scouting and deactivating enemy traps. He had time to survey the terrain around Dawei and warn him of dangers along the way. Until, after once again cutting through the machete through the thickets impeding progress, Dawei came upon a bird lurking there. Fatty looked at her in surprise at first. The surprise was quickly replaced by an interested look. The fat pheasant was also looking at the man with interest. Maybe he would pass by? I didn't want to rush off at this time of the morning. It lasted like that for a few moments. The bird's naively open eyes looked at the frozen boy with hidden hope. The boys also hoped very much that they'd get away with it, that they were dealing with a conscious adult. But it didn't work out. Waving his machete, Fatty dashed headlong after the unfortunate pheasant through the woods, making sure to keep out of the way. Fortunately, the bird's instincts were top-notch. It ran away where no human had gone before, so Dawei passed all the traps without straining. And the pheasant was a great runner, too. After chasing him through the forest for about 15 minutes, Fatty lost sight of him. He stopped to catch his breath. Now he didn't know where he was, and he had to think about where to go next. The voices of the clues were silent for some reason. While they were trying to figure out where their friend had gone, a dark spot appeared at the very edge of the drone's video feed. And already the masked man is leaping at Fatty from a high branch of a nearby tree, drawing his sword from its sheath. Yen only had time to shout a warning when she noticed movement on the screen. Frightened, she realized that Fatty wouldn't make it in time. He won't have time to deflect the point of his sword, which is aimed directly at the pain point behind his ear. The enemy is behind him, and he simply can't see him. But the defenseless back of his head in front of his attacker's eyes suddenly just disappeared. Only a shadow flickered to the side and down. And then, as he landed, an overwhelming weight was suddenly placed on his back. That's when the guy did an unexpected somersault, using his shoulders as a fulcrum. He didn't realize at first that he had been hit from above. The first priority was to stay on his feet and not fall. But then he indignantly began to turn toward the fat man, preparing to blow him to a bloody pulp. But who's going to let him? A strong hand grabbed his opponent by the top of his head and slammed his head to the ground. He was so black in the eyes, and half of the mask was knocked off and flew away. It was a human face beneath the hideous creature. The boys were jubilant that a terrible disaster had been averted, and Fatty's opponent now lay knocked out. Yen grabbed the microphone, giving him an urgent order. Understanding who these people were and who had sent them was the most important thing. Her words had unleashed Dawei's hands on his enemy. Now he was sitting on his back, wondering where to start. I turned his face to the human side and tried to make contact, but the boy only breathed hoarsely in response. He slammed his head against the ground again, trying to bring him to his senses, to make him realize he was in his power and start talking. But again he heard only his breathing and a barely audible groan of pain. He was even surprised. The man clearly belonged to some martial arts school if he behaved like that. He even bent lower, hoping that he would respond and say something to start a conversation. But the enemy was silent. Fatty had to take the path of pain. Knowing the human body and its weaknesses well, he decided to start with the legs. He could survive, but he couldn't escape. Grabbed his shin and bent his leg back toward the back of his head, arching his spine and dislocating his hip joint. Held his leg in that position longer, but couldn't get a sound except a hoarse moan. Then he took hold of the foot. There was also a joint there that could be dislocated, and he was quite skilled at doing it. Ligaments were torn, cartilage crunched, small vessels burst, but it did not produce the desired result. The man only screamed louder, tears of pain streaming from his eyes. However, he continued to keep silent about the most important thing. The SWAT officers who watched the torture through the video camera even turned away from the screen, roughly imagining the pain the man was now experiencing. But Yen, always results-oriented, didn't see it as anything extraordinary. He's still not talking, right? Then he can take it. Soon his opponent's feet seemed to switch places. They looked in different directions, twisted at the joints. Dawei sat on top of the boy, wondering what he should do now. Dawei sat on top of the boy, wondering what he should do now. Finally, a thought occurred to him. If this one was silent, he should call someone more talkative to talk to him. The sun was already high enough in the sky when the restrained moans turned into painful mooing through his teeth. Dawei was torturing the criminal who had fallen into his hands. He was covered in cold sweat and silently howled in mad pain as he tore up the grass from the roots of his fingers. This went on for half an hour or so, as long as it took to break every toe bone. Tired of both the yelling and this thankless task, Fatty wiped the sweat from his forehead with a sigh, smearing tiny spatters of blood on his face at the same time, and froze over his fallen foe without fixing him. He wouldn't have been able to get back on his feet anyway with that kind of damage. I started yelling at him in my heart. It's been so long. He was already out of breath and still no result. I even lifted his head off the ground to look into his face, to see if he was unconscious. No, he hadn't. Blood was dripping from his mouth from the effort, but he was silent. Fatty held his head between his hands, already fighting the urge to wring the man's neck in retaliation for his futile efforts. When the man suddenly looked up at him and for the first time raised his voice, the question of the purpose of his torture came out of his throat. Dawei had told him everything he thought about this situation, and about him and his sword brothers. Nothing good. In his opinion, they all deserved to die for what they'd done at the research center, and later too. The man bowed his head low when he heard such a sentence for his entire group. He was now a burden to them all, and bait, so he decided to do what he could. He opened his mouth wide, sticking his tongue out as far as he could, and he bit him as hard as he could, seeking to bite through the large vessels with his teeth so that he could bleed out and die. Yen even jumped in her seat when she realized what the raider had done. Now the chances of getting information from him were tending towards zero. Simultaneously with her shriek, Dawei shoved him hard in the back, forcing him to exhale and end this endeavor. He pressed his head to the ground with his boot, keeping his jaws locked. The man stared at his tormentor with a hateful look, but he wouldn't give up trying to get what he wanted. It was not a matter of making him mad. Even told him exactly how he would die if he did what he was going to do. For a healer of his level, it was like the ABCs. He leaned over to see if he realized what was waiting for him and if he was going to start talking. But the man stared blankly at the sky. I pulled his jaws open to see what he'd already done to himself. Blood was pooling quickly in his mouth, but there was more to come. So he had to be frightened more so that he would scream harder and forget about all sorts of nonsense. Fatty first showed him a poisonous snake, causing him to shriek in surprise. But it was loud enough. It was loud enough to travel far enough into the forest around them to be heard. The SWAT team was watching a movie about choosing between pain and death. They, battle-hardened men, were creeped out by Fatty's ingenuity. He twisted the killer's knees, causing him unbearable pain. Snakes were trying to crawl into the open mouth. He had to slam his mouth shut, but the cruel suffering made him open it again to scream again. And so it goes on and on. Yen also looked at the monitor screen and realized not only that she wouldn't have thought of such a thing, but also that she would have given up on it long ago. For the hopelessness of it. Fatty's persistence was astounding. As a result, the raider with broken legs lay in the clearing, moaning in pain. His wrists were wrapped in creepy, living shackles. Meanwhile, Dawei went and cut a sharp wooden stake in the thicket nearby. He had to use the last method of intimidation, because there were no other ideas. He showed it to the robber from all sides, frightening him with the mere sight of it. The man was already dizzy with pain, and he could not resist his fear. So just the mere hint of it made his imagination run wild. What else could this monster think of? Fatty had only just gotten behind him when he started screaming terribly at the top of his voice, crying out for help. Seeing that the remedy had worked as it should, he continued to morally abuse the criminal, eliciting another piercing shriek. He even clenched his teeth in frustration, preparing to feel the piercing pain of a sharp object penetrating his body. But Dawei masterfully played on his nerves, removing the stake again and threatening it again, eliciting heartbreaking screams. Finally, the rustling and creaking of the trees told him that the guests had arrived, albeit a little late. Their leader in the white robe was the first to speak. He was going to stop the abuse of his subordinate. But instead of the expected rapid response team, there was only one guy in the clearing, and it wasn't a SWAT team, who, opening his arms wide, welcomed them as dear guests, inviting them to join in the fun. It's like he was provoking me on purpose, making me want to deal with him quickly. And the raiders started jumping down from the trees towards him into the clearing, one at a time at first, the most impatient. But seeing that no help was coming to the guy from the bushes, that he was alone here, everyone gradually descended. Their less fortunate comrade was lying on the ground, laughing hysterically with joy. Now he would be avenged. Beagle pounded his fist on the table in frustration. He hadn't expected the whole gang to rush to the victim's screams. While the computer scientist was looking at the picture and was horrified by what was happening, his colleagues had already begun to act. After assigning duties, an assault team was assembled in order to get Fatty out of there. Yen was especially upset. She was pulling on her gloves as if she was preparing to tear up all the attackers with her bare hands. The leader in white also stepped to the ground. He tilted his head to greet the boy in front of him. Dawei grimaced in response. He wasn't going to greet his enemy, standing there, eyeing him skeptically. He just kicked his victim harder so he'd raise his voice, showing him who's boss. One of the bandits wanted to rush to the injured man's aid, but the ringleader's open palm stopped his impulse. He himself turned to the man who had defied him by his actions. To punish him was inevitable. Dawei was amused by this attempt to appear a noble gentleman. Yes, a knight from the big road, you can't say it any other way. Especially when his underlings brought in bound scientists with gags in their mouths and a dagger at their throats. He looked sadly at the people trembling with fear. How could they be freed from captivity so that no one would be hurt? All that remained was to play on the ringleader's narcissism and his belief in the noble ideals of ninjutsu. For example, to remind him that a duel is governed by certain rules. And he's shamelessly breaking those rules. He immediately backtracked, saying that the guy had misunderstood him. He always adheres to the code of honor. And, pointing a finger at his chest, offered to fight all his guys in turn. And this is called a duel? Dawei even swallowed at the realization of the setup. The ringleader's companions didn't expect this either. It is one thing to risk one's life for big money, but it is another to fight to the death in a needless duel. The offer made Fatty very angry, but the smile never left Fatty's face. There was still an opportunity to bargain. So he observed that such a duel was no different from a group fight. In groups, or one at a time, it's still unfair. Each time, fresh opponents against one exhausted him. Dawei could barely handle his emotions. He wanted to tear everyone apart here and now. He could. But the scientists. For their sake, he continued to smile and bargain further. The leader had to admit that his words were fair, but he saw no other way to destroy the enemy. Leave him alive? Is he an idiot? An angry Dawei called them all names for their hypocrisy. If they want to kill, don't let them pretend to be noble. The noble brigands immediately jumped up on their branches in indignation. They were suspected of dishonor. Some even came down, wanting to shove his words down the guy's throat. But he didn't seem frightened. In fact, he added to the hypocrisy by being inconsistent in his actions. What kind of a fair fight is it if he is being blackmailed with the lives of innocent people? At the same instant, the handmaiden's katana left its scabbard. The man couldn't bear such disparaging words, directed it at the enemy who dared to insult them with the suspicion that they lacked justice and the honor of a warrior. But the boy intercepted the blade on its approach. He held it up with his finger, not afraid it would cut him off. And the ringleader stopped his henchman. Killing this guy was easy. You can't wash away his words of dishonor with blood. What the tortured fighter was thinking as he lay on the ground is unknown, but his eyes rolled with barely restrained despair. It would have been over by now, but no, they are wasting time with ethical arguments. The ringleader decided to ask his enemy how he sees the ultimate justice in this situation. Well, what did he expect to hear? Of course, a fair duel in Dawei's mind is him alone defending the honor of all his scholars. His gain is their freedom. Could the intruders who attacked the center for the sake of capturing these people have done so? Fatty scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. If the whole thing is about the big money, there's no point in blackmail. It's all a bluff. The ringleader was shown the middle finger as a response to his offer of a fair duel. Dawei angrily told him everything he thought. What honor is there in coming to a foreign country and attacking innocent people for some money? The accomplice lying on the ground watched in horror as the guy talked to their flawless leader and couldn't believe his ears. And the one got even closer to the ringleader and argued that he was a fucking idealist and had brought his men here just to prove that ninjutsu was still alive. Then, more calmly, he remarked that he was a lousy strategist too, if he still hadn't gotten his men out of the cordoned-off forest, and instead was talking about duels and the honor of a warrior. After saying that, Dawei pretended to leave and didn't want to meet such idiots. He knew he wouldn't get far. The underlings wanted to stand up for their leader's honor in the most usual way. Kill him, and that's it. But how could he, after saying that, give the case to someone else? No. He was preparing to deal with the guy who had insulted him himself. Dawei paused in his attempt to get away. He realized that he had driven the leader white, and now he would have to endure a bout of hatred. But that was what he was seeking. Turned around to face him, calmly swatted a mosquito as he thought, something he wanted to ask the ringleader. Now was the time to do it. The one was already impatiently pulling out his katana. Even though he was furious, he still wanted to hold his face. So he took a nice stance, did a couple of tricky feints, and moved smoothly on the guy, getting faster and faster in the process. Dawei could have pulled his machete from his belt, but he wasn't even going to do it. He just stood there with his hands in his pockets and waited for his opponent. He knew he wouldn't dare strike an unarmed man. He jumped up, intending to strike from above, but as if against a wall, he ran into a question asked in the most serene tone. I had to slow down, realize, recognize, respond. The mood was off, and so was the attack, because Fatty took the initiative. The body armor suddenly flew to the ground. He threw it off like an unnecessary weight that prevented him from moving properly. Then he paused, bit his finger, and asked his opponent's name. What if he did? It was part of the code, which he adhered to. Indeed, the leader suddenly began to remove his mask. After all, a fair duel is fought with an open face. The suicide bomber wouldn't tell anyone who killed him anyway. Dawei looked at the man with sympathy. Such a noble, handsome face, and such a naive fool underneath. Neither his name nor his regalia told him absolutely nothing. He might be a good swordsman, but the master of Ugo in front of him was a kid, foolish and arrogant. The last seconds before the fight. The opponents look at each other appraisingly. Dawei is still unarmed, but he is tense and waiting for his opponent's move. He too froze, holding his katana in front of him. He would have attacked, but his opponent's lack of equipment was confusing. Though, in fact, he did have a weapon, if you could call it that. A machete for cutting brush. It was tucked carelessly behind his belt. The dark ultramarine of rage met the hard gaze of the golden eyes. Who would be the first to start the fight? Farther away, their figures were blurred by movement. The slimmer one darted forward, coming in from the right. The more massive one shifted back, and also went to the right of the enemy in a gentle arc. Armed with a machete, Dawei still crossed his blade with his opponent's katana. The first blow was so powerful it knocked sparks out of their weapons. What happened next was a saber dance. The opponents circled around each other. Lunges, escapes, swings, and deflections alternated. The flickering of legs, arms, and weapons merged into deadly planes. There were spectators for this fight not only in the clearing. The drone was reliably transmitting the picture, and the field camp also had its own fans. At first, a petty officer looked into the tent assigned to the computer specialist, and then it started. At the rapturous acts and cries came the second, there was a third. Then they took the laptop outside, along with the table, and then everyone could see the broadcast. After withstanding a series of attacks from his opponent, Dawei applied his skills gained from his bouts with Teacher. He so competently imposed his battle tactics on the enemy that he was forced to retreat. The leader was unfamiliar with this technique and did not know how to counter it. He fought back instinctively and barely had time to parry the blows. And as a fright moved in his heart that he might fail and lose to the fat man, he remembered that he's not alone, and his loyal companions will come to his aid at a whistle. But while he can still hold on, let them watch the brave ninjas fight. Immediately he went on the attack, bringing his katana to the right and upward to slash obliquely at his opponent's weapon, the weakest point of his defense. After the first blow, the machete blade had a deep nick in it. Still, it wasn't built for combat. Golden silkworm flickered out of his ear with a golden spark. He sensed that his master was now in danger and flew outside. He ran like lightning in a wide arc, surveying the surroundings, full of devils and not a single friend around. It was necessary to level the playing field, so he hovered over the clearing and cast the master's call, summoning all those over whom he had power. The snakes were the first to hear him and began to crawl out of their hiding places. They raised their heads, trying to figure out which way to crawl, and headed straight for the clearing. There they saw the true light of power shining on the little one, and listened to his orders given by Master. Accordingly, they opened their mouths, showing by this that they were ready to obey and carry out the order and bite each of those treading on the ground. The forest hornets were called in to deal with those in the trees. Their buzzing army was already on its way. While people, eyes wide open, watched the fight, behind them, wriggling and crawling over each other, snakes were rushing towards them. Wrapped around the leg and crawled sneakily under the pant leg. One bite and the man was no longer dangerous. The sound of blows over the clearing suddenly faded, but Fatty's machete flew into the bushes, whistling and making circles. The ringleader had managed to cut off the long wooden handle, and now his opponent found himself with a stump of wood in his hands. Being unarmed during a fight is no fun. Dawei urgently thought of ways to escape. But his opponent suddenly put his sword in its sheath. The fight is won, and there is no honor in fighting an unarmed man. Fatty tossed the stump away carelessly, listening to his musings on ninja traditions, probably meant for the general public. And when the latter had already begun to mock Fatty, extolling his personal virtues as a consummate master of... With a wave of his hand, he stopped the leader's speech. Dawei had no intention of listening to any more of this nonsense. It wasn't even for him, after all. But for my brothers in arms, who could no longer be called listeners. He pointed in their direction, bringing the leader back to reality. At first he resented being interrupted. Then he realized what had been said to him and grew cold with fear. All his companions were lying in unsightly poses, and none of them showed any signs of life. So he won the battle, but lost the war. If you looked closely, there was no blood or wounds. It was as if they had all fallen asleep. Only the marks of their fingers scratching the ground indicated that they had been in considerable pain the night before. And the culprit was definitely the fat man. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so calm. He wouldn't have said such disgusting things in a mocking tone. The leader immediately grabbed the hilt of his katana. This bastard should have been killed, to pay for the deaths of his comrades. With a single swing, the blade flew out of its sheath and he swung at his enemy with an accusatory cry. Dawei justifiably remarked that he simply couldn't physically pull something like that off. When? During a fight? The ringleader hesitated. That's right. And the boy continued to fool around. At first he seriously remarked that he was seeing the area for the first time. Then pretended to wonder how it was that the raiders were suddenly poisoned. And then you blamed him, that he was the one who planned and executed the whole thing, betrayed his comrades, and he even winked at him with a cheerful, meaningful wink. Such a thing could not be endured by the leader's soul, and the katana strike was immediate. Fatty bent down, letting the tip slip past him. Then he pressed down on it with the toe of his sneaker, pinning it to the ground so as to preempt the second blow. And pushing off the surface with his feet, went somersaulting backwards, arching his back for a long somersault. Grouped at the highest point of the takeoff and before beginning his fall, clasping his hands at his sides, he landed just out of range of his opponent's sword. He landed hard on the ground, extinguishing the inertia of the jump. The chief hadn't expected such jumping ability from so fat a fellow, so he stared at him in amazement as he got up. But that didn't change his mind, and he lunged forward, swiftly catching up with his enemy and swinging for another strike. He pushed his pace to the max, so much so that it felt like the katana was slicing through the air in several directions at once. The fat man seemed to get frustrated as well, managing to react to each of the swings. And here, and there, and here. In the end, the leader had forgotten about technique and the beauty of the swing. He was poking as hard as he had to, just to hit. His opponent, bending, twisting, and bending, was twisting like a frying pan, not letting himself be hit. Since he couldn't just chop it into cabbage, he remembered his win-win super technique. It was a series of blows for the swordsman involving attacks and counterattacks. An unarmed man was no match for him, but the boy dodged, letting his blade slip past him. He realized that he couldn't fight him that way, but there were other methods. While the fat man waited for another attack, he slipped his hand into a hidden pocket. In the heat of the fight, he had forgotten that he was a ninja. And now he remembered the throwing stars, smeared with a poison to which he could find no antidote. And he threw 3 of them at once, aiming at the enemy. At least one of them would hit, and then his men would be avenged. The insidious weapon was approaching very quickly, so Dawei only glanced briefly at the sneaky and, doing a complicated somersault, kicked away 2 shuriken in midair with his feet, while the third one slammed into a tree. Seeing the guy just like that, without exerting himself, he leapt between his throwing projectiles. Without waiting for the jump to be completed, he pulled out another one, a control, stashed away for just such an occasion. Launch it when the enemy least expected it. Throw the shuriken at the fat man. He couldn't see it, nor could he deflect it while turning in midair. I could see it, but I couldn't even think about reflecting it without pushing it off the surface, except to try to bend. And so, as the spinning starfish finished its flight, striking the fellow somewhere in the region of the nose, the ringleader was immensely relieved that he had finally gotten the fat man who had resisted him for so long. And the fans at the screen clutched their heads, worried about their idol. They were so hopeful that he would win. So far, he had been pretty good at it. Dawei was on the ground as he fell, flat on the ground. He had hit the ground hard after a bad somersault. The ninja was already running toward him, swinging his katana, intent on completing his black deed. Now that he didn't have to play the noble game anymore, he finally understood the taste of a sneak attack. As long as the guy was lying on the ground and didn't resist, it was easy to chop off his head without giving in to nonsense like honor and justice. And he had already drawn his sword over him, expecting to end their argument about who was the toughest warrior with one blow. Just as suddenly, the one raised his head, smiling widely and showing off his shuriken clamped in his teeth. The raised katana remained slung above his head as the ringleader realized his trick had failed. And Dawei, still holding the poisoned blade between his teeth, continued to taunt him. He escaped with a somersault from the katana dropped on his head, still as healthy as before. While the swordsman attacking him pondered this fact and drew conclusions, trying on a new strike. Leaving the somersault unfinished, Dawei did a U-turn on his hands, turning around to the man who hadn't expected it. He lunged at him, aiming for his jaw with his foot. It hit him so hard that the katana snapped out of the leader's hands. His head was foggy from the blow he had received. His shaken brain tried to faint, and his eyes rolled back from the unprecedented shame. The special forces, who had been overexcited earlier, were jubilant. Some jumped with joy, some melted with delight, but no one was indifferent to this turn of a hopeless case. And the defeated man just stood there and fell to the ground, now without a chance to win, not even a chance to participate. As he groaned in deafening and all-consuming pain, his katana was already coming back to him from above. I don't know why she was so offended, but she had a good aim, right between his legs. Lucky it wasn't a blade. I don't know how to put it. It's just that one intolerable pain was joined by a second, even more acute one. The guys at the screen froze, experiencing moments of pure male solidarity. Today's super action movie ended in a tragicomedy. Even Dawei looked at him with sympathy. This was not the ending he'd wanted or envisioned for his opponent. I didn't attack him. I gave him time to recover. I took a couple of steps towards him with the intention of asking him how he was feeling. He looked so miserable. He was writhing in pain, lying on his side and cradling his dignity with his hands. But apparently, there was no more of him there. Because the soulful question was met with accusations and insults against the fat man. And so he was deemed to be quite recovered, and his screams and shrieks no longer bothered Dawei. As he pulled his leg across the grass to the place of final shame, closer to the remnants of his formidable army, along the way, calmly explaining what he had done and why he would suffer, with a sense of accomplishment, he slammed against the tree trunk of the no longer resisting ninja leader, exhausted from the previous battle. And the local snakes were placed as guards to keep him from escaping. They will hold the prisoner as well as ropes. That one, when he felt the attention of the poisonous critter, at first broke out in a cold sweat of fear, then screamed throughout the forest, trying to throw off the living ropes climbing up his arms and legs. Fatty rocked his familiar on his finger and reasoned about justice, about honor as he understood it. Compared it to how this ninja understood it, as he shook with fear as the snake crawled up his collar. But when he came close to him and raised his head, it was even more frightening. It was even scarier to stare into those inhuman eyes and wonder what else this inquisitor had in mind. At that time, his friends were rushing to Fatty's aid, and the raiding party could barely keep up with them. Because she still had time to talk on the way, sharing information about the identity of the rescued person. Still, the chances of making it in time seemed slim to none. One man against a group of well-armed thugs wouldn't last a few minutes. Beagle noticed the frantic screams coming from a little farther away. It was as if someone were being tortured. Yen also thought that Dawei was screaming. It gave her hope that he was at least alive. That meant they weren't too late. They ran on, guided by the screams. The closer they got, the more screaming and panicked they became. They came running. Near the man by the tree sat a bowed Fatty, his head lowered to the ground, as if bowing to him. But then he turned to his friends with annoyance, for he had not yet had time to attach the bow, and they saw that the man sitting there was covered with snakes. While Beagle was looking at this still life, Yen looked at Dawei and couldn't get away from the surprise that he was not only alive and well, but had also prepared a gift for them. Tied up and gagged, just like you'd expect. And the fact that he was used with the help of poisonous snakes is not so important. Of course, the special forces were interested in the group of kidnappers that everyone had fled here for. No one doubted that Fatty could deal with one man easily. Dawei, however, began by introducing the leader of the ninja squad who had come here then to restore the formidable glory of modern ninjutsu. Now the man was obviously very remorseful for bringing his men here, but the deed had been done and the damage done. Beagle praised both the results of the detention and the equally highly effective interrogation. And Yen was finally interested in the rest of the gang, who were nowhere to be seen, and the prisoners would have to be freed. She was satisfied with the answer. The subordinates were sent to collect the fruits of Fatty's activities. First, it was necessary to sort out the strangers from the ones who were strangers. To do this, we had to examine the faces of all those lying on the ground. It wasn't hard, though. The masks helped a lot. In the end, the bodies of the unconscious people were prepared for transportation. But it was harder to search the pockets of the raiders for dangerous surprises. Yen was more tired of it than she was of running through the forest. Dawei watched her arch her back, stretching heartily, but he couldn't get near her. He was busy doing something only he could do, pulling snakes out of the ninja's pants. Suddenly his phone beeped. I had to throw the next creep behind me and read the message. At first he was worried that his little sister was looking for him, but then wailing, he shrank from the realization that there was no escape. His sister, mindful of the past incident, had the foresight to remind him of the promise 24 hours in advance. So the next day he was again at the entrance arch of the movie academy. Without repeating the last blunder, the sister parked properly this time. And, As she waited in line to sit at the unsightly table where the admissions committee would pick up her admission papers, Dawei sat on one of a row of identical chairs and looked around the boring place with displeasure. With nothing to do, he looked at the pretty girls, making a comparative characterization of them. He was interested in how much personal attractiveness depends on the parameters of a girl's figure. But sometimes there were glitches in the data system. What if you can't visually tell if you're looking at a girl? The biggest breasts turned out to be at the jock who had just walked in. After such a fiasco, he decided that the beauty of a woman does not depend on the size of her breasts. So I switched to ordinary contemplation. The merits of the passing applicants did not leave indifferent. Because of this, he spent the next half hour staring at the ceiling, conscientiously telling himself to wait some more. Or staring at the floor, wondering where his sister was and why there was still no word. So I took the call from her as a blessing from above. But my sister sobbed inconsolably into the phone. It turned out that after the admission committee, she decided to try her luck at an audition with a famous director. Maybe she would be lucky, but they didn't even listen to her properly. How can a brother not stand up for his sister, especially when she's crying so desperately? Find and punish the offender. And he took off at a run, rushing like a fire past classrooms and offices, looking for the one where his sister was hiding. Everyone stepped in front of him, giving way, and then they looked behind him, wondering what had happened and where, if this guy was so anxious. Soon looked back again, because now there was a multicolored wonder hanging on this guy and trying to hold him down. He was striding down the corridor, ignoring the girl and the people around him, and the look on his face promised trouble for anyone he encountered. At the entrance to the concert hall, he turned to his sister, carefully rubbed her head, soothing her, but frightened even more by his implacable attitude toward all her abusers. After such a demonstration, she was unlikely to want to complain to him about anyone again. Nervousness and despondency reigned in the concert hall. Some were still hoping for their chance at stardom, while others left with tears in their eyes. The manager obligingly prostrated himself before a disgruntled director who couldn't pick a decent actress to play a part in the movie. He frowned angrily. He criticized young debutantes harshly and mercilessly, and his caustic expressions could bring not only girls to tears, but also grown men. Here, for example, the manager was already almost on his knees asking him for mercy. But this was no consolation for the frustrated director. How, pray tell, can you create another film if you don't have the right material? He was looking for genuine feelings, boiling energy, real drive, without success. His last exclamation resounded throughout the room, so loudly that Dawei decided to immediately favor the suffering man. Just as he was about to push the half-open door open, the doorway was blocked by a manager exhausted by a demanding customer. The worker, who had been rendered mentally ill by the exhausting effort, was thrown out into the corridor without further ado. The director immediately noticed a noise at the end of the hall. Someone was pressing to see him. It was interesting for once, especially when he heard the genuine feelings of the approaching young man, sincere and therefore overwhelming. For what? Saw the seething energy that prompted the guy to fly upward in a swift, dashing leap. He was going to land right in front of him. He had to move away from the table. The interested persons could not recover from such a spectacle that presented itself before their eyes. Their evil genius was getting a real drive, begging for mercy from Fatty's foot. No, not mercy. Turns out he recognized him and tried to tell him. That's why he didn't fight back. He knew it was useless. Dawei looked more closely at the man lying on the floor. From the back, he was hard to recognize. But the latter, shining with a happy smile, suddenly rushed towards him with open arms, shouting his name joyfully. Meeting with no response, he hastily adjusted his glasses and looked more closely at the young man. No, he couldn't be mistaken. The face indelibly imprinted in his memory was exactly the same, except older. So, kneeling on his knees, he confessed his sincere feelings to him, rejoicing in this chance meeting like a child. The unwilling spectators of this expressive monologue looked at each other perplexed. The local guard who had come running to the call did not know what to do now. Cast members who wanted to get the role frankly envied the more fortunate competitor. Wendy ran up to the stage and looked at her brother and the director with rapturous eyes. I couldn't believe it. Dawei wanted to answer her sister. But he was interrupted by the director, finally paying attention to the familiar face that had so upset him today. You shouldn't have. Fatty reacted to his tone like a bull to a red rag. He immediately grabbed him by the pecs and started shaking him, resenting him for daring to behave like that to his sister. He excused himself in vain, but it was not easy to calm him down when he was angry, and it would go on for a long time. If the next group of actresses for the casting call hadn't walked through the door, they were afraid of the director's tough temper. The noise they were making forced Dawei to let go of his victim's neck, and in a more correct tone, demanded to take his sister under his patronage. Wendy looked upon these negotiations as a miracle of wonders. It was as if a good fairy had waved her wand and her wish had come true. The most popular director was happy to have her in his movie, even if she wasn't the main character, but still. He agreed to do whatever his brother wanted. As if hypnotized, he looked at him and nodded. The actors who had come to the audition were completely discouraged. All the director's attention was taken up by those who came, and now they had nothing to look forward to. The cast members began to resent the unfair and biased approach that undeservedly deprived them of even a chance. Dawei heard them murmuring in the hall. He didn't like that. Still, he was kind of in favor of justice. Why not level the playing field? And he started with the director. Poking his finger in his chest, he insistently demanded to take all of them. Dumbfounded by such an impudent interference in his work, he didn't know what to say. He didn't want the guy to get even angrier. And he went viral, running an advertising campaign for all the girls here, extolling their qualities. Some of them even believed it. The poor director didn't know how to get away from Fatty's torrent of emotion and vitality. He could really sell him all those girls. It's been a long time since he's felt that kind of drive. I'd rather have one. With a burning desire to stop this escalating promotion before it turned into something more, he rushed over to the guy with open arms. Toth sort of pitched in with tantalizing promises and assurances of exceptional opportunities for his sister. He even beckoned her closer. The only thing he demanded was respectful treatment, not like they do in show business. Debauchery on debauchery. The director even recoiled in horror. He wouldn't envy anyone who Fatty came to him with such a claim. This day at the Film Academy is remembered for the guy in the red sweatshirt who finished off a famous movie director, and the happy candidates for a stellar future were ready. No, well, they would not carry him in their arms, but they would kiss him, for the love of God. Only he couldn't get to them. He was stopped halfway there by the very same movie director. The latter had such a high opinion of Fatty's talent that he tried to put in a good word about treating his acquaintance for old time's sake. However, it met a business approach. Dawei has already gotten too into the taste of making money to miss a profitable chance. His terms were so stunning, it was heartbreaking. But when you only know one person who can help you... The employees of the movie academy were leaving. The show was over. Its protagonists were now talking about the beautiful life, in which, alas, they had no place. The next day was spent traveling. A charter flight was waiting for them at the airport in a separate parking lot. Wendy was the first to hop on the plane and froze with her mouth open. So impressive was the sight she saw. The cabin of the private business class airplane was magnificent. Not only was the leather interior noticeable from the entrance, but also the built-in TVs, and there was even internet. The movie director, with a mysterious look, invited Fatty to take his seat. He had been smiling mysteriously since morning, which was extremely annoying. And he would not reveal the secret of their journey. But now, on board, they could tell him. At the direct question, he smiled meaningfully again, holding a pause. What are the secrets of the Madrid court? That's right, that's where they were going. Spain, to angry bulls and brave toreros, to deal with the secrets of royalty. The airplane was flying above the dense cloud cover. The moon illuminated it from above, and it seemed as if the whole world had suddenly disappeared. Only travelers left. A cozy time to talk about all sorts of things. Important and not so important. Especially over a delicious dessert with a cup of hot tea, which my sister wouldn't even let me taste. She'd eaten hers long ago. She did not give rest to the mystery of the relationship between her newly appeared brother and the famous film director. He didn't mind remembering the story of their acquaintance. It had been an unforgettable time. So Dawei began to recall past events aloud, not forgetting to eat the coveted cake. It all happened there, at the Mountain of Spirits. Ordinary everyday life, training, studying, training again. But there were also unexpected incidents. That day I was interrupted from my midday rest by loud shouts from the street. A foreigner was screaming. He knelt down in front of the teacher and begged for help. His wife, a stunning beauty, stood beside him with a displeased look. The mentor was in no hurry to make suggestions or demands, whether the case was complicated or something else. Closer inspection with altered vision did not show that the man was ill with anything. But he had another trouble, and teacher knew about it. There must have been correspondence. Unfortunate enough for this man to come here and personally beg to be rescued. Dawei was not interested in such trivialities. But teacher insisted, because you can't say no to people who ask. If you can help, then do it. There were certain concerns about his wife. A woman gives birth to a child. A woman becomes a mother. But this beautiful woman did not fit the image of a mother in any way. It was doubtful whether she could have children at all. So both of them needed help. This time, the teacher decided to share the duties with his student. He assigned the most pleasant part of them to Fatty, as the master of the most unconventional solutions. Oh, what interesting ideas suddenly appeared about the treatment of the beauty. But the mentor took the woman with him because he thought her problem was of a more delicate nature. And it was his responsibility to deal with the stranger's predicament, the way he knows how. The happiness that was so close was slipping away, but what was left was a test subject, willing to do anything to realize his dream. And, while Fatty suffered his mentor's treachery, the latter impatiently braced his healer, eager to begin immediately. I've had enough. The first order made me freeze with my mouth hanging open, so angry was the tone of voice. What happened next was even more terrifying. At night, by the fire. The guy's inhuman eyes and ruthless order. It was a late morning, but after a sleepless night, it still felt like he was up bright and early. In a large clearing, wolves were yawning, stretching, and showing their toothy mouths. They behaved like big dogs. But as they pursued him, he was thinking more about his heels and a bitten fillet if they caught up. Fatty climbed higher for a better view and swung on the vine like a swing. He chuckled and made caustic comments. Sometimes, out of boredom, he would go into lengthy explanations about the method of his treatment, its profound philosophy. The second day began before sunrise. It was just beginning to dawn, and the stars had not yet left the sky. The newcomer had a restless sleep. He tossed and turned all night long on the hard bed, covered only by a reed mat, trying to get into a comfortable position. But a new test of strength awaited him. It was unexpected, and all the more effective, bringing undoubted benefit to a body spoiled by luxury. Dawei even went into the attic for this entertainment and dismantled part of the ceiling above the guest room. The sleeping man was having a nightmare as he mumbled and shuddered. It was a mercy to release him from his bad dream. Running before sunrise has high motivational properties. The chilliest time, plus the cold dew dripping from the branches by the scruff of the neck, give extra speed to the body that wants to warm up. The exhausted body wanted to warm up and relax. On the third day, he was given this opportunity. The poison pool has been tried and found to be effective as a means of bringing people to a new frontier of rethinking the values of their own lives. The patient made an effort to believe what the young man was broadcasting, rather than run away at the sight of the dangerous muck being thrown to him in the vat. The fourth day led to a deep pit that appeared at the site of the rock collapse. It is such a large pit with steep edges, on the flat bottom of which you could lie down and sunbathe at your pleasure. After a difficult descent, it seemed a real bliss. After the hardships of the previous days, just a leisurely descent down the almost vertical slopes, as well as the ascent, seemed like a child's play. Even if he had been offered to spend the whole day here, it didn't scare him. In the sunshine, breathing fresh air, only the tossed bag was a little disconcerting. To the touch, it felt like it was stuffed with seed husks, but the foul odor of it suggested that my stomach would not be tempted to eat it. Fatty did not answer the question, but he went to the nearest slope and climbed up it deftly. Lying at the bottom of the excavation and gazing up into the heavens, the man felt almost happy. Then I leaned against the wall, thinking. There were many fresh creative ideas and plans that stirred my imagination with the possibility of their realization. He thought of the more pleasant things that awaited him when he returned home. If the boy fulfills his promise, his deepest dream will finally come true. He swiped the first spider that came to his feet without looking. He hadn't seen much of anything these days. But when there were several of them, identical and advancing toward him, surrounding him, it became no joke. However, a whole horde of red and black spiders, a rustling, living coat of spiders running down the slopes toward him, and would have driven a more stress-resistant man to a frenzy. When he was finally able to scream, he yelled the whole time he was running away from the spiders and trying to climb the steep walls. It wasn't until he got back to Fatty, who was waiting for him, that he saw that they were all coming down to the pouch. Of course, all the listeners wondered what was so attractive to spiders in that bag. But who's gonna admit it? Secret ingredient is a great expression for hiding the ugly truth. The story of the past day's exploits was over. Dawei was already yawning, and the dawn of a new day was already glimmering in the porthole, which met them in the Spanish capital on a sunny morning when the dark shadows already promised a hot afternoon. The sightseeing tour of local sites was not long. So, we looked at the architecture from the window, appreciated the monumental sculptures, and moved on, scaring away the surrounding people with a cortege of identical executive class cars. A leisurely ride through the crowded streets allowed one to appreciate the benefits of the hot climate. A few shots taken by Fatty not in the most historically interesting places. The attention was drawn to Sterep, who allowed himself to joke, offering various options for evening leisure. A flash of rage lit a dark flame on Dawei's fingers. Such a flippant attitude towards a lifetime's worth of choices was infuriating. And the fact that the curse had formed so easily when he hadn't called for it made him wonder. Nevertheless, it had been shoved under the former patient's nose so that he wouldn't forget. What he considered the norm for himself did not suit a guy who had only one woman on his mind so far. Driving down a deserted alley, Fatty finally noticed that they were traveling in a motorcade, wedged in the middle of identical security cars. Questions arose. The information Sterep had given him was incredible. He had not realized that he was being taken to such a famous person. But it was the sister who died first. She screamed shrilly, causing a slight concussion to the unprepared listeners. And while Wendy raved about seeing the real prince, Dawei was interested in more down-to-earth matters, which he asked all the time as they drove through wide streets densely lined with low but very stylish houses. Not shying away from the driver's presence, Stephen sadly recounted the sad story of his employer. Dawei listened intently. Until now, he had kept from him the exact reason he had invited him to Spain. However, the occasion did not excite him. The methodology had long been tried, and it would be even more interesting to chase some prince. Another thing was troubling. The curse of the 9th moon was gaining strength. Soon the critical moment would come when action would have to be taken. His distant silence was noticed by his sister, but she couldn't get a clear answer from the suddenly despondent boy. Golden Silkworm guarded the 3 basic ingredients he had brought with him just in case. Nevertheless, the ritual required preparation. When the majestic dome of an ancient historic building began to loom nearby, the motorcade turned toward the sliding gates of the estate, where, in fact, they'd been traveling for so long. The guests, mouths open in amazement, regarded the property. Wendy was a real prince. For Dawei, it was just a very rich patient. The estate was indeed very large. Its buildings from the last century suggested that it had an interesting history. As Stephen led them to the main entrance, the conversation swirled more and more around the market value of the estate. Then they waited for the butler's report, and they listened to the explanations of a man who knew better than they did. Stephen told them that such estates are for the most part unsellable, as they have been owned by the same family for centuries. This is where the history of generations lives on. That is why the estate is passed on by inheritance or as a gift within the family. Dawei thought about the number of people needed to maintain order in such an area. Even asked the volunteer guide about it. It seemed extremely unprofitable to maintain such a machine. Only a fabulously rich man could afford such a waste. They talked for a while until they heard a soft call from behind them. The master of the house was coming toward them. An ordinary man in a strict business suit, of which there are many. His status was emphasized only by his majestic posture and utmost restraint in conversation. At first glance, the man was perfectly healthy. There was no thought of any disease. While the owner of the house greeted his friend, Dawei scrutinized him thoroughly. This included the use of an altered gaze. Then the prince deigned to notice the new faces on his doorstep. He'd been warned. But such types were not in the social circle of such high-ranking people, and how to communicate with them was not quite clear. But he remembered well that this man had already helped his friend, and since he was going to use his services, he tried to be friendly. He approached his guest with open arms. Dawei didn't understand how to react to such a display of friendliness. It was not customary in his country. So when the prince embraced him cordially as a token of sincere sympathy, at first he stood like a statue. Wendy, too, was shocked. Stephen chuckled with an anticipatory smile. The meeting of East and West promised good entertainment. It was good to be a spectator. Meanwhile, Fatty was starting to get angry at being coddled for so long. He was waiting to be released. The prince waited for a reciprocal embrace, as etiquette dictated. There was no telling how long it would last. If Dawei hadn't decided to give it back to him. He crossed his fists behind him, wrapping his arms around the prince in a tight grip. The one hurriedly interrupted the close contact at once, but the embrace of the guest did not end. On the contrary, it became stronger. Already strange thoughts began to cross his mind. Not even his own wife had ever pressed him so passionately. The squeezing was already starting to feel painful. My head began to spin from lack of air. Stephen even decided to intervene. Cultural differences could lead to an unnecessary conflict. The half-suffocated prince was already hanging off Fatty's shoulder when he reminded everyone of the reason for their arrival, and tried to wrestle his friend away from a guy who was too over the top. The landlord couldn't even put up a fight. However, Dawei, as always, combined the pleasant with the useful. It got even and diagnosed its new patient. Then he let him go to recover, and at Sterep's incredulous question, he only shrugged his shoulders. How long will it take? With close contact, he made sure to look through all the nerve centers for irregular perturbations. The prince, crouched on the ground, was trying to regain his breath after the diagnosis. Wendy sat beside him with a concerned look and looked at her brother reproachfully. To make amends, Dawei patted him sympathetically on the shoulder, making him wince at the unfamiliar treatment. But a friendly smile dispelled the tension of the misunderstanding. The contact could be considered established. In order to talk more substantially, it was necessary to go into the house, past the stately columns and the obliging butler. Just as Fatty sat down, a tall pile of papers immediately appeared in front of him. A shopping bag full of typed sheets also fell on the table. The bag was brought by his patient's wife. The princess was genuinely concerned about her husband's health, if so perceptive of his condition. Immediately it became clear. The only thing that can save you from rereading and then discussing every printed word in detail is ignorance of the language. Stephen broke away from his cup of tea, intervened. Fatty, without a specifically asked question, could have dragged out the explanation for a long time. And Dawei, to better understand the patient's situation, began by comparing two such seemingly similar cases. Everyone except Wendy listened attentively to her brother's explanations. It was becoming clear that this topic was not hers at all, and she would like to spend her time more interestingly. But so far the star was Fatty. What he told kept the general attention by the unconventional nature of the story, especially when he dismissed the hypothetical possibility of the patient's illness. He was perfectly healthy. The news made the prince despondent, and his wife wailed in hopelessness and almost cried. After such words, the last hope was gone. The only thing left to do was to say goodbye to the invited specialist and go to drink my grief. However, Stephen rushed to Fatty. He knew that nothing was impossible for the boy, so he hoped that there would be a way out. The tears in the patient's eyes showed how much he was suffering. It was worth it to try to fight. His palm slammed against the table to stop the unnecessary suffering. Dawei even rose from his seat to do so, confidently promised that it was not over yet, and he would make efforts to sort out the case. The prince couldn't believe what he was hearing. Only a wizard could take away hope and then give it to him. But Stephen noticed that the boy was very restless. Is the outlook really that bleak? Dawei showed him the dark flame and admitted that it wasn't about the prince. It was just that the time for the ritual was approaching, and he might not be able to get home in time. The director even laughed in relief. He didn't see a problem with that. The ritual could be done anywhere, even here. The prince heard the main thing for himself. Not all is lost for him, and the healer takes up the solution of his difficulties. He didn't care about all the possible costs anymore. If he needed a ritual, let it be a ritual. The main thing was that he should be treated immediately. Wendy listened to her brother's orders with boredom. Grown-up things are so dull. Even the prince didn't seem so fabulous anymore. Stephen strained to reread the prescription Fatty had written to keep him healthy. Some of the medications made him cringe. I even questioned him about the necessity of such unsavory purchases. But the boy remained adamant. A slight threat immediately put everything in its place. The director ran to make the necessary arrangements, and Dawei finalized the list of items needed for both the prince's treatment and the ritual. He gave the lists to his sponsors to read. The prince was reading the ingredient sheet. The things listed there made his eyes glaze over, and his forehead was covered in a cold sweat. I mean, why does a guy need 4 kinds of poisonous snakes? 1 would have been enough. That's creepy, especially when you realize they'll all be living in your house. What if one of them runs away? You'll have insomnia. But these were not all nightmares. The spiders and scorpions below were just as bad. And that's all it took to cure him? Fatty reassured him that everything else was more harmless and didn't even need to be supplied from his homeland. Stephen, meanwhile, was reading the procurement list. The things written there were baffling. Is this a treatment or a bathroom makeover? Tried to check with Fatty, but he wouldn't even let him ask. He stubbornly said it was all necessary, and that was it. The next question was more than unexpected. Dawei thought for a long time about how to ask more delicately. As a result, his question was misunderstood. He had to put it straight to the point. Yes, the reaction was much more than expected. The prince blushed like a poppy, as shy as a young girl. Stephen tried to soften the question, to hint that such things were not to be spoken of in front of witnesses. But Fatty didn't understand him, or something else. But he sat there and waited adamantly for an answer. Stammering with embarrassment and unable to find the right words, the owner of the house at first mumbled something incomprehensible. Then he coughed, covering his mouth with the palm of his hand, and, in a husky voice, through his fingers, he squeezed out the approximate time, giving a rooster at the end. Dawei became so angry that he even stood up. Such a time could not be true even for a young, vigorous man, especially not for this one, with his problem. He hovered over the prince, gazing into his eyes incredulously, but they were as clear as the sky on a clear day. Here came the first discrepancy. He went back to his seat, a little puzzled, and asked again. He lowered his head, looking at his knees, and once again rearranging his plans. It wasn't as simple as he'd first thought. It was worth experimenting with. So he simply and bluntly sent him to his wife. The prince was stunned again. No one had ever spoken so bluntly in front of him before. Thinking that he had been misunderstood again, Fatty was even more explicit, and in order to conduct his own little investigation, he quadrupled the time. Both of his listeners could not have imagined such a marathon. There was a double shriek of bewilderment and confusion. The landlord even clutched his head, having no idea how to approach the task at hand. His panic caused Fatty understandable confusion. The prince admitted with despair in his voice that he had no idea even how to accomplish what was required. Stephen supported him. In a burst of emotion, he put his arm around Dawei's shoulders, forgetting that he didn't like that. That's why he got a somewhat annoyed response. After some time, long enough to look into the luggage, a ceramic jar was placed in front of the master of the house. It's very beautiful, I must say, with paintings. Obviously, they keep very valuable things in them. Its lid was cautiously ajar, and a slight herbaceous aroma was heard, but the jar seemed completely empty. Holding his breath, Stephen waited to see what would come of it. The intrigue was not insignificant. What would it take to become a champion in bed? Just one pill? Yes, there was only one pill in the huge jar compared to her. But what a pill. Legendary. The recipe of which is carefully hidden from the general public, recognized masters of herbal medicine, and very few people can repeat it. Stephen was a little disappointed that there was nothing for him, but Dawei countered that it was not useful to everyone. The prince was hesitant to take it at first, but Fatty spurred him on with some witty words, expressing what he thought in a straightforward manner. And he took it, squeezed it gently between his fingers, not quite understanding what to do with it next. He held it close to his nose, sniffing it. The scent wasn't very pleasant. How do you eat it? Seeing this indecision, Stephen begged for the pill for his own use. Fatty played along, and the prank succeeded. As a result, it was swallowed in record time and not even filled with water. After counting down the allotted time for the pill to travel down the esophagus and into the stomach, Dawei eagerly awaited the result. And he had waited for him. The prince's face turned purple, his cheeks puffed up with nausea, and the heartburn he was experiencing made him feel like he was going to explode. There was screaming after all, silent ones. With each exhalation, he tried to scream, but the fire in his stomach demanded more and more breath. So Wendy, playing with spiders, didn't even realize how her idol felt. He was so remorseful for his reckless act that he tried to expel the pill from himself by simply throwing it in the trash. But that didn't work either. The satisfied instigators were enjoying his condition. Everything was going according to plan. And it wasn't over yet. Second stage. The heat from the stomach spread to the whole body. Every cell of the body began to burn. It was time to send the boy to the bedroom. Stephen walked over and patted him on the back, reminding him what this was all about. The man raised his head to him. Still suffering from a feverish heat that made him shiver, he asked what had been fed to him that was so bad. Stephen did not explain, but only nodded eloquently at the area of his pants, smiling meaningfully. At that minute, the door opened. The first to enter the room was a pink and fluffy house slipper. Attached to him was the prince's wife, who had by this time changed into a negligee, as Fatty had instructed. When the prince saw her, his heart immediately caught fire. The fire from his stomach must have reached him, because the woman, familiar from all sides, suddenly seemed incredibly beautiful. He stood looking at her, apparently with a devouring gaze, because she was suddenly concerned about him. Dawei was triumphant. All that was left was to send them to the bedroom, and half the job was done. The prince was pissed off further. The fire had enveloped every member of his body and seemed to have liquefied his brain if he'd started undressing in the hallway. The blood in his veins was rumbling with a drumbeat and demanded immediate action. Picking his wife up in his arms, he carried her resolutely toward the bedroom, ignoring the onlookers. On the way, he couldn't contain his feelings. He paused, and when she looked at him in bewilderment, he sincerely confessed his hot love for her. Such emotions from the reserved man had obviously never been heard before, because the woman blushed with pleasure and looked at him with loving eyes. Dawei looked at the couple with concern. He hadn't expected this kind of action to inflame his senses. Maybe he'd unwittingly made some kind of discovery while making it and hadn't realized it yet. Under the kind admonitions of a friend of the house, the married couple went to reap the fruits of their passion in the bedroom. The door slammed shut behind them with a thunderous bang, and it was immediately boring. Now it would be a very, very long time to wait for the result. I wanted to know everything here and now, but even the favorite method of all young eavesdroppers didn't help. Sitting waiting on the porch of the mansion, Stephen decided to smoke a cigar instead of his well-tempered friend, to bring the emotions down a little. Fatty took notice, as he had yet to see such items in the mouths of people he knew. Cigarettes were welcome, but cigars? But he refused the offer to try it. It's not the kind of poison that's good for the body. Becoming a nicotine addict did not appeal to him. He had other ways to relieve his stress, more sensible and healthier, and he was about to share one of them. He took out a smoking pipe with a long mouthpiece from the folds of his clothes and showed it to Sterep. The ebony pipe with a gilded chub was accompanied by a small pouch with a smoking mixture. When pouring it into a piping cup, you could smell such an amazing natural odor that the director had already fallen in love with it. Barely waiting for the filled pipe to be handed to him, he cautiously took the precious smoke into his hands. I carefully put a match to it and lit it. A translucent blue smoke, promising unearthly bliss, drifted out. Concentrating, he drew in the smoke and let it out slowly through his nostrils, savoring the resulting bouquet, and suddenly he felt as if he had grown wings, lifted above the real reality and carried to the heavenly heights. The world around me became bright and joyful, fresh as after rain. Life seemed to have found a new, deeper meaning. It became real and happy. Significantly refreshed and flushed, Stephen, after exhaling, finally returned to the real world. The first thing I did was to ask Fatty about the type of tobacco. Indeed, it's not even comparable to the most expensive cigar. But it wasn't tobacco. You can't buy a blend like this at the store. It was prepared by my own hands, terribly useful and amazingly pleasant. The feeling of lightness still lingered, but Sterep wanted more and more. It is very pleasant to feel young, awake, and full of energy. So, under the shadow of the column, they sat with the pipe for quite a long time, talking about both important and utter nonsense. Until the owner of the house sat down next to him in a relaxed, satisfied pose. He looked different now, younger and more relaxed. His hair was neat and tidy, and his cheeks were flushed with a healthy blush, and his mouth was smiling happily. His condition interested Dawei. 4 hours of pleasure had not exhausted him. He was full of energy again. This called for further investigation. He started from afar, asking about entertainment. There was entertainment on the estate, of course, but not the kind of entertainment where you could reach your full potential. But in an entire capital city, you could find something more outstanding, reckless, where common sense is lost and instincts come to the fore. Of the whole list of interesting places suggested by the prince, Fatty was only interested in nightclubs. It was a surprising choice for the prince. Going to a foreign country to visit just a nightclub? But then he wondered what could interest a young lad more than temperamental Spanish women. And he laughed at the realization. After the marathon, life had taken on new colors. Why just for him? Joyfully snapping his fingers at the sudden idea, he suggested we go to the biggest nightclub in the evening. Dawei agreed, only shifted the timing a little. He needed to go there now, immediately. Why? It's shrouded in mystery. Well, illuminated. A bright sunny day in a nightclub. But the guest's word is law. Stephen, too, suddenly decided to show that he was present at the conversation and had heard everything. Of course, he supported the doctor's opinion in everything. A couple of orders, and they were already rushing through the streets of the capital. It was a good thing that the midday siesta had not yet ended, and the roads were more or less free. The 24-hour nightclub was also open during the day. At that time, it was preparing for the opening of the show, but customers were always welcome there. The interior was gorgeous. The figure of the dancer alone, cast in gold, was worth it. Dawei stood beside her, impressed by her monumentality and expensiveness. Well, the girl was indeed beautiful. The halls were half empty, so they could see everything. Footsteps echoed throughout the enfilade of rooms they passed. Looking for the owner of the nightclub. He was found in the main hall, and at that moment he was scolding a delinquent employee. But noticing the dear guests, he turned away from his work. It was surprising to see the prince here, and at such a time, and in such strange company. He immediately ran up to his good friend. It was wonderful to meet here after a long separation. While his friends expressed their joy at seeing each other, Dawei glanced at his watch. He was timing himself to examine his patient's energy potential. So he minimized the moment of his introduction to the nightclub owner, just by shaking his hand, and immediately demanded the attention of the lovely ladies. That's right, all of them at once. And immediately. The wording of the request made me feel uncomfortable. What kind of temperament is that? The nightclub owner turned a little gray at the problem posed, where to find all the girls during siesta. But the brand of the prestigious club had to be maintained, and in a few minutes they were walking down luxurious corridors to private offices for important clients. There were a few of the cast members already there, quite agitated by the unscheduled call to work. The prince sat extremely reserved and afraid of being recognized. It would be unpleasant to be caught in a scandal. The girls lined up so they could be clearly seen, and waited for the choice to be made. And by whom? The right of first choice was given to the guest. If he wanted it, he could choose it himself. Fatty, smiling, looked at the proposed row of women. Of course, he knew what to say. For the purity of the experiment, and for the sake of his male health, it was necessary to load the patient to the maximum. Stephen cried out in shock. It was unbelievable. So many women, and all for one man. The prince turned pale from his face. How could this be? Some kind of prank? But Fatty smiled broadly at him, nodding his head promisingly. It was difficult to accept such a thing as part of treatment, but to doubt a doctor's honesty is to harm oneself. Stephen glanced at the self-proclaimed truth-teller. He knew the value of Dawei's honesty. Everything he said would be true, but it would be so twisted that it would be better if it were a lie. And now he was watching his facial expressions. There was a glint of interest in his eyes, his eyebrows furrowed, his lips curved into a smile. What would that mean? Toth stood up, raised his hands, and, like an experienced toastmaster, began to warm up the audience before the contest began. A prize was announced, and it was tempting enough to make the girls interested in approaching the royalty. The prince shuddered with a rising panic. The stunning, lush breasts of a lovely blonde hovered over him. The second one was coming. The panic was compounded by a blood fever that had not gone away, but had only temporarily subsided, and he was left alone with all these people. The club owner remained guarding the locked door of the VIP room. As long as his friends' screams and knocks were heard, he was told not to open it, for his own good. Stephen once again lit the medicinal mixture he loved so much. He didn't let go of the pipe for a minute. As they strolled through the corridors, they chatted about His Highness's treatment, and he couldn't help but notice one oddity. Letting smoke out through his nostrils hungrily, he recalled all the abuse he himself had been subjected to. It was frustrating to see that they had such different treatments for the same problem. The prince's was even more pleasant. Even the chandeliers shuddered with his indignation, so emotional was he as he chided Fatty for the injustice. Dawei doubts that it has gotten far away from bullying this time. After all, even pleasant moments can be brought to their unbearability. Then he suddenly laughed at the thought that Stephen was just jealous. He wished he were in his patient's shoes right now, and that's why he was freaking out. But he condescended to explain. He squinted his eyes and looked at the combinations that only he knew, and assigned them decisively to different categories. In the case of Sterep, he brought his victim with maximum effort to the revival of activity, filled with energy, the vitality depleted by age and excesses. But in the case of the prince, Fatty raised his open palm, trying to mentally grasp the enormity of the problem. And then it hit him. Energy, vitality, they should all be at his patient's level because of his age, but there's something wrong with them. In unison with his thoughts, a dark fire suddenly lit up on the palm of his hand. Was the matter connected with the use of sorcery? Stephen recoiled from his hand. This display of power made him very uneasy. Good thing it wasn't him they were angry at this time. So he mumbled stubbornly under his breath that he still didn't understand why his friend had a pleasant leisure time unlike him. You could bang your head against the wall. With a grim look at the uncomprehending director, Dawei tried once again to explain to him that pleasurable leisure time could be little different from torture. Constantly feeling the strain of not being able to handle your ever-increasing arousal is not easy. That's why he brought him to the nightclub. The princess wouldn't be able to maintain his tone in that capacity, but getting him here and then draining him completely was a good idea. Stephen stood thunderstruck. He hadn't expected such imagination from his cunning friend. He had to draw the opposite conclusion. He put the tube to his mouth again for clarity of thought. So it's that kind of marathon, relentlessly in a state of arousal, with an uncontrollable body and a chaos of thoughts, desires, urges, each time bringing himself to the point of exhaustion. Who can handle that? When it was getting light enough to call it night, the princess stood on the balcony and looked out for her husband. I called him all the time. He was usually home by now, or at least let me know where he was. But the subscriber was constantly out of range, and my heart was beginning to gnaw at me with a bad feeling. There was an unfamiliar noise. It seemed very loud in the silence of the evening house. Her head turned to the source of the noise. Stephen led the drunken prince under his arms. He fought back, trying to demonstrate that he could move on his own. The princess ran out of the bedroom and froze, staring at the unfamiliar scene. Her husband had come home looking so speechless. But as he grasped the floor lamp to steady himself, his legs rushed to his aid. Fatty scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, not knowing how to explain his condition. But it wasn't necessary. The man who had regained consciousness at the sight of his wife was able to cope with it himself. First he got down on his knees in front of her, begging for forgiveness, and then he got really sick. The living room has barely survived the embarrassment, especially the carpet on the floor, and the efforts of the friends were not successful, because he only wanted to go to the bedroom with his wife. He put his arm around her shoulders, but he didn't hang on to her shoulders, but began to stroke them. His aura was gradually gaining brightness again, growing wider. His body heat was increasing exponentially. Dawei bade them a sweet farewell for the night. In return, I heard a very cheerful goodbye. It was as if the previous bender had never happened. But when the bedroom door slammed shut behind them, the smile was instantly gone from his face. He squinted his eyes appraisingly and began to remember what had happened. His gaze turned yellow and concerned in a second. The results of his experiment were out of the ordinary. A long dance marathon without respite, with each lady, constant talking, touching, and more. Then a round of drinks to get to know each other. More than one round if he's drunk out of his mind. Then Fatty, in his memoirs, went back to the beginning of their acquaintance. He had diagnosed a complete collapse of vitality. And then there were these bursts of activity. An understanding grin touched his lips. The exhaustion of vitality was not a good match for the ever-returning excitement. In the midst of the gorgeous royal interior, the hackneyed phrase about a skeleton in the closet kept coming to mind for some reason. Dawei was put in the guest wing. The light in the window of his room was still on for a long time. Acclimatization was hard. It was still a clear day back home on the other side of the earth, so younger brother's call was not untimely. He wondered at which stage of preparation for the removal of the curse of the 9th moon his apprentice was hovering. And the confident boast somehow didn't convince him. He just knew very well how quickly the objects of his older brother's interests change. That's why he called. While Golden Silkworm was bringing Fatty the scroll, Fan was bending over backwards and forwards about his flightiness and slackness. And there was no end to his reproaches and admonitions. And when he was able to ascertain the whereabouts of his brother so that he might come and supervise Dawei hurriedly broke off the connection, because he couldn't bear to listen to the outrage on this issue as well. The ritual was now unfolded before his eyes, and he began to read carefully, trying to make sense of the sequence of actions. For starters, not all the ingredients had been gathered yet. The basic ones, yes, but the auxiliary ones, you could find them at home, but here they might be a problem. But the ritual had to be performed exactly at noon. The ritual had to be performed exactly at noon, when the sun was in its highest position relative to the earth. The stone bought at the Emerald Market symbolized light, and at the peak of noon was supposed to affect his power, changing it. Pitahaya served as a source of extra energy, and Defutu was like an anchor drawing one to the ground, enabling resistance and negation. And together, it's supposed to lift the curse of the ninth moon from him. How? What does that look like energetically? He set the components aside and lay down on the bed to think. An embodiment of light, of day, of sun, against the embodiment of darkness, night, earth, and the amplifier in between. What can we make of this? And a terrible suspicion suddenly came to him. Do not different polar values mutually annihilate when they interact? The thought was so horrible that Fatty jumped up on the bed and nearly ripped the pillow apart with reflexively clenched fingers. But it demanded thought. And if so, what? Would he still have his sorcerer's powers? Because he had no idea what it was like to be like everyone else. Losing your opportunities is like losing yourself. Taking a breath and putting the panic aside, he tried to analyze everything again, but from a different angle. What is the purpose of this ritual? Why is it able to remove the curse of the ninth moon? The record stated that it increases and helps control power. Dawei even tapped himself on the forehead to get his brains in the right position to produce the correct answer. Unrolled the scroll once more, making sure he had remembered correctly and hadn't missed anything important. I reread all the words twice, examined the scheme in detail, figuring out what functions are performed and what corresponds to what. And he let go a little at a time. The recipe served not to destroy, but to build a balance between the equal forces of order and chaos. And as the curse amplified his darkness, the amplification of the light he so lacked increased both his physical stats and the power of his magical power by several times. Teacher. Immediately, my heart felt so grateful to him. He not only protected me, but he figured out how to make his student even stronger. What an ungrateful pig Dawei felt like. His remorse for his bad words and selfish actions toward him suddenly came out in tears, which flowed and flowed, cleansing his soul, washing away the superficial dirt of bitterness and profanity, revealing true values that he had not noticed before. He was no longer in bed in the morning, while the guest wing kept the sleep of its other guests. Dawei negotiated with the attendants for the supplies he needed for the ritual. Dawei had arranged for the servants to supply him with the ingredients he needed for the ritual. Soon the fruits, vegetables, and whole sheaves of herbs he required were lying nearby and in considerable quantities. He chuckled contentedly, amazed at the volume. Well, it wouldn't be superfluous. There would be a use for everything. But the obliging steward would not leave him, eager to please an important guest at the behest of his master. Of course, there was no shortage of help. On the turfless Dawei site, a ritual center in the form of a platform had to be created. He ran his fingers over the loose, fertile soil, remembering the rocky ground of the Mountain of Spirits. It wouldn't be so easy there. It would be easy to draw the necessary lines for the drawing. He sat there looking down, his imagination already forming patterns. The first thing Fatty saw when he returned a couple hours later was a gleaming, gilded dragon head. It distracted my attention from everything else, no less grandiose. I even wondered if I was in the wrong place. Because during this time, a stunningly gorgeous Chinese-style gazebo has risen on said spot. He looked at his blueprint in surprise. The order drawn there bore as little resemblance to an actual erected building as a child's drawing did to a master's painting. It was embarrassing. He didn't want to put so much stress on people for a one-day event. But the willingness to redo everything in the shortest possible time was intimidating enough that he was immediately satisfied with everything. Dawei hadn't just been away for so long, he'd gotten into the prince's treasury, with his full consent, of course. He took his fee in advance, so to speak. Leaned with a mysterious look over the brought tub, which was covered with a white handkerchief from prying eyes. The plate was pulled back and real gold in bars glistened in the sunlight. It was impossible to take one's eyes off it. Because when Fatty took one ingot in his hand, the eyes of the servants, as if hypnotized, swept after him. For the next 3 hours, they all worked together to figure out the intricate pattern of gold around the gazebo. Bit by bit, after some rework, it turned out perfect and carefully aligned with the sides of the horizon. The tired workers fell to the ground where they stood. They did not consider that their suits would get dirty. But it's a lot farther than that. A job like that in one day. It's not just dust. Only the steward found the strength to raise himself when the guest came into his field of vision again. In both hands he was carrying bags of root vegetables he had bought earlier, so the surplus came in handy. Each of the laborers was given 2 lotus roots, as they were reluctant to take an unfamiliar product, but everyone had to chew. Fatty looked into everyone's mouth personally, to make sure that the valuable product had not been wasted. He also said with a caring smile about the undoubted health benefits, but for some reason, the evening with the toilet was more believable. The table was set for dinner. The white tablecloth and the slowly cooling dishes were waiting for all the guests to gather. When Dawei, with the guilty look of a big latecomer, squeezed through the doorway, there were impatient exclamations. Everyone was waiting for him to come. No one had seen him in the house all day. He missed both breakfast and lunch, which was not like him at all. Besides, no one had touched their food yet, imagining how angry they were at him in the shower right now. He'd be angry. I decided to apologize properly with polite words and a voice full of remorse. What if there were no repercussions? The vacant chair was underneath a beautiful blonde woman he'd never seen before. A relative? She seemed very nice. Her irises were an unusual amethyst color, and a chiseled figure in a tight-fitting, extremely open dress. Her eyes involuntarily traveled down the deep neckline and stopped on a black, brightly shining pendant. And froze there, stunned and wondering if he was really seeing what he was seeing. It must have looked quite strange from the outside, because only the shocked sister managed to squeeze out a dumbfounded question in the general silence. Even the girl took notice, twitching nervously at the sight of him. The landlord hurried to diffuse the awkward moment. But he was not heard. Fatty remained frozen in an awkward pose with his eyes down into the lady's cleavage, until his neighbor's skillful finger found that very ticklish point on his side, which, if you don't want to, always requires attention. Right now, from Starep's action, the guy jumped 1/2 meter up and yelled at him in surprise. The one in his ear explained to him what was going on and why everyone around him froze with a disgruntled look. Say what? I had to apologize for my disgraceful act in front of the entire audience. One conflict was over, but there was a second one. How do you hide what you're interested in? Divert your attention to another problem. And he asked the girl to change her seating on the pretext that she had sat on a chair belonging to him. On the left hand of the prince, as an important guest should be. It was important to seat them farther away and see what would happen. The girl stood up without objection and left her seat quite willingly. She even apologized, smiling amiably. Dawei noticed that she did it a little too obediently. Relatives don't act like that. Then who is she? So he grabbed her arm without ceremony, pulling her close to him and keeping her from leaving. I had to find out the answer to my question. Holding her wrist tightly, he started from afar, with courtship. What did you think? Asking her right up front. Who are you? Her sister stared at her brother in surprise. She had never seen him in such a heartthrob's role before. The master of the house could not keep silent either. The behavior of his oriental guest was confusing. Was this their custom, or was this action beyond the bounds of propriety? However, the girl, calmly and sweetly smiling, favorably answered the question, showing by this a high level of professionalism and strong nerves. But Fatty kept up with her, pressing further with immodest questions, forcing her to show her true colors. She was still holding on, though her hands were beginning to shake with barely contained anger, but her casual reservation. She let him ask the question head-on and watched the reaction of those around him. The prince jumped up, almost knocking over his chair. The others were simply shocked by his insolence. The princess's face darkened and became like a storm cloud. It was clear that she wouldn't stay here a minute longer. However, Dawei continued to develop his thought without paying attention to the passions going on around him. Then he suddenly asked about the jewelry hanging around the secretary's neck. Such a sudden change of subject was confusing. But he felt a strange connection between these two seemingly unrelated things, the pendant and the prince. Reached out to finally take it in his hand and feel what it was. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, but in their depths read the unyielding stubbornness of some mystery. So the next question sounded harsher and more menacing. The stone beneath his fingers had revealed its essence. It was now necessary to unravel the whole tangle of mysteries that had been wrapped around the two of them. He waited for the girl to start saying something, excuses, accusations, complaints, but she remained stubbornly silent. Dawei brought the pendant to his eyes in a deliberately emphasized manner. At first, he described its characteristics like an experienced jeweler, but at the end, after a meaningful pause, he mentioned some terrible secret. The secretary didn't just turn pale, her face turned gray. After his words, the hope that no one would find out disappeared. And rightly so, he knew what the stone was made of and how it was created. He also knew what it was for. The withdrawal of life force was always accompanied by infertility. But there was something she didn't know, and Fatty didn't hesitate to tell her. The universal contraceptive made the wearer infertile as well. This magnificent diamond from the ashes of the dead pulled the life energy from all living beings, but the one who was most harmed was the one who carried it around with him at all times. I mean her. The only mystery was whether the one who had handed over the stone and thus signed the sentence had told her so. Dawei held the pendant in front of her eyes so she could get a good sense of what it was that she wore around her neck regularly. Ducking under the long chain and leaving the jewelry in the guy's hand, the girl broke free in hopes of escaping. The panic was so overwhelming that she wanted to run, to get away from the pendant and the man who had exposed her. She ran very fast. But Fatty was even faster, because he managed to grab her arm before she could take 2 steps toward the door. Swiftly, he moved so that he was facing her and thus made a saving exit. Then he deftly wrapped the girl's arm behind her back in a painful grip. There was no escape now. She screamed loudly, either in pain or in frustration at not being able to resist the circumstances. Her scream shocked everyone. Wendy could not believe that her brother was capable of such a thing. Stephen opened his mouth to say something, but the prince beat him to it. It was unacceptable in his house to behave like this with a woman. The situation was out of line, and it had to stop. Dawei glanced at him furtively. It was impossible to pretend that nothing had happened. After all, that was the key to his problems. So he only grinned at his master's formal request. He spoke to him in a friendly manner, like a physician to a patient. The girl was laid on the table and could not move from the pain, but her other arm was free. She gathered the folds of her dress into an accordion while they were not looking at her. Underneath, a small dagger was strapped to her thigh on a leather belt. She swung low, aiming for the guy's neck. It was a dangerous blow. If she'd hit the carotid artery, nothing would have saved him. The prince had not expected his secretary to do such a thing. Everything was happening so fast that he had no time to prevent it. Luckily, his arm wasn't long enough and the dagger hit the high neck of his hoodie, broken in half for some reason. When she saw that her efforts had failed, the girl was very frightened. Now the angry guy could expect anything from her. But he stood there looking at her interestedly, and golden silkworm peered out of his throat, protecting his master. Such an act Fatty had not expected. But this prank was revealing new facets of what was going on. No, she wasn't a gullible idiot. Then who is? The prince was more than shocked. In his house, his employee wanted to kill his guest. Dawei, scratching the itchy spot where the dagger had been poking, assumed it was because she had something to hide. Having composed on his fingers a powerful spell capable of holding the girl without the use of physical force, He brought her palm closer, manifesting his own power, showing that resistance was futile. And he put his hand on her head, running his fingers tangibly through her hair. The spell traveled down them to her, breaking her will, crushing her stubbornness. Then 2 fingers rested on the top of her head. She didn't know what to expect, surely nothing good. However, the elastic thrusts applied by power to certain points caused pleasant sensations that echoed with a sweet tingle inside. And then, they burst into flames. Her body arched in a rush of sensual ecstasy that didn't stop, but only grew into painful spasms, which made her knees buckle and she sat, breathing heavily, on the floor with no strength or will to resist. The prince even cried out, seeing what was happening to his secretary. Fatty had only touched, and the girl was already feeling sick. She sat on the floor, shuddering in convulsions, while he stood beside her and smiled indulgently. Her condition was strange, when pleasure becomes unbearable and brings more pain than pleasure, and tears ran down her cheeks. Then the prince lashed out at Dawei with reproaches. He disagreed. All he did was give it back to her. What she had allowed to happen to her employer came back to her. In order to continue the difficult conversation, it was necessary to remove all witnesses. Stephen left immediately, but Dawei sent her sister, who had hesitated, away with determination and ruthlessness. Wendy saw that there was a conflict going on between the men that could escalate into a relationship. But it was a shame to leave it like this without knowing how it would end, and she didn't get to have dinner. So she left, slamming the door with indignation. Her brother even pulled the handle and closed it tightly. The girl continued to sit on the floor, with 2 men towering over her. One sympathized and could not believe in her betrayal. The other knew for sure that the case was not clean and was going to start the interrogation without paying attention to the bitter tears. He demanded the truth in an unapologetic tone. It was enough to confess, and everything would have stopped. But the girl refused, did not want to say anything, only cried, making a real hysterics. Dawei looked at her carefully. This was not good. She didn't give in to his compulsion. Continued to resist his charms. How to make her speak. He stepped lightly on the fingers of her hand, hurting. How would she react if she realized she wasn't going to be pitied here? Screaming, tears. It just got louder and more intolerable, but it still didn't make her say anything in her own defense. But there was a protector. The prince couldn't stand such abuse of a weak woman and intervened. He interrupted the interrogation, assuming that there was some misunderstanding. Everything could be discussed calmly, and the matter could be settled in peace. This caused Dawei to become distracted. This lawyer never realized exactly how he got into his predicament. I decided to enlighten him separately. For this purpose, I hung before his eyes the very pendant from his secretary's breast. Of course he recognized it. How could he not when he picked it out and bought it himself? What's the girl got to do with it? The news that it was not a stone at all surprised the prince. After all, any appraiser would confirm that it was a diamond. But Fatty disappointed him. He was quite convinced that everyone was wrong in this case, and his answer was the only right one. Hearing what was the source for making this item, the prince was covered in cold sweat. It was hard to believe, and even the boy's hard stare didn't erase the doubt. He could be wrong, couldn't he? And so they stood opposite each other. The prince could not accuse his physician of lying, but he could not believe that the stone was not a stone. Dawei has revealed a secret to him. Human bones are burned to charcoal, and from the coal a diamond is made under the highest pressure, and voila, the man buys and wears his own curse. I should have recognized that it was possible. But who would want it, and why? He couldn't think of anyone who would wish him harm. Fatty suggests that his secretary might know that name, and that's exactly what he's doing, interrogating her. To which the prince objected that she could not know that, since he himself had bought the stone and given it to her. So he was guilty before her. Dawei even clutched his head. Such naivety at his age and in his position. He bought it himself, of course. I had to shake the memories out of him. He wouldn't believe me, and he'd go on and on about his own guilt. The secretary looked at her protector with a hopeful gaze. If he could convince the fat man, everything would end well. He started from afar, from the day she was hired, asked about their relationship at the time. He was mainly concerned with sensual attraction and personal sympathy, whether a state of arousal was present. What could the prince tell of that time? Just past the wedding, young wife, so the relationship was purely business. Next, the guy started asking about the day of the auction where the stone was bought. Who brought who to the auction? I remembered it was a birthday. How can you have a birthday without a present? We came to the auction by chance, on the way to the lawyer's office. And there they saw the only thing worth seeing, so beautiful that the girl immediately wanted it for herself. The story so roused Dawei that he impatiently began to enumerate to him the symptoms that immediately appeared. Especially hit the mark with constant activity and tirelessness. It was great, if it were not accompanied by an agitation of feeling and feverish haste. There were no words. It's hard to realize your mistakes, but the abrupt questions spurred on, wrenching a confession from the here and now. Shame over his behavior hunched the man's back. He had behaved unworthily for a long time, succumbing to infatuation, but I heard a round of applause in return, for having the courage to recognize the true course of events instead of hiding behind lies. Now it was easier for him to accept the explanation of the phenomena that had occurred. After all, everything was not as it seemed. Because the effect of the stone on others is such that it causes a desire to be near him, to experience again and again the sharpness of sensations, leads to dependence on its bearer, akin to a spell. The prince's heart sank. He didn't expect this. Charms are the stuff of fantasy. But look at this. Sitting down next to the girl, Dawei assumed that she knew exactly what she would get in the end. An obedient and dependent prince who couldn't live without her. However, I doubt she ever thought that everything comes at a price, that a stone doesn't just grant wishes. A dead bone pulls on the life forces of a person, in return leaving only a perturbation of energy flows, which is perceived as a burst of activity. And the person becomes extremely nervous at first, then becomes exhausted and dies relatively early. Infertility can be considered a side effect. Where can new life come from if it immediately flows into the bottomless pit of the cursed stone? All that's left to remember is their first meeting. It was a tragic moment, but too important to diagnose. Dawei admitted that he is able to feel all vital processes in the body and diagnose any disease by contact. But then he had a very difficult time. There was no disease as such, but the results were there. He remembered how long he had puzzled over the reason for the discrepancy. He thought about what might have caused it. Even went to an experiment to trace the processes of the body over a certain time period. But instead of the expected loss of strength, I got a quick recovery. Too fast and unnatural. The explanation was on his chair at the dining room table, and he turned his gaze to the woman sitting on the floor. The prince looked at her too, only with a very different look. If she knew and did this, there was no mercy for her now. Dawei crouched down in front of her, raised her head so that she was looking into his eyes, and peacefully asked one last time to tell the missing piece of the story. He threatened that if he did not do so, he would resort to actions that were little less than torture. Tears came from the girl's eyes again, but this time they were silent, imbued with the doomed realization that there was no one to protect her now. But she repeated her answer again. Her persistence was surprising. Why couldn't she just tell the truth and be free? What was it all for, and what more was she willing to do for it? The incomprehensible words came out of his mouth, sending shivers through every cell of his frightened body. The surrounding space also obeyed this rhythm, and the tongues of the candles lit on the fireplace fluttered, as if blown by the wind. A cloud of power enveloped Dawei, splitting into streams that spiraled, absorbing the given order and turning it into action. The prince cried out in fright at how the world around him had changed. He darkened and shuddered in convulsions of terror. His heart, too, contracted in time with the words. And the guy merely sat next to the woman, not changing his posture, only taking his hand back slightly. Then slowly, as if under the pressure of water, he returned it, pointing his finger at the culprit of what was happening. And then the two were enveloped in a blinding cloud of riotous energy, through which their silhouettes were only just visible. The silent explosion blazed so that it was visible from the street, especially against the evening sky. Fatty stood up, dreading to see what had turned out. His power, the closer he got to the point of no return, the more uncontrollable, willful it became. Only then did the girl scream. Compared to before, this scream definitely came from the depths of her soul. It could be heard far beyond the mansion, wild, furious, held on one high note. On his arm, without cuts or abrasions, drops of blood began to protrude, swell and run down by themselves. Groaning on the floor in wild, maddening pain, she demanded an immediate end to all this horror. All he had to do was push her to the limit. There was a reason he'd worked so hard, driving her to the brink of despair. It was to get answers. Looking at the blood trickling down from the curse-stricken woman's hands, no longer droplets but trickles of blood, he drove her to her decisions by telling her what was going to happen to her next. He had been pushing her to make up her mind by telling her what was going to happen next. And she saw the beginnings of this process in her hands, and her imagination completed all the missing pieces. And the guy tried to finish her stubbornness by passionately telling her about the most unsightly changes that would happen to her body. The tears were gone. Breathing had become labored. My soul was dead with fear. The relentless pain jammed my mind, demanding to speak. And the blood flowed from his fingertips, washing away the skin that had already been torn away from his body. The sores were getting worse. The intracellular decay had gotten to his elbows. Jets of blood snaked out from there, too. The woman sat all blotchy from the skin melting in front of her eyes, dripping with blood onto the floor. Her eyes were already rolling back from the pain tearing at her, but she remained silent, only howling a single wistful note. The prince couldn't stand the sight and called out to her, trying to bring her back to reality. It was only a simple thing to say, after all. Fatty glanced at his watch, trying to calculate how much longer she would last in this state. Seeing that she continued to persevere, he promised to prolong her condition indefinitely, until she heard what he demanded. His words were confirmed by power. Its streams came in motion and formed a quite recognizable skull behind the guy's back. And he kept counting down the time, pressing her to say something before it was really too late. The girl growled with anger, revealing her frustration at not being able to keep her secret. Kneeling in a pool of her own blood, she recognized that she had done everything deliberately, knowing what it would lead to, and passed out. Now the prince howled with heartache. He didn't want to believe to the last that a woman he knew well would do this to him. Covering his face with his hand, he tried to accept reality. Dawei patted his shoulder in relief. After all, the girl had started talking, so things would be easier now. The next day, when the horrors of the previous evening were behind us, and the morning sun brightly illuminated the front of the mansion, the same company was gathered in the living room, plus Stephen, who was interested in the outcome, was expected. The offended women did not deign to come down. The former secretary had by this time fully recovered, though her bandaged hands colorfully narrated what she had endured the previous evening. She sat in a daze, not understanding how it had happened that she was in this position, and what she would have to talk about now. Stephen cried out in fright when he saw her pitiful condition. He hadn't even realized that Fatty was capable of interrogating a woman like that. And now he stood in front of her, arms folded across his chest, and demanded that she tell the truth in front of the man who had suffered from her actions. The girl lowered her head from the fact that she could not look into the eyes of the people gathered around her, and began her confession with her own name. The prince even jumped up in his seat, pointing a finger at her reproachfully. It couldn't be true, but she only glanced disdainfully in his direction and arrogantly turned her head away in response to his statement. Dawei kept the man from acting too hastily, blocking his path with the palm of his hand. We need to hear everything first. I told him that the cursed stone had made him unable to think straight, and that he simply took everything he heard on faith without noticing any inconsistencies. The woman went on to describe how he had been duped into hiring her. The revelations he had heard made the prince aghast. Who would want such a cunning machination? No name has been given yet. The girl had so far only mocked guys who thought too much of themselves. She had her confidence back, because there were more powerful forces at her back that they couldn't handle, and she had nothing left to lose. After a dramatic pause, she called out a name. She threw it in the prince's face with a mocking chuckle. The first to react was Stephen. While everyone else stood in confusion, he did not hold back his emotions and shouted his objections. Dawei also hesitated. Enemies are one thing. It's not a big deal to chop them up into cabbage. Family matters are another. And the prince remembered his last warm farewell to his brother and could not believe that he knew even then that he had signed his death warrant. A long silence followed. The girl was the first to break the silence, shivering from the stares she received from everywhere. Turned her attention to her failed victim, mocked his dumbfounded look. Now she didn't have to hide her true attitude. But she went on to tell me more. About his brother's health problems that would surely lead him to his grave. About his anger and despair when he learned his diagnosis and realized that the country was about to undergo a change in power. And then he humbled himself and began to look for ways out of this difficult situation. In the face of his ancestors, knowing about the life and death of each of them, and how it ended up in the descendants. As a result, she recalled the principles of succession to the throne. After the older brother, the line passes to the younger brother. He made his decision after talking to his brother. He had everything: youth, beauty, intelligence, a successful businessman who plans to have a child. And he has a son growing up who will lose every chance he's been given by birthright. And the fateful call was made. The combination for him was perfect. No violent death, on the contrary, exceptionally pleasant. It came to him in the form of a seductive girlfriend, a dizzying affair, and increased efficiency. The girl told her story vividly, savoring details that she had never even mentioned before. But now her imagination was unfolding a grandiose picture about how the death of one prince would enrich everyone concerned, including her. Gradually, her eyes grew irritated with the whole situation. After all, it was all so well thought out. She quickly turned away from Fatty's penetrating gaze. She was afraid he'd read her thoughts. Sweating from the heavy revelations, the prince turned to the boy for advice. His soul was empty and hopeless. What could Dawei say to him? Just ask him a counter question. You can do a lot of things, but what will come out of it? But if the result isn't worth the effort, we can forget it until the time is right. This suggestion at first angered the prince. However, as he listened to Fatty's expressive musings, he was forced to reflect on what was happening from a political perspective. And the man would point his finger at him and assure him that at best they wouldn't believe him, and at worst, they would. He squeezed his eyes shut at the thought and asked if he realized what would happen then. Reporters, photo shoots, publicity. Yeah, it was every public man's worst nightmare, and he'd never be forgiven for going public. His family won't allow him to air his dirty laundry in public. Dawei put his palm on his shoulder in a soothing gesture. It wasn't all lost, it was saved. And then, noticing the princess glimpsed in the doorway, he assumed that with the arrival of the child, everything would be fine. The prince's low-slung head could only be lifted now by the news that his former secretary would now be forever barren, and that was punishment enough for her deception. After that, everyone looked in her direction. The storm of emotions and worry had somehow forgotten that she was still here. As a result, the hallway was announced with a loud command from the master of the house, and the most arrogant person of the year left the white stone mansion. Dawei followed her out onto the porch and watched for a moment as Golden Silkworm stretched her wings and rejoiced in her freedom. And he got serious. His work was over, but now his life's work was to be done, and a great deal depended on how it was carried out. I had to ask the prince for help. The question for him was unexpected and even a little disturbing after everything that had happened. However, George answered quite thoroughly, even listing the personal characteristics of the bodyguards. Nervous at the thought of what else might happen. But Fatty noticed his tension, and, hiding a secret smile at his amused reaction, simply asked them all to themselves for the duration of the afternoon. The prince's relieved exhalation must have been audible to everyone. It was like a gust of air that traveled upward to the ceiling of the hall. After discussing the guards, Dawei called Stephen over to him. He wanted to talk about something in private. For this purpose, they had to seclude themselves on the spacious terrace. A suspicion crept into my soul that something else had happened. This was not the time. But he only wanted to discuss his departure, and Fatty's sister, which is what he was going to talk about. Dawei couldn't think about anything but his ritual right now, so he didn't take Starup's wish kindly. He tried to explain the reasoning behind the decision, both his own and his sister's. He tried to explain the reasoning behind it, both his own and his sister's. The mention of her sister softened Fatty's heart. If she is taken care of by such a coryphaeus of filmmaking, there will be results and her dream will come true. To which Stephen remarked that he had traded a dream for a dream. His dream, his child, is already pleasing the parental heart. It's time to repay the debt. However, Dawei was able to convince him to wait a day until tomorrow. He was about to perform his ritual, and he didn't want to say goodbye right now. Toward noon, command shouts could be heard outside the Chinese pavilion, and the noise of the crowds gathered there. A tight formation of security guards lined the perimeter of the prepared site. Behind them, they could see barbed wire to protect them from prying eyes. The gazebo shone pure gold in the midday sun. The pattern of gold bars on the ground was echoed by the gilded faces of oriental dragons. A focused Dawei quickly threw off his hoodie, hurrying to begin the ritual at last. There were still some preparations to be made before noon. For example, to get a focus amulet like the one that had saved him in the circle of concentration, but a different one of infinite harmony, one that could calm his inner power and deflect the blow. He found it in the renegade's treasury. He realized at once what service it could render him, and afterwards carried it with him at all times. Put to one side of himself a fire pitahaya taken from an old shaman in a fair fight. On the other was an essence of pure jade with flecks of divine power, miraculously purchased at the emerald market. And finally, to bind the half-plant, half-animal, also found in the old sorcerer's treasury. Everything else was already lying piled at the foot of the gazebo and was left to be used when needed. It was noon. It was time to begin. To begin, summon power and awaken all the components of the ritual. He pressed his palm against the ground and released his power, to fill a protective sphere with it against surges of immaterial phenomena. He was protected from the material ones by his bodyguards. Power ran along the gold bars like wires, filling them with powerful energy, capable of sizzling on the spot. Soon the whole mandala was lit up with bright sunlight. The center of the mandala was a gazebo with a guy in it. The bodyguards had to endure the fiery heat of the fire roasting from the rear. At least they didn't have to look at it. The first step had been taken. Sweat was pouring down from the heat coming in from all sides. But is one's own power capable of harming one's master? He used the focusing amulet to begin the next step. Power responded as it should, causing all the ingredients of the ritual to lift and hover in the air. The jade heart began to split into small pieces, releasing flecks of divine power. Dawei pointed an index finger at her, keeping her in one place from scattering into the neighborhood. In the meantime, he sent his familiar to fetch the necessary components to keep the divine power in one place. The one with a fiery meteor rushed to the baskets and the food in them, displayed for that purpose at the foot of the gazebo. Fruits, vegetables, and herbs slavitated over their containers under the influence of an order backed by an energy message, and reached for the gazebo, carried away by the energy flows. They were drawn towards the jade and the divine power that had frozen nearby, to bind it and leave it there. It became saturated, weighed down, and hovered as an obedient cloud among the debris of its former receptacle. Satisfied with a perfectly executed manipulation, Dawei turned his attention to the next ingredient. He drew it closer to him, weighed it in his hand, feeling the prickly, rough sides with his palm. I should have gotten rid of it. So he tossed the fruit into his second hand, preparing the fingers of the first, for the ensuing execution. The skin peeled off with difficulty, exposing the tender, pinkish-lighted, juicy flesh. Fatty and golden silkworm froze, admiring a sight few had ever seen, as the scales flew off the legendary fruit, and beneath them, the fiery pitahaya glows with the heat of the volcano that nurtured it, full of its energy and ready to give it away. Defutu, meanwhile, had freed himself from the ropes binding him and was trying to escape from the dangerous place. It was annoying to look for him in the neighborhood every day. Most of the time it was rooms, but it was still scary, in case you couldn't find him. But today, that came to an end. Without much ado, Dawei picked up the Defutu from the floor. Now it's time for it to serve. Tossed it up like a soft scone, launching it into flight toward the ingredient with which it was to be combined, according to teacher's notes. To the pitahaya, with which they joined with a loud squelch and slurp, thus strengthening the capacity for resistance and denial. Next, he slammed his palm against the floor, forming a small circle of concentration around himself that would focus all the energy into one point, on him alone. All the components hovered around him in full readiness, waiting for the main order to complete the ritual, and the words were spoken. Dawei spoke them slowly, reciting them, putting all the power he could into them. Streams of embodied order in the form of divine power flowed toward embodied chaos, which was enclosed in a small, clinging in fear to the fiery fruit, half plant, half animal. The brightest light, comparable only to the explosion of a supernova star, illuminated the entire area and did not fade for several minutes. Even startled the bodyguards, who ran far away to avoid getting burned and watched from afar. The rays came from the epicenter of the junction of the two opposing elements, which was covered with a thin skin hiding the source of light. Dawei and her familiar watched as the light rapidly transformed into a sphere of light-glowing liquid, which fell smoothly into his hands, the man who had created it, and was worthy of its disposal. Now he held in his palms his salvation from the curse of the ninth moon, his deliverance from a terrifying future, and the opportunity to become even more powerful, just as his teacher had intended. However, the sphere did not want to lie still, and flew up and twirled like a scalded, eventually even grew tentacles. She grasped Dawei's breasts with them and sucked on them tightly. He was stunned with incomprehension. How could this be, with such a piece of jewelry and walk on? However, her tentacles didn't stop there, but began to screw into the guy's body, penetrating into the very center of him, closer to his heart. Soon there was almost nothing left of the sphere, a lone outgrowth that was also disappearing, sinking inward after her. And then it short-circuited him. Apparently, the orb had reached what it was seeking and had braided its tentacles around it. A wave of fire swirled through her body and swirled around in a flurry of flames. Its heat scorched both inside and out, eliciting a fierce cry of pain. But not for long. As soon as it appeared, it was gone, washing away all the magic of Power Dawei. All that was left was the fading small circle of concentration beneath his feet. Next thing you know, it started to go haywire. Power appeared and disappeared in places. Crouching on the floor of the gazebo, he waited out attack after attack. He endured as best he could, tensing and loosening his muscles depending on the bouts of pain that shook his body. He had a vision of a sun dragon and a shadow cobra fighting to the death. With his antagonism, his desire to dominate, destroying his master, tearing him in two. And then a focusing amulet that could harmonize power and deflect a blow caught his eye. He grabbed it in his hand, squeezed it. In response, he received only a new and powerful blast of power that burst out of his body and flashed fire for a moment, illuminating everything around him. He concentrated and, ignoring the blood flowing from his mouth, began to diligently recite the spell of pacifying the elements. The gold from the heat that scorched it again began to melt twice as fast, bubbling and flowing to the ground, while his master, gritting his teeth with eagerness, recited over and over the teacher spell imprinted in his memory. The bodyguards watched the relentlessly repeating flashes, but did not dare to approach the place where even gold was melting. Finally, Dawei felt he was able to handle the waning anger and rage of his elements. He stood up, ready to fight for control of his body. Crouched down, taking deep breaths, filling his lungs with air, and the centerpiece of his essence with his own power. He gave it to the golden dragon, thus strengthening his light, his order. The dragon coiled around the snake, strangling it with its increased power. Quietly gaped his maw, preparing his sharpest teeth for the final battle for control and power. Immediately thrusting them into the exposed side of the writhing black serpent of darkness and chaos, tearing it apart, thus destroying this curse of the ninth moon. The snake wriggled, wanting to bite back, but failed to reach its target, disintegrated into shreds, and dispersed. Dawei felt the heat in his body subside. With a deep exhale, the tension eased, the pain dissolved. He was back on a normal, sunny day. Everything was back to normal, except that he was still a little shaken. The realization that he was on the edge. He might not have been able to cope with the violence of his elements, not remembering that it's the dragon you feed that wins. When he came to his senses, he looked around, expecting to see ruins. But there was no physical damage to the gazebo, except that it was completely empty. Only a handful of gold dust was steaming beneath his feet. I looked closer, trying to see what it was. I gathered it up, lifted it closer to my eyes. It was all that remained after the creation of the solar sphere, the remnants of the ingredients that had been scattered by the power flare that had followed its creation. But there were no gold bars left. They had burned out, restraining the energy inside the mandala, preventing it from escaping outside and causing trouble in the neighborhood. It was a shame. All the earnings had gone underground. But the gazebo was now under eternal protection, the most peaceful place in Spain. The next day, a sad action unfolded at the gates of the estate. Parting is always hard. After Dawei had slept and eaten, it was time to say goodbye. He escorted his sister and friend to the very exit of the manor, where a car was waiting for them. He had already harmonized his power, and now he didn't need it anymore. But an aging friend would do well to organize and balance his energy flows. He, of course, was embarrassed by such care. But the promise that now all the processes in his body would be normalized, and no nightclub party would be scary for him, was a delight. Even the prince, who was standing nearby, appreciated the magnitude of the promise. Then Dawei turned to his sister. He eyed her suspiciously, so that she shivered at the chill that suddenly ran between them. A heavy hand came down on her shoulder and squeezed it. They were silent for the first time, not knowing what to say. But then Fatty suddenly burst into tears, the usual brotherly concern. In just a couple of weeks, a girl he didn't even know had become a real sister to him. Even tears came to his eyes from the overwhelming feeling of tenderness. Stephen appreciated his brother's request and remarked incredulously that his sister might have a boyfriend. His reaction was unambiguous, his fists clenched, and he got all tight and stern. What boy? His sister's still a baby. Yeah, he shouldn't have brought it up. Wendy thought so too, but now it was clear what to expect in the future. The young man was to be sympathized with. After a quick goodbye, before my brother thought of something else, like going and guarding my sister from encroachment, they got into the car and drove away. Dawei and the prince watched them go. Another page of life was turned, and the paths diverged. But the day had just begun, and it was time to make the most of it. George to continue his treatment. Fatty, however, was not interested in the offer. He had other, more exciting plans. For information, he turned to the prince's steward as the most knowledgeable man in the household affairs of the estate. All that's left is to explain to his master why he needs all this. The root cause of the illness has been eliminated, but it would be good to restore his vitality. Of course, he had gotten approval for everything, and even a companion to go along with it, with instructions to please him in every way possible. Fatty even got a happy glow on his face. Now I have someone to do all the tedious shopping with, and I can do more exciting searches for curiosities. and already the car was rushing down the road and taking him to the local paradise. To be in the biggest animal market and in a foreign country, it seemed tempting. The manager sensed his secret desire and asked about the shopping list. By splitting up, they'd be able to get everything together faster. That's the sense of business at once. The man knows how to value time, especially his time. Dawei immediately handed him the entire list. He didn't keep anything for himself. What else he needed to buy, he'd find anyway. The one glimpsed at him and checked out the positions and asked, extremely politely, what would happen to those things afterward. Fatty told him he'd keep it. That was the original plan, wasn't it? A cure for the sick and an extra reward for him. What the manager replied moved me to tears. There are some people who understand him so well. The pet market greeted its, almost wholesale buyer with silence. The animals were mostly kept in special pavilions. It was not at all like his native bazaar with its eternal hustle and bustle. In a comfortable birdhouse sat a pair of nesting parrots that didn't even open their mouths from the stuffiness of the locked room. The snakes were kind of lethargic, too, mostly non-venomous pythons. That wasn't interesting at all. The spiders were also the most common, tarantulas and caracorts. There were already a couple of them running around at home. Dawei had already realized from the first glance at the offered goods that he would not see much variety here. But at that moment, he did notice something interesting. An animal from another continent, the alpaca looked at him with her trusting and friendly gaze. The owner, a poorly dressed foreigner, kept her on a short leash and took money for conducting photo shoots with this cute animal. The estate manager hurriedly left his guest and went to do his bidding, once again reminding him that he could deny himself nothing. Dawei refused to go with him. He was going to have a soft and fluffy time with an alpaca. The owner would certainly not refuse to let him pet her at his pleasure. The market was waiting for its buyers. Today, some animals will be very lucky to find a loving owner, and some not so lucky. The chameleon, for example, was very lucky to escape the scrutiny of slightly yellowed eyes. Not poisonous. And while the superintendent, checking the list he had given him, looked up all the snakes entered on it, all the other shoppers became anxious, murmuring, parting in front of a sight never seen before. A fat man was riding an alpaca, displayed out front as an advertisement. The driving force was a carrot tied to a fishing rod and flashed invitingly at its nose. And Dawei was gloomy. He scrutinized all the animals he encountered along the way and was very unhappy with what he saw. Snakes, for example, were a substandard commodity. Safe now, of course, but that was not what he needed. When the angry owner finally took the tortured animal away from him, Fatty was left alone among the terrariums to ponder. The half-empty rooms were depressing, but then his eyes finally came upon something interesting. Even very interesting if the eyes lit up with genuine passion and the legs themselves moved in the right direction. Handsome. With powerful claws and a large stinger encased in a blued shell, it seemed like the perfect pet. His characteristics were impressive, and the fact that it was impossible for him to remove or stitch up anything was a gift of fate. Poisonous, definitely. Let's take it. While Dawei was drooling over the said object, trying on how it could be better utilized, a second customer also appeared. Their exclamations were made at the same time, so it is impossible to say who was first. They glanced at each other unhappily. There was nothing to argue about, and no one wanted to give in. A happy salesman came running up to them from afar. Poisonous animals are not often taken, and now there is a buyer. The gray-haired man gestured his palm at the glass aquarium that served as the scorpion's home. And in a categorical tone, not tolerating objections, was the first to announce his desire to make a purchase. Fatty hadn't expected such assertiveness from the old man, and was very angry. He already considered the scorpion his own and had no intention of giving it up. So he loudly announced that he was buying it too. The seller couldn't believe his luck. 2 buyers at once. The man frowned unhappily. He wasn't used to being contradicted. He was already thinking of a way to press his authority. Dawei was sure that big money can do everything. The main thing is that it's not your money, so you can spend it without hesitation. The salesman was already calculating today's profit. It's clear that if both of them don't want to give in, they will bargain. Even if he had a herd of scorpions like this in his stockpile, it was worth the price. He started by advertising a rare creature, and then proceeded to praise his own services, raising the actual cost several times over. The man was obviously more knowledgeable about prices, as he hesitated, thinking about how to deal with the seller. The guy was willing to take what he could get, and that didn't suit him at all. Giving in to some milkman? He offered more money than the seller was asking for, hoping the guy would back off and the scorpion would stay for him. But he didn't give up and beat the price. But he did not give in and beat the price, not as much as he had done, but still he would not give in. Even the scorpion was ashamed of these grown men. His head hid between the claws and his tail sagged sullenly. As the steward was about to seek out his ward, his attention was caught by a crowd of excited gawkers, who were watching a performance unfolding behind the glass. There were 3 men jumping around, showing different figures, and various things of unknown purpose were flying around. The manager recognized one of them. Of course, it was the troublesome foreign visitor, and he seemed to need rescuing. He pushed through the crowd, made his way to the pavilion and swung the door open, ready to get into a fight. 2 disgruntled faces and 1 extremely happy face, the salesman's, looked at him in surprise. A scorpion crawled reluctantly between them. The manager immediately recognized the second of the troublemakers. He had visited the prince's estate many times and was a well-known man. The man grumbled annoyingly at being caught doing something as unseemly as arguing in a public place. Fatty looked from one to the other, realizing that he didn't understand anything. The conversation suddenly became extremely favorable. At last, when he was able to cut in on the friendly conversation and ask the question that so interested him, he was introduced to his rival as another friend of the prince, but in a tone as if he were at least the king of a neighboring country. Then Dawei was introduced as well. That didn't make me happy. How do you bargain now? Friends of friends are supposed to give in. As he diligently stretched his lips in a welcoming smile, a salesman whirled past him, who died after hearing the famous name and rushed to get an autograph with a notebook and a marker in his hands. While the high attention was diverted by a fan, Dawei asked the manager about the identity of that very person. The manager was amazed at the ignorance of the foreign guest, but nevertheless told him what he was famous for. After signing in the salesman's notebook, the famous coach also addressed his recent opponent in a condescending tone. But he was already holding the phone in his hand and hastily searched the phone book for the right number, demanding to wait for him. On the other side of the world, the house phone rang. It rang long and insistently, demanding its owner's attention. Beagle picked up the phone. It had been a long time since he'd heard from Fatty. 5 days. It took him a while to figure out what he was talking about. He could not explain at once what he wanted either. So he even asked the coach for his last name, causing a slight heart arrhythmia. Beagle, however, was not a soccer fan. His knowledge didn't extend beyond the local teams, and he didn't see the point in collecting autographs at all. So Dawei quickly curtailed the conversation. There were more important things waiting for him. For example, the scorpion, which was tied for now. Looking guiltily at the famous coach, informed him that his friend didn't understand why he was collecting autographs. This caused an explosion of outrage from a soccer fan. How can you not understand such things? It's a memory. It's a piece of a famous person that is always near you. It's finally profitable if you sell it. That last one interested Fatty. Yes, so much so that it even smartened the coach's soul, hurt by the fact that his name was not known to everyone in this world. The man immediately disappeared from sight after his reply. Only a gust of air blew in the faces of those who remained. Yeah, the coach would have been better off leaving right away and not waiting for the guy to come back, because he would have never seen such an embarrassment like he did from him. Toth set out packages of toilet paper rolls in front of him. A lot. All for him alone. Fatty decided to do business. If there are people who pay 200 euros for an autograph, it's worth using. The money is split. The manager immediately bowed low, urging the man not to be angry. He certainly didn't need the conflict. While the Spaniards were sorting out the misunderstanding, Dawei looked at each of them unhappily. Why do you have to make things so complicated? It was a good idea. However, the coach hushed up the conflict, but held a grudge. Well, it was all 1-to-1. Did you fight off Scorpio? He jacked up the price, scolded, insulted, and didn't apologize. He was ready to take revenge now, but the rules of decorum wouldn't allow it. But leave it at that? Never. But if you take advantage of their position and continue to get acquainted, and get even immediately. Making a more welcoming face and spreading his arms in a friendly gesture, he went to the guy to invite him to the most coveted spot for all fans. Who doesn't dream of going to the practice of their favorite soccer team? It's the culmination of bliss and total ecstasy. And Fatty's haughty tone and unquestioning confidence in his superiority pissed him off beyond belief. But he was still being polite. Though mentally I would have nailed him a long time ago and jumped with pleasure on his body, making sure that I had finished the bastard. And then there's the touching. Foreigners. Are they all so intemperate? The coach's pressure was so unstoppable that he didn't even have time to get a word in edgewise. What was left to answer to such an eager offer to continue their acquaintance? The manager was silent, but he did not like what was happening. The man left satisfied. He'd gotten what he wanted. Once again, it's so stimulating to defeat the enemy. People would look back at him as he passed by. There's no such thing as a celebrity walking down the street, but there are plenty of jerks pushing around. Dawei nodded his head in agreement at the manager's good advice. The man said sensible things. However, he was not going to fulfill it, although he understood the coach's motivation. Inviting him to get revenge is so familiar. For example, he recently went on a date with a girl. Speaking of girls, Dawei smiled dreamily. The manager was worried. What else did the troublesome guest have in mind? His idea was quite terrifying. Where's he going to find cheerleaders in Spain? It's an American tradition. And he's already drooling, describing the charms of imaginary girls and how they perform. Then he blushed a little. It is not known what he was thinking about, but the speech about the one was intriguing in its reticence. The manager did not dissuade the guest. He would go anyway. He would see for himself. And what if he really meets some cheerleader? When it was getting light and the first stars began to appear in the gradually bluer sky, the prince's mansion was in a state of turmoil. Trucks were pulling up, and from there the aquariums with the new residents of the estate were being unloaded, and other necessary purchases were being brought in. The master of the house was waiting for Dawei in the brightly lit living room. His exclamation at the sight of his healer was full of genuine anguish.